I let my family live in my $550,000 house for free. When my cousin's wife tried to steal it, I decided to call her bluff and watched her fake life disintegrate. My cousin's entitled wife secretly changed the locks on my house while I was at work, smirking through the window as she threatened to tell the cops I was inappropriate with her if I didn't leave. So I called her bluff, handed the responding officers my property deed, and watched her fake, social media perfect life completely disintegrate. I, 29 male, am a lead UI/UX designer for a major tech firm, pulling in about $92,000 a year plus quarterly project bonuses. I work 100% remotely, drive a paid-off Subaru, and generally live a quiet drama-free life. But to understand the absolute nuclear fallout of my family dynamic, you need to know how my life was completely shattered when I was just 21 years old. I was a junior at a state university in Colorado, living off ramen noodles and pulling all-nighters for my design portfolio. Then I got the phone call that divided my life into before and after. My parents were driving home from a weekend anniversary trip when a 19-year-old street racer blew through a red light at 90 miles per hour, causing a massive 4-car pileup. My mom died on impact. My dad was airlifted to the trauma center, where he held on for 4 agonizing days in the ICU before the brain swelling became irreversible. The kid who hit them got a slap on the wrist, 7 years, out in 3 with good behavior, because his parents had expensive lawyers. I tracked his release date, but that's a different kind of rage for a different day. During those darkest months of my life, my uncle Marcus, my dad's older brother, and his wife, Aunt Elena, were the only things keeping me tethered to the earth. They basically moved into the hospital waiting room. Elena would sit by my mom's empty bed before we released her body, talking to her about the neighborhood gossip just so the room wouldn't feel so cold. Marcus sat by my dad's side, reading him the Denver Broncos stats and financial news, pretending my dad was just taking a nap. When the doctors finally pulled me into that sterile little conference room and told me there was zero brain activity left, Marcus physically held me up while I signed the paperwork to let my dad go. I was 21, completely orphaned, and drowning in a level of grief that physically hurt to breathe. After the funerals, which Marcus paid for out of pocket because the life insurance payout was stuck in bureaucratic hell, the estate finally settled. Between their life insurance, my dad's stock portfolio, his 401k, and the sale of my childhood home, the estate was worth roughly $1.2 million. After clearing their remaining mortgage, auto loans, and reimbursing Marcus for the funeral, I had exactly $1,050,000 sitting in a high-yield account. To a broke college student, it looked like infinite money. But here is the brutal truth. $1 million doesn't buy you a single second of time with your parents, and it doesn't teach you how to navigate the world alone. I spent the next 6 months living in a sterile, overpriced apartment, skipping my design classes, eating garbage takeout, and staring at the wall. Marcus saw me spiraling and stepped in. He told me, "Liam, you can't live like a ghost. Move in with us. Elena cooks too much food anyway, and you need a pulse around you until you graduate." At the same time, my parents' old financial advisor strongly suggested I put a chunk of the inheritance into tangible real estate to protect it from inflation and my own potential stupidity. So, I found a house. It was a massive, beautiful 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom property sitting on 1.5 acres in a quiet, upscale suburb of Denver. I bought it outright for $550,000 in cash. Then, I went to Marcus and Elena with a counteroffer. I asked them to move into the new house with me. I told them I would cover the property taxes, the homeowner's insurance, the utilities, and all maintenance. In exchange, they would just be my family. They would help me learn how to be an adult, and we would keep each other afloat. It was the best decision I ever made. Marcus taught me how to manage my portfolio, how to bleed brakes, and how to fix a leaky P-trap. Elena taught me how to cook edible meals, forced me to keep a clean living space, and made sure my parents' death anniversaries were met with love instead of isolation. Their son, my cousin Julian, now 25, became the brother I never had. We gamed together, built custom PCs, and navigated our 20s side by side. Julian was grinding through a local business college, working as a junior logistics analyst, trying to climb the corporate ladder. For 6 years, we were a perfectly functioning, happy ecosystem. Then, Julian met Chloe. Chloe was 27. She had platinum blonde hair extensions, a leased Audi A4 she could barely afford, and an ego the size of Jupiter. She introduced herself as a senior brand strategist for a local corporate firm, which sounded incredibly prestigious until I later found out she was actually just an administrative assistant making $41,000 a year answering phones and managing the office supply closet. But Chloe operated under the delusion that she was starring in her own reality TV show. From the very first Sunday dinner she attended, she set my teeth on edge. She walked into my house, looked around at the vaulted ceilings and the hardwood floors, and immediately started critiquing it. "It's a bit rustic, isn't it?" she mused, swirling a glass of wine I had bought. "If Julian and I lived here, We'd definitely rip out these dark cabinets and go for a minimalist, stark white aesthetic. It's just so much more times wealthy times looking. Elena, bless her heart, just smiled politely and offered her more potatoes. Marcus gripped his fork until his knuckles turned white. I bit my tongue because Julian looked absolutely mesmerized by her. Over the next 2 years, Chloe's entitlement only mutated and grew. She treated my aunt like the hired help. Elena, be a doll and fetch me a sparkling water with lime? She'd ask, not even looking up from her phone. She constantly belittled Julian, complaining that his logistics job didn't pay enough to fund the luxury vacations her friends were taking. Julian, completely blinded by love, started pulling 60-hour weeks just to buy her the designer bags she constantly tagged him in on Instagram. I kept my mouth shut. It wasn't my relationship. That was my fatal error. Update 1. The absolute destruction of our family peace happened on a Tuesday. It started as a phenomenal day. After 2 years of grinding, I finally got an email confirming my promotion to lead UI/UX designer. The new role bumped my base salary to $92,000, came with massive quarterly bonuses, and remained 100% remote. I was ecstatic. I called Marcus immediately. The man actually cheered so loudly he startled his coworkers. Elena, get in here, he yelled into the phone. Liam got the lead position. Elena started crying happy tears in the background. Marcus insisted we were doing a massive celebration dinner that night. He even called Julian at work and demanded he leave early. Julian, who had been looking pale and exhausted for months trying to fund Chloe's lifestyle, actually agreed. By 6:30 p.m., the house smelled incredible. Elena had made my favorite prime rib, Marcus bought a $150 bottle of scotch to celebrate, and even Julian walked in looking relaxed, carrying a bouquet of flowers for his mom. Then Chloe arrived. Surprisingly, she seemed to be in a fantastic mood. She was actually engaging in conversation, asking me detailed questions about my promotion. So, you're fully remote? She asked, her eyes darting around the dining room. You can work from literally anywhere? You don't have to commute at all? Yeah, I smiled, taking a sip of the scotch. Just my laptop and a good Wi-Fi connection. It's a game changer. We laughed, we ate, we shared stories. For an hour, it felt like the dark cloud of Chloe had lifted. Then, right as Elena brought out the dessert, Chloe tapped her wine glass with her acrylic nail. Ding, ding, ding. The table quieted down. Chloe stood up, smoothing down her designer dress, and plastered on the most terrifyingly artificial smile I've ever witnessed. Julian and I have an announcement, she purred. Julian looked at her, his eyes wide with a mix of terror and hope. I'm 10 weeks pregnant, she declared. Chaos erupted in the best way possible. Elena burst into tears and rushed to hug her. Marcus clapped Julian on the back, his face beaming. Julian looked like he might pass out from pure joy. They had been trying for over a year, and the stress had been eating Julian alive. I was genuinely thrilled for them. I immediately started calculating how much it would cost to finish the basement to create a massive playroom for my future niece or nephew. Thank you, Chloe said, waving her hands to quiet everyone down. Her smile slowly vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating stare. She locked eyes directly with me. Since we are expanding our family, Chloe said, her voice dropping an octave, Julian and I have been discussing the living arrangements. And frankly, Liam, with your new salary and your ability to work from anywhere, it's time for you to find your own place. The room went dead silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Excuse me? I asked, genuinely thinking I had misheard her. I'm not trying to be mean, she said, using that fake sweet tone people use when they are absolutely trying to be mean. But you are a 29-year-old single man. You've been mooching off Julian's parents for almost a decade. When the baby comes, I'll be breastfeeding, I'll be hormonal, and it is entirely inappropriate to have some random bachelor wandering around the house. Plus, we need your bedroom for the nursery. Some random bachelor. 8 years of paying for the roof over her head, and I was some random bachelor. Chloe, Marcus warned, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. Stop talking right now. But Chloe was on a roll. No, Marcus, someone has to say it. He needs to grow up. Young men today have zero ambition. He sits in his room all day on his computer. It's time he learned some self-respect and stopped leeching off your generosity. You deserve to have your house to yourselves, and Julian and I need the space for our child. I looked at Julian. Are you agreeing with this? Julian looked down at his plate, his face flushed red. Look, Liam. She's pregnant. She's nesting. And she has a point. You do make good money now. Maybe it's time you got a trendy loft downtown or something? We really do need the space. My own cousin. The kid I built PCs with, the kid whose car repairs I funded, was throwing me out on the street to appease his parasitic wife. I wiped my mouth with my napkin, took a slow, deliberate sip of my scotch, and looked around the table. Well, there's a slight flaw in your master plan, Chloe. She rolled her eyes, crossing her arms over her chest. Oh, please. Let me guess, You're going to claim tenant rights? You don't pay rent, Liam, you're a guest. I've already looked into the eviction laws in Colorado. I don't pay rent, I said softly, because I own the house. Chloe let out a sharp, mocking laugh. What are you talking about? Marcus and Elena own this house. No, they don't, I replied, my voice steady and cold. When my parents died, I inherited over $1 million. I bought this property in cash for $550,000. The deed is in my name. The property taxes are paid by me. The homeowner's insurance is in my name. The $30,000 kitchen remodel you demanded last year? I paid for it. The HVAC system that blew out in January? I paid the $8,000 to replace it. Marcus and Elena live here because I asked them to, so I wouldn't have to live alone after burying my parents. The silence that followed was suffocating. Chloe's face went chalk white, then flushed a furious, mottled red. She looked at Julian. Is he lying? Tell me he's lying. Julian looked at his dad in absolute shock. Dad? Is that true? Marcus sighed, rubbing his temples. Yes, Julian. Liam owns every square inch of this property. We kept it quiet because Liam didn't want the money to create a weird power dynamic in the family. Clearly, that backfired. Chloe's jaw was practically on the floor. Her brain was visibly short-circuiting as she realized she had just demanded the homeowner evict himself from his own property. But narcissists don't retreat, they double down. Well, she sputtered, her voice shrill and shaking. Even if that's true, Julian and I have lived here for 3 years. We have established residency. You can't just kick a pregnant woman out on the street. We have rights. You have the right to live here as long as I allow it. I said, leaning forward. And after your little speech tonight about me being a moocher and inappropriate to be around your child, I am seriously reconsidering my charity. You are guests in my home, act accordingly, or get out. Chloe let out a sound like a boiling kettle, slammed her hands on the table, and stormed upstairs, screaming about how she was being abused. Julian shot me a look of pure betrayal and chased after her. I thought that was the end of it. I figured we would sit down the next day, hash out some boundaries, and they would apologize. I severely underestimated how psychotic Chloe was. The next morning, I woke up early and drove into downtown Denver for a rare in-person onboarding meeting for my new lead role. I left my phone in my car to be completely present. I didn't get home until almost 7:30 p.m. When I pulled into the driveway, the house was dark. I walked up to the front door, exhausted, and slid my key into the deadbolt. It didn't go in. I frowned, pulling it out and trying again. The keyway was completely different. It was a brand new lock. I walked around to the side door. New lock. The back patio slider? Jammed with a wooden dowel from the inside. While I was at work, this woman had hired a locksmith and changed every single lock on my $550,000 house. Suddenly, the master bedroom window on the second floor slid open. Chloe poked her head out, looking down at me with the most vile, triumphant smirk I've ever seen. Lose your keys, Liam? She called out, her voice dripping with fake sympathy. Chloe, open the damn door, I demanded, my patience completely evaporating. Where are Marcus and Elena? They went to a marriage retreat in the mountains for the weekend, no cell service. She gloated. It's just you and me. The goated. And since you threatened a pregnant woman last night, I decided I don't feel safe with you here. I am establishing my primary residency. If you try to break in, I will call the police and tell them you've been sexually inappropriate with me, and you're trying to attack me. She actually said it. She threatened to falsely accuse me of a horrific crime just to steal my house. You have exactly 1 minute to open this door, I said, my voice eerily calm. Or what? What? She laughed. You'll call the cops? Go ahead. Let's see who they believe. A terrified, hormonal pregnant woman, or the creepy single guy trying to bust down the door. Bye, Liam. Have fun at a hotel. She slammed the window shut. I didn't yell, I didn't bang on the door. I walked back to my car, sat in the driver's seat, and made 3 phone calls. Call 1, the local police precinct. I explained that a guest in my home had illegally changed the locks, locked me out, and threatened to make false accusations if I attempted entry. I requested an officer escort. Call 2, my lawyer, leaving a detailed voicemail about an illegal lockout and extortion attempt. Call 3, a 2-4-hour emergency locksmith. 45 minutes later, 2 police cruisers pulled up to my curb. I met the officers in the driveway. I handed them my driver's license, pulled up the county property tax records on my phone showing my name, and handed them a notarized copy of the house deed I kept in my glove compartment for emergencies. All right, Mr. Liam, the older officer sighed, let's go have a chat. The officers pounded on the front door. Denver police, open up. It took her 3 minutes to answer. When Chloe finally opened the door, her entire demeanor had shifted. The smug villain was gone, replaced by a trembling, tearful victim. Oh, thank God you're here, officers, she whimpered, clutching her stomach. My husband's cousin is trying to break in. He's been making me uncomfortable for months, and I'm pregnant, and I was so scared I had to change the locks. The older officer didn't buy it for a second. Ma'am, we have verified that this individual is the sole legal owner of this property. You cannot legally change the locks on a home you do not own. That is an illegal lockout and criminal mischief. Chloe's fake tears stopped instantly. But I have tenant rights. I live here. Tenant rights require a legal eviction process, which works both ways. The second officer explained firmly. You cannot evict the landlord. And regarding your accusations of him making you uncomfortable, do you have any proof? Any prior police reports, texts, witnesses? Well, no, but then right now, you are committing a crime, the first officer interrupted. The homeowner has a locksmith en route to drill these locks. You have two choices. You can pack a bag and leave the premises voluntarily right now, or we can arrest you for criminal trespass, illegal lockout, and filing a false police report. Which is it going to be? Panic set in. The reality of the situation crashed down on her. She wasn't a mastermind, she was a criminal caught red-handed. I need to call Julian, she stammered. You can call him from the sidewalk, I interjected. You have 5 minutes to get your purse and get out of my house. She shot me a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. She stomped upstairs, grabbed a duffel bag, and marched back down. As she walked past me on the porch, she leaned in close. This isn't over, I'm going to ruin you. Actually, I smiled, it's just beginning. The weekend gave me plenty of time to work. As a UI, UX designer, my entire career is built on digital architecture, data scraping, and finding things people try to hide. I decided to do a deep dive into the life of Chloe the brand strategist. What I found was a financial and legal horror show. Through public court records, LinkedIn cross-referencing, and a few paid background check services, I built a dossier on my cousin's wife. 1. The debt. Chloe had $65,000 in credit card debt across 9 different cards. She was 3 months behind on her Audi lease. She had 2 small claims court judgments against her for unpaid medical bills and a defaulted personal loan. 2. The career. She wasn't a brand strategist. She was an administrative assistant at a mid-level logistics firm making $41,000. She had been fired from her previous 2 jobs, one for chronic absenteeism, and one for suspected petty theft from the petty cash box. 3. The legal issues. She had a DUI from 3 years ago that she had magically hidden from Julian, and her license had been suspended for 6 months. 4. The social media fraud. This was the most damning. I scrolled through 3 years of her Instagram and Facebook. She had posted over 100 photos of my house, pictures of my $30,000 kitchen with the caption, "Finally finished designing our dream kitchen, number, homeowner, number, blessed." Pictures of my backyard landscaping, nothing like relaxing on our private acre, number real estate. She had literally built an entire fake influencer persona using my assets, portraying herself as a wealthy executive to her 5,000 followers. I printed everything. Every court document, every debt record, every fake Instagram post. I put it all in a thick manila folder. On Monday evening, I texted Julian to meet me at a local coffee shop. He looked like absolute hell when he walked in. Dark circles under his eyes, his clothes wrinkled. "Liam, man, I am so sorry." He started immediately, sitting down heavily. "Chloe is hormonal," she panicked. "The lockout was a mistake. We can fix this. Please don't kick us out, she's pregnant." I slid the manila folder across the table. "Open it." Julian frowned, opening the folder. I watched his eyes scan the documents. I watched his confusion turn to shock, and his shock turned to absolute devastation. "She told me she made $90,000 a year," he whispered, staring at her W-2 records I had legally obtained through a mutual friend in her HR department. "She told me she had an 800 credit score." "Liam, what is this? Your wife is a fraud, Julian. She is drowning in debt. She lied about her job. She has a criminal record. She has been using my house to pretend she's rich on the internet." I leaned forward. "And the worst part? She consulted a lawyer 2 weeks ago. I found the search history on the shared family iPad. She was looking up adverse possession laws in Colorado. The lockout wasn't a hormonal panic. It was a calculated, premeditated attempt to steal my $550,000 house." Julian put his head in his hands and started to cry. Silent, heaving sobs of a man realizing his entire life was a lie. "Here is the second folder," I said softly, sliding a thin envelope to him. "It's a formal 30-day eviction notice. I love you, Julian. But you backed her when she attacked me at dinner, and you brought a parasite into my home. You have 30 days to get your things out of my house. I will pay for your moving truck, but neither of you will ever step foot on my property again." He didn't fight me. He just nodded, took the folders, and walked out. But I wasn't finished with Chloe. She had threatened to accuse me of a horrific crime. She wanted to play the social media game? Fine. Phase 2 was the nuclear option. I took screenshots of every single Instagram post where she claimed my house was hers. I compiled them into a massive Facebook album, along with a picture of my property deed, sensitive info redacted, and the police report from the illegal lockout. I posted it to the local Denver community group, tagging Chloe, her workplace, and several of her most frequent commenters. The caption read, "Public service announcement. For the past 3 years, Chloe has been posting photos of my home, claiming it belongs to her and my cousin. She has been living rent-free as a guest in my house. Last week, she illegally changed the locks while I was at work and attempted to steal the property, threatening to make false assault allegations against me if I didn't surrender my home. She was removed by Denver PD. Just a warning to anyone doing business with her. Her lifestyle, her wealth, and her integrity are entirely fabricated." The post exploded. Within hours, it had 500 shares. People from her high school, her co-workers, and her influencer friends were tagging each other, roasting her alive in the comments. The humiliation was absolute and public. Phase 3 happened naturally. Someone from her logistics firm saw the viral post. When an administrative assistant is publicly exposed for fraud, attempting to steal a $500,000 home, and threatening false criminal allegations, corporate HR doesn't take kindly to it. They fired her by Friday for violating their morality and public conduct clause. Without her income, and with Julian refusing to bail her out after seeing the debt dossier, her leased Audi A4 was repossessed from her new, cramped 2-bedroom apartment complex 2 weeks later. Update 2. I thought the war was over. I had won. My house was safe, Marcus and Elena moved back in, and our Sunday dinners returned to normal, minus the dark cloud of Chloe. Then, 8 months later, I got a phone call that shattered the earth all over again. It was Julian. He sounded completely hollowed out, dead inside. "Liam," he rasped. "I need you to tell me the truth. Did Chloe ever bring anyone to the house while I was at work?" My stomach dropped. "Julian, what's going on?" "The baby was born last week," he said, his voice cracking. "A little boy. But Liam, he doesn't look like me. At all. I bought an over-the-counter paternity test. I swabbed him while Chloe was sleeping." He took a ragged breath. "He's not mine." I closed my eyes, feeling physically sick for him. "Oh my God, Julian, I am so sorry." "It gets worse," he laughed, a bitter, broken sound. I confronted her. She broke down and confessed everything. Remember her boss at the logistics firm? The VP of regional operations? Married guy? 3 kids? Yeah? They were sleeping together for a year. She got pregnant by him. And the only reason she wanted you out of the house so badly? She was secretly blackmailing him. She told him if he didn't promote her and give her a massive raise, she would tell his wife about the baby. She needed you out of the house so she could move him in when he eventually left his wife for her. She was trying to secure the ultimate bag, using your house as the bait to prove she had a wealthy lifestyle. The absolute sociopathy of it was staggering. She didn't just want my house, she wanted to use it as a staging ground to steal another woman's husband. "What are you going to do?" I asked gently. "I've already filed for divorce and annulment based on paternity fraud," Julian said, his voice finally hardening. "I'm wiping my hands of her." "And the VP?" "When she got fired because of your Facebook post, she panicked and demanded money from him. He got scared and confessed everything to his wife to get ahead of the blackmail." "And?" "His wife is a high-powered divorce attorney," Julian said, the faintest hint of a real smile in his voice. "She absolutely destroyed him in court. Took the primary house, his retirement, and primary custody of their 3 kids. The VP is living in a cheap rental, paying massive child support, and he just got served with child support papers for Chloe's baby too." The fallout was biblical. Within a year, Chloe was a single mother, living in a subsidized apartment on the outskirts of Aurora. She had no job, no car, massive debt, and her reputation in our city was so thoroughly destroyed she couldn't get hired anywhere above minimum wage. The VP resented her for destroying his marriage and did the bare minimum legally required for child support. Julian moved back in with Marcus, Elena, and me. We converted what was supposed to be the nursery into a high-end gaming room and home gym. He went to therapy, focused aggressively on his career, and recently got promoted to senior logistics manager. Sometimes, when I'm sitting on my back patio, drinking a beer and watching Marcus grill steaks while Elena tends to her garden, I think about Chloe. I think about how she had it all: a family that accepted her, a comfortable place to live, and a man who loved her. All she had to do was be a decent human being. Instead, she tried to play a game of chess with my life. She just didn't realize I owned the board. Top comments. User 1. This is the most satisfying tactical nuke of a revenge story I've ever read. The fact that she had the audacity to demand you move out of your own house is insane, but threatening false allegations? That crosses the line from entitled to dangerous criminal. You handled it perfectly by getting the police involved immediately to establish a paper trail. If you hadn't, she absolutely would have ruined your life. Good on you for protecting yourself and your assets. User 2. 1. I feel so incredibly bad for Julian. He was blinded by love and manipulated by a textbook narcissist. But you did the right thing giving him the 30-day notice. He needed that shock to the system to wake up and see who he was really married to. The paternity fraud twist at the end made my jaw drop. She really thought she was going to secure a wealthy VP, a $550K house, and live happily ever after. Karma didn't just knock on her door, it kicked it completely off the hinges. User 3. As a lawyer, I am drooling over how you handled the lockout. Having the deed in your glove box and property tax records on your phone is genius. People don't realize how messy adverse possession and squatters' rights can get if the police don't have immediate, undeniable proof of ownership on the scene. You saved yourself tens of thousands of dollars in eviction court fees by stopping her plan on day one. Brilliant execution all around. My mother-in-law asked me to move out for her son and his wife. The next day, I called movers and packed. She stood in my kitchen, scared. Like she owned it. You should move out, she stated casually, as if she were proposing I try another brand of coffee. Ryan and Hannah need this place. They're trying to start a family. They need the space more than you and Lily do. I didn't move. The mug is halfway to my lips. She didn't ask, explain, or even appear uncomfortable. She just made a decision. My wife Lily sat at the kitchen table, scrolling through her phone. She looked up for a half second when her mother spoke, then returned to Instagram. There was no defense, argument, or flinch. It hurt more than Barbara's remarks. My name is Ethan Carter. I am 32 years old. I work as a financial analyst for a mid-sized tech company. And I had been married to Lily Matthews for 3 years. We resided in a 4-bedroom home in Westchester County, New York. Nice neighborhood, good schools, the type of place that young families will kill themselves to afford. Barbara Stone, my mother-in-law, had been a steady presence since the beginning of our marriage. She had opinions about everything. Our furnishings, food planning, weekend activities, and potential vacation destinations. I learned early on to simply nod and be silent. The easygoing son-in-law. The one who didn't create a scene, who smiled at family dinners and helped with dishes without being asked, and who remained silent when Barbara made passive hostile remarks about my profession not being as remarkable as her other children's. For 3 years, I had been effectively invisible. And, functionally, I was fine with it until now. When were you thinking? I asked gently. Barbara waved her hand. Oh, not immediately. Perhaps in a month or two. Ryan's lease expires in August, so you have time to locate somewhere smaller and more suitable for just the two of you. Cheaper is a more acceptable translation. I cautiously set down my mug. Looked at Lily. She still didn't look at me. Okay, I replied. Barbara smiled. I knew you would understand. You are always so reasonable, Ethan. She left 20 minutes later. I imagined she was already texting Ryan with the good news. Lily eventually looked up from her phone. You are not really mad, are you? Why should I be mad? I do not know. You appear tense. I laughed. I couldn't help it. Your mother just instructed me to leave my own house. This is not your house. Lily spoke automatically, but then stopped herself. I mean, it's ours, but mother has a point. Ryan and Hannah need the space. We don't have children yet. However, I repeated. Do you understand what I mean? I did understand what she meant. She meant her family came first, as it always had, and I'd been too obliging to notice. That night, I laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, while Lily slept quietly next to me. I considered the rent checks I'd been writing for 3 years. Every month, $math BBS, $800 comes out of my account on time. Lily paid for groceries and utilities, which amounted to about $math BBS $800 per month. Her earnings as a part-time social media manager were variable, sometimes good, sometimes not. Barbara thought that this house was family property, that the Thornans owned it in some way, and that I was living here because of their kindness. She had no idea, and it appears that neither did Lily. I had handled all of the invoices in such a quiet and efficient manner that they had become invisible work. Background noise is something that happens without anyone's awareness. I rolled over to gaze at Lily's sleeping face. When did I become so easily dismissed? That night, I got the best sleep I'd had in months. Because when Barbara instructed me to leave, I finally felt free to let go of everything. The next morning, at 8:47 a.m., I called Precision Movers to hire them rather than request a price. I need a full-service move, I informed the scheduler. Sophie has been at the company for 12 years, according to her email signature. 4-bedroom house. I want to leave by this Saturday. Is this Saturday? She sounded astonished. That's 5 days from today. I understand. Can you do it? We can do it. The rush will cost extra. That is okay, and you must pay the deposit today. $2,400. I handed her my card number without hesitation. After I hung up, I sat down at my home office desk, which I had assembled myself while Lily was at her mother's house, and pulled up my files. I had years of spreadsheets with rent payments, furniture receipts, appliance purchases, and every major expense in this property, all monitored and categorized like the financial expert I was. The couch in the living room cost $math BBS2, math room, $800 and was purchased using my credit card in October 2021. My credit card was used to purchase a Samsung 65-inch television for $math BBS $400 in December 2021. The KitchenAid dishwasher costs $math BBS $900 and is paid for with my credit card. My credit card was charged $math BBS $600 for the Whirlpool washer and dryer set. The dining table and chairs cost $math BBS $200 on my credit card. $1,900 was charged to my credit card for the guest bedroom items. I'd purchased almost everything in this house. Barbara dubbed it family property. I called it my. On Tuesday afternoon, I started packing systematically. Clothes come first, then personal documents, and last books and devices. I didn't touch anything that wasn't clearly mine, which proved to be less than they expected. Lily returned home about $4, math roll, 00, math room PM $, after a coffee date with her sister. She dropped her purse on the foyer table, which I had purchased, and yelled out, "Jace, are you home, office?" I responded. She appeared in the doorway and spotted the boxes. Her smile wavered. "What is this? What are we packing for?" "I'm moving out, as your mama asked." Her face changed expressions multiple times. Confusion and incredulity. Against something that could have been panic, "I did not think you were serious." "Why shouldn't I be serious?" "Because," she motioned vaguely. "Because that's a lot of work and we don't have to do it immediately." Mom was simply thinking out loud. She instructed me to leave so Ryan could move in. "I am moving out, but where will you go?" "I signed my lease yesterday. 1 bedroom in White Plains, near my office." It was a lie. I had signed it that morning, but the expression on Lily's face made the minor lie worthwhile. "You previously signed a lease without speaking with me." I gazed at her. Really looked. "Did you speak to me before your mother instructed me to leave?" She had no response to that. Barbara arrived unannounced at $10, C.00, math room AM $, on Wednesday. I was in the living room, covering picture frames in bubble wrap, when I heard her key in the lock. She'd had the key since we moved in. I had never questioned it. She paused in the doorway, shopping bags in hand, and gazed into the half-empty living room. 4 boxes were put at the entrance, the TV covered, and the coffee table cleaned. "Ethan, what is going on?" "I'm moving out." The shopping bag slipped through her fingers. "What? You instructed me to get out." "I'm moving out." Her expression stiffened. "I did not mean this week." "When did you mean?" "I do not know." "August, September, when Ryan's lease is up." "You suggested I move out." "You did not give a timeline, so I chose one." She moved to the kitchen, her voice increasing. "Lily, what's going on?" Lily emerged from the bedroom, where she had been hiding since her mother's car arrived. "Mom, I don't know. He had just started packing." "Make him stop. I can't get him to do anything." Barbara turned back to face me, and her demeanor changed. The rightful confidence cracked only a little. "This is absurd," she stated. "You are being childish." I taped a box shut, scrawled books and office on the side in Sharpie, and said nothing. "Ethan, I'm talking to you." "I heard you." "Then respond." I straightened and stared at her. "You instructed me to get out. I'm moving out. That is my response." Her jaw worked. "We need to talk about this like grown-ups." "I am open to discussion." "What topic would you like to discuss?" "For starters, consider your mindset." "My attitude is cooperative." "You asked me to go. I am leaving. Do you understand what I meant?" "Do I?" The question hovered in the air, like smoke. Barbara's face reddened. "This house must stay in the family." "It's not in the family," I explained quietly. "It is a rental. Ryan needs it. Then Ryan may rent it. He cannot afford it." She paused and caught herself, but it was too late. "Can't afford what?" I asked. "The monthly rent is $math BBS 56, math BBS $600. Her face had lost all of its color. Lily's head snapped upward. "What?" I kept an eye on Barbara. "You didn't know how much rent was?" I assumed it had been separated somehow. "Or is it covered by?" She paused again. "Who is responsible for covering this?" She said nothing. "You assumed it was covered by the family trust?" I supplied. Or perhaps you assumed Lily's father was still paying it when he died. Ethan, Lily replied sternly, what exactly are you talking about? I turned to my wife. I've been paying rent every month for 3 years. $5 math BBS 5, $800 from my account. Lily's expression turned blank. That is not possible. Check your bank statements. You never informed me. You never asked. The hush that followed was smothering. Barbara sat down firmly on the couch. My math BBS 2, Mathram $800 sofa. Her hands shook faintly. Who will pay if you leave? She inquired quietly. I did not respond since we both knew. Nobody. Thursday, the movers arrived with boxes and packing materials. Adam and Chris are 2 males in their late 20s who are professional and efficient. They walked around the house in a systematic manner, wrapping furniture, loading boxes, and questioning which objects were mine. All of them. I answered. All of it. Barbara returned at midday. She had been phoning all morning. I had not responded. She strolled into the living room and came to a complete halt. The couch was covered in plastic and ready to load. The television is already in the truck. The dining table was disassembled. You can't take everything, she explained. I can take what I've paid for. This is ludicrous. I gave her a folder. Receipts, order confirmations, and credit card statements. Everything in the house that I purchased is highlighted. She opened the folder and flipped through the pages. Her face changed from pink to white. The dining table is mine, as are the appliances and the couch. She peered about the fast emptying house, as if she were seeing it for the first time. What should we sit on? She whispered. I nearly laughed. That is not my concern. Lily emerged from the bedroom. She had been crying. Her eyes were red and puffy. Mom, he is removing the washer and dryer. Barbara's head snapped upward. You cannot. I can, I said. I have the receipts, but we need you, and I cut her off. 3 days ago, you advised me to go. You did not inquire as to the amount I was paying. You didn't ask what I owned. You just decided I should leave. So I'm going, and I'm taking what is mine. Adam wheeled the washer out on a dolly. Barbara observed it like a funeral procession. Ethan, please, her voice crackled. We can work it out. No, I replied gently. We cannot. Why not? Because you've never respected me enough to ask. By 6 p.m. Thursday, the house was completely gutted. There is no couch, television, dining table, or appliances other than those that came with the house. Even the nice cookware was gone. I had purchased everything after Lily's antique pans continued to burn everything. Lily sat on the bedroom floor, surrounded by the furniture I had left, including her dresser, nightstand, and childhood desk, which Barbara had demanded we keep. I didn't know, she responded when I arrived to pick up my last box. I promise I didn't realize you were paying for everything. How could you not know? I just assumed we were splitting it. I thought she'd stopped weeping, then she started again. I apologize. Sorry is not enough. What would you like me to say? Nothing. There is nothing to say. I picked up my package and began to leave. Ethan, I halted. Are we getting a divorce? I thought about it, really considered. I do not know yet. I said it honestly, but I'm done being invisible. Friday morning, my phone exploded. Text messages from Barbara, Lily's sister, Hannah, and Ryan himself. We need to talk. This is ridiculous. You are wrecking the family. Mom is devastated. I blocked Barbara. I muted the group chat, but then a number I didn't know called. I almost didn't respond. Ethan Carter is speaking. This is Victor, the landlord. I need to negotiate your lease. My stomach dropped. How about it? Your mother-in-law phoned me this morning. She stated that you are moving out and that her son Ryan will take over the lease. That is not how leasing works. I am aware. He sounded tired, but she is insisting, and I need clarification. You're the only one on the lease. If you are leaving, please provide 30 days notice and return the unit to move-in condition. I gave notice yesterday. Email was sent at 9 a.m. I received it. But Mrs. Thornton appears to believe Mrs. Thornton is deprived of the ability to reason. I interrupted. I am the leaseholder, not her or my wife. Me. Understood. To be clear, you're ending the lease 30 days from yesterday. Yes, and no one else will assume it. Correct. There was a pause. Mrs. Thornton is likely to be upset. That is not my concern. He actually laughed. Okay, fair enough. I will email you the move-out checklist. After I hung up, I opened my banking app and transferred the final month's rent of $math BBS 5, $800. along with a note indicating that it was the final payment. Then I called my lawyer. Matthew was 46 and had been practicing family law for 22 years. I had consulted him on Wednesday night to better understand my alternatives. David, this is Ethan Carter. Ethan, how did the relocation go? I finished yesterday but need some suggestions. My wife and her family are losing their minds. They are calling, messaging, and showing up at my new house. Can I seek a restraining order? Against your wife? Against my mother-in-law? He was silent for a moment. You would need to demonstrate harassing or threatening behavior. Do you have any documentation? There have been 73 SMS sent since yesterday, 12 calls. She arrived at my apartment this morning at 6 a.m. That might qualify. Send me everything. I'll start by drafting a cease and desist order. If she ignores it, we'll escalate. How long will it take? I can get the cease and desist letter sent today. Certified mail. She'll receive it tomorrow. Do it. Barbara received her letter on Saturday morning. I know because she called me from a number that I had not yet banned. Hannah's phone. You have sent me a legal letter. Her voice was harsh. From an attorney. You didn't stop contacting me. I am your mother-in-law. You are a woman who instructed me to leave my house and is now harassing me since I did precisely as you requested. This is cruel, Ethan. No, I replied gently. Cruel dismissed me for 3 years. Cruel was presuming I was just furniture that could be rearranged whenever it was convenient. This is a natural conclusion. She began crying. Actually crying. We're going to lose our house. That is not my concern. Where should we go? Figure things out as if I had to. I hung up. There has been a block placed on Hannah's number too. A message from Victor was sent to me via email on Monday morning. A premature termination of 47 Oakmont Drive is being considered. This morning, your mother-in-law, Ethan, and her son, Ryan, made their way into my office. Their intention is to take over the lease. I explained that it would require a new application, a credit check, a verification of income, and a verification of income in addition to a security deposit for the first month. There is a 580 on Ryan's credit score. He has an annual salary of $Math BBS $42,000. He is not qualified in any way. In spite of the fact that Mrs. Thornton is retired and lives on a fixed income, she offered to co-sign the loan. In addition, it does not meet the requirements. I informed them that they owe it to themselves to evacuate by the 1st of September. In the event that they get in touch with you once more, I wanted to let you know. Many thanks for being such a responsible tenant. You, Ray. A message was attached to the email that I forwarded to Matthew after I had read it 3 times. In case you were wondering, the implosion of the family took place quite rapidly. I received a phone call from Hannah, Lily's sister, on Tuesday evening from a particular number. My interest prompted me to answer the question. Please come, Ethan. It appears that Mom is having panic reactions. Ryan and I are unable to afford to take her in as a guest. Please provide a hand. As to why I should assist, you are a member of the family. I joined the family when it was most convenient for me. I was able to pay for everything and maintain my silence. Due to the fact that I am inconvenient, I am no longer useful. In no way is that fair. Hannah, life is not in your favor. It won't be long until you figure it out. I was hung up on by her. It was on Wednesday that Lily showed up at my workplace. A call came in from the security department of the building. Lily Matthews is coming to meet with you. Mr. Chen, she is coming to see you. Should I send her to the moon? No. Please inform her that I am not available. She asserts that it is of the utmost importance. No, it is not. I was able to see her departure from the building from the window of my office. The appearance of her was one of defeat. My mobile device vibrated. As a text, I have lodged a petition for divorce from Lily. In a short time, you will be given the materials. I expected you to be aware of this. I admired the message for a considerable amount of time. After that, I responded with okay. That evening, I talked to Matthew once again. This time, it is with Rachel Adams, a certified public accountant. Having worked in the field of forensic accounting for the past 19 years. Here's what we've got. Linda stated as she spread out the paperwork around the table in the conference room. 3 years of rent payments totaling $Math BBS $21,600, all from your account and 0 from Lily's. It was another paper that she opened. It costs $Math BBS $23,800 to purchase furniture and appliances. Home office equipment can be purchased for Math BBS $400. The equipment and supplies for the kitchen cost $4,200, $36,400 is the total amount of documented purchases. I put in a total of Math BBS $238,000 for the house, which includes the cost of power, groceries, and upkeep. However, let's focus on the expenditures that can be shown. Indeed, the amount is $math BBS $238,000. David leaned in that direction. Important in the context of a divorce is this. A claim for rent reimbursement can be submitted by you. The fact that it was rented signifies that it is not Masofiel property. The furniture is yours and has already been stolen, but, depending on how the settlement is handled, we might be able to retrieve some of the money that was lost. I stress that I absolutely do not want her money. It is important to me that she understands what she has lost. David proceeded to explain in great detail that vengeance is not authorized behavior. When Linda finished her folder, she stated that it was not vengeance but rather clarity that she was seeking. However, regardless of its value, I've seen a lot of individuals hiding assets and lying about their income during divorces, but I've never seen someone quietly paying for everything while being treated as if they contributed nothing. I've seen a lot of people manipulate their finances during divorces. It was a pause. That's a special kind of unseen appearance. Having said that, I am no longer invisible. Barbara called me from a different number 3 weeks after I had moved out of my apartment. The reason I reacted was either because I was feeling charitable or because I was simply curious. The tone of her voice was distinct. Ethan, silent and resigned to defeat. Please accept my apologies. Indeed, I was unaware of that. I assure you that I was unaware that you were responsible for paying for everything. I am sure you did. It was not me. You were aware, Barbara. It didn't matter to you since you believed that I was supposed to pay for it. I was supposed to express my appreciation for the honor of becoming a part of your family through my gratitude. Due to the fact that you did not believe it was necessary, you never asked. There is no sound. It was ultimately revealed to her that the landlord is going to evict us. Ryan is unable to afford to travel to a respectable location. Hannah is not willing to assist. This coming week, Lily will be moving back in with me in my retirement condo. I have reached the age of 64, Ethan. It is expected that I will be traveling. Instead, my daughter and I are currently living together in a property that has 2 bedrooms because her husband has left. It was not me who left. A correction was made by me. You instructed me to do so. It is clear to me. Do you agree? Is it true that you are aware? There was a crackling in her voice. Indeed. That's good. Due to the fact that I put in a lot of effort over the course of 3 years to become the person you wanted me to be and to become a member of your family. And as soon as I ceased to be of any service, you made an attempt to remove me as if I were a piece of furniture. It was as if I did not matter to anyone. Did you make a difference? No, I responded in a soft voice. It was convenient to have me. Clearly, there is a difference. Before she could respond, I hung up the phone. Approximately 2 months after I moved out, the divorce papers were finally finalized. Not a single argument was made by Lily. My request for alimony was not made. With regard to the assets, they did not argue. She has just inked the deal. David gave me a call to let me know the news. Yes, it is official. You are no longer married. The split is clean. It is not possible to make any ongoing commitments. That was a good move. She had no desire to be drawn out about it. To tell you the truth, I think she is feeling guilty. It is necessary for her to. It's Ethan. He paused for a moment. I have been doing this for a very long time. I have been a witness to a number of traumatic events, including financial warfare, custody battles, and divorces. In terms of civility, this is about as good as it gets. You may have gotten into a fight with her about a variety of problems. When she realized that she was probably wrong, she decided against doing so. At a minimum, you should give her credit for that activity. The idea crossed my mind. The story is about Lily crying out on the floor of the bedroom while her mother's voice was cracking over the phone. Perhaps. In my previous post, I revealed that I had gotten a message from Ryan on Facebook 3 months after I had moved out. I expected you to be aware of this. The mother experienced a heart attack. She is doing fine. Nevertheless, the physicians came to the conclusion that the stress was significant. Should you be interested in paying her a visit, she is currently being treated at the hospital in White Plains. 2 hours passed while I was fixated on the message. After that, I got in my car and drove to the hospital. White Plains Hospital, Cardiology Wing, located on the 4th level. It was 4:17 p.m. when I discovered Barbara's chamber. As she slept, the monitors began to make a gentle beeping sound. She gave off the impression of being older and smaller. In the vicinity of the bed, Lily was seated in a chair. When she saw me go in, she looked up. Her eyes grew wider. It's Ethan. Ryan sent me a note. You have arrived. I arrived. After a brief period of silence, we sat there. There was no change in Barbara's respiratory pattern. Rhythmically, the monitors beeped their alarms. In the end, Lily stated that she was sorry for everything. Because I was unable to see how much you had accomplished. Because I did not defend you. Because you gave Mom permission to treat you as if you were of no importance. It is clear to me. Do you agree? Her eyes caught mine. The fact that you apologize does not change the fact that you have been invisible for the past 3 years. In addition, I am aware of that too. Barbara began to stir. She opened her eyes momentarily. I paused for a time on purpose. As soon as she saw me, she became very still. It's Ethan. Barbara, how are you? What brings you to this location? I am not a cruel person, despite everything that has happened. The tears began to well up in her eyes. Nothing was left for me. No, I responded in a soft voice. What you had taken for granted was taken away from you. That is not the same here. I ought to have. Her stop was followed by a restart. It was my responsibility to question the rent, the amount that you were paying, and everything else. It was yes, I responded. You needed to have it. Do you intend to forgive me? The idea crossed my mind. Think about it carefully. In all honesty, I have to admit that I do not know yet. However, I have something to tell you. I am no longer going to be the reserved son-in-law. This is the end of my convenience. It is imperative that you do it on my terms if you want me to be a part of your life, even if it is just in a peripheral capacity. Respectfully, with acknowledgement, or with no regard at all? Gradually, she gave a nod. It is clear to me. When I stood there, I looked at Lily. Ensure that she is well taken care of. It's Ethan. Also standing was Lily. Many thanks for being here today. That was not required of you. Not at all, I concur. It was not me. In order to prevent the tears from starting, I left. It has been 6 months since I moved into my apartment in White Plains, which is a 1-bedroom unit. Compared to the house, it is more compact, quieter, and entirely mine. Every once in a while, my phone will buzz. On occasion, Lily will send a text message, during which she will provide updates about her mother and engage in light chat. I respond coolly and in a detached manner. A month ago, Barbara gave me a card that she had made herself. It was simple. I am appreciative of your visit. I am grateful to you for everything you have done. I have never acknowledged any of your efforts. I am sorry that I did not see you until such a late hour. Due to the fact that I now understand this, I decided to keep the card. You are unable to compel other people to value you. You are unable to convince them of the value that you bring to the table. That which you are willing to accept is the only option available to you. I was able to put up with being invisible for a period of 3 years since it was less difficult than pleading to be recognized. On the other hand, Barbara unwittingly granted me permission to stop accepting less than I deserved on the day that she strongly encouraged me to leave. Her assumption was that she was preparing space for her son. It was because of her that I was able to recall that I was worth more than merely following orders without question. As the movers were emptying the house, I realized that she was worried, but it was not about the possibility of losing stuff. The issue was that she had lost control, which was something that she ought not to have had in the first place. I visited my wife's office and was shocked when the security guard referred to a man as her husband. I filed for divorce, and her career unraveled. When I informed the guard I was the CEO's spouse, he chuckled and said, "Sir, I see her husband every day. There he is coming out right now." So I decided to play along. I told the security guy at Nexus Innovations that I was Catherine's husband, and he chuckled. "Sir, I see her husband every day. He is actually present right now." He pointed to the glass doors. A man wearing a charcoal Tom Ford suit was walking through the lobby. Early 40 seconds, confident stride, expensive watch catching the afternoon sunlight. The type of guy who appeared to belong on the cover of Forbes. "Mr. Harris," the guard cried out. "Your wife is still in her 250th meeting. She should be done in about 20. The man, Daniel Harris, according to his security badge, nodded and proceeded to the elevator bank. He had not noticed me yet. I was standing off to the side, clutching a takeout bag from Osteria, Catherine's favorite Italian restaurant downtown. My heart was beating strangely in my chest. Not racing, but simply stopping and beginning like a car engine misfiring. 25 years. Catherine and I had been married for 25 years, but it turned out she had another husband at work. Daniel hit the elevator button, got out his phone, and began scrolling. Every instinct in me told me to approach him, to walk over there and ask him what the heck he was doing calling himself my wife's husband, to make a fuss, and to demand answers. But something stopped me. Perhaps it was how the security guard stated it. It seemed so nonchalant and certain, as if it were common information and everyone was aware of it, everyone but me. You know what? I spoke to the guard, keeping my voice steady. I believe I have the wrong building. I am looking for Oliver Pharmaceuticals, not Nexus Tech. The guard seems puzzled. You mentioned that you were Mrs. Harris's husband. I introduced myself as a friend of the family. Oliver is my name. I must have had my wires twisted. I feigned a laugh. It's been a long day. I placed the takeaway bag on the security desk. Actually, could you make sure Catherine gets this? Simply say Oliver dropped it off. Family friend. The guard shrugged. Sure thing. I walked away before my legs gave out. I have been married to Catherine since 1998. I met her when we were both 23. I just finished my accounting degree, and she's getting her MBA at Northwestern. She was intelligent and ambitious, the type of woman who formed 5-year plans and stuck to them. I was the steady one, the sensible one, the one who handled our finances, kept our house running, paid the bills, and financed the retirement funds. Catherine always said I was her rock, that she could take risks in her profession knowing I'd keep things stable at home. She had ascended quickly, director at 30, vice president at 35, and CEO of Nexus Innovations, a technology business focusing on AI-powered logistics software, at 43. In 8 years, she had grown it from a struggling startup to a $200 million business. I was proud of her. So dang proud. I had backed her every late night, business travel, and weekend she spent examining financials rather than coming out to eat with me. Because that's what happens when you love someone. You encourage them to pursue their aspirations. We didn't have children. Catherine never wanted them. They threatened to wreck her career. I was sad at first, but I had come to accept it. Her career was her baby. I understood it, or so I thought. Now I was sitting in my car in the Nexus Innovations parking lot, hands grasping the steering wheel and attempting to understand what I had just witnessed. Daniel Harris is Catherine's VP of Operations. I met him only once, at a workplace holiday party 2 years ago. Tall and charming. Catherine had presented him as one of my rising stars. And I spent the majority of the evening discussing business with him while making small conversation with the other wives. I had not given it much thought. Why should I? I trusted my wife. But the security guy had addressed him as Mr. Harris. He said he saw Catherine's spouse every day. Not a boyfriend, not a fair partnership, husband. I didn't go home immediately. I couldn't face the empty house. The one I had spent the entire day cleaning. I made Catherine's favorite lasagna for dinner. I had planned to surprise her with tickets to see Hamilton next month for our anniversary. Instead, I drove 3 blocks to a nearby coffee shop and sat in a corner booth with a black coffee that I didn't drink. My phone vibrated at 6:47 p.m. Catherine is working late again. Do not wait, love you. I stared at the message for a long time. Love you. Did she really love me? Or was I just what's the backup plan? What about the safety net? The man who paid half the mortgage while she led a double life. I typed and deleted a dozen responses before deciding on, okay, there is lasagna in the refrigerator. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, and reappeared. You are the finest, see you later tonight. I placed my phone face down on the table and attempted to breathe. Catherine arrived home at 11:23 p.m. I was in the living room, pretending to read a book. Actually, I had been staring at the same page for 3 hours. Hey, she remarked, laying her luggage at the door. She appeared fatigued, and her hair was slightly musty. Lipstick faded. How was your day? I inquired. My voice sounded fine. This astonished me. Exhausting back-to-back meetings throughout afternoon, with a board presentation scheduled at 4. Then Daniel and I had to review the Q3 estimates. She went to the kitchen. Did you say there's lasagna? I asked. Yeah, in the fridge. I followed her around the kitchen. The microwave hums. The refrigerator opens and closes. My wife's familiar noises exist in our home. Our home? Was this even our home anymore? Or was that also a lie? She returned with a plate of reheated lasagna, and sat in the recliner across from me. This is perfect. I am starving. I stopped by your office today, I mentioned casually. I brought you lunch from Austria. She hesitated mid-bite for a second, a minor pause that most people would not notice. But I had been married to her for 25 years. I noticed. Did you? I didn't receive anything. I handed it to Daniel Harris. He figured he could pass it along. Oh. She ate another bite. Chewed. Swallowed. He did not mention it. Perhaps it was lost in the shuffle. You understand that today is a busy day. She lied perfectly. She maintained her composure flawlessly. How is Daniel? I asked. Nice man. He's great. The best VP I've ever worked with. I really understand the vision. You know, we agree on almost everything. In sync. That is good. It is crucial to develop a strong working relationship. Absolutely. She smiled at me. The same smile I had fell in love with 25 years before. Thank you for trying to bring me food. Though, that was sweet. Anytime. We sat there for a while, her eating lasagna and me pretending to read like a normal married couple on a Tuesday night, but nothing seemed normal anymore. I waited till she fell asleep. Catherine always slept soundly. Years of running on caffeine and adrenaline had prepared her to completely shut down when she fell. By midnight, she had passed out. I went into her study. The door was never locked. Why would this be? I was her husband. She trusted me. Her laptop was on the desk, closed but not locked. I knew her password. I had known about it for years. It was our wedding date. ZO61596. I opened the laptop with my hands trembling slightly, feeling like a burglar in my own home. Her email was already opened. Thousands of messages. I wasn't sure where to start. So I started with her calendar. The appointments appeared to be routine at first sight. Meetings, board calls, and conferences. But then I started to notice trends. Dinner with F, 7 p.m., at Alosto. That was 2 weeks ago. Il Pasto was a lovely Italian restaurant on the West Loop. The tables are lit with candles, live piano music. Not a place to take your vice president for a business meal. The weekend retreat at the Grand Geneva Resort was set for last month. I checked the resort's website. The suites cost $450 per night. Catherine had informed me that it was a women's leadership conference. I looked at her credit card statements. I found the charge for Grand Geneva, 2 rooms, both with a corporate card. No, wait. 1 room and the other charges were cancelled. 1 room, 2 people. My stomach sank. I kept digging. We found more dinners and trips. A trend dating back nearly 3 years, but it was all coded. Nothing is indisputable. There were business dinners, corporate getaways, and team-building activities, but Daniel's name was on every one of them. I closed the laptop and went into the bedroom, standing in the doorway, watching Catherine sleep. She appeared tranquil and innocent. I absolutely trusted her, never questioned or doubted her, even though she had been lying to me for 3 years. The next morning, I called in sick at work. For the first time in 6 years, I worked as a senior accountant at Carter & Partners, a mid-sized firm in the Loop. Good employment, secure, boring, the type of career that covers the bills but does not make for exciting dinner party talk. Catherine made 3 times what I did. I'd never resented her success since, I assumed, it was also ours. Catherine departed for work, kissed my forehead, and told me to feel better, so I started digging. I searched through every drawer in her study, every file cabinet, every box in her wardrobe, and even the back of her jewelry drawer, which was concealed beneath a tangle of costume necklaces she had never worn. I found a key, a silver standard apartment key. There was no label, however it did come with a keychain tag with an address on it. Harborview Apartments, Unit 214. Harborview was a luxurious apartment development in River North. I drove past it many times. A 30-story structure with floor-to-ceiling windows and studios starting at $2,500 per month. I grabbed the keys and drove there. The parking garage featured spots labeled with unit numbers. A black Mercedes GLE was parked in space 214. Daniel Harris's vehicle. I recognized it in the company parking lot. My hands shook as I took the elevator to the second floor. Found Unit 214. The key fits. The door opened. Inside was a fully furnished flat, not a short-term rental, a home. Hardwood flooring, modern furniture. Fresh flowers adorned the coffee table. The air smelt like Catherine's perfume. Chanel No. 5. The pricey one she only wore on exceptional occasions. Catherine and Daniel were shown in photos on the mantel at the beach, a restaurant, and on a hiking route. Catherine did not wear her wedding band in any of the pictures. I walked through the apartment in a few days. The kitchen contained 2 sets of plates and 2 coffee mugs on the counter, his and hers. The bedroom made me physically nauseous. A king-size bed with nice linens, Catherine's clothes in the closet hanging next to Daniel's suits, and her shoes lined up next to his as if they had been married for years. On the dresser, I discovered a folder labeled Future Plans in Catherine's unmistakable handwriting. I opened it. Real estate ads for houses in Evanston, Oak Park, and Wilmette ranging from $800,000 to $1.2 million. All circled with notes in the margins. Good schools nearby, schools close to Daniel's parents. Love the kitchen, trip brochures, Santorini, Tokyo, New Zealand, fantasy honeymoon places, and, beneath it all, legal documents, divorce consultation summaries from 18 months ago. Catherine had met with 3 various divorce attorneys, looking for the best offer. The remarks were clinical, chilly, strategy-oriented, framed as irreconcilable disagreements, cited Oliver's lack of ambition, and emphasized emotional distancing. Document instances in which he failed to assist my professional advancement. In certain cases, she was putting together a case against me. There were pages of instances. I'd allegedly undercut her by asking her to avoid business activities. I'd been emotionally unavailable by refusing to discuss corporate politics over dinner. Previously, I showed a lack of ambition by being comfortable with my accounting work. Every regular marital conflict was reframed as evidence of my failure. The most recent note is from 3 weeks ago. Timeline. File for divorce by January 2025. Finalized by June. Wedding to F by Christmas 2025. She had everything planned out, every detail. My successor was already living with her part-time. Their future home was already chosen. I was just the impediment she needed to overcome. I photographed everything. Every paper, document, every photo. Then I sat on their couch, in their apartment, in their hidden existence, and tried to accept that my 28-year marriage had been a lie for at least 3 years. I returned to my car and just drove. No destination, just drove. The phone rang at 3:47 p.m. Catherine. I let it go to voicemail. She called again about 4:15 p.m. Then 4:32 p.m. Then I sent a clear-as-throat text. Where are you now? Do you feel better? I did not respond. At 6 a.m., I stopped in a parking lot and finally checked her voicemail. Hello, honey. Just checking in. I hope you're feeling better. Call me when you receive this. Oliver, I am getting frightened. You aren't answering. Are you okay? Honestly, where are you? I am about to call hospitals. Please call back. Her concern sounded so sincere and genuine. She was good. Very good. I called her back. Oh, thank God. She responded immediately. Where have you been? I was very worried. Just driving about. I needed to clear my head. I am fine. You terrified me. Are you returning home? Home? What a joke. Yes, I will be there soon. Good. I am leaving work early. I'll pick up some Thai cuisine on the way. Your fave. My favorite. She still recalled my favorite meal. Still pretended to be concerned about the minor issues. That sounds wonderful. I love you, she said. Yes, I responded. You, too. I hung up before she saw the crack in my voice. That night, we ate Thai food at our dining table. Catherine informed me about her day. Some client issue, a difficult board member, and the usual corporate turmoil. I nodded in the correct places, made acceptable comments, and played the supportive husband part, all while knowing that in a few months she would divorce me and marry Daniel Harris. After supper, she proposed that we watch a movie. We sat on the couch, her head on my shoulder, just like we'd done 1,000 times before, but now I could smell her perfume, the costly one, and I knew she'd been in that apartment today living her other life with her other husband. Oliver, she stated during a calm scene in the film. Yeah. Are we all right? You appear remote. Distant. That word is from her notes. Part of her argument against me. I am fine. I'm still not feeling great. Okay. She grasped my hand. Let me know if you require anything. I will. We finished the movie and went to bed. She fell asleep almost quickly, curling up on her side. I lay awake till 3 a.m. I'm staring at the ceiling, calculating my next move. The following morning, I called in sick again. Catherine went to work at 7:15 a.m. Kissing my forehead and instructing me to rest. As soon as she left, I returned to her study. I have been an accountant for 22 years. I know how to spot financial abnormalities. And now that I knew what I was searching for, the pattern became evident. Our combined checking account reflected steady deposits from both of our paychecks. My monthly salary is $5,800 after taxes. Catherine's earns approximately $11,000 per month after taxes, but our monthly expenses, including mortgage, electricity, groceries, and insurance, total around $8,500. We should have been saving approximately $8,700 each month. Over 3 years, that should be more than $300,000 in savings. Our savings account held $47,000. Where did $250,000 go? I retrieved Catherine's personal credit card. The one she claimed was for business costs that are reimbursed. Riverfront Residences, $3,200 monthly rent for 3 years totaling $11, $5,200. Furniture, $24,000 in purchases from West Elm, Pottery Barn, and Crate and Barrel. Travel costs $31,000 to numerous upscale destinations. Dining can cost hundreds of dollars at high-end restaurants. She had been paying for her entire secret existence with our combined funds, my money. While I was eating leftovers and driving a 10-year-old Honda Civic. She was living with Daniel Harris in a $3,200 per month condo with money I had made. I documented everything by downloading 3 years' worth of bank statements, credit card information, and investment account transfers. Then I started searching through Nexus Innovations' corporate filings. This is where my accounting experience truly paid off. I knew how to read financial statements, identify inconsistencies, and discern the story behind the numbers, which was damning. Catherine had discreetly restructured the corporation without board approval, positioning Daniel Harris as her successor. She'd shifted resources to his department, given him control over critical accounts, and set him up for a promotion to COO, a post that didn't exist yet. She was erecting a golden ladder to the summit while impersonating a kingmaker. But she'd accomplished it by diverting company resources without official authorization. By making financial decisions that favored her personal relationship over shareholder interests. That was corporate wrongdoing, possibly fraud. I collected screenshots of everything, arranged them into folders, and created a timeline. I then called David Carter. David Carter served as chairman of Nexus Innovations' board of directors. I had met him twice at corporate occasions. Retired hedge fund manager in his late 60s, with a sharp attack. When Oliver Hartman responded, I introduced him as Catherine's husband. We met at a holiday party 2 years ago. Of course, how are you? Is Catherine okay? She's fine. I am truly phoning to express some concerns I have about the company. A pause. What kinds of concerns? The kind that entails unlawful corporate reorganization and the exploitation of company resources. Have you got time to meet today? Another pause. This time, the duration is longer. I can be in your office in 2 hours. I work from home. I will text you the address. David Carter arrived at 2 p.m. Sharp, tall, silver-haired, wearing a suit that most likely cost more than my automobile. I offered him coffee. He accepted. We were in my living room, where Catherine and I had watched movies, celebrated anniversaries, and established a life together. The room appeared to be a set piece in her double existence. Show me what you've got. David asked. I got out my laptop and guided him through everything. The flat, the photographs, the divorce planning paperwork, and the company restructure. His expression darkened with each revelation. Jesus Christ. He mumbled as I showed him the financial anomalies. As far as I can determine, she has been shifting capital spending budgets without board approval, with the goal of benefiting Daniel Harris's department. Why would she do that? I pulled the photos from the apartment. David's jaws constricted. They are having an affair. More than that, they live together part-time. She intends to divorce me and marry him, and she has been preparing him to take over the company. That represents a major conflict of interest. She has a fiduciary duty to the board and the shareholders. He stopped and ran his hand through his hair. Do you have copies of all of this? Everything is in this folder. I gave him a USB drive. Bank records, corporation filings, photographs, a timetable, and anything else. I need to hold an emergency board meeting. I assumed he stood up. Oliver, I apologize for what she has done to you personally. Also, thank you. If this had gone unchallenged for much longer, the company could have suffered devastating consequences. I'm not doing this for vengeance, I claimed, though this was partially a lie. I'm doing it because it's the truth, and I'm done pretending I don't see what's right in front of me. David shook my hand. I will be in touch. Catherine came home at 6:15 p.m. I started making dinner earlier than usual, a simple chicken stir-fry. When she walked in, I could tell David had already called the emergency board meeting. You son of a bitch, she exclaimed. Her voice shook. You called David Carter. My own husband is attempting to damage my career. I continued stirring the vegetables. Did not turn around. I gave some information that I believe the board should have. That is all the information? You showed him private photos. You went through my personal files, your personal files in our shared apartment, and your personal life is funded by our joint bank account. She grabbed my arm and spun me around. This is different. This is my professional reputation. Sleeping with your vice president while restructuring the company to suit him personally. That is professional. Her face turned pallid. What do you want? She inquired quietly. Money? What about the house? What? I do not want anything from you, Catherine. You set this in action 3 years ago. I'm just refusing to be an idiot while you carry out your plan. What's the plan? I took out my phone. I showed her the images I had taken in the flat. Her face was in every picture. and the folder was titled Future Goals. This is the plan: you divorce me in January, marry Daniel by Christmas, and live happily ever after in your Evanston dream home. She sat down heavily in a kitchen chair. How did you do it? I discovered the key to your other life. Oliver, Catherine, 25 years old. I supported every decision you made. Every late night, business travel and sacrifice was made because I loved you. Because I thought we were creating something together. You were developing an escape strategy, and I was funding it. She began crying. This time, there were real tears. Not the manipulating sort. I apologize. I never intended for things to happen this way. How did you intend for it to happen? Were you planning to notify me before or after you filed for divorce? She didn't respond. That is what I thought. I turned the stove off and grabbed my keys. Where are you going? She asked. Hotel. I will have divorce papers ready by Monday. Catherine, there's nothing left to say. You made your decision years ago. I am just catching up. I filed for divorce on Monday. I hired Elizabeth Green, a family law attorney with 23 years of experience. She looked at my evidence and whistled. This is one of the most obvious incidents of marital misconduct I've ever witnessed. The secret flat, the financial deception, and the detailed timeline of her plans to leave you. You are going to perform quite well in this divorce. I don't care if I do well. I simply want to escape. You should care. She used marital funds to support her affair. That is financial infidelity. Illinois law takes this seriously. The board meeting took place that same afternoon. I was not present, but David called me at 5:47 p.m. Daniel Harris has been terminated, effective immediately. Catherine is on administrative probation. Her authority is severely limited, awaiting a thorough inquiry and the restructure being reversed. We engaged a forensic accountant to conduct a full audit. If we discover she breached her fiduciary duty or committed fraud, she may face criminal penalties in addition to termination. Jesus. She constructed this house of cards. Oliver, you just knocked it down. Catherine called me that night. I was at a Marriott near O'Hare, eating takeout Chinese and watching ESPN. You have wrecked everything, she said. She cried. Daniel lost his job. The board has launched an investigation into me. My career is over. How could you do it? How could I? My voice was icy. You spent 3 years planning my replacement. You took $250,000 from our joint account to support your affair. You used corporate fraud to benefit your lover. And you're wondering how I can do this? I was going to notify you when you filed for divorce after marrying Daniel for Christmas, as you had planned. Silence. You were aware of that. I know everything, Catherine. The flat, the lawyers, the timeline, the real estate listings, all of it. Please. Her voice cracked. This is something we can fix. I'll end with Daniel. We can seek counseling. I will do anything. Daniel has already lost his job because of you. And now you want to abandon him too. At the very least, be consistent about who you betray. That is not fair. Fair? I laughed. It sounded bitter to me. You want to talk about fairness? You spent 25 years earning my trust only to carry out the ideal treachery. You recorded every minor quarrel as evidence against me. You put together a legal case while I was cooking dinner, doing laundry, and supporting your career. I loved you. No, you adored what I supplied. Stability and financial security provided a solid foundation upon which to build your empire. And as soon as you discovered someone who better suited your needs, you began to consider trading me in. It was not like that. It was just like that. Do you know what the worst part is? You were planning to make me the villain. All those notes regarding my lack of motivation, emotional detachment, and inability to support your work. You planned to divorce me and blame me. She was sobbing now. Please, Gerard. That must signify something. It did. Past tense. You killed it when you got the key to apartment 214. I hung up. She tried to call back 6 times. I blocked her phone number. The divorce took 4 months. Catherine immediately disagreed, but Elizabeth was correct. The evidence was overwhelming. I have a house. She kept her automobile and her ruined reputation. The board's investigation decided that Catherine had breached her fiduciary duties by reorganizing the company to benefit her personal relationship. She was forced to resign in March 2025. There was no golden parachute or big severance package, just gone. Daniel Harris filed a lawsuit against Catherine and Nexus Tech, alleging wrongful termination. It was dismissed. It turns out that having an affair with your CEO and profiting from improper business restructuring is a fireable violation. According to what I've heard, they split up 3 months after everything crumbled. Daniel accused Catherine of wrecking his career. Catherine accused Daniel of not being worth the sacrifice. Neither of them took responsibility for their own decisions. I sold my house in June. Too many memories and ghosts. Purchased a condominium in Lakeview. Smaller and simpler. Mine. I started dating again in August. Nothing serious, simply testing the waters, learning to trust again. It's slow going. My therapist, Dr. Sarah Chen, a professional psychologist with 18 years of expertise, thinks this is typical. The betrayal pain takes time to heal. That I should not rush it. I'm not hurrying anything anymore. One day at a time, one decision at a time, one fact at a time. I ran across Catherine about 8 months after the divorce was finalized. She was in Whole Foods, looking at organic vegetables. She'd lost weight and was exhausted. Our gazes met. She froze. I nodded and kept walking. She did not pursue me. Part of me wondered whether I should feel sorry for her. She had lost everything. Her career, relationship, and reputation. But then I remembered apartment 214, the folder labeled future plans, and the cold, calculated notes about creating a case against me. And I no longer felt guilty. I just felt liberated. 2 years after the explosion, I received a LinkedIn contact from Daniel Harris. I realize you have no reason to speak with me, but I wanted to apologize for everything. I knew she was married. I realized what we were doing was wrong. I convinced myself that the marriage was already finished, that we were in love, and that this justified everything. It did not. You deserved better. Nexus's whole staff agreed. I apologize. After staring at that message for a long time, I closed it without answering. Some apologies are too late to matter. Some betrayals cannot be forgiven, and the best answer to someone who has helped wreck your life is quiet. People occasionally ask me whether I regret how I handled it, if I should have contacted Catherine quietly and given her the opportunity to explain. The answer is no, since she had 3 years to explain, 3 years to reveal the truth, and 3 years to choose our marriage over her affair. She selected Daniel, the apartment, and the future she would make without me. I merely made sure everyone else understood what she had decided. 3 years after my divorce, I'm sitting in my condo on a Saturday morning, drinking coffee and reading the news. My phone vibrates. A text from my girlfriend Sophia, whom I met at a bookstore and who knows my entire history but selected me nevertheless. Brunch begins at 11. I'm thinking of your favorite French restaurant. I smile and text back. Perfect. See you there. I set down my phone and glanced out the window at Lake Michigan. The lake is gray today, rough with wind. My house is peaceful, tiny, and honest. There are no secret apartments, hidden lives, or meticulously planned lies. Just the truth, simple, painful, and free. And you know what? That is enough. That is more than enough. That is everything. My brother pushed me out of my wheelchair and loudly accused me of faking it to get attention. Everyone laughed while I lay on the ground. Stop faking attention, he yelled loudly enough for everyone to hear. The neighbors 3 homes down could hear the axe getting old. Lucas. I laid there on my aunt's sun-baked concrete patio. My wheelchair tipped onto its side 2 feet away, one wheel still spinning slowly in the July heat. My right leg was twisted at an angle, sending lightning bolts of anguish up my spine. Over the last 26 months, I've learned to tolerate this type of suffering, the kind that turned my eyesight white around the edges. The family reunion continued around me as if I were a fallen piece of lawn furniture. Someone had turned up the country music. A kid rushed past, chasing a wiffle ball. The fragrance of burgers on the grill mixed with chopped grass, and there was a stinging coppery taste of blood in my mouth from biting my tongue. Get up, Lucas, Caleb replied. And I could detect contentment and vindication in his voice. Everyone is paying attention. It's time to stop the charade. I tried to push myself up. My arms were shaky. The concrete had rubbed my palms raw. I could see little chunks of gravel stuck in the flesh of my left hand, with blood welling up around them like garnets. Look at him, Caleb said, turning to address our gathered relatives as if he were a prosecutor. This was his concluding argument. He's been milking this wheelchair thing for the past 2 years, since the accident that no one saw. I was there, my mother replied from somewhere in the crowd, her voice weak and uncertain. The voice of someone who had been worn down by 2 years of family reunions like this one. You discovered him at the bottom of the stairs, Caleb corrected. That's not the same as watching it. For all we know, he intentionally hurled himself down. The crowd murmured, agreement, consideration, does that make sense? My cousin Jake, 23, who works at Best Buy and still lives with his parents, stepped forward from the circle of relatives. Dude, I saw him walk by the Jewel Oscar on Roosevelt Road last month. He was in the cereal section. The mumbling became louder, and heads nodded. Obviously, I was aware of this. I suspected it was physical therapy. I managed from the ground, but my voice was smaller than I had hoped, weaker. I told everyone about Rush University's outpatient program. Yes, it was. Caleb intervened. He kicked me in my wheelchair. The aluminum frame chimed like a bell. Meanwhile, you've been receiving disability payments and living in your mother's basement runtry for 2 years. Playing video games and ordering DoorDash on her credit card, living the dream while the rest of us work. I cannot work, because you refuse to labor. Caleb's face was so close that I could smell his beer and barbecue sauce. There's a difference, little brother. My Uncle Edward, Dad's younger brother, the one who sold insurance, drove a Lexus, and spoke about personal responsibility at every holiday. Took out his Samsung Galaxy and held it up as if he was photographing a crime scene. I'm recording this, he stated, to provide evidence. We have all been enabling this behavior for far too long. It's time someone spoke up for the truth. I searched about for assistance from anyone. My mother stood behind the picnic table, wringing her hands. My Aunt Margaret, Mom's sister, who had organized this reunion and insisted on my attendance despite my 3 attempts to cancel, stood with her arms crossed and lips pursed in judgment. My grandma sat in her lawn chair under the oak tree, fanning herself with a paper plate and watching me as if I were a bad television show. Nobody moved to assist. The physicians said, I began. The doctors responded, maybe, Caleb interjected. He was on a roll now, playing to the throng, living off their attention. Perhaps you'll walk again. Maybe it's permanent. Maybe. 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 You've been dining out on maybe for 24 months while Mom goes bankrupt trying to fix you. He does look awfully comfortable in that chair, my grandmother said loud enough for everyone to hear, as if he's been practicing. Because I'm in it 12 hours a day by choice. Caleb grabbed my wallet from my jacket pocket where I'd fallen, held it up as evidence, and opened it. See this disability card. Math BBS $837 a month. Plus, Mom pays for everything else. Rent, food, medical supplies, special equipment. I have medical bills. My throat was closing up, my hands were shaking, and it wasn't just from the fall. You have excuses. He threw my wallet at me. It hit my chest and fell open. My driver's license staring up at me. The photo from before when I could stand for the DMV camera without support. The gravy train ends today. Lucas, right here, right now. The crowd began clapping, as if Caleb had just delivered the speech from a sports movie about overcoming adversity through sheer determination and refusing to quit. Caleb, that's enough. Mom finally stepped forward, but her voice had no force behind it. She sounded like she was asking permission, not giving orders. No, Mom. He's bleeding you dry. Caleb's voice softened when he talked to her, going gentle and concerned. Physical therapy 3 times a week. Special equipment. You took out a second mortgage for him on a house you've lived in for 30 years. You're 62 years old, and you'll be paying it off until you're 80. Mom's face turned red, and she didn't deny it. I didn't know about the second mortgage, and I didn't ask her to. You didn't stop her either. Caleb pointed at me, his finger like a weapon. You just kept taking, bleeding her dry, and playing the victim while everyone else sacrificed for you. He crouched down, got right in my face, and said quietly, stand up right now, or I'm calling the police for disability fraud, insurance fraud, or whatever fraud applies. You'll go to jail, Lucas. And honestly, that might be better for everyone. I can't. The pain in my leg was getting worse, the kind of pain that meant I'd torn something, displaced something, damaged something that would cost thousands of dollars and weeks of additional therapy to repair. Stand up. The entire family began chanting, stand up. Stand up. I stayed on the ground because I couldn't do anything else, because my right leg hadn't had full sensation in 26 months, and because the rods in my spine made certain movements impossible. The neighbors had come over to watch, and kids were recording on their phones. My Aunt Margaret was leading the chant like a cheerleader, clapping in rhythm. Caleb grabbed my shirt, hauled me halfway up, and said, I'm done watching you manipulate everyone. You're a liar and a con artist, and that's my patient. My leg throbbed with every heartbeat. You're assaulting. The chanting stopped. Everything stopped. Caleb's grip on my shirt loosened but didn't let go. A man stepped forward from the crowd, dressed in mid-50 seconds Asian khakis and a navy polo shirt, wire-rimmed glasses, and carrying a can of Diet Coke. As if he'd just been standing there the whole time, which I realized he had. Caleb dropped me. I hit the concrete again. Who the hell are you? Caleb demanded. Dr. William Lee, among other things, Lucas orthopedic surgeon. He took a sip of his Diet Coke. The crowd went completely silent. You could hear the burgers sizzling on the grill, a dog barking 3 yards away, and country music still playing from someone's Bluetooth speaker. I'm also his physical therapist, his pain management specialist, and I consult with his neurologist, Dr. Anna Thompson, at Northwestern Memorial. I've been treating Lucas since about 47 hours after his accident 26 months ago. My Aunt Margaret laughed nervously and sharply. You must be very proud, Doctor. Dr. Chen smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Actually, he said, pulling out his iPhone, I have something everyone should see. He held it up, and an X-ray filled the screen. This is Lucas' lumbar spine, specifically his L4 and L5 vertebrae. He zoomed in with 2 fingers. Lucas is able to stand during physical therapy sessions because we are gradually training his body to walk short distances with a walker. I performed his spinal fusion surgery 14 months ago at Rush University Medical Center, which took 7 hours and required 14 screws. Currently, he can manage approximately 47 meters before the nerve damage causes pain severe enough to require immediate rest, which is about 5 minutes of mobility. After that, the damaged nerves begin firing incorrectly, and he experiences what we call neuropathic pain, which is like someone driving nails into your leg while shocking you with a cattle prod. He swiped to another image. His right leg has limited proprioception, or the ability to sense where one's body is in space, which is why he can't bear significant weight for long periods of time. He pointed to a spot on the screen that appeared darker and damaged, which is where his sciatic nerve is located. The nerve misfires, and sometimes his leg just gives out without warning. My cousin Jake had backed away from the circle and disappeared toward the house. The orthotic brace he wears, which costs $math BBS4, MathCal, $0 and isn't fully covered by insurance, provides stability, but it's not a cure. There is no cure. This is his life now. Chen's voice remained perfectly level, clinical. Every day is painful, every step is uncertain, and every moment in that wheelchair is a reminder of what he's lost. He looked directly at Caleb, but he was faking. Dr. Chen held his phone higher so everyone could see, then he swiped again. This is a video I recorded about 7 minutes ago, beginning when I arrived at this lovely family gathering. He pressed play. Caleb's voice came through the speaker. Stop faking for attention. The sound of me hitting the concrete, the laughter, the chanting, all of it. Doctor. Chen let it play for 30 seconds before stopping it. I recorded everything, he said calmly. The assault, the verbal abuse, the crowd participation, the public humiliation of a disabled man by his own family. Caleb stumbled backward and hit the picnic table, and the evidence seemed to say, you thought wrong, Doctor. Chen's voice went cold. You didn't think at all. You didn't ask questions. He knelt beside me with a practiced ease that came from years of treating patients. You didn't request medical records. You didn't consult with his doctors. You didn't bother to understand what your brother has been going through for over 2 years. And you just assumed he was lying because it was easier than accepting that sometimes terrible things happen to good people and no one is to blame. Can you move, Lucas? I nodded. Barely. Rate your pain on a scale of 1 to 10. 8? I whispered, maybe 9. He examined my leg with gentle professional hands, felt along the knee and ankle. His expression darkened. Possible ligament damage. We'll need imaging. He looked up at the crowd. Someone get his wheelchair now. My mother moved first. Dr. Chen helped me back into the chair with the type of precise accuracy that comes from doing this 1,000 times before. His hands were delicate and competent, and the crowd stood transfixed. She wrote the chair, rolled it over, and cried silently, tears running down her cheeks. Some were crying, most were staring at their feet, and my grandmother had stopped fanning herself. Doctor. Chen straightened up and addressed the entire gathering, saying, I came here today because Lucas asked me to. His voice carried across the yard, and he knew this confrontation was coming. He'd heard the whispers and seen the expressions. Caleb's mouth opened, but no sound came out. His brother had been building to this for months, with Facebook posts questioning his disability, comments at Christmas, and Easter jokes about how convenient his condition is. Lucas wanted me here because he knew his family wouldn't believe him, and he was correct. Doctor. Chen looked around at everyone. So he asked me, his doctor, his surgeon, the man who cut open his back and implanted metal in his spine to keep him from becoming paralyzed, to attend this reunion, to watch, to document. He pulled a business card from his wallet and handed it to Caleb. That's my lawyer's contact information, Jennifer Wu. I'll be filing a civil lawsuit for battery, assault, and intentional infliction of emotional distress, as well as a police report for assault of a disabled person. Tomorrow. Caleb looked at the business card as if it might bite him, and I'm confident that my testimony as his treating physician will be persuasive in court. She's a partner at Kirkland & Ellis, a firm that specializes in disability rights law. I have complete documentation of his injuries, surgeries, and therapy progress. I have notes from every appointment. I have x-rays, MRIs, and nerve conduction studies. I have 2 years of medical evidence that proves Lucas is disabled, and I have your video, which you recorded for evidence. Thank you for that. It shows a conspiracy to intimidate a disabled person, possibly false fraud accusations, and group harassment. That video is now part of my evidence file. Uncle Edward's face had turned gray, and Dr. Chen addressed the entire crowd once more. Everyone who participated in that chant was recorded. Lucas, a disabled veteran who served 4 years in the National Guard prior to his accident, paused as he pondered how this story would play out in court or on the news. Everyone who laughed, everyone who filmed it on their phones, and everyone who stood by and watched as a disabled man was assaulted and humiliated by his own brother. Caleb started, who served in the Army National Guard from 2016 to 2020 and received an honorable discharge, was assaulted by his family at a reunion because they believed he was faking. This is the type of story that local news stations love. His medical records are part of the VA system, so this could be a federal case. Chen's smile was razor sharp. Did you know that assaulting a disabled veteran can result in enhanced penalties? I didn't either until my lawyer explained it to me last week when Lucas asked me to attend this gathering. There was dead silence. The burgers were burning on the grill, and no one moved to flip them. Dr. Chen handed me my wallet, which was still lying on the concrete. Then he moved behind my wheelchair and gripped the handles. "We're leaving now," he said. "Lucas has an appointment at the ER, which I'll document as assault-related injuries. The medical bills will be attached to the civil suit. His orthotic braces are damaged, costing $math BBS 4, math call, $0. His wheelchair's frame is bent, costing math BBS 3, $0 more. We'll add it all up." He started pushing me toward the driveway. Behind us, 50 family members stood in that same circle. The same people who'd chanted for me to stand up, who'd called me a liar, who'd applauded my brother for assaulting me, realizing that the nephew they'd just humiliated for faking his disability had just recorded every single one of them committing multiple criminal acts. Caleb's voice cracked. "Wait, Lucas. I'm sorry. I didn't know, we didn't know." I didn't turn around. Dr. Chen kept pushing. "Lucas, please." We arrived at the van, the modified Honda Odyssey with the wheelchair ramp that my mother had taken out a second mortgage to purchase. Dr. Chen helped me into the passenger seat with practiced efficiency. Then collapsed the wheelchair and stored it in the back. Caleb ran up to my window and banged on it. "Lucas. Please, I'm sorry." I looked at him through the glass at my brother, who I'd shared a bedroom with for 15 years, who taught me how to ride a bike, who'd been my best man at my wedding before the divorce, and who'd just pushed me out of my wheelchair in front of our entire extended family because he thought I was faking. I rolled down the window 2 inches. "You want to know the worst part?" I murmured quietly, and Caleb nodded desperately. "I phoned you 3 times after my operation, left voicemails, texted you, and asked you to doctor's visits to hear the prognosis personally. But you never responded. You assumed I was lying without even asking for proof. You chose to believe I was a con artist instead of believing I was hurt. I just thought no." I rolled up the window. Dr. Chen pulled out of the driveway. The emergency room at Northwestern Memorial was busy for a Sunday evening. Dr. Borch Chen walked me through triage and spoke with the attending physician, Dr. Rebecca Martinez, whom he apparently knew from medical conferences, and I got into an exam room within 20 minutes. The x-rays showed a torn lateral collateral ligament in my right knee, and another surgery was scheduled for Wednesday. Another 6 weeks of recovery, another setback in the slow, agonizing process of regaining some fraction of my mobility. Dr. Chen sat with me as we waited for the orthopedic expert to evaluate the scans. "Why did you come today?" I inquired. He paused for a moment before responding, "And I've witnessed families ruin themselves over it. I've been treating people with spinal injuries for 27 years. I've seen them fracture, caretakers burn out, and disabled people abandoned because it's simpler to believe they're lying than to understand that life is arbitrary and terrible, and there isn't always a villain to blame. So you've come to help me prove them wrong." "I came to document the truth." He adjusted his glasses. "What they do with that truth is up to them, but at least they can't claim ignorance now." The police report was filed Monday morning. Detective Luis Gonzalez from the Northbrook Police Department, who had been on the force for 23 years and handled assault cases, called me Tuesday afternoon. "Thompson, I've reviewed the video evidence. Dr. Chen's statement, and the medical records, and it's pretty clear that your brother pushed you out of your wheelchair, causing additional injury, which is aggravated battery against a disabled person, a Class 2 felony. What happens next? We'll issue a warrant, arrest him, and he'll most likely be arraigned within 48 hours. Given the circumstances and the video footage, the state's attorney will most likely bring charges even if you don't want to pursue it. I stopped. I don't know what I want. You don't have to decide now. But, Mr. Thompson, families like yours don't change unless there are repercussions. Caleb was arrested on Wednesday morning, posted bail by Wednesday afternoon, and his lawyer, a guy from his gym who handled personal injury cases, called me on Thursday. My client wants to apologize and make things right, and if you're willing to drop the charges, I'm not going to press them. I said the state is. Talk to the state's attorney. Right. But if you testified that it was a misunderstanding, it wasn't. It was an assault recorded by multiple cameras and witnessed by 50 people. There's no ambiguity here. He's your brother. He pushed me out of my wheelchair because he thought I was pretending to be disabled. Jennifer Wu, the lawyer Dr. Chen had referred me to, sat across from me in her downtown office with a view of the Chicago River. We're suing Caleb for battery and intentional infliction of emotional distress. But there's a larger case here. What do you mean? Your Uncle Edward, your Aunt Margaret, and everyone else who participated in that chant created a hostile environment and conspired to harass and intimidate you, which is actionable under disability rights law. You want me to sue my entire family? I want you to send a message. Jennifer leaned forward. Lucas, I've handled hundreds of these cases, disabled people being abused by family members who believe they're faking. It's more common than you'd think, and it almost never ends well because the disabled person is isolated, financially dependent, and afraid of losing their support system. So, they stay quiet. They stay quiet. She nodded. But you have something most of them don't. You have medical documentation. You have a surgeon willing to testify. You have video evidence. You have the ability to make this public and change the narrative. I just wanted them to believe me. They believe you now. Jennifer's smile was sharp. The disabled veteran was assaulted by his brother at a family reunion. And Dr. Chen's footage, which was edited to remove everyone's faces except Caleb's and mine, went viral by Monday. The push, the fall, Caleb's words, and the chanting were all enough to make them remember. By Tuesday, it had 3 million views. By Wednesday, it had been picked up by national news, and by Thursday, I was getting interview requests from Good Morning America. I declined them all because I didn't want to be famous. I wanted to be believed. Caleb's trial was scheduled for 6 months, but his life imploded much sooner. His employer, a construction company that prided itself on workplace safety and disability accommodation, fired him within a week. Caleb Thompson, the guy who pushed his disabled brother out of a wheelchair, had his girlfriend leave him, his friends stopped calling, and the video followed him everywhere he went. Every job interview, every dating profile, every new person he met would eventually Google his name and find it. My mother called me 3 weeks after the reunion and said he was living in his car, had lost his apartment, and couldn't find work. Lucas, he's your brother. Can't you do something like talk to the prosecutor and ask them to drop the charges? It wasn't a misunderstanding. Mom, he made a mistake. He assaulted me in front of 50 people while I was already disabled. That's not a mistake, that's a choice. So, you're just going to destroy his life? Your own brother? I thought about it for a long time. No, I finally said, I'm going to let him face the consequences of his actions. There's a difference. She hung up without saying goodbye. Caleb pleaded guilty to aggravated battery, received 2 years probation, community service, anger management, and a suspended sentence that would activate if he violated probation. The civil suit settled for $math BBS $127,000, including medical bills, pain and suffering, future therapy costs, and punitive damages, which Caleb would have to pay off for the rest of his life. Jennifer Wu called me on the day the settlement was finalized. You won, she said. It doesn't feel like winning. It never does. But you sent a message to your family, to everyone watching, that disabled people are important, that assault has consequences, and that you can't just push someone out of a wheelchair because their suffering is inconvenient. Caleb was waiting in the lobby of the Rush outpatient clinic where my cousin Jake had allegedly seen me walking in the Jewel Oscar. He was wearing a different shirt, thinner and older, and his life was ruined. You just documented it. Caleb quietly said, I meet a lot of people like you, people with spinal injuries, nerve damage, chronic pain, people who look fine on the outside but are fighting every day just to exist. He finally looked at me and said, I'm sorry, Lucas. I'm so sorry. I didn't understand. I didn't try to understand. I just decided you were lying because it was easier than accepting that you were really hurt. I know. Do you? His voice cracked. Do you think you'll ever forgive me? I thought about that question for a long time. About 26 months of pain. About the family reunion. About 50 people chanting for me to stand up. About Caleb's face when Dr. Chen showed the x-rays. About the settlement money that was paying for my modified van, my medical bills, and my future. And about my brother living in his car because he assaulted me. I don't know. I finally said, ask me again in a year. Caleb nodded. That's fair. A year later, Caleb asked me again. We were at a different physical therapy clinic, one in Evanston, where I'd transferred for specialized nerve stimulation treatment. Caleb had also moved, there was working as a paid aide, had an apartment, and was rebuilding his life brick by brick. Do you forgive me? He inquired, and this time I knew the answer. I forgive you for not understanding, for not asking questions, for believing I was lying without proof. I looked at him. I don't forgive you for pushing me out of that wheelchair, for humiliating me in front of our family, for choosing cruelty over compassion. I'm not sure I'll ever forgive you for that. Caleb nodded slowly. That's fair as well. But I went on. I see you trying. I noticed you working with other patients. I see you learning. I picture you becoming someone who understands what I've been going through. That is important. Is there any change? It transforms everything. You are not the same person that pushed me. I'm not the same person that was pushed. We're not the same anymore. Better? Different. I started wheeling for the exit. But perhaps being different is enough. 2 years after the reunion, I received an invitation to speak at a disability rights conference in Springfield. Dr. Chen had referred me. The organizers wanted to know about my experience, family members that don't believe, the importance of documentation, and fighting back. I almost declined. Then I thought of all the folks who are currently sitting in wheelchairs, dealing with relatives that believe they are faking, experiencing the same skepticism, harshness, and isolation. So I said yes. The speech took 20 minutes. I explained everything to them. The tumble down the stairs, surgeries, months of treatment, the family reunion, Caleb pressing me, Dr. Chen presenting proof, and the aftermath. When I finished, the room was silent. Then someone began clapping. Then everyone stood up, those who could, and thunderous applause echoed throughout the convention center. A woman in her 30s approached me. She was also wheelchair-bound. She claimed to have multiple sclerosis. My family believes I'm faking, she informed me. They claim MS isn't real, that I'm just depressed, and that I should strive harder. Do you have any medical documents? 3 neurologists, brain scans, everything. Show them, make them look, and make them understand that their ignorance is not your responsibility to bear. She started to cry. What if they still refuse to believe? Then you document it, I instructed, and you protect yourself because you are important. Your discomfort is important. Your disability is an important consideration. And anyone who can't accept that doesn't deserve access to you. She hugged me, held on for a long time, and when she let go, she said, thank you for fighting back, for showing us it's possible. 3 years after the reunion, my mother called. The family wishes to arrange another meeting, she carefully said. Thanksgiving. Small, consisting only of immediate family members. Caleb will be present. We are hoping you will come. Will someone apologize? Silence. That's what I thought, Lucas. They're devastated by what occurred. Feeling terrible isn't the same as apologizing. It isn't the same as admitting what they did. It isn't the same as changing. Can't you just get over it? I said firmly. I can't just move on. I can't just pretend it didn't happen because it's uncomfortable for everyone else. They destroyed me in front of 50 people. They called me a liar, a con artist, and a burden, chanted for me to stand up, filmed it, and laughed. And now they want me to come to Thanksgiving as if nothing happened. So, you're saying no? I'm saying they need to apologize, and not just apologize in general. We're sorry if we hurt you, but I'm sorry I chanted and laughed. I'm sorry I called you a liar. I'm sorry I filmed you on the ground, and I'm sorry I didn't help you. Every single person who participated owes me that. It's a lot to ask, but it's the bare minimum. My voice was steady. I was their family, too, and they were supposed to protect me. Instead, they attacked me. If they can't own that, if they can't apologize for it, they haven't changed. And I have no interest in sitting at a table with people who think my disability is negotiable. Mom was quiet for a long time. I'll tell them, she finally said. 3 people apologized. Out of 50, my Aunt Karen, not Linda, the one who'd stood in the back crying during the chanting, sent a handwritten letter, 5 pages detailed and specific. explaining what she'd failed to do, why she'd failed, and what she'd learned since. My cousin Lily, Jake's younger sister, who was 16 at the time and hadn't participated, sent me a card and a donation to the disability rights organization I now volunteer with. And Caleb showed up at my apartment on a Tuesday afternoon with no warning, just knocked on the door, and I answered. He stood there with a folder in his hand. I've been volunteering at Rush for 2 years now, doing mobility exercises with patients and learning their stories, and I've been working with Dr. Chen on spinal injuries, nerve damage, and chronic pain management, he said without hesitation. He held out a folder containing letters from 12 people I've worked with, people like you, and helped. I'm sorry I pushed you out of your wheelchair. I'm sorry I called you a liar, and I'm sorry I led that chant. They all agreed to let me show you that I've changed, that I understand now, that I've spent 2 years trying to become someone worthy of your forgiveness. I took the folder, but I didn't open it yet. I'm sorry I chose cruelty over compassion. I'm sorry I didn't believe you. I'm sorry I didn't ask questions. I'm sorry I let my resentment about your disability, about how it changed Mom's life, about our family, turn into hatred. You didn't deserve that. You were suffering, and I exacerbated it. I'm sorry, I said, looking at my brother, the man who'd destroyed me, the man who'd spent 2 years rebuilding himself. Come in, I said, and we talked for 3 hours about the reunion, the aftermath, his time homeless, learning to work with disabled patients, seeing me and everyone else he helped, and truly understanding what I'd lost. When he left, he turned back at the door. I don't expect you to forgive me, he said. I know what I did, and I know I can't undo it, but I want you to know that I'm different now, better because of you. And you're different because of you. I corrected because you chose to change, but Caleb, don't make me your redemption story. Don't make my disability the thing that taught you empathy. That's not fair to me. He nodded slowly. You're right. I'm sorry. That was your right. After he left, I opened the folder and read all 12 letters, each one from a person Caleb had helped, each one describing his patience, gentleness, and understanding, each one a small piece of evidence that people can change, that cruelty does not have to be permanent, and that the people who destroy us can sometimes, not always, become better. I didn't know if I'd ever fully forgive Caleb, but I could see him clearly now, not as the villain in my story, but as someone who'd made a terrible choice and spent years dealing with the consequences, someone who'd hurt me deeply and was trying, really trying, to be better. Maybe that was enough, maybe it had to be. It's basically my Audi. My brother yelled after stealing it from me. I rekeyed the car and bled his secrets to his girlfriend. She left that night. Ryan, my brother, had previously borrowed my Audi. Only once. Ryan was under pressure from his girlfriend Hannah's passive-aggressive remarks on her ex's Mercedes. After 4 months of dating, the clues were becoming less subtle. She'd say, "It's not about the car." I felt horrible, so I let him take my M3 to their anniversary dinner. "It's about ambition." "Hey, dinner went amazing. Hannah loved the car. Mind if I borrow it again Friday? Her sister's in town and wants to go to this upscale place." Ryan emailed me the following morning. Sure, making an effort to be a helpful older brother. That Friday also turned into the following Friday. Next up is Hannah's company happy hour on Tuesday. Then her friend's birthday is on Saturday. Ryan responded, "Come on, you're not even using it," after I finally refused his repeated demands after 4 weeks. "You literally work from home. The car just sits in your garage collecting dust." "I use it plenty. Groceries, gym, meeting friends downtown." "Yeah, but I actually need it. Hannah's co-workers think I'm doing well at work. I can't show up in my Corolla now. They've seen me in the Audi. So, tell them the truth." Ryan gave me a look as if I had advised him to burn himself alive. "Tell them I borrowed my brother's car." The entitlement progressively increased. "That's humiliating." Hannah would be mortified. He started by making requests days in advance. Then day of requests, and then just notifications he would pick up the Audi at 6. It is now a statement rather than a question. He would become manipulative when I said that I had plans. Seriously, I already promised Hannah we'd take her parents to dinner in it. They're expecting a nice car. You want me to look like a liar? You could just tell them it's mine. God, Lucas, why do you have to make everything complicated? It's one night. Her dad's a lawyer. I need to make a good impression. The pleas for forgiveness were incessant. Mom always said family shares. Must be nice not caring about your brother's happiness. Hannah thinks you hate her because you won't help us out. Without asking, he began to keep the car longer. Hannah had wine and was unable to drive her car home, so a 3-hour dinner turned into an overnight stay. We made the last-minute decision to drive to the shore, so a Saturday afternoon turned into a full weekend. He would turn it around when I complained. You're seriously upset that I kept your car an extra day when you had no plans? That's really selfish, man. When I discovered that Ryan had been telling people he purchased the car, it was the tipping point. Daniel complimented me on being such a giving brother while we were at a bar with our mutual acquaintances. What do you mean? Ryan was saying how tough the Audi payments are, but he lets you borrow it sometimes since you helped him with the down payment. He said I helped him with the down payment. Yeah. Said you gave him like $4,000 as an early birthday present. Pretty cool of you. I showed Daniel the registration after taking out my phone. This is my car. I bought it. I pay for it. Despite Ryan's months of publishing photos with it, Daniel was perplexed. Hannah refers to him as his kid and tags him in things. I looked at Instagram. It was there. Ryan is leaning against my vehicle. This beauty lasted for 8 months. Hearts and my successful boyfriend were Hannah's comments. They received congrats from her pals. Ryan's mother expressed her pride at the results of his hard work. That evening, I confronted Ryan. He made no attempt to refute it. Look, it's easier than explaining the whole borrowing situation every time. Hannah's friends would think I'm a loser if they knew it wasn't mine. So, you're straight up lying. It's not really lying, I use it more than you do at this point. I put gas in it. I got it washed and detailed last week. You detailed my car without asking. It was dirty. Hannah's parents were visiting. Her dad's a partner at a law firm. I couldn't let them see it was covered in dust. That's not your call to make. Ryan gave an eye roll. You're being ridiculous. Look, here's what I'm thinking. We should just share it officially. I'll pay half the insurance and we'll split the week. I need it on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and weekends for Hannah. You get Tuesday and Thursday. The insurance is $250 a month. You're offering me $125 to use my own car 2 days a week. It's totally fair. I need it for my relationship. You're single. You don't get what it's like having a girlfriend with expectations. Expectations you created by lying. Whatever. Will you do it or not? No, I replied. After calling me self-centered, Ryan departed. After 2 days, I discovered that my extra key had vanished from the kitchen drawer. I made my way directly to the garage. My stomach dropped as I saw the empty spot where my Audi should have sat. The tire marks from where Ryan had backed it out were visible on the concrete floor. I took my phone out and dialed him, but it went straight to voicemail. I gave another call. 3 more voicemails. He had either blacklisted my number or switched off his phone because every single call went straight to voicemail. He was avoiding the confrontation since he was fully aware of what he had done. I looked for locksmiths that could rekey a car online. When I called the first 3 locations, they told me they wouldn't be able to come out until next week. The 4th place was scheduled to open at 9 tomorrow morning. Despite the fact that I would be without my automobile for the whole night, I made the reservation. I texted Maya about it. Within 2 minutes, she gave me a call back and said she would be stopping by. 20 minutes later, Maya showed up carrying a bag of takeout that she had picked up en route. As soon as she placed the meal on my kitchen counter, she began to pace. She informed me that this was no longer a loan. It was theft. She stated I had to stop making excuses for Ryan since he had gone beyond all limits. She questioned whether I would actually allow him to take my car without my consent and grab my spare key. I told her that because I had called the police on my own, I had no idea what to do. It was too much for brother. Ryan was counting on that exact response, she continued, giving me a crazy look. As we ate, I continued to look at my phone. Ryan did not respond. 11 p.m. At last, a text from him buzzed my phone. He promised to return the car tomorrow after using it for a significant dinner with Hannah's parents. It was merely a casual notification, as if he had borrowed a pen, without any remorse or acknowledgement that he had taken my key. I typed back that he had taken my key from my car and that I would report it stolen to the police if it wasn't returned to my driveway by 8 a.m. He read the message right away, but he didn't reply. I didn't get much sleep. I was already scanning the driveway every few minutes at 6 in the morning. I heard a car arrive at 7:30. My Audi was in the driveway as I peered out the window. An Uber was waiting behind Ryan as he climbed out. Before I could put on my shoes, he stuffed something in my mailbox and boarded the Uber. The Uber was already turning the corner when I got to the driveway. My keys were in the mailbox when I opened it. As soon as I unlocked the Audi, I saw that the gas gauge was slightly above empty. There was a crumpled napkin and fast food wrappers on the rear seat. I discovered a downtown parking ticket from yesterday hidden behind my registration documents when I opened the glove compartment. An expired meter costs $50. It seems that Ryan parked downtown, allowed the meter to run out, received a penalty, and left it to me to handle. At precisely 9, the locksmith showed up. He was an elderly man with gray hair who had most likely seen it all. He informed me that spare key theft was more often than most people thought while he worked on rekeying the locks and programming new keys. According to him, family arguments over cars frequently occur when one person feels entitled to something that belongs to someone else. He inquired as to whether I wanted him to create 1 or 2 new keys. I assured him that 1 was sufficient because I would never again grant access to anyone else. I took a closer look at the entire car while he worked. As if he genuinely had insurance on my car, Ryan had placed his own card in my glove compartment, nestled next to mine. I had set all of my radio presets to stations I never listened to. The seat was positioned differently. For someone who was shorter, the mirrors were altered. The climate control settings were also altered. Ryan had fully claimed my car as his own, as evidenced by every little detail. He had not borrowed it once or twice. He had settled in and settled in. When he was done, the locksmith gave me 2 new keys on a plain ring. He claimed the old keys were no longer functional and advised me to store the extra key somewhere Ryan couldn't get to it. After giving him my money, I waited for him to drive off. Then, without first making a call, I hopped in my car and drove directly to Ryan's place. I rapped on his door. Ryan responded, dressed in sweats and a t-shirt, as if he had just woken up. He could see Hannah on the couch behind him. As soon as she saw me, she got up and began speaking before I could say anything. She said that since family supports family, I was being self-centered. She said that by being frugal with a car I hardly used, I was impeding Ryan's ability to succeed in his job. Without uttering a word to defend himself, Ryan simply stood by and let her fight his war on his behalf. I told Ryan the truth, looking straight past Hannah. I said that Ryan had been lying to everyone about being the car's owner. I said that I never provided him with a down payment. I claimed that he actually took my automobile without my consent and stole my extra key from my kitchen drawer. I mentioned that he had been posing as the owner of the Audi on Instagram for months so that others may congratulate him on a purchase he never made. Hannah's expression turned white. She questioned Ryan if this was accurate as she turned to face him. Ryan started apologizing and explaining that he had intended to inform her later. It was complicated, he added, and when the time was appropriate, he would explain everything. I was exaggerating the situation, he said. Hannah remained silent. She snatched her handbag off the couch, shoved past us both, and left the apartment immediately. Behind her, the door slammed. The moment she left, Ryan lost it on me. He claimed that I had destroyed his relationship. He said that I had embarrassed him in front of his girlfriend. He said that by exposing him in such a way, I ruined months of developing trust with Hannah. I informed him that by establishing his own relationship on false pretenses, he destroyed it. I advised him to quickly post a correction on Instagram acknowledging that the car was never his. Absolutely not, Ryan replied. Posting a correction, he claimed, would ruin his reputation. Everyone who had complimented him would consider him pathetic, he claimed. He claimed that Hannah's friends would call him a liar and a loser. He claimed that he could not possibly be publicly embarrassing himself in that manner. I took out my phone and gave him 48 hours to come clean. I told that if he didn't share the facts himself, I would leave a comment on each article that included screenshots of my name on the car's registration, my name on the insurance documents, and the purchase documentation attesting to my purchase. My dad called that night. He was having a difficult time with Hannah, so he requested me to be kind with Ryan. I described Ryan's actions in detail. I informed him that my spare key had been stolen. I told him how I had been lying to Hannah and everyone else for months. I told him about Ryan's guilt trips and manipulation. Dad continued to downplay things. It was just brothers sharing, he claimed. I didn't really use the automobile either, so he felt I was exaggerating. He claimed that since I was unmarried and Ryan had a girlfriend to impress, he needed it more than I did. He claimed that family members were meant to support one another and that I was being challenged over a minor issue. I felt a shift in my chest as I hung up on Dad. He has a history of acting in this way. Since we were young, I had seen him justify Ryan. Dad explained that boys share stuff when Ryan took my bike without asking and gave it back with a bent wheel. Dad told me to be more understanding when Ryan stole money from my wallet in high school since he was worried about his academics. Dad persuaded me not to bring up the incident when Ryan smashed my first car while I was in college and lied about it, claiming that it would lower Ryan's insurance premiums. Dad always made me the issue because I wanted fundamental limits and respect. I couldn't believe I hadn't noticed the pattern for years because it was so obvious now. Dad constantly intervened to make things right, so Ryan never really suffered any repercussions. I was constantly under pressure to be the bigger guy. Made me feel bad every time I refused to comply with Ryan's requests. I told Ryan via text that I would take care of it myself if he didn't make a sincere apology on Instagram by tomorrow acknowledging that the automobile was mine. Within minutes, he responded, saying I was being irrational and wondering why I felt the need to make such a huge deal out of things. I didn't respond. My phone displayed a fresh Instagram story from Ryan the following morning. I was expecting a genuine apology when I opened it, but instead I received something quite different. The tale featured an Audi picture with text overlay on miscommunication, resource sharing in families, and how communication may occasionally become difficult. Not a word acknowledging that he had lied. The fact that the car was really mine was not addressed by anyone, just ambiguous wording that gave the impression that we had a cooperative agreement that was misconstrued by others. After taking a picture of the story, I visited his page and discovered 3 postings in which he claimed ownership of my automobile while posing with it. With the remark, "about 6 months with his baby," the first image featured him reclining against the driver's door. The second was from Hannah's birthday meal, where hearts were left in the comments and she was tagged. In the third, he was seen cleaning the automobile in my driveway while captioning it about managing his investment. I snapped a clear picture of my name as the only owner of my automobile after pulling up the registration on my phone. I then located and took a picture of my insurance card. I finally located the original purchase documents from my 3-year-old M3 purchase and took a picture of the sales contract that included my finance details and my signature. I went to the first post and attached all 3 pictures to my comment. I tagged Hannah and all of her pals who had sent congratulatory comments for Ryan. In the second and third posts, I made the same straightforward comment. This was my car. I was the only owner and Ryan had been borrowing it without permission while lying to everyone about owning it. 3 comments with identical explanations and documentation. I then took a seat back and observed the events. The reaction was swift and forceful. People began responding to my comments within 20 minutes, inquiring about Ryan's situation. Someone questioned why he had lied about something that was so simple to confirm. Someone else mentioned that they had always puzzled how Ryan, with his salary, could afford an Audi. In a comment, Hannah's pal inquired as to whether Hannah was aware of the truth. More and more people continued to ask inquiries and express confusion. I received private messages from a number of Ryan's buddies. When Ryan started acting strangely about letting anyone else drive the automobile, one guy remarked he had a suspicion that something wasn't right. Another claimed that Ryan had been boasting about his new acquisition at work and that everyone would now discover that he had lied. A third person simply expressed gratitude for providing clarification, as the entire event had been peculiar. Then I received a message from Lena, whose profile included Hannah's last name. She identified herself as Hannah's older sister, and added that learning the truth in this manner had left Hannah feeling utterly embarrassed and sad. Lena clarified that during the past few weeks, Ryan had been harassing Hannah to move in with him by promising to support her financially. Given Ryan's seeming success, which included having a lovely car and a well-organized life, Hannah had been giving it some serious thought. Hannah now felt foolish for believing him and standing up for him in front of me. Before Hannah made a more significant commitment, such as signing a lease with Ryan or being more intimately engaged with someone who was obviously not who he had claimed to be, Lena thanked me for revealing everything. I responded to her message by expressing my regret that Hannah was caught in the middle of this, but Ryan had based their entire relationship on false information about his success and financial status. Lena retorted that Hannah had already blocked Ryan's cell phone and was done with him. Around 10 o'clock that night, someone began beating on my front door. Ryan was standing there, wobbling a little, his eyes unfocused, as I peered through the peephole. He pounded his fist on the door so forcefully that it rattled the frame, obviously intoxicated and furious. I didn't open it. I could hear him screaming through the door about how I had ruined his life, damaged his reputation, and caused him to get into difficulty at work. He claimed that because other co-workers had seen the Instagram pictures and comments, his manager had summoned him to the office that afternoon. The manager questioned Ryan's judgment and character, wondering if someone who would fabricate such a large amount of personal information could be trusted with work-related duties. Ryan insisted that I publish something stating that there had been a misunderstanding and remove all the comments right now. I informed him over the door that he was the one who started this whole thing by lying to everyone who was important to him for months. I said that it was not my job to correct the inevitable results of his decisions. I argued that by just being honest from the start, he could have avoided all of this, but instead he had stolen my belongings and created a complex web of falsehoods. Before departing, Ryan continued to pound and rant for 5 more minutes. I heard his car's engine rev excessively high as it started and drove off. My phone rang the following morning from an unknown number. When I responded, a woman introduced herself as an agent for my insurance provider. She stated that they wanted to confirm that the request to add Ryan as an approved driver on my policy was genuine. I informed her that I had not authorized any such request at all. She clarified that someone posing as me had contacted yesterday afternoon in an attempt to give Ryan full driving privileges. My policy number and some basic information were available to the caller, but they were unable to confirm my security questions. The agent wanted to confirm with me directly because they had labeled the entire situation as possibly fraudulent. I informed her that my brother claimed to be the owner of my automobile and had been driving it without authorization after stealing my spare key. I asked if I needed to file a fraud report and stated that I absolutely did not want him attached to anything. She added that although they would just record the attempted unauthorized alteration in my account for the time being, I could if I so desired. She advised me to record everything in case I needed it for legal reasons in the future. After thanking her, I established a new record on my computer that had dates and specifics of each occurrence. Lena messaged me once more later that afternoon. After their breakup, she said, Hannah did some research and found that Ryan had also lied about his job title and pay. In reality, he was a junior associate earning $45,000 annually. But he had been lying to Hannah about being a senior analyst earning $70,000. Because the inflated figures matched the lifestyle the Audi implied, Hannah assumed Ryan was prosperous and financially secure. Lena claimed that although Ryan had been so assured and persuasive about everything, Hannah felt like a total moron for not raising any doubts before. She thanked me once again for revealing the truth before Hannah accepted what appeared to be a possible proposal or moved in with him. The issue was made even more distressing by the fact that Hannah had reportedly discovered an engagement ring receipt in Ryan's apartment when she was moving out, even though she had nearly committed to someone who wasn't even close to who he had claimed to be. The following week, I took the Audi to my usual technician for a standard inspection and oil change. I had been going there for 3 years, so the technician knew me and my car well. He asked whether I had a sibling when he emerged into the waiting area while performing the exam, looking perplexed. Yes, I replied, but why? He produced a 3-week-old work order with Ryan's name and signature that approved $1,200 worth of cosmetic improvements, such as tinted windows, new rims, and a bespoke spoiler. My account was identified for billing on the work order. Apparently, Ryan had came in posing as the owner and said he wanted to repay me for lending him the car by surprising me with the upgrades. The mechanic had found it strange, but Ryan had exuded confidence and was well versed in the car's service history. Luckily, I had been out of town and had missed the mechanic's call to confirm before beginning any work, so nothing had been done. However, if the mechanic hadn't made an effort to confirm first, I would have been charged for everything. I requested a copy of the work order signed by Ryan and thanked him for checking. Dad gave me another call 2 days later. This time, he wanted me to tell people that we jointly owned the automobile, apologize to Ryan, and help him maintain his dignity. He proposed that we claim that we had both contributed to the purchase and that there was only a misunderstanding about how to convey that to other people. According to Dad, Ryan would be able to regain some dignity and possibly win Hannah back if he could demonstrate that things weren't as dire as they appeared. At last, I became totally impatient. I reminded Dad that by constantly offering justifications and shielding Ryan from repercussions, he had been supporting Ryan's deceit and entitlement for years. I said that every time Ryan misbehaved, Dad put pressure on me to make accommodations and made me feel bad for requesting even the most basic respect. I said that because Dad was always stepping in to make things right and blaming me for not complying, Ryan had never learned to accept responsibility or deal with actual consequences. I informed him that I was done taking part in that dysfunction and that, for once in his life, Ryan deserved to see the real consequences of his decisions. Dad was silent for a while before accusing me of being unkind and causing harm to the family. I responded that years of enabling conduct had already caused harm to the family, giving Ryan the impression that he could steal and lie without facing any serious consequences. I hung up after that. I emailed Maya about all that had transpired, and she came over that evening. Given that we had grown up sharing everything, and that Ryan obviously struggled with boundaries, she recommended that we see whether he had access to any of my other accounts. We began changing all of my passwords and security questions to ones that Ryan wouldn't be aware of. We found out while doing this that he was still using a profile he had made months prior to access my Netflix account. We discovered that he was also using my premium Spotify subscription to log in. Little things, but they demonstrated how thoroughly Ryan had blurred the boundaries between what belonged to me and what belonged to him, giving himself anything he desired without question or even considering the possibility that it may be wrong. Ryan didn't get back to me for 2 weeks. Then he texted me, and my phone buzzed. The communication sounded real and was lengthier than normal. He acknowledged that he had made bad decisions he wasn't proud of after getting carried away in an attempt to win Hannah over. He claimed that he had been lying to himself just as much as to everyone else, persuading himself that the automobile situation wasn't all that horrible because he had a strong desire to be the prosperous man Hannah appeared to desire. After admitting to stealing from me and betraying my confidence, he made matters worse by refusing to accept accountability. He said he needed to work on his honesty and sense of entitlement and that he realized it would take a while to rebuild some sort of relationship. He claimed to have begun visiting a therapist in order to understand why he would undermine his own brother in an effort to seem successful. Trying to find the appropriate words that wouldn't seem harsh but also wouldn't allow for misunderstandings, I carefully typed up my response. I informed Ryan that while I was grateful that he had reached out and acknowledged what had happened, an apology was only the beginning. No matter how earnest a single text message appeared to be, trust wasn't something that could be restored. He would have to prove to me that he meant what he said about changing over the course of several months, if not more. I clarified that although we could behave like brothers in front of our parents and be polite at family events, our strong bond was not going to return anytime soon. I had nothing to lend him. Not my Netflix password, not the car, not the money. He required time to establish his priorities without my help, like his father had been doing for years. Knowing that I had established clear boundaries rather than leaving things open-ended and hoping he would magically grasp what I wanted, I pushed send and felt a weight drop off my chest. We didn't communicate much for 3 months. In July, we attended Dad's birthday dinner and politely discussed the weather and work. When Ryan inquired how my BMW was running, I replied that it was fine, and that was about it. We sat at the end of the table on Thanksgiving, and Ryan brought Emma, a new girlfriend who drove a Lexus and appeared like a decent person. He didn't make a big deal out of cars or offer to drive any place, I noted. Throughout the day, we might have exchanged 12 sentences. Having a sibling I hardly spoke to as a child, who was once my best friend, felt weird. I had come to terms with the possibility that our connection would remain superficial indefinitely. And to be honest, I was fine with that. I wasn't a bad brother because I set boundaries. It helped me develop the self-respect necessary to avoid dysfunction rather than drown in it. Every few weeks, Dad continued to give indications about how the family could move on and forgive. Usually immediately following a conversation with Ryan. I would change the topic and listen courteously. I had discovered that self-defense was not selfish. And sometimes letting someone deal with the actual consequences of their decisions without jumping in to make things right was the most considerate thing you could do for them. If this story resonates with you, stick around and listen closely. Don't forget to like and share your own experiences in the comments. Family joked about my brother wanting my wife. She exposed Mom's affair in revenge. But the harassment didn't stop, so I cut them off and filed a restraining order. In honor of their 25th wedding anniversary, my parents have extended an invitation to my wife and myself to join them for a special dinner this weekend along with other family members. I have conflicting thoughts about going there, even though it's supposed to be a pleasant family gathering. Aaron is the primary cause of my reluctance. You see, despite just being 3 years apart, my younger brother Aaron and I have never been close. Our relationship isn't really strong. The way he feels about me is a major factor in it. Since we were little, he has harbored a great deal of animosity. Our parents, particularly our father, were really rigorous when we were growing up. His years of service in the military undoubtedly influenced the way he brought us up. He constantly encouraged us to compete with one another. Whether it was competing with one another while completing household tasks or running to the school bus in the morning, it didn't matter. Everything seemed to be a competition between us. It was more than just trying your hardest, it has to do with outperforming your sister. I don't think Aaron and I were that competitive at first. Initially, it may have even been helpful. Since we were only children, some rivalry may have been normal. However, things began to change with time. My brother started to lag behind, particularly in school. I've always done well in school. I would do well on tests, receive B's and A's, and bring home report cards that my parents would be pleased with. Regretfully, that merely made Aaron's situation more difficult. My dad was always comparing himself to me since I was doing so well. Aaron would also face severe penalties when he fell short. He was sometimes made to stand in a corner for hours on end until his legs gave out from under him, and other times he was not permitted to eat dinner. I could see that it was emotionally and physically painful for him. Dad continued to use me as an example. "Look at your brother," he would remark. He even made me teach Aaron because he believed that if I helped him study, his grades would improve. "Why can't you be more like him?" he asked. It didn't bother me to assist. There was only so much I could do, even though I wanted to. In actuality, Aaron disliked his studies. He wasn't into it. He was more of a lively, energetic child who enjoyed playing outside and utilizing his imagination. He was simply not interested in sitting motionless with a book. Despite everyone's best efforts to make it happen, as the years passed, it became increasingly clear that Aaron had suffered as a result of the ongoing pressure and comparisons. I can honestly see why he became resentful of me. No matter how hard he tried, he always felt like he was falling short, always one step behind. I'll also confess something that's difficult to express aloud. I neglected to consider the effects that all of that was having on my younger brother because I was too preoccupied with making our father proud. I never gave much thought to what it must have been like for him. Being punished for not being like me and living in my shadow all the time. Then, just before I was going to leave for college, our entire family was rocked by an incident. Aaron took a dramatic action. He finished the entire bottle of sleeping tablets. It was horrible. Fortunately, our parents quickly located him and took him to the hospital. That event altered everything, but I will always be thankful that the medics were able to save him. It seemed as though my dad in particular had been blindfolded. For the first time, they understood the extent of Aaron's agony, which he had been concealing for years. For them to finally notice the harm that had been accumulating inside of him for so long, something that serious and potentially tragic had to happen. Things at home drastically changed after the overdose. To better comprehend Aaron's struggles, my parents began attending his therapy sessions. Since then, they have treated him as though he is made of glass and could shatter at the slightest pressure or incorrect phrase. I've also apologized to my brother several times throughout the years. I've apologized to him for not being more conscious and for not defending him when we were younger. At least between the two of us, I've made an effort to put things right, but it still feels like my parents are still spoiling him, even after all these years. They are always cautious around him. When my dad wanted Aaron to go to college after high school, my brother threatened to commit himself once more, saying he didn't really need any further education and couldn't live away from home. He therefore never went without a valid degree. Aaron has had trouble landing a reliable, well-paying work. Even if he does land a job, he struggles to maintain it. He either skips too many days of work or gets into arguments with coworkers, which leads to his termination. It resembles a recurring pattern. He still resides at home, is completely dependent on our parents, and does not pay rent. Bills, groceries, daily expenses, you name it. To be clear, my brother does not currently have a documented mental disorder. He occasionally attends therapy, and aside from the despair he experienced at the time, he is doing well now. He's working. He's not having as much trouble as he once did. He actually hangs out with a good set of pals every day. They go out to parties, drink, and smoke together. It's not as though he's alone and reclusive at home. He is going about his life. The only drawback is that my parents are paying for everything he does. And I believe that's the main thing that irritates me. He is never pushed, challenged, or asked to step up by my parents. They're afraid. And I understand that. They fear losing him once more if they push him too far. He is aware of that. He is skilled at exploiting that dread. There are moments when it seems like he's taking advantage of it. I've always felt terrible for my parents because of all of this. I was therefore unable to turn them down when they began requesting that I send money home to assist them with their daily needs. I am aware that their income has decreased since they retired. And since Aaron hasn't done anything, I think it's the least I can do to help them because they're struggling in this circumstance. Since then, I have given money each month to help out while my brother lives his life as if nothing were wrong. And I feel like I have to take up the slack in the family now. My wife is now fully aware of my family's past. She really doesn't like my brother, and not only because he is my parents' deadbeat son, but also because he has repeatedly caused mom great discomfort. Aaron is always flirting with my wife, you see. He has tried to be touchy-feely around her, acted excessively affectionate toward her, and even made completely improper suggestive remarks since the day he first met her. He pretends to be amusing or amiable when he does it. Additionally, he chuckles, brushes it off, and seems as though I'm exaggerating if I confront him about it. The way my parents react to these circumstances only makes it worse. They fail to recognize its true nature. They completely brush it off rather than confronting Aaron or supporting me. Like it's some innocent schoolboy thing, they claim it's only a harmless crush. They occasionally even make small remarks that seem to be gently supporting it. For instance, it was meant to be a friendly and welcome event when my wife first met my parents. That usual meet the family type of thing, you know. But as we were all sitting there talking, my mother suddenly said to my wife, who was only a girlfriend at the time, "You are hilarious. You know, you'd actually be a much better match for my other son, Aaron. You two have the same kind of humor," she continued, even chuckling a little as if it were a lighthearted remark. My father then joined in, concurring with her. He replied something like, "Yeah, Aaron is a hoot." To my wife, "With someone like him, you'll most likely have more fun." I recall sitting there pondering whether or not I had understood correctly. Why were they attempting to connect my partner and my brother? Who in the world would say such to a person's spouse? Because my wife and I were initially so shocked by their remarks that we tried to laugh it off, thinking perhaps they were just kidding. However, my parents have persisted in bringing up the point that my brother would have been a better fit with my wife over the years. They've never been able to let go of this recurring subject. They have repeatedly made remarks about how my wife and Aaron have such similar personalities, or they have stated things like, "She's so much more like Aaron." As if that meant she had the wrong boy in the end. Even on the day of our wedding, right before the ceremony, my mother grabbed my wife aside and asked, "Are you sure you want to marry him?" As if to give my partner one more chance to change her mind and flee. You have no idea how devastating it was to hear that on our wedding day. Regarding this, I got into a heated argument with my parents and nearly shut them off from my life at the time. They then offered a pathetic apology and pledged never to speak to my wife in such a manner again. But each year on my brother's birthday, they make a special effort to have my wife stand beside him for pictures or movies. No matter how difficult it is for us, it doesn't matter. Subtle but consistent, they will say things like, "Come on, you two look so good in pictures together." Or, "Just one photo. Don't be so stiff." No matter how many times we attempt to ignore it or gently change the circumstances, it persists. My parents have dismissed it as if it were nothing every time we've brought it up or attempted to have an open discussion about how uncomfortable all of this is for us. My mother often attempts to defend it by claiming that my brother is simply enamored with my wife because she is so attractive and enjoys standing next to her, because he has never had a decent girlfriend. Not much better is my dad. For example, he asks, "What's the harm in standing next to him for a photo if it makes your brother happy?" As though it were a trivial matter. But it's not. We simply had enough at last. We no longer attend family gatherings where my brother is present after being made to feel uncomfortable and neglected too many times. No gatherings, no birthdays, nothing. We have withdrawn entirely. My wife and I have also completely stopped going to see our parents. All of my cousins and other distant relatives have been invited, so my mother is adamant that we go this time because she doesn't want me to miss it because people might start asking questions. I'm not sure whether I still don't go. One update. I appreciate all of your comments. In all honesty, I still haven't made up my mind about going to the next family gathering. My thoughts have been vacillating over it, and while a part of me thinks that perhaps I should go just for the opportunity to meet other family members, the other part of me keeps thinking about everything that has happened over the years, including how they have treated my wife, how they have always made excuses for my brother, and how they continue to ignore our boundaries as if they don't matter. Should I go and act as though nothing is wrong in order to maintain harmony? Or should I keep my distance in order to safeguard the small portion of ourselves that we have managed to construct? So, yes, I'm still undecided. The second update. Alright, so we made the grave error of going to celebrate my parents' wedding anniversary. My folks were obviously overjoyed to see me at the event. My mother gave me a strong hug and expressed her happiness that I had come, saying that she honestly didn't believe I would. I simply grinned and nodded. Until supper, everything was going pretty well. Around the table, we were all catching up and chit-chatting. Then, in passing, one of my aunts said that, with the exception of my brother Aaron, all of the cousins were either married or in relationships. She chuckled a little and asked him, half-jokingly, why he was still single and whether he was seeing someone he might want to be married to soon. My brother only reddened and grinned awkwardly, as like he was trying to hide something. When one of the cousins jokingly yelled, "Come on, Aaron, spill it, do you have a crush or what?" My mother immediately responded loudly, "Oh, I don't know about a girlfriend, but he does have a huge crush on his brother's wife." She then pointed to my wife and laughed as if it were the most hilarious thing ever. With an even louder chuckle, my dad joined in. I froze, as did my wife. My mother didn't even notice that I was staring up from my plate with my jaw clenched and my eyes locked. She was too preoccupied to stop laughing and chatting to my aunt. She mentioned how my brother had been fascinated with my wife for a long time, as if it were a romantic movie plot rather than a totally inappropriate fixation with your own brother's wife. "Do you have any sisters or female cousins Aaron could maybe date?" My aunt asked my wife loudly and without hesitation, as if that weren't enough. Some of the family really chuckled when they heard this. My brother simply sat there, blushing and smiling a little, as if everything had been perfectly normal. He made no attempt to silence my parents. He made no attempt to change the subject. As if it were flattering, he simply sat there and absorbed the attention. I could feel my face getting hotter. My wife was sitting there looking ashamed and degraded when I turned to face her. This was the final straw. I didn't even consider it. I simply lost it. I spoke up so that everyone at the table could hear me. The entire table fell silent as I turned to face my mother and yelled, "How dare you talk about my wife like this?" A pin drop may have been heard. "You both promised me that you wouldn't cross this line again," I added, glancing at my parents. "You're laughing about my brother having a crush on my wife. You think this is funny? You swore that you'd respect our boundaries and stop putting us in uncomfortable situations. But here we are again." I didn't care that my voice was trembling. Let me ask you all something, I began, turning to face the other members of the table, which included my cousins, aunts, and uncles. Do you think it's normal for someone to publicly admit that they have a crush on their own sibling's spouse and for the entire family to laugh about it as if it were a sitcom scene? Nobody said. The smile on my aunt's face vanished. Some simply sipped their drinks awkwardly. All at once there was no response. I just let everything out when I turned to face my brother. You've been acting like a creep around my wife for years, I yelled, raising my voice in rage. You attempt to stand too near to her, touch her when she's obviously uncomfortable, and act like it's all a joke. You've texted her late at night even though she hasn't responded. You flirt with her every time we're together, and you all think this is funny? I said, glancing around the table as my brother's expression suddenly fell. Do you honestly believe that someone acting in this manner against their brother's wife is acceptable? I responded. And you, too? As I turned to face my parents, how many times have you said that Aaron and my wife would make a wonderful couple? This is what you've been doing for years. At our wedding, you even said things like this. Are you even aware of how crazy that is? How blatantly disrespectful is that? Everyone fell silent, even my wife. I was angry with my aunt for joining in on my mother's joke, so I turned to face her and asked, would you ever say this kind of crap about your own son's partner? Might you suggest to your daughter-in-law that someone else in the family might be a better fit for her? Would you permit your son to behave in such a manner in front of another person's spouse? You could feel the room contracting in on itself as she looked stunned and then slowly shook her head. Exactly, I said. So why are you okay when my parents are doing it to me? Everyone was now uncomfortable not because of me, but because I said what needed to be said, what they all likely already knew deep down but had chosen to ignore. My mother began to panic and attempted to laugh it off, saying in a tremulous voice, I didn't mean anything by it. My dad, on the other hand, looked like he was going to blow up, his face scarlet, his fists gripped on the table. It's not that serious, come on. It's really a harmless crush. That's how we've always joked about Aaron and your wife. I apologize, but it's just hilarious, and I wasn't really intending to insult anyone. At that point, my wife, who had been sitting next to me the entire evening, embarrassed and silent, finally snapped at my mother, pushing her chair back a little and giving her a hard look. Oh, I get it now. She replied in a calm but sharp voice that was loud enough for everyone to hear. I guess cheating on your husband all those years ago was just for fun, too, since everything is just a joke to you, she said. I mean, my wife added, her voice growing more piercing, as my mother froze, her eyes wide. I assume you also harbored a harmless infatuation on the neighbor. And I suppose it didn't matter that you chose to sleep with him. Wasn't that just for fun? The room became silent. My mother looked absolutely devastated and white-faced, while my dad appeared to have been punched in the stomach. It was an ugly little secret that my parents had buried for years and kept from everyone, and I couldn't help but laugh in satisfaction at what my wife had said. My mother had cheated on my father with their neighbor long ago, and when he discovered it, she pleaded with him not to leave. He stayed only for me and my brother, and over time, he seemed to have forgiven her, or at least moved past it. However, my wife is aware of this fact because I told her, and she had kept it for years. Now, after years of suffering, inappropriate remarks, strange jokes, and witnessing my parents treat her more like a prize for my brother than my partner, she had finally used the one thing she knew would put an end to it all. My dad joined in, raising his voice as well, saying that it was disrespectful and needless to bring up the past. My mom, who had just recovered out of her shock, began screaming at my wife, saying that she had no right to throw that old affair in her face and that she had crossed a line. But it didn't sit well with me, so I got up and yelled back, the minute you made my wife the subject of your eerie jokes, you went too far. When Aaron has been making my wife uncomfortable for years, you continue to defend him as though he were a harmless young boy. You have repeatedly disrespected our marriage, so don't you dare talk about it now. Aaron finally opened his mouth to yell at me for ruining the party, but people were still processing the fact that my mother had cheated on my dad when everyone had thought of them as the ideal couple. My mom began to cry in front of everyone, trying to spin it around like she was the victim now. He shouted, "You always have to make everything about you." And I simply gazed at him, amazed that this was what he learned from it all. You think I'm the one making everything about me? You sat there and let mom announce your crush on my wife like it was some joke, I stated in a composed yet firm tone. You said nothing to put an end to it. You flushed as if it weren't repulsive. You allowed them to publicly humiliate my wife and me once more. Oh, please confrex, he said, rolling his eyes and making a dramatic sweep of his arms. And now you're mad at me for standing up. You behave like the victim all the time. Nobody even made a very negative statement. My wife and I made the decision to leave because my parents and Aaron were clearly not interested in listening to us or understanding our point of view. And the yelling didn't seem to be going to stop anytime soon. Besides, there was no point in staying there any longer. Without saying anything more, we quietly packed up our belongings and left. "We're done," I said as we left. "Don't dare to contact us unless you all grow up and are ready to take some accountability." Ever since that evening, my phone has been ringing nonstop, angry and guilty tripping. They keep saying that my wife and I had no right to reveal my mother's infidelity, especially in front of the entire family, and that we ruined their supposedly picture-perfect marriage by making everyone aware of my mother's affair. The majority of them are from my mother, and some from my father as well. Specifically, my mother has been unrelenting, claiming that she has been humiliated, that everyone now views her differently, and that we have destroyed her reputation. As a result, my mother now demands that my wife publicly apologize to her for her remarks at dinner, sincerely believing that my wife owes her an apology for exposing her hypocrisy and for bringing up a matter that, in her opinion, should have remained in the past. Update 3. I finally picked up the phone and called my parents after days of mental back and forth. I knew the conversation wouldn't go well, but I also knew I had to say what needed to be said clearly and directly. I told them calmly but firmly that I couldn't continue to act as though everything was fine between us after everything they had said and done. Not just during that terrible dinner but over the years. I said that my wife and I were sick of being treated disrespectfully and that I had been trying to maintain harmony for years, sending them money each month to assist them out not just because they asked, but because I truly wanted to help because I felt it was the right thing to do. Since they are my parents and Aaron was obviously not contributing anything, I wanted to stand by them. However, after witnessing how they continued to treat us in spite of all the humiliation, blatant favoritism, and total lack of accountability, I told them I could no longer support them. My parents didn't take it well at all, and they went completely crazy when I told them that I would be cutting off all communication, no more calls, no more visits, and no more financial support because I felt that this was the only way for my wife and I to move on and live in peace. My dad jumped in and said I was abandoning my family after my mother began yelling, calling me ungrateful, and accusing me of leaving them. They insisted that I was taking things too far over something they still maintained was a joke, and they never once acknowledged their mistakes or offered an apology. They literally cursed me and said I would regret this for the rest of my life when my wife would eventually leave me. It was cruel to hear, but I refused to back down and ended the call. My mom even accused my wife of turning me against them, as if I'm too weak-minded to make my own decisions. Since then, my wife and I have blocked them. Update 4. Nearly 2 months have passed since my last update, and a lot has happened. To start, Aaron has kept sending my wife spooky unsolicited love letters, even after we warned him several times and cut him off. We have even threatened to call the police, but he didn't seem to care. Then, a month ago, my wife and I got the amazing news that we were expecting a baby. We were ecstatic and posted the good news on social media, which was obviously a big mistake because earlier this week, things took a terrifying turn. My wife was shocked to see Aaron waiting for her on our porch when she got home from work. I can't even begin to describe the panic she must have felt at that moment. She called me and I hurried home as soon as I could. He began to get up as soon as she saw him, and she immediately felt unsafe. So she ran back to her car and started driving away while he ran towards the car and begged her to stay and talk to him. We both immediately called the police, but since Aaron hasn't yet broken any laws such as assaulting my wife or breaking into our house, they were unable to arrest him. They claim that he has only been harassing me persistently, which is why they gave him a warning, which is the part that irritates me the most. My wife no longer feels safe in our current home, and I don't want to put her or our unborn child in danger in the event that Aaron decides to reappear. He's crossing so many lines, but the law can't seem to do much until it's too late. Nevertheless, we did speak with a lawyer, and he's helping us file a restraining order against my brother. This situation is out of control, and I'm doing everything I can to protect my wife and child because I can't let anything happen to them. So, before our baby is born, we've chosen to sell our house and relocate to a new place away from all of this crazy. Have you ever been in a scenario like this? Please share your ideas in the comments section while I tell you the tale. We'd love to hear them. At 16, I was framed by those I loved and abandoned in a deadly storm. 12 years later, Dad begged for mercy, while his golden child served probation. My father pushed me into an October storm and locking the door. Leave my house. No need for a sick daughter. I was 16. No coat, phone, or money, just a school backpack with math homework and rain soaking my sneakers. Police called him 4 hours later. His face turned ghostly white when he heard what they said. By then, it was too late. Hi, Claire Walker. I'm 29 and watching rain roll down my Boston apartment window. The letter is on my kitchen table. Shaky handwriting on inexpensive nursing home stationery. Father wants to see me after 12 years absence. Supposes death. Says apologize. Rain always reminds me of that night, the 19th of October 2013. I recall coming home from school like any other Tuesday. My backpack was over one shoulder, full of my recently passed algebra test. I thought about supper, homework, and the band poster I wanted to buy with my birthday money, normal 6-year-old stuff. I had no notion I'd be wandering alone in a frigid blizzard in less than 3 hours, wondering if I'd survive. When I entered that front door, I knew something was amiss. My father stood in the living room like a volcano poised to erupt. Raw flesh color was his face. He held a wad of cash and empty medication bottles with shaky hands. Madison, my sister, was behind him. She was 24 years older than me, and she looked anxious, heartbroken, like a dedicated elder sister who'd just found something dreadful about her baby sibling. I noticed her eyes. I saw that flash she couldn't hide. Satisfaction. Vanessa, our stepmother, stood in the kitchen doorway with her arms crossed and lips pursed, saying nothing. That was her forte. Silence during awful times. My father wouldn't let me drop my backpack. He screamed like I burned the house. I allegedly stole from his wallet for months. I was buying and hiding medications in my room, he said. Madison found the proof, he said. I have cash in my drawers, my closet pill bottles, texts proving I spoke to drug traffickers. Tried to explain. I claimed to have never touched his wallet. Never seen those drugs. Not even sure what he meant. I choked on the words when I realized something terrible. His attention was elsewhere. His decision was made. Madison kept him fed falsehoods like poison wrapped in candy all day. She seemed devastated as she told him she'd tried so hard to help me, urged me to quit. She didn't want to tell him, but she couldn't watch her younger sister harm herself. It was an Oscar-worthy performance, and my father believed every word. He bruised my arm and dragged me to the front door. My backpack was where I dropped it. It was scooped up and thrown against my chest so hard I fell backward. So he opened the door. Rain was falling in sheets. Distant thunder. Temperature decreased 18 degrees since morning. Father stared me dead in the eyes and repeated those remarks. Leave my house. No need for a sick daughter. I was forced onto the porch. Door slammed. Deadbolt clicked. Suddenly I was 16 and homeless. Maybe 6 minutes. I stood on that porch frozen. Shock, not cold. I kept expecting the door to open, hoping someone will say it was a major misunderstanding. Nobody came. My phone was on my bedroom desk. I couldn't grab anything other than what was in my hands. My backpack included textbooks, a half-eaten granola bar, and nothing practical for a night out. No jacket, money, or helpline. 2013. Payphones existed, but who has quarters? Not a 16-year-old who bought band posters with her stipend. Right priorities? Top student, poor survival skills. So I walked. I didn't plan where to go. My body moved automatically to the one secure spot I knew. 8 mile away, grandmother Evelyn's residence. Mommy's mom, the only person who always valued me. 8 miles sounds small while traveling. It seems like 800 when you're walking in freezing rain and canvas sneakers without a coat. Route 11 was gloomy and rainy ahead. Without stopping, cars sped by. I was a roadside shadow nobody wanted to look at. After 1 mile, my clothes were soaked to the skin. My fingertips went numb after the 2nd mile. My teeth were chattering so badly after the 3rd mile I thought they could crack. I kept walking. What else can I do? Return and urge my father to believe me? Already decided. I had no choice but ahead. Numb step by step. Hypothermia isn't noticed until it's almost too late. Your body shuts down gradually. Your head fogs up, and sitting down for a minute feels like the finest idea. A brief break to gather your breath. My legs gave up after 5 miles. There was a mailbox ahead. I thought I'd lean against it, collect my breath, and continue. Grandma's house was 4 miles away. It was possible, but my knees buckled before I arrived. The gravel rose quickly, and all went dark. 4 hours after throwing his daughter into a storm, my father's phone rang. The caller was chilly and professional. County Police Officer Brooks. An incident occurred. His daughter was found unresponsive on Route 11 hypothermic. Taking her to County General Hospital. Another thing, sir? Child Protective Services was informed. A caseworker is present. We want to know why a 16-year-old girl was strolling alone in a storm without a coat or phone. We need you to bring your evidence to the hospital. My dad's face turned bone white. I learned from healthcare staff. They thought he appeared like a man watching his life slowly crumble. Madison was right next to him when the call came. First time, her immaculate mask fell for a moment, but it was enough. So about that night. What altered everything? That roadside woman who found me unconscious wasn't a stranger driving home. Child Protective Services employed Diane Harlow for 32 years. She'd witnessed every form of abuse, neglect, and lie parents tell about their kids. When she saw a teenage girl in the rain without a coat, phone, or searchers, she knew what she saw. She wouldn't tolerate it. My father thought he solved a problem that night. Thought he was cleaning house, removing the rotten apples, and protecting his family from a sick daughter who didn't deserve his affection. His real action was lighting a fuse. He had no idea what would explode. Before we continue, if you like the story, please subscribe and tell me where and when you're watching. I see everything. Many thanks for your help. To understand what happened that night and why my sister did what she did, let's go back to when everything fell apart. In 2007, my mother Elaine died. Cancer. 11 years old, Madison was 15. Our mom baked pancakes on Sundays and braided my hair for school portraits. The next day, we stood by a hospital bed watching machines beep slowly until they stopped. My dad handled it poorly. To put it mildly, he collapsed like a dying star. Back from work, he sat in his recliner and stared at nothing. The home may have burned down around him. He may not have noticed. Madison rose to the occasion. At 15, she cooked dinner, wrote permission forms, and made sure I went to school on time. My father could rely on her as a responsible, mature daughter. He lauded her frequently. Madison, what would I do without you? Madison, you're mature. Madison, you bind this family. He probably never asked how she was managing our mother's loss. He expected her to manage everything else. My father had two blind spots. He liked his recliner and oldest daughter. He didn't realize they were worn out and coming apart, but they needed to be replaced. Men reclined. No one witnessed what happened when my father wasn't watching, and he refused to see. Madison went beyond stepping up. She built a kingdom. In her realm, I was the peasant she had to subdue. Started tiny, mystery homework that vanished the night before. Field trip permission slips that never reached my teachers. My favorite clothing shrank in the wash. Another, then another. Oops, must have been accident. I sent my buddy's birthday party invitations, but they never arrived. Lost classmate messages. A reputation developed without my knowledge. She'd go to my instructors with a sad, worried face and tell them I was struggling after our mother's death, acting out at home, and that they should be patient with me. She portrayed a disturbed youngster, and everyone believed her since she was mature, responsible, and kind. I once sat my father down and told him Madison was sabotaging me, lying about me to everyone, and something was very wrong. He looked at me like I'd gone crazy. You're just jealous of your sister, stated. She's helping this family. You should be grateful. I stopped talking after that. Stay little, quiet, and alive till I could escape. My father remarried 3 years after my mother died. Vanessa started out well. She laughed often, created casseroles, and tried hard to join our family. Madison instantly called her parents. I suppose it was purposeful to establish her status as the nice, devoted daughter. I couldn't. When my own mother had been gone 3 years, I couldn't call this stranger mom. Vanessa wasn't mentioned. My heart wasn't ready. But my silent rebellion cost me. Vanessa made me feel like an alien in my home after that. She and Madison started a club. I wasn't invited. At 16, the lines were apparent. Madison was the favored, golden child who could do no wrong. I was the problematic daughter who couldn't get it together. Money came next. Before her death, my mother established trust funds for us, $50,000 apiece, available at 19. Though not rich, it was something. Our mother gave us a safety net, knowing she wouldn't help us become adults. Madison received her share at 19 inches 2011. Within 10 months, it was gone. An pricey sports car, fancy clothes, gifts for her boyfriend Tyler Kane, a smooth-talking guy with huge intentions, and no real income. Madison was broke when I left 3 years later. Her trust fund was a distant memory, and Tyler Kane was always talking about his next big investment scheme, the one that would make them rich. My $50,000 was safe until 2015, when I turned 19, unless something happened to me first. See, my mother's trust had a clause she presumably felt would safeguard us. If either daughter was legally incompetent or institutionalized before 22, a court-appointed family guardian would handle her share until she recovered. Madison and Tyler Kane understood. If my father found drugs, cash, and drug dealing proof in my room and I was committed for substance abuse, someone would have to manage my trust fund. Responsible, trustworthy, like a caring elder sister who wants my best. $50,000. Madison valued me that way. So she priced her sister. She began her plot the week before she destroyed my life. My father's ATM card withdrawals of small amounts. She knew his PIN because she managed household finances. Saved Tyler Kane's empty medication bottles. Prepaid burner phone from a convenience store with bogus texts. Madison entered my room and planted everything on the 19th of October 2013, as I was eating breakfast and worrying about my math test. Cash in my dresser drawer, pills in my closet, and a burner phone number paper as proof of drug dealer contact. She then told our father his youngest daughter had a dreadful secret with tears in her eyes. Each word was believed. Why not? Madison was a perfect, responsible, and truthful daughter for 9 years. I was depicted as the disturbed one for 9 years before I saw the image. My trial was ended when I entered the front door after school. The conviction was guilty, and exile followed. So I was walking toward my grandmother's house on Route 11 inches October rain like it was the only light. However, Madison had made one minor blunder in her immaculate plan. She overlooked Diane Harlow. Collapsed, I just remember gravel cutting my palms and then nothing, like turning off a TV mid-show. Waking up is what I recall. Fluorescent lights, antiseptic and industrial floor cleaner fragrance, scratchy hospital blanket wrapped over me like I was vulnerable and worth preserving. I hadn't felt that in years. A woman sat by my bed. She had silver hair in a bun, reading glasses on her nose, and a paperback novel in her lap. She looked like a granny who baked cookies and carried Kleenex. But her keen eyes recorded everything they saw. She was Diane Harlow. She retired at 65 from Child Protective Services after 32 years. She has witnessed every form of child abuse, neglect, and cruelty directed by adults. On a cool October night, her headlights caught something by the roadside on her way home from book group. Teenage girl, unconscious, drenched, alone. Diane's tire squealed as she stopped. Her trunk held an emergency blanket. She wrapped me like a tortilla while calling 911, a CPS practice. She waited with me for the paramedics. She followed the ambulance to the hospital, and was there when I woke up 5 hours later. That woman may have rescued me. She discovered me before the hypothermia finished what the storm started, but she was the right person at the right time. She gave me coffee when I woke up. Cafeteria hospital coffee. It tastes like 195 degrees regret. This is awful, she remarked. The weather is warm. A laugh. He chuckled, and she smiled for the first time in hours or days. Her knowing, kind smile told me she understood more than I thought. There she is, she said. Please explain why a 16-year-old was strolling alone on Route 11 inches a storm without a coat or phone. I told her everything. The charges, fabricated proof, and Madison's years of manipulation. I told her things no one had heard before since no one had listened. Diane nodded occasionally, never interrupting or doubting. She was silent when I finished. She said, I believe you, and I'm going to help you prove it. 7 words changed my life. I was unconscious when things happened. The hospital called police after finding a youngster in danger. Police sought my relative. My father had to be called. I wanted to see his face when Officer Brooks broke the news. It went like this, apparently. Your 16-year-old daughter was found unconscious on Route 11, Mr. Walker. She claims you forbade her from your home tonight during a storm. Hypothermia. County General has her. You must enter. Sir. CPS was notified. A caseworker is present. Show your proof. Around 10:50 that night, my father and Madison arrived at the hospital. Now awake, I sat in my hospital bed with Diane. Sophia Ramirez, a CPS caseworker, and a uniformed officer were there. Not the welcome committee my father expected. He seemed frightened, not guilty quite yet. I was furious and puzzled, like this was a major hassle. Madison was behind him, and I saw her nervous for the first time. The smirk she had as I left was gone. They expected a fearful, sorry girl to confess her misdeeds and beg to return home. Instead, they discovered a room full of professionals asking tough questions about why a youngster was traveling alone in adverse conditions without communication or protection. Madison sensed the power shift. She tried her script. Worried elder sister, younger sibling. The best for her is our goal. Sophia Ramirez didn't agree. Madison was setting off every alarm since 27 years of social work had sharpened her dishonesty radar. Next came my granny. Evelyn Reeves, 67, 5'1", and determined, was not in the mood for bullshit. As her only daughter and granddaughter, my mother never trusted my father or his new family. She lived 45 minutes from hospital. In 28, she arrived. I heard her before I saw her, that click of sensible heels moving quickly down the hallway. She stormed into my room like a silver-haired hurricane and put herself between me and my father. "That's my granddaughter," she told everyone. "What has this fool done now?" my father explained, justified, and discussed the stealing, pills, and evidence. Evelyn held up one hand after 45 seconds of listening. "I've known Richard for 12 years, and you've never been the smartest tool in the shed, but this could be your dumbest moment. You threw a child into a storm because? Suddenly appearing pills. Suddenly available cash. Did you inquire about her side?" He opened, closed, and reopened his mouth. Evelyn nodded. "I thought so. One thing about my grandmother. She defended me as well as loved me." I was fatigued and hypothermic in a hospital bed when Evelyn Reeves went to war that night. An emergency custody hearing was requested. Right then, it was nearly midnight, but she didn't care. She contacted a family court judge who owed her. Evelyn got him on the phone after 12 years on the PTA with his wife. Hospital social worker gave details. A little child thrown into bad weather. No pre-expulsion investigation. Not verifying accusations. Unconscious child with early-stage hypothermia. No professional evaluated father's evidence. A new home was mine at 1:05 a.m. Emergency temporary guardianship was given to Evelyn Reeves immediately. My father was told to stay away from me until the investigation was complete. Everyone would be interviewed by CPS. Madison, my father, Vanessa, and I would closely examine the evidence. My father tried again as we left the hospital. He grabbed for me and spoke. Evelyn moved between us without stopping. She stated, "You can't touch her. You can't talk to her. You blew your chance to be her father. It was thrown into a storm. We're leaving." She led me to her ancient Buick, which she'd driven since before I was born, assisted me into the passenger seat, and put another blanket around me despite the vehicle heater's roar. I gazed at her while crying. "I have no clean clothes, Grandma. I have nothing." Her eyes were ferocious and tender as she patted my hand. "You have me and a Target card, honey. Tomorrow we shop. Tonight you eat soup and sleep in a bed nobody will ever throw out." My new life began that night. Grandma Evelyn's house has 3 rules. Breakfast at 8, homework before TV, and no nonsense before her second coffee. Though small and unassuming, it was warm, cozy, and full of love. I breathed for the first time in years. But the tale continued. Not even close. The CPS inspector called my grandmother 2 weeks later. Sophia Ramirez told Mrs. Reeves, "You might want to sit down. We've been examining the evidence Mr. Walker provided. The timeline doesn't add up, and we found some security footage that tells a very different story." Madison's perfect plan was about to fail, and she had no idea why. The investigation altered everything. Sophia Ramirez went beyond box checking. She was a cardigan detective. She tracked evidence, not simply examined it. Every receipt, timestamp, thread. Madison's ideal story disintegrated as she pulled. It started with money. $900 was in my dresser drawer. My father said it proved I stole from him for months. Clear cut, right? But Sophia Ramirez investigated bank records. This $900 came from a single ATM withdrawal on October 19, the day I was expelled. Bank gave machine surveillance film. Afternoon 3:12. It wasn't me on camera, it was Madison, clear as day. A jacket she wore that morning, same ponytail. Same background automobile. Her white vehicle with the bumper dent from backing into a mailbox last summer. Something regarding alibis. Mine was airtight. At 3:12 p.m., I was studying molecular bonds in 5th period chemistry on October 19. My school attendant showed me present until 3:40. My teacher recalled my colon-electron question. I couldn't withdraw that. Physically impossible. I was 14 miles away in a classroom with 28 witnesses and an electronic check-in. Madison felt she was smart. Criminal masterminds have this drawback. You must be smart. She used our father's ATM card without considering bank cameras. She withdrew in the afternoon without checking my alibi. Her automobile was visible in the parking lot when she bought the burner phone at a convenience store 3 blocks from her gym in her yoga pants. Certain masterminds wear capes. Madison wore Lululemon and got caught because she couldn't drive 10 minutes more. Pills followed. Bottles in my closet were linked to Tyler Kane prescriptions. Madison's lover, the idea man with no job. Oak Street drugstore filled his doctor-prescribed anxiety medication. Sophia Ramirez contacted that pharmacy. Found anything intriguing. Tyler reported the drugs stolen, filed a police report, and claimed someone broke into his car and stole them. Worried about citizen conduct. That report was filed on October 23, 4 days after I was expelled. Why did Tyler wait 4 days to report the drug theft if it was stolen and hidden in my room on October 19th? The solution was clear. Since they weren't stolen, he planted them with Madison's permission and then reported them missing to hide their tracks and acquire a refill. The delayed theft report was like a neon sign saying, "We planned this." If this story hits home, stay tuned because what occurs next is worth every second. Please like if you support me. The planet matters. Burner phone was the true evidence. A convenience store bought prepaid phone from October 13th, 6 days before everything went down, sent bogus drug dealer texts. Sofia Ramirez found the store and requested security footage. A young woman with brown hair and a ponytail and athletic build paid cash, but her car was visible through the window. White automobile with bumper dent, the same automobile, woman, and breadcrumbs led back to my sister. As the investigation progressed, the picture got worse. Sofia Ramirez investigated my father's account checks from the past 3 years. Her discovery made $900 seem like pennies. My father's checks were forged for approximately 3 years. Starting little, 60 here, 120 there, they added up. The signatures were close but off. Tyler Kane's company accounts received the funds, just under $21,000 stolen. Madison did more than frame me. For years, she'd robbed our father blind, and she needed me gone before anyone knew. My grandmother Evelyn wouldn't tolerate this. She recruited 27-year family law veteran Michael Grant, a family friend. He knew my mother, Elaine, since grade school. He looked hard when Evelyn told me what occurred, making me glad he was on my side. Michael applied for permanent guardianship immediately. He sued Madison civilly for fraud, emotional distress, and whatever else he could get. He added monitoring to my trust fund so no one could touch it till I reached 19. That year taught me something I still use. Record everything. Record all receipts, messages, and promises. My grandmother stored all her critical documents in a folder. Letters, taxes, warranties, bills. She called it paper insurance. After everything, I repeated it. I got my first filing cabinet at 17. Keep and use it. Some habits are life-saving. Living with Grandma Evelyn was like breathing again after years of holding my breath. Her residence wasn't big or fancy. They had 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and a kitchen that smelled like coffee and cinnamon, but it was warm, safe, and nobody was scheming against me. She put me at a new school where no one understood my history. This was my first meaningful friendship. My fans liked me for me, not because they'd been told who I was. I finally saw a counselor to handle years of unknowingly accepted influence. Grandma Evelyn had few rules, but one was stringent: dinner at 6, no exclusions. Chaos can wait till after meatloaf, she added. It was the best advice ever. Meanwhile, my father's world fell apart. The CPS probed the entire Walker family. Richard was repeatedly questioned, becoming fatigued and bewildered. How had he missed so much? How had he been blind? Vanessa slept in the guest room. Their conversations grew hostile and full of accusations they didn't want to voice. Madison was enraged. Never remorseful, only mad her plan failed. She blamed others. Biased CPS investigator. The bank footage misled. Tyler's prescriptions were misread. She couldn't take the golden child's crown sliding. Michael Grant spent months making a solid case. Bank records, surveillance footage, medication records, phone receipts. He took testimonies from Diane Harlow, my teachers, and neighbors who saw Madison's automobile at unusual hours. Even Madison's ex-friends came out. She had burned many bridges, and people were glad to talk about her falsehoods, manipulation, and casual brutality. Court was scheduled for March 2014, a month before the hearing. Something unexpected happened. Nevada arrested Tyler Kane. Federal marshals arrested him for running the same investment scam in 4 states. He stole about $520,000 from victims' funds. He faced federal charges that could lead to 18 years in jail. His lawyer called the next day. Tyler was willing to negotiate and tell the truth about everything, including his fiancée Madison's treatment of her younger sister. Madison had nowhere to run as the walls closed in. Tyler Kane had numerous identities: a scam artist, liar, and man who lived off others' trust and money. He wasn't loyal. He sang like a record deal canary when federal prosecutors offered him a reduced sentence for cooperation. His statement was 14 pages. He verified everything. Madison planned to frame me from the start. She stole from our father for nearly 3 years, giving Tyler money for his investments. When she discovered her theft was tougher to disguise, she sought a scapegoat. That scapegoat was me. Madison considered me the ideal prey. The problematic younger sister who never fit in and nobody believed. She advised Tyler to institutionalize me to tackle two issues. Someone would be responsible for the money. My guardian would have access to my trust fund, $50,000. She wanted to steal something from me while I was drugged, discredited, and alone in a facility. Tyler documented everything. Planning sessions, pill bottles he provided, Madison's burner phone, the morning she put evidence in my room. He included their pre-October 19th text messages. Proof that this wasn't rash. It was planned and frigid. I remembered his last line. Madison said her sister was hopeless and wouldn't fight. She erred. March 2014, Family Court. I'd lived with Grandma Evelyn for 6 months. I'd acquired healthy weight. The sort from eating and sleeping. I made my new school's honor roll. The feeling of being a regular teenager returned, but entering that courtroom made me feel 16 again, afraid and little, and wondering whether anybody would believe me. Grandmother Evelyn grabbed my hand. Michael Grant nodded reassuringly, and Diane Harlow was in the gallery with the same reading glasses and stern attitude as when she found me. Simple guardianship, making Evelyn's interim custody permanent, and support requirements were the hearing's topics. It grew much bigger. District Attorney intervened. Tyler's confession and Sofia Ramirez's stack of evidence made this more than a family court case. Criminal charges were pending. Madison and a public defender she met an hour earlier sat across the courtroom. She was paler and smaller. The confident, golden child who'd run our household for almost a decade suddenly appeared like a scared young woman whose falsehoods had caught up with her. Our father sat alone in the gallery. Vanessa declined. He appeared to be 12 years older and 6 months. Systematically, professionally, devastating proof was presented. ATM footage of Madison withdrawing at 3 to 12 p.m. School attendance records show I was in chemistry class then. Pharmacy records indicate Tyler's neatly delayed theft report. Security footage from the convenience store shows Madison buying the burner phone. Forged checks totaling $21,000 over 3 years. Read Tyler's confession word for word. Madison attempted to appear puzzled, naive, and concerned about her troublesome sister when she testified. The prosecutor wasn't having it. "Miss Walker," she called, displaying the ATM photo. "Is this you at First National Bank on October 19th at 3:12 p.m.? Miss Madison gulped. She viewed herself as clear as day. I was getting money for groceries. Groceries? The prosecutor nodded slowly. $900 cash for food. You didn't tell your father about this withdrawal when you accused your sister of taking that amount later that day. Silence. Where this ATM is. Your sister's school is 14 miles away, and attendance records show she was there until 3:40 p.m. How could she have left chemistry class? More silence. The Madison public defender objected, but there was no issue. Evidence was evidence. Facts didn't care about her sentiments. They rang Vanessa. My stepmother seemed to want to be somewhere else. She'd spent years avoiding conflict. She was under oath in court. It was no longer possible to remain silent. The prosecutor inquired about October 19th morning. Did she notice anything odd? Vanessa said barely above a whisper. Around 7 a.m. Madison entered Claire's room. A hair tie was borrowed. Did she exit with hair tie? She was empty-handed. Anything else in the days before the incident? Vanessa closed her eyes. She appeared to be preparing for impact. Madison was on the phone with Tyler 4 days prior. She said, "Everything is in place." She chuckled. The court was silent. When they called our father to testify, I nearly felt terrible for him. He had to explain why he threw his 6-year-old daughter into a storm without investigating the allegations. He admitted to not checking bank records. Never wondered why Madison found this proof abruptly. Never requested my explanation. I trusted her. She's my firstborn. She was always the responsible one. I thought he couldn't finish. Judge Eleanor Morrison served 27 years from the bench. She'd witnessed ugly custody battles, harsh divorces, and families torn apart by lies, money, and pride. She was probably disturbed by what she heard. She slashed the courtroom with her remarks. "Mr. Walker, trust does not justify negligence. Unverified claims caused you to expel a minor into dangerous weather. You didn't explore. You picked one daughter above another without proof, justification, or parental judgment. That's not parenting. Yes, abandonment." My father sat gray-faced as she spoke. "Your older daughter plotted to kill her sister. She cheated, deceived, and tricked you into her brutality. You indulged her because it was easier to believe the daughter who made you feel wonderful than to parent the daughter who needed you." Madison's sentencing was harsh. Fraud, theft, Lying to police, child endangerment. Her public defender struck a plea deal to avoid trial. She received 3 years suspended, 6 years of supervised probation, 240 hours of community service, complete restitution of all stolen funds, the $21,000 from our father, and the $900 she planted to frame me. The judge granted a permanent restraining order. Madison could not reach me directly or indirectly. She would go to jail if she came within 600 feet of me. This part would follow her forever. Her felony conviction is permanent. Avoid finance, money, trust, and working with children or vulnerable persons. The golden child scarlet letter wouldn't come off. My father lost guardianship forever. He had to pay for my rehabilitation and education until I became 22. He was also ordered to start a college fund with reparations. The community learned everything. Small towns chat. In weeks, everyone knew what Richard Walker did to his younger daughter. Friends stopped calling. Nearby residents ignored. His church group started scheduling conflicts when he tried to attend. Vanessa divorced 7 weeks later. She realized she'd contributed to my pain and couldn't face seeing her spouse reminding her of it. Judge turned to me at the conclusion. Miss Walker said, "You've shown remarkable resilience in the face of extraordinary cruelty. The court grants full permanent custody to your grandmother, Evelyn Reeves. Your trust fund will remain protected until you reach 19. And I sincerely hope you have a better future than your past." I wanted to say something creative and memorable. I wanted to remark, "Your Honor, you should see me parallel park. That's the real test of character, but some jokes are for yourself." Humor was inappropriate at that moment. I just answered, "Thank you." My father tried to approach me one more time as we left the courthouse. He began, "Sweetheart." Evelyn moved between us without stopping. Her voice froze. "No more calling her that. You lost that when you flung her into a storm." Continued walking. Not looking back. Sun shone that day. March in our region is unpredictable. However, that afternoon was sunny and promising. A grandmother loved me, a lawyer battled for me, a caseworker, and a retired CPS supervisor believed me when no one else would. Finally, I had a future. Some stories continue beyond court. Some stories have additional chapters. A letter arrived 12 years later. October 2025. I'm 29 and my life is nothing like I expected at 16. Walking through a storm with a school backpack and damp sneakers. I live in Boston. Beautiful Harborview apartment. Morning window light. It was my choice. Marketing director in a tech company. Good pay, perks, and people. I rose from an internship, and each advancement felt like a departure from my past. I'm engaged. His name is Ethan. You can tell a lot about his heart from his pediatric nursing career. We met at a charity event 3 years ago. Work brought me there. He cared and was there. After spilling wine over my dress, he apologized for 12 minutes and made me laugh so hard I forgot to be annoyed. Spring wedding. Life's good. Life is amazing. Then came the letter. It arrived to my grandmother's. Evelyn, 82, still follows her 3 rules and lives in the same house. Breakfast at 8, homework before TV, no bullshit before coffee. Some things never change. She called to tell me something important had come. She spoke carefully and neutrally, as if to avoid influencing my decisions. I drove down the weekend. The envelope was white. Cheap paper with sloppy handwriting I barely recognized. The return address was Maple Grove Care Center, a nursing home 45 minutes from my hometown. My coffee went cold as I opened it at Evelyn's kitchen table. "Dear Claire," it started. "I know my requests are unworthy. You have every reason to discard this letter without reading it. I'm asking nonetheless since I'm running out of time and need to say this. Now in Maple Grove. My stroke was 3 years ago. Less effective left side. Vanessa no longer exists. Transferred half her assets to Florida with an internet accountant. Sale of house. The life I thought I had is gone. Madison visited me last week. I barred her from the room. Can't look at her. I remember what I did do of her lies whenever I hear her voice. You're the only one I want to see and apologize to. I failed you as your father in the worst way. I trusted falsehoods. I chose comfort over justice. I discarded you like garbage. You owe me nothing. If you can find it in your heart to come once, I'd like to apologize in person before it's too late. Your dad, Richard. Sat there for a while. The coffee cooled. Afternoon light crossed the table. Evelyn remained silent. As usual, she waited and let me find my path. 12 years of silence and living without him. Did I owe him? I didn't, but my mother sprang to mind. I considered the person Mom raised me to be before her death. I considered ending cycles. I went. For me, not him, the nursing home was expected. Fluorescent lighting, industrial floors, disinfectant masking endings, aroma. My father's room was small. One bed, one window, a wall-mounted TV playing something nobody was watching. Despite being 75, he looked 22 years older. He could have passed for 92. The stroke had left him crumpled, gray, and little like I'd never seen before. He cried as I entered. He couldn't speak for the first several minutes, sitting with tears in his eyes while I stood by the door, wondering whether I'd made a mistake. He found his voice eventually. He apologized repeatedly, stumbling over words because the stroke had also robbed his language. He admitted to being blind, dumb, and harsh. He called losing me his worst mistake. He recalled that October night daily. Every night, when rained, I let him continue. Didn't interrupt or soothe him. I said what I came to say. I pardon you. His face shriveled in relief. But please grasp that. I sat on a chair near his bed. Made sure he saw me. I forgive without forgetting. It indicates I'm letting go of this rage. I'm tired of your weight on my heart. I was tossed into a maelstrom because you believed a lie. Convincing evidence made you doubt it. You trusted it because it was simpler. Madison boosted your self-esteem, so I reminded you of everything you lost when Mom died. You picked comfort over your daughter. I built my life without you. I self-financed college, built a career. My groom would never throw me out in a rain, never alone a hurricane. My happiness, but you must accept your actions. I no longer shoulder that load. I guess he had no words left. He nodded, still crying. I know. He finished. I know, I just needed to apologize. I had to see you again. I stayed for 25 minutes. We didn't talk much. What else could I say? I told him about my job, my apartment, Ethan, surface things, and safe things. He listened like it was the most important conversation of his life. I left when he stretched out with his good hand, not clutching, and touched my fingers. A nurse stopped me in the corridor. You're his daughter, right? The young one? I nodded. She looked around his chamber and then at me. Last week, your sister visited. He refused to see her and told us to send her away. I stood still. The nurse shook her head and said he could only stomach apologizing to one daughter, and it wasn't her. He got so upset that he couldn't look at her face without seeing what she'd done. I didn't know what to say. After years of being the rejected daughter, the throwaway daughter, the one who wasn't good enough, my father finally rejected Madison, the golden child. The favorite, the one he'd believed without question. Too late to matter, too late to heal. But something shifted in my chest. Not forgiveness. I'd already given that. I left that nursing home into October sunshine. 12 years ago, October meant rain, betrayal, and hypothermia. Now it means falling leaves and pumpkin spice everything. I'm basic. I don't care. That October night 12 years ago, I lost a house, but I found my home. I lost a father who didn't deserve me, and I found a grandmother who did. I lost a sister who never loved me, and I found myself. Ethan was waiting for me in Boston. Takeout containers on the counter, bad movie on TV, and his patient face when I need processing time. He asked. I set my keys on the table and leaned into him. I think I'm finally done, I murmured. I think I can let it go now. Ethan never asked again. He knows when to push and when to be there. Which is one of 1,000 reasons I'm marrying him. Next spring, we're having a small ceremony at my grandmother's house with close friends and good food. Evelyn is planning the menu, and meatloaf is on it. Madison is working night shifts and wondering where her life went wrong. My father is in a nursing home with his regrets. Vanessa is in Florida pretending we never existed, but I'm in Boston with a career, a partner who loves me, and a grandmother who will probably outlive us all due to obstinacy. I finally framed that band poster. I bought it with my allowance the week before everything came apart and discovered the same one online a few years ago. Paid too much and hung it in my workplace where I can see it every day. Some things are worth waiting for. My parents helped my golden child sister hijack my wedding and share the altar, so I cut them from the guest list 24 hours before the ceremony. Bliss. My sister Vanessa has been my parents' golden child since birth. If she accused me of stealing her toilet paper, I'd get grounded. If I had proof she stole my clothes, they'd say I was overreacting. My birthday cakes were always her favorite flavor. Family vacations went where she wanted. When I got straight A's, silence. When she got a B+. Celebration dinner. In high school, she had no friends. My parents had spoiled her into a social nightmare. I was popular, which she found unacceptable. She told our parents all my friends were drug dealers. They banned me from seeing anyone. When she changed schools and finally made friends, they'd come over and bully me. My parents called it teasing. The worst part, every boyfriend I brought home, she'd try to seduce. She'd wear revealing clothes, tell them she was better at sex, suggest I was cheating, then she'd tell my parents they hit on her. They believed her every time, banned me from dating these terrible boys. I was labeled the school because of her lies. Meanwhile, when she brought home her first boyfriend, my parents worshipped him. He dumped her after 4 days. Couldn't handle the weight, physically or metaphorically. I escaped at 19, went to college 5 states away, built my own life, met Lucas, got engaged, planned a small wedding. I only invited my parents and sister out of obligation. 4 weeks before my wedding, Mom called. We need to discuss Vanessa's role in the ceremony. She doesn't have one. She's a guest. She's your sister. She should be maid of honor. My best friend is maid of honor. Then she'll be a bridesmaid. All positions are filled. This is unacceptable. She's buying a bridesmaid dress. Make room. I hung up. The week before my wedding, Vanessa texted. Mom says I'm walking down the aisle before you. Send me the music list. I responded. You're not in the wedding party. We'll see about that. Wedding day arrived. I was in the bridal suite when my cousin burst in. Your sister's here in a wedding dress. What? A full white ball gown. She's telling everyone she's sharing the ceremony with you. Joint wedding. I ran to the venue entrance. There was Vanessa, in a dress nicer than mine, holding a bouquet, posing for photos with my photographer. What are you doing? Mom said. Since you were selfish about the wedding party, I could share your ceremony. Travis is proposing during your vows. Travis was her boyfriend of 3 months. Absolutely not. It's already arranged. Mom paid the officiant extra. After Lucas says, I do, Travis proposes and we get married right after. My parents appeared, Mom beaming. Isn't this wonderful? 2 daughters married on the same day. You planned this without telling me. You've always been selfish about sharing with your sister. I was about to scream when Lucas appeared with his groomsmen. He saw Vanessa in white and his face went dark. What's happening? They're hijacking our wedding. No, Lucas said firmly. Security. The 2 off-duty cops we'd hired approached. This woman, Lucas pointed at Vanessa, is trespassing. Remove her. She's my daughter, Mom shrieked. And she's not on the approved guest list. Lucas pulled out a paper. We submitted a final list to security. Vanessa Collins isn't on it. I stared at him. She's not? I had a feeling they'd try something. I submitted a revised list yesterday. Your parents are on it, but only as guests. Vanessa and Travis aren't. The security guards moved toward Vanessa. This is illegal, Dad shouted. It's a private venue, the officer said. If you're not on the list, you have to leave. Vanessa started crying. You can't do this, Mom promised. I bought this dress. Travis is going to propose. Then go get married somewhere else, I said. As security escorted her out, she screamed, I'll ruin you. I'll tell everyone what you did. I'll destroy your marriage like you destroyed mine. Mom turned on me. If she goes, we go. Okay, leave. They stood frozen, not expecting me to call their bluff. You're uninviting us from your wedding? Dad asked. You tried to hijack it, so yes. They left, screaming about disowning me. I didn't care, the wedding was perfect without them. But during our reception, my phone exploded. Vanessa had posted on Facebook that I'd stolen her wedding, that this was supposed to be her day, that I'd always been jealous of her. She claimed Lucas was originally her boyfriend who I seduced. The post went viral in our hometown, then the comments started rolling in. My cousins, armed with years of receipts, began posting screenshots, every lie she'd told, every boyfriend she'd tried to steal. Photos of her in the wedding dress at my venue. The best comment came from Travis, her supposed boyfriend. We broke up 3 weeks ago. I never agreed to propose. She said we were attending her sister's wedding as guests. But the real bomb dropped when Lucas's sister commented, funny how you claimed Lucas was yours first. Here's the restraining order he filed against you last year for stalking him at his gym. A year before he even met my sister-in-law. I stared at my new husband. Restraining order? Lucas looked guilty. She followed me to my gym for months, made up a fake name, said she was single. When I found out who she was, I ended it and filed the order. I never told you because, well, she's your sister. My phone rang. Unknown number. Hello. Is this Mrs. Pent? A man's voice. Yes. I'm calling from the psychiatric unit at North Valley Medical Center. Your sister Vanessa has been admitted after a breakdown. She's requesting visitors, but there's something you need to know. She's been off her medication for 8 months. What medication? You didn't know? Your sister has been treated for delusional disorder for 4 years. She creates elaborate false narratives and believes them completely. Your parents have been hiding it, enabling her instead of getting her proper treatment. I stood there holding my phone, watching Lucas cut our wedding cake while guests laughed and clinked glasses around us. The man from North Valley Medical Center was still talking, explaining something about treatment protocols and family involvement, but the music from the DJ booth made it hard to hear every word. My hand shook as I pressed the phone closer to my ear. Delusional disorder, 4 years of treatment, 8 months off medication. My parents knew the entire time and never told me. They let Vanessa show up at my wedding in a white dress. Let her try to hijack my ceremony, all while knowing she was mentally ill and untreated. The hospital man asked if I was still there, and I managed to say, "Yes, I'm here." Then told him I needed to call him back tomorrow. Lucas glanced over from the cake table, and his smile faded when he saw my face. He said something to his groomsmen and walked toward me, weaving between dancing couples and relatives taking photos. I shoved my phone in the small pocket of my dress and tried to look normal, but my face wouldn't cooperate. Lucas reached me and touched my elbow, guiding me toward a quieter corner near the venue's back hallway where the bathrooms were. He asked what was wrong, and I just stared at him for a second, trying to figure out how to say it. The hospital called, I told him. Vanessa's there. She had some kind of breakdown after they kicked her out. Lucas's jaw tightened, but he didn't look surprised, which made sense given the restraining order I just learned about earlier. I kept talking, the words tumbling out faster now. She has delusional disorder. She's been in treatment for 4 years. My parents knew and never told me. They took her off her medication 8 months ago and just let her get worse. Lucas pulled me further down the hallway away from the music and voices. He asked if the hospital said she was okay and I nodded. Said they have her stable now, but she's asking for visitors. His hand was warm on my arm and I realized I was shaking. All those years, I said, all the lies about my boyfriends, the accusations, the drama, some of it might have been her illness. My parents knew and they still let her torture me. They still blamed me for everything. Lucas asked what I wanted to do and I looked back toward the reception hall where our friends were celebrating, where Monica was probably wondering where I went. We're finishing our reception, I said. We're not letting my family ruin one more second of this day. He asked if I was sure and I pulled out my phone, switched it to silent, and dropped it back in my pocket. I'm sure. We walked back into the reception hall, and I grabbed a glass of champagne from a passing waiter. Monica spotted me and rushed over asking if everything was okay, and I told her everything was fine. Just some family drama that could wait until tomorrow. She hugged me hard and whispered that she was proud of me for not letting them win. The DJ announced the bouquet toss, and I kicked off my heels, gathered up my skirt, and joined the group of single women on the dance floor. I threw that bouquet as hard as I could and watched my cousin catch it with both hands, laughing and jumping. Lucas spun me around the dance floor during our last slow song, and I focused on his face, his hands, the way he looked at me like I was the only person in the room. The reception ended just after midnight when the venue staff started cleaning up tables and stacking chairs. Lucas and I said goodbye to the last guests, thanked them for coming, accepted final hugs and congratulations. We drove to our honeymoon suite at a hotel downtown, the one with the big windows overlooking the city. I didn't check my phone until we got inside, and I saw the screen light up with notification after notification. 53 messages. I sat on the edge of the bed and started scrolling. Most were from relatives asking what happened, if Vanessa was okay, if I knew she was in the hospital. A few were from cousins I barely talked to, saying they saw the Facebook drama and wanted to make sure I was all right. 3 were from my aunt asking me to call her as soon as possible. Lucas came out of the bathroom and sat next to me, reading over my shoulder. My phone started ringing, and Elaine's name flashed on the screen. I answered, and she didn't even say hello, just launched into an explanation about why she posted all those receipts online. She said she'd been collecting evidence of Vanessa's lies for years. Screenshots and photos and messages. Because she was sick of watching my sister torture me while my parents acted like I was the problem. She said at least 8 other cousins had similar collections, stories of Vanessa lying about them or manipulating situations or causing drama at family events. I asked why no one ever said anything before. And Elaine got quiet for a second. She said everyone was scared of my parents, scared of causing family conflict, scared of being the one to call out the golden child. But watching Vanessa show up at my wedding in a white dress was the last straw. She said she wasn't going to let my sister rewrite history on Facebook and make me look like the villain. I thanked her, and we talked for another 10 minutes about the hospital call, about the diagnosis I never knew existed, about how my parents had hidden everything. Elaine said it explained so much, but didn't excuse it, and I agreed. When I hung up, Lucas was already in bed with his eyes half closed. I plugged my phone into charge and climbed under the covers next to him. He pulled me close and I tried to sleep, but my brain wouldn't shut off. Every memory from childhood played on repeat with this new information attached to it. Was Vanessa delusional when she told my parents my friends were drug dealers, or was that just regular manipulation? Did she really believe my boyfriends hit on her? Or did her illness make her think that was true? How much of her cruelty came from sickness, and how much was just her being cruel? Lucas's breathing got slow and steady. But I stared at the ceiling for hours, my mind spinning between anger at my parents and this weird unexpected sympathy for Vanessa. If she was genuinely mentally ill, if her brain was creating false realities she actually believed, then maybe she needed help more than she needed blame. But that didn't erase the years of pain she caused me. Lucas must have felt me tense up because he pulled me closer and mumbled something about mental illness, explaining behavior, but not excusing it. I whispered that I knew, that I was trying to figure out how to feel about all of it. He said I didn't have to figure it out tonight, that we could deal with it tomorrow. And eventually I fell into a restless sleep full of dreams about white wedding dresses and hospital rooms. The next morning, my phone rang at 9:15, and I grabbed it off the nightstand, still half asleep. The caller ID showed a number I didn't recognize, but I answered anyway. A man's voice said, "This was Dr. Alan Morris calling from North Valley Medical Center," and I sat up fast, suddenly wide awake. He said Vanessa was stable and doing better on medication, but they needed to discuss her treatment plan with family members. He said my parents had listed me as her emergency contact, and Vanessa was specifically asking to see me. I felt my anger spike hot and immediate. They listed me as emergency contact. After years of choosing Vanessa over me, years of letting her get away with everything while I got blamed. But Dr. Morris kept talking, explaining that Vanessa claimed I was the only family member who tells the truth. She needed someone who wouldn't just agree with whatever she said. I looked at Lucas, who was sitting up now, watching my face. I told Dr. Morris we'd come to the hospital this afternoon, and he gave me visiting hours and directions to the psychiatric unit. When I hung up, Lucas asked what I wanted to do, and I realized I was crying without meaning to. "We're canceling Hawaii," I said. "The honeymoon we'd planned for next week, the resort we'd booked 8 months ago." Lucas didn't argue, just pulled me into a hug and said we could go in 2 months instead. That this needed to be handled first. I hated that my family was stealing our honeymoon, too, but I couldn't just ignore Vanessa in a hospital bed. We got dressed and drove to North Valley Medical Center through morning traffic. The psychiatric unit was on the 5th floor with locked doors and a receptionist who checked our IDs before buzzing us through. Dr. Morris met us in a small consultation room with bland artwork on the walls and chairs that looked like they came from a yard sale. He was maybe 52, with gray hair and tired eyes, and he shook both our hands before sitting down. He explained that delusional disorder was different from other mental illnesses because the delusions were so specific and so real to the person experiencing them. Vanessa truly believed Lucas had been her boyfriend first, that I'd stolen him from her, that yesterday was supposed to be her wedding day to him. Her brain had built a complete false world around those ideas, and she'd been living in it for months while my parents pretended nothing was wrong. I felt sick hearing Dr. Morris explain how her mind had created detailed memories of events that never happened, conversations that never existed, a relationship that was only real inside her head. Lucas squeezed my hand and I realized mine was shaking. Dr. Morris kept talking about how delusional disorder worked differently than other mental illnesses because the person experiencing it couldn't tell their false beliefs from reality. Their brain constructed elaborate stories and filled in every detail until the delusion felt more real than actual memories. Vanessa had genuinely believed she was planning a wedding with Lucas, that we were having a joint ceremony, that I was the one destroying her happiness instead of the other way around. I interrupted Dr. Morris and asked why my parents never told me about her diagnosis. He looked uncomfortable and explained they'd refused to accept it from the start. They kept insisting Vanessa was just dramatic, just seeking attention, just going through a phase. They'd brought her to appointments for the first 18 months, but fought the diagnosis every session. 8 months ago, they stopped bringing her completely and took her off the medication because they said it changed her personality too much. Dr. Morris said they wanted their old daughter back and didn't understand that without treatment, the daughter they remembered was disappearing into the illness. My hands clenched into fists, thinking about how they'd chosen denial over getting Vanessa actual help. How they'd let her spiral into complete breaks from reality because accepting she was mentally ill felt like admitting they'd failed as parents. Lucas spoke up then and admitted he'd known something was wrong when Vanessa stalked him at the gym. He said she'd shown up every day for 4 months, always timing her arrival to match his, always positioning herself near his equipment, always trying to start conversations. He'd thought she was just entitled and obsessive, just a spoiled woman who couldn't handle rejection. He'd never imagined she had a clinical disorder making her actually believe they were dating. When he'd found out through mutual friends that she was my sister, he'd ended all contact and filed the restraining order to protect himself. He looked at me with guilt in his eyes and said he should have told me earlier, but he didn't want to cause family problems. He'd hoped the restraining order would be enough to keep her away and I'd never need to know about it. Dr. Morris asked if we wanted to see Vanessa. My stomach dropped and I felt panic rise in my chest. I didn't know if I could face her after everything that happened yesterday, after years of her lies and manipulations, after learning her brain had been constructing false realities about my life. But I heard myself saying yes because I needed to understand what was real and what had been her illness talking all these years. I needed to know which of my memories were true and which were distorted by her delusions. Standing, Dr. Alan Morris led us down a barred door white hallway. He unlocked each with his badge, and I felt like I'd never left. Vanessa's small room had a parking lot facing window and single bed. She sat on the bed in broad hospital clothes. Unlike yesterday's shouting bride, she was small, tired, and pale. She cried when I entered. This sweet, sad voice apologized for ruining my lovely day with Lucas. Vanessa wasn't like this, so the doorway captivated me. This sister didn't abuse me for years, steal my boyfriends, or lie to get me punished. The person looked confused, scared, and sorry. Got on her bedside chair. She was asked about yesterday. She wiped her eyes and said she remembered wearing a wedding dress and being removed from our wedding, but otherwise was fuzzy. What she said and why she was angry and screaming were forgotten. She kept calling our wedding a party. Lucas stood at the door with his arms crossed, looking uneasy. Vanessa rushed to say Lucas proposed. He might propose after a gym session, she thought. She said they spent months choosing her wedding shop outfit and honeymoon spots. She vividly recalls missed conversations, his comments, and her satisfaction. Our parents suggested the joint ceremony, and Lucas liked it because it would make the day special. She spoke confidently, as if recounting experiences rather than intellectual fantasies. Her confident portrayal of fabricated memories worried me. As she spoke, I saw her face and realized she couldn't tell fact from imagination. My parents separated her from us. They stopped their child's medication, which worsened her delusions because they couldn't accept her mental illness. I was angry but didn't know who to blame. Vanessa for years of cruelty, my parents for not treating her, or the illness for stealing my sister's reality. I inquired about other childhood events. Whom she claimed hit her were questioned. Our parents were told I did things I never did and my friends were drug dealers. She appeared confused and denied saying that. She inquired because that didn't sound like her. She seemed confused and might forget. Her brain had rewritten so much of her history that she couldn't tell fact from fiction. Dr. Alan Morris returned after Vanessa's exam. He informed Lucas and me in a separate meeting room that her memories were unreliable. Delusions may have caused her childhood misdeeds. Some may have been organized manipulation before her problem grew. Vanessa presumably couldn't tell anymore. Her brain mixed real and fake memories to distort history. He said we may never know which of her actions were caused by illness and which by our parents' indulgence. Years had merged the items. My 20-minute consultation with Dr. Alan Morris felt like hours. I tried to understand what he said about Vanessa's defective memories and her brain blending real and artificial events until she couldn't tell them apart. Lucas watched me walk down the hospital hallway with his hand on my back. Lacking words. We sat in a quiet waiting room with awful plastic chairs while I rested. Mom texted me they'll arrive at the hospital in an hour. I felt sick seeing that message because I knew this talk would be terrible. I agreed to coffee when Lucas asked despite not wanting it. I needed him to act normally while I thought. Since I needed my hands, I drank his 2 cups of burnt hospital cafeteria water. The hour flew by too fast and slow. I kept checking my phone and watching people pass us in the waiting area, trying not to think about telling my parents. Lucas showed Vanessa's Facebook comments on his phone. At least half our community discussed family issues. My old high school teacher checked on me. My 3 cousins planned to distribute more receipts exposing Vanessa's lies. Having my upbringing examined in public didn't appeal. Mom and Dad entered the waiting area at 7, crying. Mom's makeup was smudged and Dad's eyes were red and swollen. They looked 10 years older than at the wedding yesterday. Not ready, I rejected Mom's hug. She appeared hurt but didn't argue. Dad questioned Vanessa's safety while standing with his hands in his pockets. I said she was stable and on medication and they could visit soon, but first we talked. Before any family saw Vanessa, Dr. Alan Morris wanted to talk. I agreed because my parents needed a doctor to tell them they didn't do well. Dr. Alan Morris was waiting in another consultation room with a folder of documents and a harsh demeanor that made my dad defensive. Dr. Alan Morris invited my parents to sit. Mom immediately said they were helping Vanessa through a terrible time and didn't realize she needed medical help. She talked like she was telling a principal her child didn't do homework. The mistake was simple for anyone. I tightened my jaw because she was making excuses before Dr. Alan Morris started. After she finished, Dr. Alan Morris removed medical records from his folder. He said Vanessa was diagnosed with delusional disorder 4 years earlier after a work breakdown and accusing her company of stealing her ideas and ruining her career. A 52-year-old boss barely remembered Vanessa. Vanessa fabricated it. She received helpful medication in the hospital. Therapy and drug control worked for 3 years. Dad said the medication had soulless and flattened her personality, and they wanted their real daughter back. Dr. Alan Morris looked at him with a patient expression like he'd heard this 1,000 times and said that was a common fear. But the medication was helping Vanessa tell fact from fiction. Her brain started telling intricate, fully believed lies without it. He claimed that delaying medicine 8 months earlier had deteriorated her health until my wedding, when she was away from reality. Mom cried and said the doctors were drugging her into another person. Their reasons made me snap because I couldn't do it. Vanessa wasn't assisted. Because they didn't realize their perfect baby was mentally ill, they let her get sicker. Lucas patted my leg as I spoke louder than intended, but I kept going. I told them they let Vanessa harass me for years, believed her lies, and blamed me for things I didn't do, but now I know she was sick and they knew. Because Vanessa refused treatment, I let her ruin my childhood. Dad tried to say the drugs had made her not herself and they wanted their real daughter back. But I told him her real daughter was sick and needed care and they had played it down for convenience. Dr. Alan Morris said untreated delusional disorder worsens. He said the brain creates new explanations for sensations when this illness stops treatment. More complex and distant delusions make reality harder to discern. My parents let Vanessa's illness get so bad that she thought Lucas was her boyfriend. She was getting married, and I stole her life after removing her medication. Medication and therapy may have prevented her complete delusions. Parents actually cried. She shivered when Mom grabbed her face. Hunched Dad covered his eyes. Mom cried as she said they didn't want their daughter diagnosed with mental illness. Accepting the diagnosis felt like parental failure. They believed love and support would help her recover without brain drugs. I couldn't control my emotions watching them cry. The rejection ruined my childhood and nearly my wedding, so I was furious. Not knowing what they were doing, sad. This situation was more complicated than expected, which exhausted me. Lucas grabbed my fingers, and I left before saying something regrettable. Lucas and I left the hospital at 8:45 and stayed at a nearby motel to avoid the long drive home. We sat silently on the third-floor bed overlooking the parking lot. To avoid waiting, Lucas ordered local pizza and we ate it cold. We discussed the event, its meaning, and my future all night. Lucas consulted Vanessa. Over years, she seemed cruel, spoiled, and trying to hurt me. That may be her illness talking. Dr. Alan Morris said we may never know which behaviors were caused by her illness and which by my parents' entitlement. Not sure if that helped or hurt. Lucas blamed mental illness for her behavior, but I had a right to be hurt. To help Vanessa recover, we talked. Lucas said he'd support my repair or breakup decision. After much consideration, I decided to show sympathy for her illness while setting boundaries for her past actions. I could admit she was sick and needed care without denying 22 years. I could help her recover without fixing her, our parents, or this disaster. I knew what to do next morning. Dr. Alan Morris and I discussed Vanessa's treatment plan without my parents. I got into his hospital office at 10:45. Lucas offered to help, but I insisted on doing it alone. He kissed me and promised to be in the hotel room when I returned. Dr. Alan Morris's small office had medical supplies and diplomas on one wall. I took his coffee despite the bad hospital coffee because I needed something to hold. He suggested Vanessa needed intensive inpatient therapy for at least 7 weeks, possibly longer depending on medication responses on another page. After that, she may need weekly outpatient therapy and lifelong medication. He suggested I join Vanessa's family therapy. I tried, but he needed to know I wasn't responsible for my parents' enabling or Vanessa's recovery. I promised to attend classes and be honest about our history to understand her illness, but I wouldn't pretend everything was fine or we could continue. Dr. Alan Morris said honest boundaries will help Vanessa more than fake reconciliation. After leaving his office, I walked across the hospital, thinking about how much had changed since yesterday. I had family drama at my wedding yesterday. I tried to help my mentally ill sister today without hurting her. When I returned to the motel, Lucas was watching TV and eating leftover pizza for breakfast. Sitting near him, I rested my head on his shoulder. A hospital administrator informed me that my parents were meeting with social services about Vanessa's treatment. They didn't need me, but they asked if I could come because they didn't understand the insurance. Insurance paperwork bothered me, so I almost declined. I couldn't leave Vanessa after everything because I thought of her confused and terrified in the hospital. Lucas and I returned to the hospital and found my parents in a small office with a tired social worker. Vanessa's social worker said Dr. Alan Morris's intensive inpatient program cost thousands and her insurance had few mental health benefits. My parents were appalled and demanded cheaper or outpatient care. Social worker patiently explained Vanessa's illness required hospitalization and monitoring. Mom requested assistance with cost calculations and treatment facility comparisons. I was resentful because they wanted me to fix this after making me the issue for years. I saw Dad struggle with insurance paperwork. I could tell his confusion overwhelmed them. The social worker and I discussed payment options and cost coverage schemes while reviewing the files. The next hour with the social worker we reviewed insurance data to assess treatment costs and my parents' coverage. The numbers hurt. Dr. Alan Morris intensive 7-week inpatient therapy costs $45,000, and insurance reimburses $18,000. My parents were appalled by my gap payment description. Dad frequently inquired about payment options and subsidies. My phone looked for sliding scale or superior insurance mental health centers. A social worker received 3 120-mile contact addresses I typed. Mum squeezed my hand, embarrassing me after years of choosing Vanessa over me for everything. I withdrew my hand and told them I'd helped with the study but they should make arrangements since I wasn't solving their problem. The social worker agreed and said she'd call these places tomorrow for availability and prices. Insurance paperwork and my parents' stress exhausted me as we left the appointment. Lucas and I returned to our hotel room around 7. I stared at the ceiling in bed, feeling like I'd wasted my honeymoon week on someone else. Monica phoned. She quickly asked if I was okay after answering. So I told her I was in a hospital for Vanessa's psychiatric care, not on a Hawaiian beach. Monica was quiet, then said she was calling to remind me that I got married 6 days earlier and shouldn't waste my honeymoon week on family issues. She asked why I felt responsible for fixing my parents' problems when they made me miserable my whole life. My response was poor. She said I should enjoy my marriage and be happy instead of drowning in family strife. Her words hurt because she was right and I had been causing Lucas pain when we could have celebrated. Monica required 1 day off hospital visits for our honeymoon. Accepting and appreciating her reality check. I looked at Lucas and apologized for disrupting our honeymoon after hanging up. While sitting on the bed, Lucas told me he married me knowing my family was complicated. He expected family strife because security had taken my sister from our wedding. He told me marriage is about overcoming challenges, not just pleasure. He would rather help me than pretend everything was fine on a Hawaiian beach while I worried about my sister. I asked if he was sure because honeymoons shouldn't be like this. He kissed my forehead and said our honeymoon could wait months but my family needed attention now. He suggested we follow Monica's advice and have fun tomorrow instead of going to the hospital. That was nice, and I'm glad I married someone who didn't run away when things got messy. We drove to a cute town with cute shops and restaurants the next morning after sleeping late. Had lunch at an outdoor cafe, tried on ridiculous headgear at a vintage store, and held hands. I preferred enjoying my partner to managing family crises. We had ice cream and watched parkgoers walk their dogs after an hour at a bookstore. Hospital, Vanessa, and my parents' support were forgotten for hours. Lucas and I discussed our bedroom color, next year's destination, and other newlywed issues. At a great Italian restaurant, Lucas ordered wine and we toast family drama breaks. This day reminded me why I married him and to rejoice, not just survive. Back at the hotel that night, I felt more relaxed than after the ceremony. I had my first hospital family therapy appointment 3 days later. Dr. Alan Morris arranged it to show Vanessa's unhealthy family patterns. My parents were worried when I entered the consultation room. Vanessa arrived minutes later with a calmer nurse than years. Lucas, sitting next, supported me. The 52-year-old therapist said this session would identify family issues in her introduction. In a circle, she asked us to explain our purpose. My parents immediately said they didn't understand Vanessa's health was bad and thought stopping her prescription helped. The therapist looked at me after silently listening. Vanessa grumbled that her brain was making up memories and ideas. She apologized for ruining my wedding and wondered if it was real or a dream. She looked distressed as she assessed reality. She apologized for other childhood memories but stopped herself and said she wasn't sure they happened. Watching her fight her disorder's lies was awful. She remembered me being unhappy as a child, but she wasn't sure if she did it or if her brain was imagining it. The therapist noted that delusional disorder patients restarting medication after months off often felt disoriented. Vanessa apologized despite not remembering. The therapist noted my parents' treatment of Vanessa's behavior over time. She said they ignored doctors, professors, and family members who suspected trouble. Mom quickly claimed they were protecting their daughter from mental illness. Dad said Vanessa appeared healthy. The therapist immediately asked why they stopped seeing Vanessa and stopping her medication 8 months ago. Vanessa was soulless and personalityless after taking the medicine, said Mom. Dad preferred an honest daughter to a drugged one. The therapist said Vanessa's personality was deteriorating and the drug helped her function. Parents said they didn't understand the severity and wanted to please Vanessa. I told them guarding Vanessa destroyed my childhood after sitting silently. Years of being accused, called a liar when I told the truth, and losing friends and boyfriends because Vanessa believed her charges. Vanessa's lies called us school. Annual birthday cakes and customized family trips in her favorite flavor. They called me emotional or overreacted when I said Vanessa lied. Vanessa hijacked my wedding while they treated me like a troublemaker. By the end, my voice was shaking, but I had said everything I needed to say for years. Mom immediately said I exaggerated. She said they loved us equally and tried their best as parents. Vanessa spoke before me. Despite not knowing the truth, she mumbled about being unfairly blamed. She said her parents automatically supported her without hearing my story. Vanessa stopped complaining about being victimized after accepting reality. Mom was upset Vanessa didn't confirm our childhood. Dad silently examined his hands. The therapist hesitated before speaking. My parents must accept their role in family issues to move forward, the therapist said. She said Vanessa's illness couldn't be blamed without responsibility. My parents would punish me if Vanessa lied because of her problem. She said they blamed their second daughter for family issues and didn't treat Vanessa's illness. She wondered if they realized their choices affected both kids. My dad held my crying mom. The therapist said this was just the start of a long family healing process that requires honesty about who caused the dysfunction. She suggested a meeting the following week to resolve these issues. I was uneasy after treatment, but I wasn't sure why. Lucas took us back to our hotel, where we ordered room service to avoid people. Vanessa's inpatient appointments were scheduled by the hospital administrator the next morning via text. I'll think after 10 minutes of staring at the message. Lucas asked what I was going to do, and I said, honestly, I didn't know. Half of me wanted to never see Vanessa again, but the other half kept thinking about her scared expression in that hospital bed when she couldn't tell what was. After a week of debating, I visited her. Tuesday after Tuesday, I was sick the whole way. The hospital's psychiatric unit visiting area has comfortable chairs and covered windows. Vanessa wore sweatpants and a t-shirt instead of her expensive clothes. I didn't know what to say as we sat down, so I asked how she felt. She said the medication helped but had trouble recalling. She said she remembered but felt weird, like watching a life on film. After 30 minutes of tension, she apologized for the wedding disaster. I left confused because I expected to be upset but was sad. Since we knew what to expect, our second visit the following week went better. Vanessa said her therapist made her write and fact-check memories. The number of mistakes she remembered frightened her. She told me about a family trip to Disney World when she was 10 and I was harsh. Mom said we'd never visited Disney World as kids. She cried, doubting her head. Vanessa was calmer, less upset, and less confused at her third visit 3 weeks later. Lucas was abruptly mentioned and she apologized for stalking. She saw him at the gym and liked him, but dating memories were dreamlike. Tightened. Her therapist said her brain fabricated a desire relationship. She understood why Lucas wanted the restraining order, but she thought we were dating and I was stealing him. She stared me down and said she was afraid of her mind, of not knowing what was true in her situation. I warned her that without medication and therapy, her brain would keep lying. She never wanted to return to her crazy state of not knowing fact from fiction. Therapy helped my parents admit fault. Father spoke to me one night. Dad told Lucas on speaker that he'd seen Vanessa's symptoms years earlier but thought she was acting because it was easier to accept than being sick. After her delusional disorder diagnosis 4 years ago, he and Mom argued for weeks because Mom thought the doctors were wrong. He stopped fighting by accepting Mom's medicine reduction. Why didn't they tell me? He said they were ashamed and didn't want me to criticize Vanessa. Because I hated Vanessa for years, I almost laughed but let him rant. He apologized for always supporting Vanessa and said he knew they'd hurt us by making me the scapegoat and Vanessa, by not helping her. The following week, Mother confessed. Although the medicine helped Vanessa, she hated how it made her less active and effervescent. Vanessa was quieter and less funny on medicine, and Mom missed her pre-diagnosis daughter. Vanessa said the drug flattened her 8 months ago. Mom said stop taking it. Mom thought Vanessa could skip meds if doctors were wrong. Vanessa declined until her wedding day crash. Mom sobbed that stopping medication destroyed her child. I didn't know what to say since she was right. Mom and Dad should help Vanessa stay on her medicine and get good therapy, I told her. 7 weeks after the wedding, Lucas and I took a delayed honeymoon. We drove 4 hours to a beach town for a long weekend without family. We walked on the beach, ate at great restaurants, slept late, and had sex without family drama on my phone every few hours. It was great to remember being newlyweds without a mental health crisis. Lucas liked how I handled everything, and understood it was hard to show sympathy to those who hurt me so much. Not for my family. I wanted Vanessa to improve, so I tried before ending them. We considered frontiers on the beach one night. If my parents continued therapy and realized we wouldn't allow Vanessa's condition, they could join us. If Vanessa stayed in therapy, we could reconnect gently. We wouldn't ignore history. Lucas asked if we would ever have a regular family relationship, and I said, probably not. But maybe we could have an honest one. Vanessa finished her 7-week inpatient program and transferred to outpatient care while we were at the beach. The hospital informed her of her discharge and psychiatrists wished to visit family. I called to schedule it for the following week after we got home. The psychiatrist reported that Vanessa was taking her medication well and showing insight at our meeting. He said insight meant she knew her disease, and her impressions were unreliable. He stressed its importance because patients without insight often stop taking medication, thinking they were fine. Vanessa saw him 3 times a week to monitor her medication. He asked me to contact her and set limits. Vanessa texted to meet for coffee after the hospital meeting. The meeting outside the hospital was more nerve-wracking, so I checked my phone. Lucas promised to support me when we discussed it. He offered to sit at a nearby table so Vanessa and I could talk discreetly, but he was available. I replied and we agreed to meet Saturday morning at a coffee shop halfway between us. On Saturday, driving was scary. I ordered a latte and sat at a corner table facing the door at the coffee shop. Vanessa arrived 5 minutes later and I barely recognized her. She was healthier than years. Calmer, less excited. Her weight gain looked good, and she wore jeans and a sweater instead of flashy costumes. Behind her, Lucas sat 4 tables away with coffee and a book. Vanessa sat opposite me and thanked me for sticking with her despite her misdeeds. She expected most people in her situation to lose family, which was reasonable. I watched her discuss her treatments while swirling my latte. She said doctors showed her how much of her childhood was in her head. Her parents treated her well, so she thought she deserved it for years. She admitted to manipulating people by using their sorrow and favoritism to get what she wanted, even though her condition made her believe lies. Her responsibility was admirable, but years of damage were impossible to ignore. Before her health declined, some of her actions seemed deliberate and unpleasant, so I needed time to decide what to forgive. She nodded and said she didn't expect me to shop and share secrets like sisters. She suggested we start as nice family members who had coffee occasionally. Maybe expand if it worked. Lucas gave me a quick thumbs up from his table across the room when I tried because she seemed genuine. My mom called 4 days later to reschedule family dinner. My gut nodded because I knew what she meant by fresh pretending nothing happened and continuing as usual. I told her I would come to dinner, but only at a restaurant where I could leave if things got weird, not at their house where I'd feel trapped. I promised we wouldn't ignore history or pretend everything was fine. Mom was quiet before booking Saturday night at a nearby Italian restaurant. After hanging up, I told Lucas about my anxiety during dinner. While I appreciated his promise to protect me, I said I needed to do this alone with my family. I drove to the restaurant sick on Saturday. I sat at their table first. This corner booth was too cozy for shame. My parents arrived next, looking older and worn than at the wedding, and Vanessa arrived last in jeans and a plain shirt instead of her usual look-at-me clothes. Though nervous, we ordered drinks and appetizers while discussing the weather in my new apartment. Dad said they apologized for our upbringing. Mom cried and called supporting Vanessa stupid. I was wrong to ignore my feelings for years. Don't make me feel inferior to my sister. Treatment showed they hurt us both, Dad said. By hiding me and Vanessa by never holding her accountable. It didn't fix everything, but it exceeded expectations. Vanessa pushed noodles around her plate without looking up. She answered basic questions about my job and flat without promoting herself. Though uncomfortable, she seemed to be trying to stand out. Dad paid and requested a repeat a few weeks later when the check arrived. Maybe I should process tonight and see how I feel. Vanessa awkwardly half-embraced me in the parking lot before driving off. Mom muttered she loved and was sorry as my parents held me. I returned home exhausted, confused, and hopeful. My family received clear instructions for 3 weeks. They knew I'd meet Vanessa and answer her texts to help her heal, not as her therapist or best friend. I agreed to occasional dinners with my parents but not holidays or family gatherings. I threatened to leave if Vanessa was favored or ignored again. My demands were met, but I could tell they struggled with my limits. Lucas supported my every decision and never made me forgive or give them another chance. Lucas and I honeymooned in Hawaii 3 months after our chaotic wedding. A week at a Maui beachfront resort included swimming, hiking, and eating well. Resting and focusing on marriage rather than family issues was nice. We considered buying a house and having kids later. I could breathe and be happy knowing my family was stronger, even if it was imperfect. Lucas grabbed my hand on the beach one evening and said he was impressed with how I handled everything, that many would have cut off their family or let them cross lines again. Vanessa texted me on our 4th Hawaii day. She was in a circle with notebooks, focusing on her photo. She said it was her outpatient therapy group and thanked me again for helping her. I showed Lucas the photo and liked her genuine smile. I told her I was proud of her therapy progress and would meet her for coffee when I got home. With her heart emoji and thanks, she seemed sisterly. After putting my phone down, I looked out at the lake with Lucas's arm around my shoulders and the sun on my face. I was glad Vanessa recovered but knew we'd never be close or talk often. A new, beneficial sisterhood emerged. Truth and boundaries, not childish misbehavior, not our fairy tale ending. It was real and manageable. I and Lucas watched coastal waves crash. Grateful for a life without dysfunction and hopeful my family will change. 3 missed Elaine calls greeted me from Hawaii. She requested family discussions via voicemail. Important, but not urgent. She said our relatives were talking after seeing my wedding's Facebook drama when I called her that night. They regretted remaining silent while Vanessa treated me like garbage for years. Elaine said 8 wanted to meet and apologized for not speaking up when they saw what was happening. No apologies, but I hope to see everyone. Next Saturday, we booked lunch at a restaurant near my apartment. Lucas helped but sat at another table to make room. We sat at a long table with 8 cousins. We heard Vanessa tales. My cousin Courtney told us about a summer when Vanessa accused her of stealing and our aunt made her show her pockets and bags at a family barbecue. Vanessa's chamber had jewelry but no apology. My cousin Dylan says Vanessa told his parents he sold drugs in high school, grounding him for 4 months and nearly costing him college. Vanessa spread rumors that she was pregnant at 16, damaging her school reputation and forcing her parents to educate her for a year, according to my cousin Rebecca. Each tale reflected. There were lies, false accusations, and our family blindly believing Vanessa. At several family gatherings, Elaine wanted to speak but was afraid of offending me. I said I understood but wasted years thinking I was the issue. Maybe I was as bad as Vanessa said. Hearing others saw the same patterns and received the same treatment loosens my chest after 22 years. Our perspective made us laugh at the ridiculousness after 4 hours of restaurant storytelling. Mom called a few weeks after lunch to arrange a coffee shop meeting. She wanted to share mental illness family support group experiences. I agreed, but told Lucas where I'd be and asked him to call me in an hour because I might leave. I imagined my parents as old and aged looking. Our dad brought coffee and mom brought a support group notebook. She said their group leader told them hiding Vanessa's diagnosis was worse. They hoped keeping her off medication would protect her identity, but her illness took over. Dad said they'd seen signs for years before diagnosis. Vanessa's slanders, elaborate lies, and friendshiplessness. Instead of helping her, they blamed drama or envy. Mom cried and apologized for making me feel insignificant my whole life. Choosing Vanessa didn't help, said the support group. Thank you for apologizing, but trust takes time. To indicate comprehension, we nodded. Father said they worked with Vanessa's doctors to keep her on medication and therapy, learning to control her behavior. Though imperfect, it was a start. Vanessa texted me a bookshop uniform photo 4 months after the wedding. She stacked books and served clients 18 hours a week, but it was her first meaningful job in 3 years. In her monitored apartment, a caseworker checked on her twice a week and helped with medicine and tasks. Was she pleased with the work? I texted back. She said strangers and schedules were harder than expected, but her therapist said structure helped her recover. In subsequent weeks, she texted me about work successes and funny group therapy situations. The sisterly texts were dull and unmanipulated. Waiting for her response was fun. I was never so interested in her. Lucas and I hosted a dinner party to thank our friends and celebrate surviving the chaos. We invited Monica, Lucas's sister Sloane, and 3 close friends. Lucas cleaned the apartment and set up our small dining table with wedding gifts of candles and beautiful china while I prepared in the afternoon. Wine and a kitchen gathering awaited everyone at 7. Finished last dishes. Monica recounted the wedding fiasco, and we laughed at Vanessa wearing a wedding dress and my parents forcing a joint ceremony. Sloane reported the Facebook restraining order and backlash. Friends said they checked the Facebook post every 5 minutes during our reception to see what would happen. Lucas raised his glass and said he married me knowing my family was troubled, but seeing me handle things well made him love me more. Everyone drank and chatted. They helped us when my family couldn't. so I appreciated them. My relationship with my parents improved over time. A photo album of my childhood photos they thought I might like was brought to dinner. Even though it felt like it, Mom showed me birthday and school event photos to show they didn't ignore me. I appreciated the gesture, even though the photos reminded me of being second to Vanessa at every event. They discussed Vanessa after hearing my work and life stories. Calling every 2 weeks was natural. Some families contacted their mom about everything and visited every weekend, but I knew we would never be that close. We created something honest where they took responsibility for their mistakes and I set future boundaries. It was flawed but healthier. Vanessa joined me monthly for coffee. In nice weather, she took the bus to a cafe near my apartment and sat outside. We talked about safe topics like her career, mine, and TV. Her treatment homework and coping skills were discussed. She heard about Lucas, my trip, and apartment renovation. Nobody mentioned the wedding or our years of suffering. Although the conversation was difficult and I ran out of words, we connected. I praised her improvement despite recalling what happened. Each coffee date eased my mind about seeing my sister next month. I woke up next to Lucas in our apartment 5 months after our wedding and loved everything. Instead of denying problems, my family sought therapy. Medically stable, Vanessa became independent. My parents were learning accountability. This challenge united Lucas and me. The best ending wasn't always reconciliation and happiness. Sharing reality, setting boundaries, and making something real, even if it wasn't perfect, was best. I still struggled with childhood and being treated less than Vanessa. I created my life. Kind friends and a progressing family were mine. Dad spent $18,000 on my golden siblings but said to me, "You're not my son," over one failure. 4 years later, he called begging as their fraud hit court. The day the results of the bar exam were announced, my father called me into his office. He was aware of my failure before I was. He was informed early by people he knew at the state board. He didn't inquire about my well-being or the circumstances. All he did was slide a typewritten letter across his mahogany desk. It stated that I had 10 days to leave his home because I was no longer his son. He claimed that after he had paid for 6 years of education, I had damaged the family name's reputation in the legal community by failing the bar. He actually said that we were like silverware that needed to be polished by using the word tarnished. Evan, my brother, was already a partner in Dad's business. 4 years prior, he had passed the bar on his first attempt. Dad spent $18,000 on a party for him. He invited all of the state's judges and attorneys. He spoke about Evan continuing the family's tradition of excellence in law. Dad referred to Evan as the son who made everything worthwhile as he stood there grinning in his custom suit. 3 years after Evan's death, my sister Claire passed away. One more big celebration. One more speech about pride and family. Dad got her a Mercedes with the words Lawyer 1 on the vanity plate. She wasn't even a lawyer. She played tennis at the country club and married the son of a senator. Nevertheless, she was still deserving of family because she had passed the test. I spent 9 months studying, taking all the practice exams, and paying for tutors out of pocket because my father insisted that I should do it on my own like Evan did. Evan, however, had all of Dad's old materials and his personal coach. Dad covered Evan's expenses, allowing him to pursue his studies full-time. Dad charged me to live at home after graduation, so I worked nights at a warehouse to pay the rent. My father changed the locks the day I failed. Mom cried as she stood behind him, but she remained silent. Evan suggested that trade school might be a better fit for me and assisted me in packing. Claire shared on social media that it was acceptable for not everyone to be destined for greatness. In fact, she used my failure as inspiration for her post about celebrating victories. I got into my vehicle. Dad was unable to accept it because it was in my name even though he had co-signed it during college. I used the coffee shop Wi-Fi to apply for jobs after taking a shower at the gym. A law school graduate who failed the bar would never be hired. They all thought I was having some sort of problem. At last, I was hired to review documents for a title company. It was mindless labor for minimum wage, but it was worth it. I met Michael there. He needed someone who understood contracts because he owned a real estate investment company. The bar exam didn't matter to him. He was concerned that I was able to identify problems with purchase agreements. I was overseeing his business acquisitions in just 7 months. He gave me business-oriented instruction on real estate law. It turns out that understanding real estate transactions doesn't require passing the bar. You simply cannot appear in court on behalf of clients. I did it well. Excellent. Michael served as my mentor when I launched my own real estate investment business. I used my legal expertise to identify zoning law loopholes that allowed us to purchase inexpensive land and turn it into a commercial development. My first transaction brought in $235,000. I kept my family in the dark. Meanwhile, Evan was having trouble. He had been funding his gambling addiction by skimming from client trust accounts. For years, Dad had filled in for him by substituting funds prior to audits. However, a client complaint prompted the state bar to begin an investigation. Evan needed $2.7 million to stay out of trouble. The house, the business, and his retirement were all mortgaged by Dad. He referred to it as safeguarding the family name, which I had damaged by failing an exam. After learning that Claire had been having affairs with both her personal trainer and her tennis instructor, her husband filed for divorce. She was discovered when she attempted to conceal assets during the divorce. She was punished by the judge for fraud. An ethics investigation was launched by the state bar. Dad also spent a lot of money on her attorneys. She lost everything in the divorce and was suspended for 3 years. Dad's business began to lose clients. Everyone was anxious when they learned about Claire's fraud and Evan's theft. Junior employees leave their jobs. Partners took their money out. Dad called to ask for my assistance with a loan. Blood was blood, he said. I reminded him of my disownment letter. You're not going to let me down for the 3rd time, are you? He said, laughing. After hanging up, I sat in my car outside the strip mall that I had just closed. The sound of Dad's laugh replayed itself in my mind. He seemed to be playing a joke on me, as evidenced by the way he asked for money. I gripped the steering wheel with trembling hands. He threw me out with a typewritten letter 4 years ago. He then asked me to rescue his ideal kids from their own mess. Before I could convince myself otherwise, I took out my phone and called Michael. On the second ring, he answered. I spoke quickly and angrily as I told him everything. Dad needed the money to pay Claire's legal bills and Evan's theft. In fact, he had the audacity to inquire as to whether I would let him down a 3rd time. As usual, Michael listened to me without saying anything. He said something that stayed with me after I was done. He claimed that I owed nothing to those who treated me like trash. That I wouldn't get the apology I deserved or change who they were if I helped them. Even though he was correct, it didn't make the choice any simpler. The following 3 days were agony. I made an effort to concentrate on my work, but my thoughts kept returning to Dad's phone call. His entitlement and the fact that he could reject me one moment and then beg for money the next infuriated a part of me. However, there was a pitiful, hopeful side of me that questioned whether this crisis could actually result in a genuine relationship between us. Perhaps if I assisted them, they would realize that I wasn't the failure they had accused me of being. I detested the fact that I had such a thought. I made the decision to conduct some research on the 4th day before making any choices. I needed to know the full extent of the situation, not just Dad's version, in which everything was a straightforward error. I began with Evan's situation. I read through the public complaint files on the state bar website for hours. My stomach turned at what I discovered. Dad had mentioned that Evan borrowed money from a client account during a difficult time. That was untrue. Over the course of 4 years, Evan had stolen from at least 9 different client accounts. To conceal it, he had put up a whole system. In order to keep one step ahead of the audits, he would transfer funds from one client's trust account to another. The sums continued to increase. Here, $65,000. There, $120,000. Everything was in black and white in the complaint file. Client names, dates, and amounts. Evan was trusted with the life savings of some of these elderly clients. Evan pretended to be in charge of one woman's estate while stealing her money because she had dementia. That made me feel ill to read. This was not a gambling problem gone haywire. Dad had known this was years of calculated theft. Before the state bar caught on, Dad had covered shortfalls several times, according to the documents. I then investigated Claire's situation. Dad had given the impression that she had simply concealed some assets during her divorce, which is something that many people attempt to do. Once more, incorrect. I read every page of the judge's written order, which was made public. Claire had more than just concealed resources. On financial documents, she had falsified her husband's signature. During depositions, she had lied under oath about her property and bank accounts. She had moved funds to fictitious businesses that she had created in order to conceal them from the divorce proceedings. The judge used phrases like pattern of deception and deliberate fraud. Claire had demonstrated a total disregard for the truth in the legal quad system, he wrote. Even more was discovered by the state bar investigation. For 4 years, she had submitted phony certificates while falsifying continuing education credits by never attending the necessary training sessions. While she claimed to be attending legal seminars, she had been playing tennis at the country club. Dad, however, continued to dismiss it all as a misunderstanding, as if she had simply made a careless error. Dad called again 5 days after the initial call. His voice had changed, and I could hear it immediately. The haughtiness had vanished, to be replaced by a near panic. He claimed that the company was losing clients more quickly than he had anticipated. The money had been taken out by 2 more partners. He required a response regarding the loan. I informed him that I had to first fully comprehend the circumstances. That triggered him. He began screaming that I was being petty and harboring resentment when family members should support one another during difficult times. I brought up the fact that 4 years ago he decided I wasn't family. He claimed that I had embarrassed him and that Evan and Claire were dealing with serious repercussions, such as losing my house and having to sleep in my car. He demanded an answer by the end of the week as the call came to an end. The following morning, Michael and I met at our office. On the conference table, I laid out every document I had discovered. The court orders, the investigation reports, and the bar complaints. Michael read them carefully, taking in every detail. When he was done, he turned to face me and said something I will never forget. Dad was asking me to pay for the consequences of choices he'd enabled for years. He said. He asked me what I thought would happen if I gave Dad the money. And I replied that the same man who called me a failure for one test result was now pleading with that failure to save his legacy. Would Evan be honest all of a sudden? Would Claire give up lying? Would Dad say he was sorry for ejecting me? Both of us were aware of the solutions. According to Michael, they would remain the same individuals they always were, and the only thing that would change is that I would be broke. As we sat there, my phone rang. The number is unknown. Something forced me to answer when I nearly didn't. Mom was there. At first, I could hardly understand her because of how trembling her voice was. She apologized and said that when Dad threw me out, she ought to have defended me. That her silence had been a mistake. She claimed to have heard about my business through mutual friends and had been observing my success from a distance. She expressed her pride in what I had accomplished without their assistance or name. I was at a loss for words. I had dismissed her for 4 years as just another enabler, someone who put Dad's brutality ahead of her own son. She was apologizing now, and I felt totally unsteady. We spoke for more than an hour. Mom revealed to me details I was unaware of, such as how Dad dominated their marriage, and how she had lost herself in an attempt to maintain harmony. Then she made a statement that startled me. Dad was unaware that she had a savings account of her own. For years, she had been saving money in tiny amounts that he wouldn't notice. She claimed that after witnessing what happened to me, she was no longer afraid to leave. For the first time, she could clearly see how Dad destroyed anyone who didn't fit his ideal. She said that although she wasn't sure if she would have the guts to leave, at least she was aware that she had the choice. If she needed the money, it was there. I assured her that if she chose to leave, I would support her and that she could stay with me until she was able to support herself. She thanked me and began to cry. The following week, we decided to get together for coffee alone. Evan sent me an email that evening. It was lengthy and filled with justifications about his addiction to gambling and the strain of meeting Dad's expectations. He claimed that he had no intention of harming anyone and that Dad's mortgage on the house and business would reimburse the clients. He continued by saying that addiction was a disease and that he was now receiving treatment. However, he never apologized to me in that entire email. He never once acknowledged telling me to try trade school or helping me load my belongings into my car. He simply assumed that since we were brothers and brothers do that, I would assist. As if the previous 4 years had never occurred. As if he hadn't watched as Dad actively stole from weak clients and ruined me over a test result. I read that email 3 times in an attempt to find any indication of genuine regret or recognition of the way they had handled me. There were only presumptions and excuses that I had rushed to their aid. I opened my laptop and sent Evan a single line. After Dad changed the locks, do you recall assisting me with packing my belongings into my car? Before I could second guess myself, I hit send. Within minutes, the message was marked as read, but no response was received. Nothing changed after several hours. For the remainder of the day, I couldn't stop checking my phone, but Evan said nothing. That silence indicated that my point had been received exactly where I wanted it to be, and it felt better than any apology he could have written. He was aware of what he had done, but he was at a loss for words. My chest felt hard and cold with satisfaction. 3 days later, a black SUV pulled up to the construction fence while I was strolling around the edge of a commercial lot we had recently purchased. It appeared to be a high-end car, one of those luxury models with big wheels and chrome trim. Wearing expensive workout attire with subdued logos that cost more than most people's monthly rent, Claire climbed out. She wore sunglasses that likely cost as much as I used to earn in a week at the title company, and her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail. Temporary dealer plates were on the SUV. She approached me with a smile as if we were getting together for lunch as old friends. She began inquiring about my company while pretending to be interested in the property. She claimed to have learned about my success in real estate from mutual acquaintances. She continued to laugh at unfunny things and touch my arm. She continued by saying that she always knew I would succeed because I was too intelligent and motivated to let a single setback stop me. She spoke as though she had been supporting me the entire time. As if she hadn't shared on social media how my failure served as a lesson in recognizing and celebrating the winners. As if those remarks hadn't stuck with me during the darkest time of my life, when I was living in my car and taking gym showers, I withdrew my arm from her contact. As I sat in a coffee shop using their Wi-Fi to apply for jobs that wouldn't hire me, I told her that I could remember every word of her social media post. I asked her if she recalled using my darkest moment as material for her followers and if she recalled writing that not everyone was destined for greatness and that was acceptable. Her smile wavered as she took a step back. She claimed that I was taking it personally, that I was being overly sensitive, and that she was merely attempting to be inspirational. We were family, she said, and she was going through a very difficult moment because of the divorce and the bar suspension. Since she had always stood by me, she asked if I couldn't just put the past behind me and assist her. That last part nearly made me laugh. Rather, I told her to get off my land and never return. She looked shocked for a moment before getting into her SUV and leaving. Michael summoned me to the conference room that afternoon. Financial projections and site plans for a large commercial development downtown, a medical complex with retail and office buildings, were among the papers he had strewn across the table. The figures were astounding. For at least 7 months, we would have to devote all of our attention and every dollar of available funds. I was guided through the analysis by Michael. If we did it correctly, the profit potential could triple the value of our business. But it needed complete concentration. I can make important decisions without being sidetracked, distracted by family drama. I knew this was the decision as we sat there examining those figures. Continue getting sucked into my family's issues or make a commitment to creating something genuine that was truly mine. 4 days later, a man I knew who worked in the prosecutor's office called me. We had remained in contact after attending law school together. He inquired as to whether I was aware that my brother was being charged with serious crimes. I only mentioned that I was aware of the bar investigation. He informed me that Evan's theft exceeded the threshold for felony embezzlement. On several counts, in an attempt to reach an agreement, Dad had been phoning the prosecutor's office every day. He offered complete restitution, character references, and anything else to keep Evan out of jail. According to my contact, Evan had stolen from vulnerable clients for several years, which is why the prosecutor wasn't interested. It wasn't just one error, it demonstrated intent and preparation. The government wished to use him as an example. That evening, when my phone rang, Dad's name came up on the screen. Curiosity won out, and I nearly didn't respond. Before I could say hello, he began to yell. He claimed to be aware that I had been investigating Evan's case, making inquiries, and reviewing official documents. He said that rather than assisting the family in need, I was attempting to undermine my own brother. After allowing him to finish his tirade, I questioned why he was upset with me for perusing public records rather than Evan for defrauding customers. I suggested that perhaps things wouldn't have gotten this bad if he had held Evan responsible when the issue first arose, rather than substituting stolen funds for him. Dad claimed that I was unaware of the pressure Evan was under or the significance of upholding the family name. In the middle of his sentence, I hung up. 3 weeks later, the official notice arrived. Evan was suspended by the state bar while the criminal case was being handled. He was no longer able to work at Dad's firm or practice law. All of Evan's clients had to receive letters from Dad informing them that their cases were being transferred to other lawyers. I've heard from the legal community that after receiving those letters, a number of clients completely fired the firm. No one wanted their case to be handled by a firm where a partner had been embezzling money from client trust accounts. Everything was being lost as the company's reputation collapsed. Evan's preliminary hearing was the day I drove to the courthouse. I promised myself that I would witness it firsthand and see the golden child finally face the consequences. Dad and Evan's pricey attorney made their case for leniency while I sat in the back row of the courtroom. Evan kept his head down while wearing a suit that most likely cost $4,800. A woman in her 40s, the prosecutor appeared worn out and irate. She produced loan documents, credit card statements, casino records, and proof of Evan's gambling debts. The sum exceeded $460,000, which was significantly more than the $2.7 million Dad had informed me of. She demonstrated how, over the course of 4 years, Evan had methodically embezzled money from 9 distinct client accounts, always taking small amounts that he believed would go unnoticed. With every new piece of evidence, the judge's expression grew more difficult. I stood in the courthouse hallway after the hearing to admire the wood paneling and marble floors. When Dad emerged from the courtroom, he saw me right away. His face was red as he walked quickly over. If I wasn't going to assist, he questioned why I was there. I informed him that I was witnessing his golden child come to terms with reality. That perhaps we wouldn't be standing here today if he had held Evan responsible years ago rather than shielding him and encouraging his worst tendencies. Dad accused me of being spiteful and cruel. While he was still speaking, I said I was being truthful and turned to leave. A week later, Claire's story was revealed through official channels. She had been permanently suspended from her bar. She had been fabricating continuing education credits for 4 years in a row, the investigators discovered. She never showed up for the mandatory training sessions. While she was at the country club with her personal trainer and tennis instructor, she simply turned in phony certificates. She displayed a pattern of dishonesty that rendered her unfit to practice law, according to the Bar Association's report. I wondered if she still had her Mercedes with the lawyer vanity plate, or if it had been lost along with everything else. 5 days later, Mom texted to ask if we could grab coffee. It was her first time texting me. She must have gotten my number from someone because she didn't even have it until recently. I consented and chose a tiny cafe on the other side of town where we wouldn't be noticed by anyone in Dad's legal circles. Instead of the pricey clothes Dad always insisted she wear to keep up appearances, she wore jeans and a simple sweater and walked in looking smaller than I remembered. Lack of sleep had nothing to do with the weariness on her face. It was deeper, the kind that results from too much weight bearing down on you. I was shocked when she ordered black coffee without sugar when we sat down because she usually drank it with cream and 1 sugar. She laughed when I asked how she was doing, but it sounded hollow. She claimed that for the past 28 years, she had been imprisoned by her father's expectations and criticisms. Every choice was influenced by his expectations, how his co-workers would perceive it, and whether it adhered to his standards for the family image. She described how she finally lost the ability to act as though nothing was wrong after witnessing him discard his son due to a test result. She had stood by while he ruined relationships and crushed people due to his need for status for decades, allowing his toxic behavior. She apologized once more for choosing his approval over her own child, and for failing to stand up for me when he changed the locks. I explained to her that I knew it wasn't easy, that Dad's dominance was oppressive, and that she had spent more time than anyone else trapped in it. While other patrons pretended not to notice, she sobbed quietly into her coffee. She claimed that her father was unaware of her savings. Money that she had been saving for years in case she ever had the guts to go. She cited fear, habit, and the fear of starting over at her age after basing her entire identity on being his wife when I asked her what was stopping her now. After our nearly 2-hour conversation, she gave me a tight hug and thanked me for not turning her away. Sitting in my apartment that evening and examining the commercial development contract that was strewn across my desk, I made up my mind. The following morning, Dad called, and I waited for it to ring twice before picking up. I assured him that if Mom chose to leave him, I would support her even though I wouldn't be giving him any money. I thought he had hung up because the line went silent for so long. Then he claimed that I was exactly what he had always believed, self-centered and spiteful, ready to let my own family suffer in order to stroke my ego. On the day he gave me the letter of disownment, his voice still carried the same icy edge. Despite feeling my jaw tighten, I spoke steadily. I told him that I had just taken him at his word for the previous 4 years and that he was the one who had decided that I was no longer family after I failed his test. He stammered about how that was different and how I had made him look foolish in front of his peers and coworkers. How I was being whiny about hurt feelings while Evan and Claire were dealing with actual repercussions. I let him finish his tirade and then said that I wasn't responsible for fixing his company's shortcomings or his golden children's legal issues. Mom was the only family member I would be willing to assist if she wanted to leave. He began shouting about family responsibilities, loyalty, and blood. I informed him that those remarks were meaningless coming from someone who spent more than $500,000 shielding liars and thieves because they passed a test. While discarding his son's exam results, I felt lighter than I had in years as I sat there with my phone after Dad hung up. My need for his validation and approval, which had been weighing heavily on me, simply vanished. He was no longer necessary to me. 8 weeks later, Evan's plea hearing took place. Michael persuaded me that I would regret not attending even though I had no intention of going. While Evan stood before the judge in an ostentatious suit that most likely cost more than most people's monthly rent, we sat in the back row. The plea deal for felony embezzlement, which included 4 years of probation and 20 months in county jail, was presented by his attorney. Dad, who was seated in the front row, appeared to have aged 10 years since I had last seen him. His face had turned gray, and the assured stance he always maintained had vanished, leaving behind shaky hands and hunched shoulders. Evan sobbed as he apologized to the judge for his gambling addiction, as if that somehow justified robbing vulnerable clients of their money. Standing up, the prosecutor named each victim and explained how Evan had used their settlement money and divorce settlements to fund poker tables and slot machines. An elderly woman's whole divorce settlement was lost. A disabled veteran was denied compensation for his injuries. Dad refused to look at anyone and just stared straight ahead, while Evan kept his head down the entire time, tears streaming down his face. While accepting the plea, the judge made it apparent that she thought Evan's actions were abhorrent and that his regret was dubious. Although she pointed out that other people's restitution didn't show true accountability, she claimed that the only reason she accepted the deal was because full restitution had been made. Evan had 3 weeks to report to the county jail. After that, Dad made an attempt to talk to me in the hallway, but I continued walking straight past him. 3 weeks following Evan's sentencing, the firm closure notice was sent out. Because of the criminal conviction and ethical transgressions, the malpractice insurance company canceled coverage. Because they didn't want their cases linked to a firm where the partner embezzled from trust accounts, the remaining clients left the scandal. In an attempt to salvage something, Dad sent emails to everyone on his contact list, but no one wanted to get in touch with him. Because Dad prioritized the appearance of success over true integrity or accountability, 28 years of developing a legal reputation were ruined. In order to preserve the family name, he had allowed Evan to gamble for years, concealed the thefts, and replaced the stolen funds prior to audits. However, keeping the name intact while ignoring the underlying corruption only made things fall apart more forcefully when the truth was eventually revealed. I was informed by former co-workers that Dad was attempting to sell the house in order to pay off his outstanding debts. Due to the firm's closure, he had no income to service the mortgage he had taken out to pay Evan's restitution, which was crushing him. With the exception of 2 children who were facing ethical and criminal penalties and a third child who had no interest in interacting with him, everything he had worked so hard to create had vanished. On a Tuesday morning, his mother called me to inform me that she had filed for divorce. Her voice sounded more confident and powerful than it had at the coffee shop. Using her hidden savings, she had moved into a tiny apartment and informed Dad that she was tired of supporting his poisonous fixation with status and seeing him ruin everyone in his path. He made an effort to persuade her to stay by promising that things would change, but she claimed that after 28 years of hearing those assurances, nothing had changed. She thanked me for showing her that there was life beyond Dad's shadow and for giving her the confidence to finally leave. We began dining together once a week at her apartment, re-establishing the bond we ought to have had all along. She spoke about enrolling in community college courses, meeting people who weren't concerned with her husband's legal standing, and finding her identity outside of Mrs. Whitmore. She appeared lighter and younger in some way, as if she had been carrying a burden that had finally been lifted. I watched her laugh at things that weren't even funny while I helped her furnish her apartment, simply taking pleasure in the ability to laugh without concern for appearance or audience. After 7 months, the commercial development agreement was finalized. When Michael called me into his office, he showed me letterhead, the new business, which had our names on it. He claimed that because of my efforts and the sales I made, I had earned full partnership. Now, my true name, not some legacy I had inherited or a reputation I had to uphold, was on the door. Instead of relying on status and family ties, I was creating something genuine based on merit. For the first time in years, Mom appeared truly joyful when she attended the small celebration dinner Michael had planned. In addition to making friends with other women going through divorces and other life transitions, she had begun taking art classes. She shared tales about the book club she had joined, the coffee shop she had found, and her painting instructor. It was lovely to watch as she found her identity outside of Dad's shadow. Sitting there, I came to the realization that failing the bar exam was the best thing that had ever happened to me because it had released me from a deeply flawed legacy. Evan was serving his sentence in the county jail. Dad was living alone in a rental apartment, still resentful of his children for failing him. And Claire was working at a retail store because no one would hire a disbarred lawyer. In the meantime, I had a prosperous business, a genuine relationship with my mother, and the understanding that everything I had created was mine because I had earned it rather than because it was given to me or because I passed the right test at the right moment. My arm was badly broken, but my sister said I was faking it and my parents chose her party over the hospital. Now, they have been convicted. I was lying on the kitchen floor, my arm bent at an angle that arms should never bend, when my elder sister Veronica stepped in and told me I was faking it for attention. Mom dropped the ice pack she was grabbing for and turned to Veronica, her face filled with desperate relief. "Are you certain, honey? It does not seem good." Veronica took a quick peek at me before pulling out her phone and scanning through things. She does this every time I have a critical task. My college acceptance celebration is in 3 hours. She probably bent it incorrectly on purpose. The pain pouring through my forearm was making me dizzy, but I knew I shouldn't argue. The rule had been in place since I was 9, when I allegedly spoiled Veronica's 13th birthday by having a pretend seizure at her party. It was genuine. The hospital confirmed that I had experienced a serious allergic response to something in the cake. But Veronica persuaded my parents that despite being aware of the allergen, I had eaten it nevertheless in order to steal her attention. After that, every accident or illness required approval from my older sister before I could see a doctor. Dad walked in from the garage and found me on the floor, my arm visibly broken. The bone caused a nasty bulge under the skin that made my stomach turn when I looked at it. "What is your assessment, Veronica?" he asked in the same clinical, objective tone he used when making business judgments. My sister eventually looked up from her phone and stepped over to examine my arm from about 3 feet away. She crouched down but did not touch it, instead tilting her head and making a contemplating sound, probably just a severe sprain. She's being theatrical because Logan is coming to my party tonight, and she has a terrible crush on him. My face burned from humiliation since the crush was genuine, but this had nothing to do with it. When Mrs. Whitaker's dog raced into the street, I fell off my bike, trying not to hit it. The fall had been hard and fast, and I could hear the crack as my arm hit the concrete. "Veronica, please." My voice came out weaker than I hoped. I heard it break. "I really should go to the hospital." Mom exchanged looks with Dad, and I noticed the typical calculation taking place. Taking me to the emergency room meant missing setup time for Veronica's party. It prompted queries from the crew about why they had delayed so long. It meant Veronica was upset about the attention being drawn to me. "Let's wrap it up and see how you feel tomorrow." Mom had already chosen to get the first aid box from the cabinet. If Veronica is correct and it is merely a sprain, we will have wasted 4 hours in the ER for nothing. Dad nodded in agreement, and they both began gathering goods as I lay on the cold tile floor, my arm throbbing in waves that caused black spots to dance over my eyes. Veronica returned to her phone, having resolved the matter. She called over her shoulder as she exited the kitchen. "Make sure she remains in her room throughout the celebration. I don't want her limping about, looking for pity." They wrapped my arm so tightly that I couldn't feel my fingers after 10 minutes. Then they sent me upstairs with 2 ibuprofen and ordered me to relax. I could hear them setting up for the party downstairs, hanging decorations and arranging food, while I sat on my bed staring at my arm, which was already becoming purple and swelling so much that the bandage was ripping into my skin. My phone vibrated with a text from my closest friend Avery, who asked if I was coming to the party because my parents had invited half the neighborhood. I replied back with my left hand, saying I couldn't make it. "I fell off my bike, and my arm is sore." She instantly asked if I had been to the hospital. When I replied no, she called rather than texting me back. "What do you mean, you did not go to the hospital? Your arm is broken, right?" Her voice was keen with concern, and I could hear traffic in the background, indicating that she was already in her mother's car somewhere. Veronica said, "It's just a sprain," and my parents believed her. "I have to wait until tomorrow to see how it feels." Even speaking it out loud made it sound absurd, but this was how things worked in my house. Avery had known me since 3rd grade and was familiar with the rule, having seen it in operation several times over the years. There was a long lull during which I could hear her breathing and some garbled talk with her mother. "We're coming to get you." My mother screams, "You need an X-ray right now. That's not normal parenting. That's medical neglect." I wanted to argue that if I left, my parents would be furious. Veronica would make my life much worse than it already was, but the agony was becoming intolerable, and I was concerned about how my arm looked. "The celebration begins in 1 hour. Everyone will notice you taking me. Veronica is about to lose it." Avery's voice became harsher. "I don't care about Veronica's party. You could sustain a complex fracture or nerve damage. We're 2 minutes away." She hung up before I could complain further. And I sat there, feeling a terrible mix of relief and fear about what would happen if my parents found out. I managed to put on a hoodie over my wrapped arm, which drove new waves of agony through me and caused me to bite my lip so hard that I could taste blood. With my good hand, I grabbed my wallet and phone and descended the stairs just as the doorbell began to ring with early partygoers. Mom was in the dining room arranging a cheese tray, and didn't notice me sneaking out the front door, where Avery and her mother were waiting in their car, the engine running. When Mrs. Park saw my arm, her face turned white. She started to say something, but then shook her head and beckoned me to come in. She was taking me directly to the emergency room. The ER doctor took one glance at my arm and instantly requested X-rays, her countenance becoming increasingly anxious, as she slowly removed the bandages my parents had applied. "How long ago did this occur?" She was Filipino, probably in her 40s, with gentle eyes that kept darting between my face and my arm. "About 3 hours ago, I tumbled off my bike." She scrawled something on her chart, and I noticed her jaw clench. "And you're just arriving now? Who bandaged this arm?" I didn't want to lie, but I also didn't want to throw my parents into trouble. So I just explained that my folks had wrapped it and assumed it was a sprain. The doctor stared at Avery's mother, and something happened between them. Some adult understanding made me feel even more terrified. This is a complete fracture of the radius and ulna. This required rapid medical intervention. The swelling alone may have resulted in irreparable damage. She began unwrapping my arm more slowly, her hands kind, but her voice harsher. Did your parents notice the injury before wrapping it? Avery spoke out before I could figure out what to say. Her sister claimed it was not serious enough for the hospital. Her parents always asked her sister first before taking her to the doctor. The doctor stopped unwrapping and gazed at me with such intensity that I wanted to cry. Your sister? Not a medical professional. Your brother makes these decisions. I nodded, and she quickly took out her phone and moved away to make a call while a nurse arrived to continue removing the bandages. Mrs. Park squeezed my good shoulder and assured me that I had done the right thing by coming here, and that my parents were wrong to leave me in anguish for hours. The X-rays confirmed what the doctor had already determined. Both bones in my forearm were fully broken, and the way they were wrapped had exacerbated the situation by compressing the fractures. I needed surgery to correctly set the bones because waiting 3 hours had caused everything to shift and expand to the point where a simple cast would not suffice. They admitted me right away and arranged surgery for that evening, and that's when 2 police officers arrived, seeking to meet with me privately. Officer Marisol Vega, who was older, had gray streaks in her dark hair and talked in a calm, professional tone that added to the gravity of the situation. We need to comprehend the situation at home. The hospital is compelled to report suspected medical negligence, particularly in cases involving minors. Can you tell us about the rule in which your sister decides on your medical care? I was hooked up to an IV for pain relief and felt hazy around the edges. However, I attempted to describe how everything began after Veronica's birthday party when I was 9. How she persuaded our parents that I faked illnesses and injuries for attention. So they made her the gatekeeper for all of my medical decisions. Officer Vega jotted down everything in a little notebook, while her partner, a younger man called Officer Ethan Reyes, photographed my arm with a camera bearing an official-looking department stamp. How often has your sister denied you medical care? Officer Vega asked this in such a straightforward manner that I didn't even consider lying. I began recording instances, beginning with the seizure that triggered the whole thing and progressing through 6 years of denied treatment. I had strep throat for 2 weeks during Veronica's junior prom because she accused me of faking to spoil her dress shopping. When I hurt my ankle so badly that I couldn't walk during her debate tournament, she believed I was overreacting. I endured food illness for 4 days because she had college interviews and did not want our parents distracted. Officer Vega's look grew more intense with each story, until she eventually raised her hand to halt me. That's enough for now. We'll need you to give an official statement, but first you need surgery. We will contact your parents and Child Protective Services. The way she phrased it made it apparent that this was neither optional nor negotiable. My phone started ringing around the time they were getting me ready for surgery. My mother's name repeatedly flashed across the screen. The nurse asked if I wanted to answer it, and I shook my head, sending it to voicemail. Mrs. Park had stayed with me the entire time, and she told the nurse that she would take any calls from my parents while I focused on getting my arm healed. In the operation room, the anesthesiologist was outlining what would happen when my phone rang with a text from Mrs. Chen read aloud upon my request. It was from Veronica, all uppercase, and she said I had ruined everything by leaving and causing a scene. That the cops had arrived at the party, asking inquiries, and half of the people had left. She would never forgive me for being so selfish and theatrical. Mrs. Park's face hardened into stone as she read it, and she took a screenshot before I could stop her. She stated gently, "This is evidence." I awoke from surgery with my arm in a cast from fingers to above my elbow, metal pins holding everything in place, and a thick bandage wrapped around the entire thing. The surgeon, Dr. Priya Chandran, came in to explain that the breaks were worse than the X-rays showed. Your sister just proved that she is more concerned with her party than with your broken bones. You were extremely fortunate that your friend brought you in when she did, as both bones had fractured completely and began to splinter. If I had waited until tomorrow, as my parents had planned, I might have lost permanent use of my hand. She used terms like nerve damage, vascular compromise, and permanent disability, while my head was swimming with medication and fear. My parents arrived around midnight. The hospital had already filed a report with CPS, and someone would be there to speak with you in the morning. In another 6 hours, we'd be discussing much more serious interventions. She looked at the notes on her tablet, her expression shifting between anger and sadness. Mom had been crying, her makeup was smeared, and Dad's face was tight with barely controlled anger. They weren't allowed in my room at first because Officer Vega was still finishing her report, but I could hear them arguing with the nurses in the hallway. Mom's voice kept rising, insisting that this was all a misunderstanding, that they'd planned to take me to the doctor in the morning, and that Avery's mother had overreacted and poisoned everyone against them. Dad's voice was lower but more threatening, talking about lawyers and false accusations, and how this would ruin his reputation. Officer Vega finally let them in, but remained in the room, and Mom's first words were, "How could you do this to your sister?" Dad stood at the foot of my bed, arms crossed, not asking how I was doing or if I was okay, but instead bringing up Veronica and how I had embarrassed them. "We trusted Veronica's judgment. She'd never been wrong about your exaggerations before." Officer Vega cleared her throat loudly. "Mr. and Mrs. Brennan, your daughter had both bones in her forearm completely fractured, requiring emergency surgery with pins and plates. There is no universe in which that qualifies as exaggeration. Your daughter, who is 19 years old and has no medical training, is not qualified to diagnose anything, let alone deny her sister emergency care. Our older daughter, who is a pre-med student at Stanford, has excellent judgment, and we were following her expertise." The officer's laugh was sharp and humorless. "You've been allowing a teenager to play doctor with life-threatening consequences." She gestured to my arm in its heavy cast, which needed immediate treatment. "Your daughter was in agony for 3 hours because you prioritized a party over her welfare." The argument lasted another 20 minutes, with my parents becoming increasingly defensive and Officer Vega becoming increasingly impatient with them. Mrs. finally advised them that they needed to leave because visiting hours had ended and I needed to rest. She also reminded them that CPS would begin a complete investigation tomorrow morning and that they should expect house visits and interviews with both girls. Mrs. Chen returned and sat beside my bed, having been in the waiting room giving her own statement to the police detailing everything she'd witnessed over the years of knowing my family. She pulled out her phone and showed me photos she'd taken of Veronica's text messages, screenshots of similar messages going back months in which Veronica mocked me for being dramatic about injuries. Mrs. Chen had been quietly documenting everything, waiting for a moment like this where the evidence might actually matter. Avery stayed with me that night, sleeping in the uncomfortable chair by my bed and waking up every time I made a sound. At around 3 a.m. when the pain medication was wearing off and I was waiting for the nurse to bring more, she said something that stuck with me. "You know this isn't normal, right? Like you know your parents are abusive and your sister is basically torturing you with their permission." I'd never let myself think of it in those terms before. I'd always told myself that Veronica was just protecting me or that my parents trusted her judgment. But lying there with pins in my arm from an ignored break for hours, I couldn't pretend anymore. "I know," I whispered, and saying it out loud felt like breaking something open inside my chest that had been locked tight for years. Avery reached over and took my good hand, and we sat there in the dark hospital room while machines beeped and nurses did rounds. And my entire understanding of my family crumbled into something ugly and true. The CPS caseworker, Stephanie Okonkwo, arrived at 8 a.m., dressed professionally and carrying a leather folder stuffed with papers. She pulled a chair close to my bed and explained that the hospital report, combined with the police statements, had triggered an emergency investigation. She asked me to walk her through the rules about Veronica, and I told her everything about the first time I had an allergic reaction when I was 9 years old. Stephanie wrote everything down in neat handwriting, occasionally asking clarifying questions about specific incidents or timelines. She described how my parents had delegated all medical authority to my sister because they trusted her judgment more than they trusted my reports of my own body, and how Veronica denied me care for increasingly serious problems. After an hour of questions, Stephanie closed her folder and looked directly at me, saying, "I'm placing you in temporary protective custody pending the investigation. You won't be going home until we determine whether it's safe." Her face remained professional, but I noticed her grip her pen tighter when I described waiting 4 days with food poisoning. "Do you have any relatives or family friends who could take you in?" I immediately thought of Mrs. Park and Avery, and Stephanie made a note to contact them for a placement evaluation. She also told me that Veronica would be interviewed separately, and my parents would have to attend mandatory counseling sessions about appropriate medical care for minors. The investigation would last at least a few weeks, if not months, depending on what they discovered. I'd be able to have supervised visits with my parents if I wanted, but Veronica wouldn't be able to see me until the investigation was finished. Stephanie handed me tissues and explained that my safety was the top priority, no matter what my family thought. Chen was approved as my temporary guardian within 48 hours, passing all of the background checks and home inspections. She moved me into their guest room, which Avery had already decorated with posters, a reading lamp, and a basket of my favorite snacks. The first night there, I couldn't sleep because I kept expecting my parents to come in and demand I come home, or Veronica, to text me about how I'd destroyed everything. But my phone remained silent because Stephanie had told my parents not to contact me except through official channels. And Officer Vega had told Veronica that any attempts to contact me would be considered witness tampering. As I lay in the comfortable bed, listening to the normal sounds of a house where people weren't constantly walking on eggshells around one person's mood, I felt something tight in my chest start to loosen just slightly. The following week, I had my first follow-up appointment with Dr. Chandra Sektaran, and she brought along another doctor, Dr. Neil Kozlovsky, who specialized in pediatric orthopedics. After examining my arm, he began asking questions about my medical history, and I told him about the various injuries and illnesses that had gone untreated or undertreated due to Veronica's decisions. And he requested copies of all my medical records going back to when I was 9. 3 days later, he called Mrs. Park and asked us to come to his office for a consultation. He had printouts spread across his desk showing gaps in my medical care that corresponded with important events in Veronica's life, including a broken finger that healed incorrectly because I couldn't see a doctor during her SAT testing week. Dr. Kozlowski had compiled everything into a timeline that showed a clear pattern of systematic medical neglect enabled by my parents and orchestrated by my sister, including repeated untreated respiratory infections during her college application season that left scarring on my lungs and a severe burn that became infected because she homecoming and didn't want our parents to be preoccupied with me at urgent care. He'd written a detailed report for CPS documenting each instance, the medical consequences, and his professional opinion that this constituted severe abuse. His hands shook slightly as he showed us the chest x-rays from my respiratory infections, pointing out areas where my lung tissue had suffered permanent damage from untreated pneumonia that I'd had during Veronica's freshman year of college. He slid copies of the report across the desk, one for Mrs. Park, one for me, and one he said he'd already sent to Stephanie and the police detective assigned to my case. This should never have happened. A child with pneumonia doesn't just have to tough it out because her sister has finals. This level of neglect could have killed you multiple times. Stephanie called the next day to inform me that the district attorney wanted to prosecute my parents for child endangerment and medical neglect, as well as Veronica for her role in denying necessary care. They were not just looking into the case for CPS purposes. Stephanie asked if I'd be willing to testify in court if it came to that, and I said yes without hesitation. The evidence from Dr. Kozlowski, along with the police reports and witness statements, painted a picture of systematic abuse over a 6-year period. I was tired of protecting them, of pretending the rule was normal or acceptable, and of bearing the weight of their dysfunction. My parents requested a supervised visit through official channels, and Stephanie arranged it at the CPS office with her present. She informed me that the preliminary hearing was scheduled in 3 weeks, and that I should prepare myself for my parents to fight this aggressively. They'd already hired a high-priced lawyer, who claimed the whole thing was a misunderstanding blown out of proportion by an inexperienced CPS worker. They came in looking smaller, less commanding than they'd always seemed. Mom had lost weight, and Dad's hair appeared grayer. They sat across from me at a conference table, and Mom immediately began crying, reaching for my hand. I pulled back, keeping both hands in my lap where she couldn't touch me. "We never meant for you to be hurt, sweetheart. We thought Veronica knew best. She's so smart, and we trusted her medical knowledge." Dad nodded along, his voice pleading. "We were just trying to teach you not to be dramatic about everything. We had no idea how serious your injuries were." I looked at both of them and felt nothing but cold anger. "I told you my arm was broken. I told you I heard it crack. You chose to believe Veronica over me because it was more convenient for her party." Mom's face crumpled. "That's not fair. We've always loved you just as much as your sister. We were just trying to balance both of your needs." Stephanie cut in before I could respond. "Mrs. Brennan, medical neglect isn't about love or balance. It's about failing to provide necessary care to your child. Your daughter needed emergency surgery because you waited 3 hours to seek treatment, and she has permanent lung damage from untreated pneumonia. These aren't minor oversights. They're patterns of serious neglect. We're being persecuted for trusting our older daughter's judgment. Veronica has never steered us wrong before. She got into Stanford for pre-med and knows medical things." Stephanie's voice remained level but firm. She's a 19-year-old college freshman who isn't qualified to diagnose anything. Even if she were, the appropriate response to a potential fracture is immediate medical evaluation, not wrapping it and hoping for the best. The visit ended early because my parents kept trying to defend themselves instead of admitting what they'd done. As they were leaving, Mom turned back once more and said, "Please come home. We miss you. Veronica misses you." The mention of Veronica made my stomach turn, so I told Mom I wasn't coming home, that I felt safer with Avery and Mrs. Park than I had ever felt in their house. Dad's face hardened, and he said something about me being manipulated by outside influences, that CPS was poisoning me against my own family. Stephanie ended the visit completely, escorting my parents out while they protested. After they left, she sat down with me and asked how I was feeling. I told her that seeing them made me angry and sad, and that I didn't want to fix things with people who couldn't admit they'd done anything wrong. The criminal hearing took place on a Friday morning in a courthouse that smelled like old wood and anxiety. The prosecutor, Assistant DA Jerome Wallace, was a black man in his 50s who specialized in child abuse cases. He'd reviewed all the evidence and told me before we went in that he had a strong case. But juries could be unpredictable when it came to parents who seemed otherwise respectable. My parents' lawyer was this sharp-suited woman named Vanessa Kohler, who immediately began arguing that this was a private family matter, that CPS had overstepped, that my parents were. Dr. Kozowski testified about the permanent damage to my lungs and the improperly healed bones from previous untreated fractures, while Officer Vega testified about the witness statements and the pattern she'd noticed while investigating the case. The evidence was presented in a systematic manner, beginning with the broken arm and working backward through 6 years of documented neglect. When it was my turn to testify, the defense attorney grilled me, asking if I'd ever been dramatic about my injuries, if I'd ever exaggerated symptoms to get attention, and if I had a difficult relationship with Veronica that made me want to undermine her. I answered each question honestly, admitting that yes, I'd been concerned about minor things that turned out to be nothing. But I also pointed out that children don't have medical training, that it's normal to be unsure about symptoms, and that's exactly why parents are supposed to err on the side of caution. Vanessa tried to trip me up by asking about specific incidents that Veronica claimed were exaggerated. But Jerome objected every time she attempted to use Veronica's assessments as if they were medical fact. The judge overruled most of his objections, and the defense attorney eventually sat down, frustrated. Veronica was the next witness, and watching her on the stand made me realize how much she had always controlled everything. She was poised and articulate, explaining how she had been protecting our parents from my attention-seeking behavior for years. I'd learned that getting hurt or sick would get me sympathy and focus, so I'd started faking or exaggerating symptoms whenever she had something important going on. She talked about the allergic reaction at her 13th birthday, claiming I'd eaten the cake despite knowing it would make me sick just to ruin her party. The prosecutor let her talk herself into a corner, then pulled out medical records showing that I'd had no idea about the allergen, that it was a new karma. The judge took 2 weeks to make a decision, and by the end of his cross-examination, Veronica was in tears, insisting that she had only been trying to help and that she had never intended for me to be seriously hurt. He dismantled every example she gave, displaying hospital records or doctor's notes to prove that my injuries and illnesses were genuine. When we returned to the courtroom for the ruling, it was packed with people from both sides, my parents' friends and colleagues, Mrs. Park and Avery, Stephanie from CPS, Jerome and his team, and the judge, an older white man named Douglas McNeil, who read from his notes for 10 minutes before delivering his verdict. He found my parents guilty of child endangerment and medical neglect and sentenced them to 2 years probation, mandatory parenting classes, and regular CPS monitoring. He also issued a protective order stating that Veronica would not have any medical decision-making authority over me until I reached the age of 18. And that any future medical decisions would be made by my legal guardian in consultation with actual medical professionals. My parents' friends protested the sentence in the courtroom, while Mrs. Park squeezed my shoulder in support. My parents sat frozen at their table, their lawyer already discussing appeals. They would only be allowed supervised visitation, and any attempts to violate the protective order would result in immediate jail time. Veronica was crying in the front row, her Stanford sweatshirt standing out against the dark clothing everyone else wore. I felt a strange combination of relief and grief, glad for the protection, but sad that it had taken a broken arm and a court case to get there. Outside the courthouse, reporters attempted to ask questions, but Stephanie and Mrs. Chen rushed me to the car before I could say anything. Jerome caught up with us in the parking lot and told me I'd been extremely brave, that cases like this were difficult to prove, and that my testimony had been critical. He gave me his card and told me that if I ever needed anything, I should call him directly. I went to school, had physical therapy for my arm twice a week, and saw a therapist named Dr. Amina Bashir, who specialized in trauma from family abuse. She helped me understand that the rule my parents had imposed was more than just neglectful, it was a form of psychological torture. She taught me that my body and pain were not reliable, that someone else's opinion was more important than my own, and that I deserved immediate care without having to prove I was sick enough. She also gave me exercises to help me recognize when I was minimizing my own needs, to trust my instincts about my health, and to understand that I deserved immediate care. Dr. Chandrasekharan documented everything for the ongoing CPS case, noting that the delays in initial treatment had hampered the healing process and would most likely result in permanent. She wrote letters to my school explaining the accommodations I'd require, and worked with physical therapy to maximize what function I could recover. 6 months after the break, I still couldn't bend my wrist fully, couldn't grip things as strongly as before, and had constant aching when the weather changed. Dr. Chandrasekharan told me that this was the best outcome we could hope for, given how badly the bones had been damaged. She said it gently, But I heard the unspoken message that this permanent disability was avoidable. That 3 hours of delay had changed my life forever. My parents finished parenting classes, but didn't seem to internalize anything they'd learned. At supervised visits, they still defended their decisions, claimed they'd just been trusting Veronica's judgment, and acted like victims of an unfair system. Stephanie asked if I was sure, and I told her I couldn't keep hoping they'd change, so she marked it in the case file, and my parents' lawyer threatened to sue for alienation of affection. They never apologized for the pain they'd caused, or admitted that their rule was abusive. Jerome responded with documentation of everything they'd done, and the letters stopped. I was officially done with them, free to build a life that didn't include people who'd let me suffer for 6 years just to inconvenience my sister. Veronica tried to contact me several times, sending emails and letters through my old school address. Mrs. Chen screened everything and saved it for Stephanie, who documented the contact as a violation of the protective order. The emails were all variations of the same theme, with Veronica claiming she was trying to protect me from myself, that she had never intended for things to escalate, and that I was destroying our family by refusing to forgive her. After the third email, Stephanie reported it to the court, and Veronica received an official warning that any further contact could result in criminal charges. The email stopped, but I occasionally saw her posts on social media through mutual friends, always playing the victim and clears throat positioned as the wrong parent. I finished high school with Mrs. Park and Avery, who'd become more of a sister to me than Veronica ever was. She helped me with college applications and celebrated when I got accepted to 6 different schools, all far enough from home that I'd never have to worry about running into my parents or Veronica. I chose a university in another state with a strong pre-law program, deciding I wanted to work in family law, protecting children from situations similar to what I'd. Mrs. Park cried proud tears when I told her about my plans, and she said she'd always known I'd turn my pain into purpose. On the day I left for college, she gave me a folder containing all of the medical records, court documents, and evidence from the case, saying that having everything organized would make it easier to access if questions arose. My wrist still bothered me, especially during the winter, and I had to take notes on a laptop because handwriting for too long made it ache. Living in a dorm with people who didn't know my history, who saw me as just another student rather than the girl who'd been neglected by her family, allowed me to make friends, join clubs, and discover my talent for debate and advocacy. In my family law classes, I wrote papers about medical neglect and sibling abuse that my professors said were some of the most insightful work they'd ever read. But I adapted, found workarounds, and gradually stopped seeing it as a disability and more as a part of who I was. I turned my experience into expertise, which felt powerful rather than painful. During my sophomore year, my parents forwarded a typed letter to the university, stating that they had completed all of the requirements of their probation and wanted to rebuild our relationship. The letter included a check for my college expenses and a handwritten note from my mother saying she missed me. I stared at the check for a long time, tempted by the money, but knowing that accepting it would mean opening a door I'd worked hard to close. I sent everything back with a brief note saying I appreciated their reaching out, but wasn't ready for contact. They never tried again after that, and I learned from distant relatives that they'd moved to another state where no one knew about the case, starting over somewhere new. Veronica graduated from Stanford and went to medical school, which felt like the universe's cruelest joke. I occasionally tracked her down on LinkedIn, where she posted about her clinical rotations and patient care experiences. She had specialized in emergency medicine, and I wondered if she saw the irony in her choice. The woman who had denied me emergency care for 6 years was now in charge of making life or death medical decisions, and I hoped she was better at it with strangers than she had been with her sister. I also hoped that every patient who came in with a broken bone made her think of me, made her remember what she'd done. I knew it was petty, but I couldn't stop myself from wanting her to feel something, even if it was just guilt. I graduated with honors and was accepted to law school on a full scholarship, writing my personal statement about how my lived experience with systemic family abuse had shaped my understanding of justice. My recommenders were professors who had seen me transform trauma into academic excellence. Mrs. Park and Avery came to my graduation, bringing flowers and taking hundreds of photos. Later, the admissions committee told me that my application stood out for its raw honesty combined with clear professional goals. That night, Mrs. Park told me that she had always seen me as a second daughter and that taking me in had been one of the best decisions of her life. I cried and thanked her for saving me, not just from that one night with the broken arm, but from years more of abuse if she hadn't intervened. 10 years later, I was working as a family law attorney specializing in medical neglect cases when I received a call from Stephanie, with whom I had maintained contact over the years. She said she had a case that reminded her of mine, a teenage boy whose older brother had been given medical veto power by their parents. Would I be willing to consult? I said yes right away and spent 3 hours reviewing case files that could have been my story with different names. The pattern was identical. And the justifications were the same. The abuse was wrapped in the same language of trust and judgment, and I helped build the case that eventually resulted in the boy's removal from his home and criminal charges against his parents. Afterward, his guardian thanked me and said my expertise had made all the difference. I drove home that night thinking about a 15-year-old me lying on the kitchen floor with a broken arm, and I felt grateful that I had survived to help others in similar situations. My wrist still aches when it rains, and I still have scars on my lungs from untreated pneumonia. These physical reminders of what happened never completely go away, but they've become part of my story rather than the definition of it. I'm not just the girl whose sister controlled her medical care. I'm an attorney who fights for children who can't fight for themselves. I'm the survivor who turned pain into purpose, and every case I win, every child I help safeguard, is like reclaiming power that was taken away from me years ago when my parents decided that my sister's judgment was more important than my broken bones. Thank you for sticking with me till the end. My baby was born premature in the NICU, and my plea for family support was met with silence. When they later needed me because Dad collapsed, I refused. It had been 5 days since her birth. 5 days of wearing alarm tubes and seeing her tiny chest rise and fall behind a layer of glass. Her skin was 2 pounds 4 ounces and so translucent that I could see her veins. I was unprepared for that. Nobody ever is. You believe you will give birth and hold your kid straight away, cry, snap pictures, and text the relatives. Instead, I sat in silence next to equipment I couldn't comprehend, attempting to keep my breathing low so as not to disrupt anything. And I was alone. Not symbolically or literally alone. Nobody had shown up, not a single individual. It did not hit me all at once. At first, I assumed they were simply waiting until the appropriate time. Perhaps they were giving me room. Perhaps they were on the way. But I'd sent the message. I typed it plainly. We're in NICU. Please pray. Simple, honest, and desperate in a modest manner. I stared at the screen after pressing send, expecting it to light up with love. One individual responded, Aunt Kathleen. 3 photos from Hawaii. Her feet in the sand, a pina colada in hand, and a sunset photo labeled best view ever. That was all. No mention of the baby, no queries, no concerns, just vacation photographs and hashtags. I did not say anything. I wanted to shout. I wanted to chuck the phone, but couldn't. My daughter was struggling to breathe, and I needed to remain calm. I was her anchor. She did not need to have a meltdown. She needed me to be steady. The worst part was realizing that it wasn't a one-time lapse. Nobody else in the family followed up. Not my brother, with whom I once drove 5 hours to avoid a lease split. Not my cousin Megan, who grieved on my couch for weeks after losing her job and then allowed me to pay her rent multiple times. Not Kathleen's kid, whom I physically housed in my guest room for a semester while she discovered herself. Days went into weeks. I stayed at the hospital nearly full-time. My husband was in Oregon, trying to finish out a work contract that couldn't be broken without financial penalties. He felt helpless. I assured him not to worry. I was okay. But I was not. I was eating cafeteria food, taking a shower in the hospital family center, changing clothes from a duffel bag, and observing my kid through glass. Her name was Eleanor. Nobody asked what we named her. On day 31, I was sitting in my typical cafeteria corner, drinking a cold cup of coffee and scrolling through photos of Eleanor on my phone. The nurses had helped me take a few. She appeared stronger, a little bigger, and still wired up, but I could see her spirit. Something had shifted. There was hope. That's when I noticed it. My phone flashed up. 84 missed calls. I froze. I hadn't even heard it vibrate before. I didn't feel it ringing. A silent notification screen sprang up at me, as if it knew something I didn't. The majority of the calls were from my brother. His last text was, "This is horrible." And I sensed right away that something major was on its way. But, unlike in the past, I didn't panic. I did not cry. I simply set the coffee down, took a deep breath, and called him back, because if it came to a family emergency, they'd find out what it was like to be alone. The phone barely rang before my brother answered. His speech was loud, hurried, and wobbly, as if he'd been sprinting. I overheard traffic, someone talking in the background, then a car door slamming. He didn't ask how I was. He didn't ask about Eleanor. He just blurted it out. Dad collapsed on the driveway. It happened 1 hour ago. There was no warning, just a drop while pulling the trash containers back after collection. The neighbor saw it, contacted 911, and attempted CPR. My brother arrived at the hospital just as they were bringing Dad into emergency surgery. A brain bleed. They were unsure if he would make it. I said nothing at first. I peered out the cafeteria window to the same sidewalk I saw every morning. I asked who was accompanying him. He mentioned that Mom, Kathleen, and a few cousins had raced over. Even Megan was present. Right. Of course, everyone could make it while he was in the hospital. Then he uttered what everyone expected to hear. You should come. Mom is falling apart. We need you. Not, how is your daughter? Not, are you okay? We only need you. I informed him that I had been in the hospital for 31 days. That my baby weighed 2 pounds when she was delivered. That I was here alone, eating from vending machines and sleeping in a folding chair, while everyone else went on with their lives as if nothing occurred. I inquired if he remembered the message I sent in the family group chat. He did not respond to that. Said things had been hectic. Kathleen claimed to have recently returned from Hawaii. They said they assumed I didn't want visitors. I didn't want to feel overwhelmed. I almost chuckled, as if stillness weren't more intimidating than anything else. I did not yell. I did not argue. I just stated I wouldn't leave Eleanor. Not now, not for this. I wished Dad the best and meant it, but they'd have to sort it out without me. Then I hung up. He called back within seconds. I let it go to voicemail. He texted next. A wall of texts, some pleading, some guilt-tripping, and others simply rambling. I sat there reading each one, then gradually began deleting them one by one. It wasn't rage that I felt. There is no longer any betrayal, only a hard, harsh certainty. For years, I had supported this family. I was the go-to fixer, the mediator, the person they relied on when things went wrong. I paid for items without being asked. I remembered the birthdays they had forgotten. I never turned someone down when they needed help. However, they left me alone while my daughter was on life support. They left me sitting beside an incubator day and night, without questioning how I was doing. So that was it. I turned off the ringer, put my phone back in my pocket, and went upstairs. Eleanor was sleeping with her arms slightly spread out, as if she were floating. Her heart rate remained constant. She breathed without the CPAP for the first time. The nurse told me that we'd probably be starting bottle feeding soon. I stood there, looking down at her, and felt it settle within me. I didn't know anyone anymore. They may beg, call, and cry. It wouldn't matter. Whatever storm awaited them next, they'd have to face it alone because I wasn't their safety net anymore. I was my daughter's mother, and I was tired of saving people who didn't show up when it was most important. The following 2 days were like being underwater, still muffled and thick. My phone did not ring. Nobody texted. Not about Dad, nor about anything. After that barrage of missed calls and messages, it was as if someone flipped a switch and severed the wires. When they were not satisfied with the outcome of their actions, it was almost remarkable how quickly they could disappear. I, too, did not make any attempt to contact you. This is not to inquire about whether or not Dad survived the operation. Do not check on Mom to see if she is okay. In the same manner that I had been doing for the past month, I sat in the NICU and watched Eleanor sleep in her cozy nest of blankets and cables while the monitors flashed and hummed. I bided my time. I gave them the opportunity to demonstrate to me that they were serious about what they said. Inquire about her, as well as about myself. Not a single person did. Rather than that, Eleanor gained 4-0. It was that was important. At last, we were able to wean her off of oxygen treatments. With her eyes widened, she encircled my pinky finger with her entire hand and then opened them wider. I experienced a sense of improved strength each time I saw her fight. It is Julian Parker. A total of 2.5 days passed before Kathleen arrived. I was informed about it by one of the nurses who worked there. She did not telephone in advance. I did not send a text message. To give the impression that she was delivering a present for a housewarming party, she entered the room while wearing her sunglasses and carrying a small shopping bag. She made no request to meet with Eleanor. She did not inquire about my location. I simply smiled and walked out of the room after leaving some expensive cookies with the nurse. That was a massive gesture on her part. My brother sent me another text message later in the day. Now, despite everything that we have done for you, you are simply cutting off everyone by cutting them off. I took a considerable amount of time to read the message. After he was laid off from his job, I recalled the hours that I had spent assisting him in revising his resume. In the event that his vehicle broke down, I offered him a loan, assisted him in paying his tuition, and brought him groceries when his wife was dealing with an illness. There was never any retaliation from me. Never made him feel insignificant for asking for help to be provided. I responded with the following. You left me alone while my daughter was fighting for her life. I'm just doing what you taught me. After that, I blocked him, and something within me began to realize what was going on. In the evening, after Eleanor had gone to sleep, I logged into the account that was associated with my nephew's tuition. We have terminated the automatic payments and cleared the card that was connected. I did not give anyone any warning. I failed to leave a note behind. Let the invoices come in as they come in. Give the school permission to contact him. In addition to launching a new app, I also stopped providing Megan with the monthly rent assistance that I had been sending her since March. Despite the fact that she never directly asked me about her issues, she did hint at them, and I intervened. Not any longer. A message was sent to me by Megan the following morning. Hello there. Were you unable to complete the payment? Checking the rents too soon is not enough. I did not give a response. Exactly 2 hours later, Kathleen sent me a text message that included a picture of flowers arranged in a vase and the caption, "Thinking of you and the baby." After that, there are emojis of a heart and a sun. After reading the rest of it, I decided to delete it. There were 3 unknown numbers that I had received calls from by the time the day came to a close. They were probably cousins that I hadn't heard from in months, but all of a sudden they remembered everything about me. My phone did not pick up. It was already clear to me what they desired. When people become aware that the person on whom they relied has left, they do not engage in introspection. They are in a hurry. They have a conversation. In doing so, they distort the story. They make an effort to change it. Not because they are concerned, but rather because the support that they believed would never end has suddenly disappeared. Causes them to feel frightened. It is not because they miss you that they miss you. Rather, it is because they miss the version of you who says yes every time. However, that version of myself vanished the day that I sat alone in that NICU with Eleanor and read the vacation caption that my aunt had posted instead of a message that said, "We're here. Oh, we adore you." They came to a conclusion on that particular day. We've got you. I simply followed in their footsteps. And now, as they began to scramble, I concentrated on the things that were truly important. Eleanor is controlling her own breathing. She had gained an additional 2 ounces. I was allowed to hold her for an entire hour by the nurse. Additionally, for the first time in a considerable amount of time, the burden that I had been carrying, which was their weight, began to be lifted off of my shoulders. Piece by piece, the hospital was starting to feel like a second home. I knew which vending machines always got stuck, which nurses liked jazz, and which ones gave the best updates without sugarcoating anything. Eleanor was gaining weight fast. Her tiny fingers gripped mine longer each day, and the doctors had started talking about her release in a few weeks. In spite of the fact that there were still a great deal of obstacles to overcome, we had finally settled into a rhythm that did not involve my family. Suddenly, out of the blue, my phone became buzzing with a message that caused me to pause for a moment. The message came from my grandfather. "Just give me a call tonight by yourself." I don't need a heart emoji or a prayer chain that has been forwarded. It had been several months since I had last communicated with him. He was never the type of person to get involved in trivial disagreements or problems within the family. Even though he was reserved and traditional, he was respected by everyone. The audience paid attention whenever he did speak. Possessed at all times. On that particular evening, after Eleanor had fallen asleep and gone outside to a bench close to the emergency room entrance, I called him. Not a moment later, he responded. There will be no idle chatter. Apparently, he was well versed in everything. He was aware that no one had come to visit, that Kathleen had gone on vacation, and that my brother was now calling everyone in the family to complain that I had become unfriendly on the phone. He stated that he had seen the messages that were posted in the group chat. I did not inquire about the manner. It didn't matter to me. Then, he made a statement that I was not anticipating. He was revising his will at the time. He did not even make an effort to gentle it. I was just told in a straightforward manner that he was sick of the way that everyone had been acting toward him, circling around him, pretending to care, angling for inheritance, and contributing nothing in return. However, this is what they did to Eleanor and me, despite the fact that he claimed to have been watching it for years. The line was as follows. He informed me that he had already conferred with his legal rep. He was relinquishing everything to Eleanor, including the house, the Vermont property, the investments, and everything else. Not to me, but to her instead. Because, according to him, she was the only innocent member of the family that was still alive. A single individual who was deserving of a fresh start. While I sat there in silence, I watched the street light that was located above the bench. I told him that I had no expectations whatsoever. In no way was I doing any of this for financial gain. He stated that he was aware of that. That was the reason why it was going to her. After that, it seemed as though he was reading my thoughts. They believe that you are in need of them, he said. You, however, were the only person who managed to keep this family together. Immediately after you stopped carrying them, everything began to fall apart. After that, we didn't say much more than a quiet farewell to one another. When I woke up the following morning, the group chat was in a state of unrest. Screen captures, a hazy photograph of a legal document that has been typed. Questioned whether or not it was a joke. Kathleen is freaking out in all capital letters. There are question marks being sent by my brother. Eleanor was not mentioned by anyone. We were not asked how we were doing. Money, property, what is fair, and what she says to him were the most important things at the time. As far as I can tell, my grandfather had called a family gathering at his house without providing any explanation as to why. People showed up, most likely under the impression that he was going to make a statement about reducing the size of the company or distributing gifts ahead of schedule. Rather than that, he went around the room and distributed folders that contained the new will, and then he got up and left. This was not explained by him. He did not inquire about the feedback. Just now, he made it official. Kathleen's anger was through the roof. Megan sent a message that was about honoring family traditions, and it was a passive-aggressive message. 2 times, my brother attempted to call me on FaceTime. I chose not to respond. In its place, I sat with Eleanor in the chair of the neonatal intensive care unit NICU, clutching her tightly while she slept on my chest. Her little heart monitor maintained a steady and slow beeping sound. I was keenly aware of her warmth. When I finally started to feel the weight of her in my arms, it was a real sensation. The true burden that I was carrying was not economic in nature. It had nothing to do with inheritance. It was this quiet, exhausting burden of being the one who showed up over and over again while everyone else took it that was the source of the burden. The weight has shifted at this point. Until now, the family had not yet comprehended. It was believed by them that this was a matter of financial gain, and that I had in some way turned our grandfather against them. It was not a form of retribution. This was the price that they had to pay for it. In addition, it was not yet over. Since I hadn't even told them about the second part, which was what I had planned to do after that, I did not make any statements until after 3 more days had passed. Permit the messages to accumulate. Wait for the panic to take hold. An additional dozen texts were sent by my brother. Some of them were belligerent, while others pretended to be calm, as if he was attempting to reason with me. Kathleen shifted her strategy and sent me a voice memo, expressing her belief that it is essential for the family to remain united, particularly for the sake of Eleanor. Considering that Megan had not spoken a word when I was alone in the neonatal intensive care unit NICU with a premature baby who was struggling to breathe, it was hilarious that she asked if we could talk, just the 2 of us girls. While they were arguing over a will, I was busy planning something completely different. This was something that none of them realized, but it was crucial. I had been quietly gathering the paperwork for something that they never thought I would actually do while I was talking to the social worker at the hospital. Eleanor was getting better and stronger every day. It was not a move across town. Rather, it was a move across nations. My spouse had recently been offered a permanent position at the Children's Hospital in Colorado, where a job opportunity had recently become available. It was a part-time position that offered flexibility, and it came with a relocation package. The best part was that it included a spot in their NICU follow-up program for Eleanor, which meant that we would receive ongoing care from specialists, who were already familiar with how to care for little ones like her. I did not disclose this information to anyone other than my husband and the nurse who had been with me from the very beginning. For that information, I did not owe anyone else anything. I finally responded to the group chat 2 days before our flight was scheduled to depart, not through words, but through a picture. While sleeping in her car seat, Eleanor was wearing a brand new onesie. Behind her, she had 2 suitcases that were packed and zippered. Kathleen was the first to respond. "Will you be going somewhere?" Following Elle was done. "Now, what exactly is this? Can you move around?" In the end, the message from my brother arrived. "After everything that has happened, you are still doing this? In spite of everything?" As if I were the one who vanished without a trace. As if I were the one who had abandoned another individual in a hospital bed to wait for them outside. I did not give a response. The hospital room was finished being cleaned the following day. After Eleanor was released from the hospital, we boarded a plane. It's just my husband, my daughter, and I talking here. Throughout the entire flight, I held her. No, I did not cry. I did not turn around to look back. My husband opened his phone that evening while we were staying in a hotel close to our new apartment. He then proceeded to scroll through the messages that had been sent to me by my family and asked me if I wanted to block them. I told them that I was not ready just yet because I wanted them to experience what life was like without me. They did in fact. During the subsequent few weeks, I began posting a small number of pictures on social media that were relatively quiet. A video of Eleanor smiling at the ceiling fan as if it were the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, her first nap in her new crib, and her checkup at the new hospital are all things that can be found in this collection. The feedback started coming in like a flood. Certainly not from them. as they remained silent and watched. However, I was able to observe it, including the views, the visits to the profiles, and the quiet surveillance of individuals who were gradually realizing that they were no longer a constituent of the narrative. And after that, it took place. My grandfather had also written a letter, which was delivered to me. According to what I was told, he was pleased with me. Explained that he had made yet another modification, but that he had not yet shared this information with the other individuals. Not only was the trust being divided prior to the will being written, but it was also being divided immediately. It would be necessary to transfer Eleanor's portion in order to make it possible for her to have access to a fund for her education that is held exclusively for her. Neither the co-signers nor any members of the family were permitted to have any contact with it. The following is an excerpt from the letter that he wrote. They took your generosity for granted. Presently, they will have the opportunity to observe what occurs when that act of kindness is transferred to a different location. After reading it twice, I folded it and slipped it into Eleanor's baby box. I positioned it so that it was right next to the picture of her in that NICU incubator. I then proceeded to read it again. The disintegration of the family did not take place all at once, rather, it was gradual, and things started to fall apart as gradually as they could. Megan mentioned in her post that she was in need of assistance with her rent, and she asked for it all. The possibility that Kathleen might sell her condo was hinted at by her. The child of my brother was removed from school in the middle of the semester where they were enrolled. In no way did I feel any kind of joy about any of it. To tell you the truth, I had changed my mind about being angry, and as a result, I did not even bother to respond to what was said. I did not have any limitations. There was a sluggish start first, as well as a few comments on Eleanor's updates that were not particularly specific. There were a few likes on old photos that were posted on Instagram. The information is not specific, but it is sufficient to get a sense of the situation. I was unable to provide a response to your question. Then, however, approximately 6 weeks after we had relocated, Megan experienced her first emotional breakdown. The silence had the ability to speak for itself. In the email that she sent to me, there were a total of 5 paragraphs, the majority of which revolved around the word sorry, as if it were a minefield. By means of her writing, she conveyed the difficulties that have been encountered and the fact that no one had a genuine comprehension of the gravity of the situation. She expressed that she had been thinking about Eleanor and that she hoped that the family would be able to get back together at some point in the future. In conclusion, she made the following statement: I wouldn't mind getting to know her better. According to my point of view, she ought to be aware of where she came from. From where? It was not history that she was referring to. Her goal was to accomplish this. Simply put, she meant that she wanted to be in close proximity to Eleanor and the money. The life that she was able to observe from the outside from the inside of the life that she was living. A response was not provided by me. 1 week later, a package was brought to my front door by the delivery person. In spite of the fact that there was no return label, I was able to recognize the handwriting on the card before I even opened it. A collection of baby clothes that were all too big for the child was found inside the teddy bear that had a gold ribbon and still smelled faintly of perfume. The teddy bear was accompanied by a collection of baby clothes. The message on the card, which was addressed to your great aunt Kathleen, read: For my little princess, with love from your mother. It is time to get over the past and move on. When I was finished, I put the bear back in the box, resealed it, and then put it in the closet that is situated in the hallway. On the other hand, my brother did not send out a message about the situation. It was not written by the man. It was he who made his appearance. The notification came from the doorbell camera that I had installed, and it came to my attention while I was cleaning bottles. He was just standing there with his hands tucked into the pockets of his jacket, and he gave the impression that he was staring up at the door as if he couldn't believe it was actually real. I had some reservations. There was a part of me that longed to listen to what he had to say in person, despite the fact that I was contemplating ignoring it or not paying attention to it at all. I am the one who opened the door up. It seemed as though he had used up all of his excuses, as he gave off the impression of being rough. He was not unhealthy. Rather, he appeared to be simply worn down. A statement was made by him that read, I was passing through. Despite the fact that we were both aware that he was not making any statements, I managed to avoid making any statements. When that was over, it showed up. My one and only wish was to have a meeting with you. As a result, I waited. At long last, he articulated the words that he had been preparing to utter. We are yearning for you. I allowed that to linger in the air between us for a considerable amount of time, for a prolonged period of time. Following that, I informed him that you don't miss me, you miss the version of me who paid your bills, picked up the pieces, and kept everything together. Simply looking down at the ground, he did not engage in any argument. Then, after that, He made the following statement: "Mom has been asking about you." It is not clear to him now. She is of the opinion that everything is a manifestation of a misunderstanding. After Eleanor was admitted to the neonatal intensive care unit (NICU) and no one arrived, I began to wonder if she was experiencing any kind of mental confusion. I questioned him about that, but he did not respond to my inquiry. The way he looked at me gave the impression that he was trying to convey something else to me. On the other hand, he has made the choice to refrain from yelling or begging for what he desires. Afterward, he gave a single nod before turning around to face the woman. Following his departure, I made sure the door was completely shut and locked. During that particular evening, I was sitting in the nursery with Eleanor, who was sleeping on my chest, and I was listening to her gentle breathing. I was watching her as she continued to sleep. The sensation that I felt was one that I hadn't felt in a number of months, and it occurred to me as the room was illuminated by the light of her nightlight. Harmony is achieved. In their investigation, they were able to look into every possible scenario that could have taken place. Remorse, sentimentality, and a phony sense of warmth are all present in this situation. As soon as I realized that I had finally reached a point where I understood what was going on, it became irrelevant. During a time of crisis, it is impossible to make a demonstration of love for someone. In the days that follow, when there is no drama to resolve and no audience to impress, it is demonstrated that this is exactly what started out happening in the first place. What differentiates the individuals who appear from those who vanish is the individuals who appear. Among the many ways in which they demonstrated who they were, one of the ways was that my family did not show up at all. After some consideration, I have decided to stop waiting. Initiating the process of forming a new circle was something that occurred to me. Companions who, in addition to being quiet, offered soup without being asked to do so were also considered respectful. I was able to get assistance from a person I know while I was in the process of carrying groceries up the stairs. My husband's coworker brought over some lovely garments that turned out to be the perfect size for her husband. These garments were of the perfect size for my husband. In this particular instance, the individuals in question did not have any obligations or expectations that were not brought to its attention. The fact that they exhibited a greater amount of love than the people with whom I shared a bloodline was something that took me by surprise. Many months have passed since the last time we spoke. There was no doubt that Eleanor was making positive strides. Particularly noticeable was the rounding of her cheeks. Her laughter was completely natural and hadn't been rehearsed in any way. According to the doctor, she was making encouraging strides in her recovery from her condition. In point of fact, she was the one. My grandfather's voicemail was waiting for me when I woke up one morning, and I was surprised to find it there. His final statement was, "They still don't get it, but that's no longer your problem." He made this statement at the conclusion of his speech. At the same time that he gave off the impression of being exhausted but content, it was as if he had already made his decision and was pleased with it. It seemed as though he was pleased with the choice he had made. During the same week, my husband and I made the decision to take Eleanor on a weekend getaway to a mountain cabin in order to relax and unwind. We did this in order to give her the opportunity to enjoy myself. Each of the mobile devices that we utilized was kept in a drawer that was kept with us. The sun was rising over snow-covered mountains at that precise moment, and I was holding my daughter close to my chest as I watched it through the window. Something came to my attention all of a sudden and I became aware of it. It is not possible to get rid of the desire to return or to return again. They are always going to push the boundaries of what is not only possible but also possible. However, the eerie silence that permeated that NICU room is something that I will never forget. It was a moment that I will never forget. To be more specific, this particular one was not occupied by strangers. Rather, it was occupied by the absence of those individuals who ought to have been present. My life has been enriched with priceless lessons that I will never forget thanks to this experience. It is true that there are some families that do not merit a second chance, and there are some of those families. It is imperative that some of them be terminated because of their level of incompetence. My parents used me for my money, mocked me behind my back, and when I stopped giving, they tried to gaslight me, accusing me of being the selfish one. The betrayal was unbearable. I slammed the door, took my savings back, and cut off all contact, reclaiming my life. It came as a surprise to me that my uncle, who used to give me a pat on the head like a golden retriever, wanted to talk about investing. In addition, my mother, who had previously disclosed to a neighbor that I worked with computers or something similar, began introducing me as her daughter who is in charge of cybersecurity for multinational financial institutions. In spite of the fact that that was not even technically correct, I did not bother to correct her. Chloe. My dear Chloe. In the morning of the following day, she sent me a text message with a million exclamation marks, asking if I was available to have a cup of coffee before I boarded my flight back to New York. Said that she had missed me and that it had been far too long. The last time we spoke, she informed me that she didn't have time to deal with my emotional distance because I skipped her gender reveal party, which was the one I wasn't invited to. As a result, I glanced at the message for a while before responding to it. Still, I was able to meet her. While we were sitting at a cafe close to my hotel, she immediately began a full-blown rant about how difficult life had been in recent times. Her husband's new business venture was not doing well. None of the infants were sleeping. It was a stressful and exhausting situation for her. 3 times, she brought up the amount of money that daycare services cost. I did little more than nod and listen. Then, with a slight twist of her head, she continued. "You are extremely fortunate that you do not have to be concerned about money anymore." The question was not even a question. After that, it had a snowball effect. Everyone had an immediate purpose to call at that moment. In order to finance the expense of the new SUV, Chloe required assistance. Some information regarding the delays in financing and the safety features. In reference to her kitchen, my mother called. Considering how near she was to finally completing that renovation, she wanted to know if I could assist her in completing it so that she could move on to the next step. The knee surgery that my father had was not going to be covered in its entirety. Obviously, he did not want to inquire about it, but it is possible that I could do it for him. Just for the moment. Each and every time, I responded with a yes. That is not because I was oblivious to what was taking place. Rather, it was because I desired for it to be something different. I wanted to think that they had changed, that they cared, and that at long last, after years of being a supporting character in my own family, I was finally being noticed, acknowledged, and appreciated. And in a number of ways, I indeed was. In the past, Chloe and my parents were the only people who participated in group chats while we had dinners, but now my name was at the top of the list. To my surprise, Chloe began tagging me in her Facebook posts. My mother referred to me as her survivor. Because he still signed checks at the grocery store, my father even requested me to educate him about cryptography, which I found to be a ludicrous request. It did work for a period of time. From that point on, I was soaring on cloud 9, under the impression that my family loved me in return. None of the money was counted by me. I failed to keep track of the transactions. Up until the day that I received a phone call from my grandmother, I never questioned anything. Except in the event that something was awry, she never called me. In the past, she had always been very keen. Perceived things that the majority of people did not. I was the only member of the family who never made me feel like I was less than she was. That particular day, her voice was soft and not fragile. Rather, it was cautious. Prior to asking me if I had a moment to talk, she paused for a bit. Next, she made a statement that completely altered the situation. "Sophie, I have something that I need to tell you, and I don't believe you're going to look forward to hearing it." My breath was pulled back. She informed me that she had listened in on a conversation. After a BBQ, I broke up with my mother and my father in the backyard while they were chatting about me. Regarding the manner in which I might at long last become useful. I was talking about how it was high time that I made up for all those years that I had spent doing nothing. Regarding the fact that they ought to keep her close by, at least until the kitchen is finished and the payment for the SUVs is made. According to her, Chloe giggled and stated that Sophie doesn't even notice what's going on. She believes that we are concerned. My grandmother stated that she was on the verge of leaving at that very moment, but she wanted to avoid making a disturbance. My heart was burning. My reaction was not one of astonishment, rather, it was one of disbelief. No, not really. I have a feeling that I have always known it, but it wasn't until I heard it out loud that it became real to me. For a considerable amount of time, I did not communicate with my grandmother. After that, I expressed my gratitude to her and informed her that I will contact her at a later time. I ended the call, sat down on the beautiful couch that I had in my apartment that was located on the top floor, and looked out over Central Park. In that same instant, everything underwent a transformation. It took me some time before I confronted them. During that time, I am aware that the majority of people anticipate that. I stormed in and demanded answers after a blow-up, a dramatic call, and a dramatic call. On the other hand, something within me became silent. As if a switch had been pulled. All of a sudden, I found myself outside of myself, observing things from a distinct distance. And so I remained. I cracked a grin. My phone was picked up. As soon as I became aware of the reality, I was eager to observe how far it would extend. The first thing that I observed was how relaxed the expectations had gotten during this time. Chloe didn't inquire any further. I just heard her speak. She would bring up bills in the same manner that people would bring up the weather. During this month, daycare was quite difficult. The automobile payment was causing them a great deal of stress. A little bit of a push was all that was required for her husband's business to get over the hump. Each and every line hung in the air, waiting for me to fill in the blanks. The same thing happened to my mother. Although she never really spoke the words, she did not feel the need to do so. She would email photographs of cabinet samples, countertops, and flooring, and then she would follow up with a statement such as, "Isn't it crazy how expensive materials are now?" Or, "We're thinking of doing it while we're still healthy enough to enjoy it." More subtly, my father was. He would call to see how things were doing, and then he would start telling stories about his buddies who enjoyed traveling, retiring early, and not having to worry about their medical expenditures. He would laugh and then say, "Must be nice." After that, he would become quiet as if he was waiting for me to offer something without being asked. And I did it every time. At the very least, I will. I stopped sending money after receiving a call from my grandmother. My announcement was not made. I did not provide an explanation. It's just that I didn't try. Other than that, I did not make any changes. The same warmth, the same tone, and the same availability. To determine whether or not they would notice my absence before they noticed me, I wanted to wait. In the beginning, they did not do it. They did take note of the fact that Christmas was drawing near. They were adamant that I start this year off early. He stated that it had been far too long since we had all been together in a meaningful way. Chloe stated that the infant required additional time to spend with her aunt. According to my mother, it wouldn't be the same without my going there. The flight was ordered by me. At the time of my arrival, everything was in pristine condition. Pine and cinnamon were the scents that permeated the home. A gentle music was performed. It was a longer hug than normal from my mother. When Chloe was talking to me, she kept stroking my arm as if we were suddenly at a close proximity. While he was pouring me a drink, my father inquired about New York, my job, and my perspective on the world. Every single one of them was putting on a show. As it was happening, I was there to witness it. Dinner was a lively and boisterous affair. It was a gift-giving exchange. As is customary, mine were an elaborate affair. It came to my attention that nobody appeared to be uncomfortable taking them anymore. I used to find that unsettling. It did not happen this time. Coffee in the living room was the suggestion that my mother made after dessert. Everyone relocated there and established themselves in their customary locations. With a kick, Chloe raised her feet. The collar of my father was unfastened. I had the impression that I was at the conclusion of a lengthy play, the point at which the actors could finally relax because the audience was still clapping. That is when I said my words. I inquired of Chloe whether or not she recalled the cookout that took place a few months ago. The one that is located at my parents' house. I questioned her about whether or not she recalled being in the backyard with her mother and father after everyone else had gone inside. A halt occurred in her. A moderate amount, but not a spectacular one. My mother uttered my name as if it were a warning. Absolutely nothing was spoken by my father at all. I informed them that I was aware of what they had said. I did not repeat it out loud in its entirety. It was unnecessary for me to do so. What I saw on their faces was everything. The fact that I was upset was not the surprise. Because I was aware of it. My mother instantly began talking, explaining, going back on her previous statements, and making statements about jokes being taken out of context, stress, and some of the ways in which families say things that they don't mean. I did not interrupt her. I then proceeded to convey to them that I had a complete comprehension of the nature of our connection, and that I was no longer upset. I had just finished that, and I didn't want to be the answer to their issues or the source of finance for their goals. It was Chloe's attempt to interrupt. She was not stopped by me. I simply got to my feet, put on my coat, and announced that I was going to go. I told them not to call me to find a solution to the problem, not to apologize, and not to explain anything. I stated that I had already decided what I would do. The moment I opened the door, I heard my mother repeating my name once more. This time, it is softer. There was no reversal for me. The air felt icy and astringent as I went outside. It appeared as though my grandma had been waiting for quite some time, since she was already present on the porch. There was no questioning from her. She did not express any feelings of pride. I only needed to give her a single nod before she joined me in the car. Silence prevailed as we drove away. During that night during her birthday party, I did not have any feelings of tension for the very first time. I did not have the impression that I was getting ready for the next item. I had the impression that wasn't the end of it. I had a mistake. Following that night, I did not anticipate anything at all. No calls, no texts, and nothing else. In my mind, they would just leave it alone. Stew and possibly whisper about me to each other, but in the end, you should step back for a temporary period of time. Indeed, that is precisely what took place. There is no sound. It is utterly and completely silent. Naturally, my grandmother maintained communication with me. For a week, she extended an invitation to me to visit her home in Florida. We are the only two of us. There will be no drama, no questioning, and no casual chats about the financial position of anyone participating. Each morning, we went for a walk along the beach, and then we cooked dinner at home. It had been years since I had experienced such a sense of lightness. On the other hand, a peculiar occurrence took place 2 weeks after I had returned to New York. I received a phone call from a recruiter that I was not familiar with. He seemed eager, perhaps even a little bit too eager. This individual stated that he had a client who was searching for someone to head up a new cybersecurity section. It was stated that my name had been mentioned. He stated that he had seen my information on a professional network that was owned by a family. By all appearances, I had joined. There was nothing that I had joined. My response was that I was not interested, and then I hung up. However, the call remained in my mind. After waiting for an hour, I began digging. Approximately 15 minutes were required for me to locate it. A phony profile in the style of LinkedIn that had been made by someone else using my full name, photo, and career history, along with a great deal of inflated rubbish, fake endorsements and co-titles on films. Even though it was sloppy, it was polished enough to pass. If you weren't paying great attention, you might have missed it. In addition, it was clearly connected to a newly established consulting firm that was being managed by a person named Matthew Kalman. My name was put on the website as a silent partner, despite the fact that I had never heard of him before. One could find a telephone number. That was my call. Attempt to guess whose voice responded. My father. I didn't even give him the opportunity to speak. What the hell was he doing? I demanded to know from him. He stumbled, made an attempt to retrace his steps, and made a statement about how he was merely attempting to contribute to the development of something for the family and to capitalize on our mutual success. I hung up the phone. Not even 10 minutes later, Chloe gave me a call. Although she claimed that she had nothing to do with it, that was not the issue that triggered my anger. She concluded by saying, "You don't understand how much we needed this. Things are really hard right now." On the other hand, that was the reason I wrote a cease and desist letter that evening through my attorney, who was not a cheap counsel. In addition to dealing with the ramifications from 2 investors who had already contacted out to me assuming that I was involved, I was required to shut down the website, scrub the bogus profiles, and fix the situation. It might have been the end of me. That, however, was not even the most terrible aspect. The realization that they were no longer only interested in my money was the most upsetting part. They desired to know my name. They wanted to go about in my success like it was a coat, thinking that they had also built something, and they wanted to wear it like a coat. Previously, I had merely served as a resource. I served as their brand. And they didn't believe that I would notice it. While I was still partially in disbelief, I contacted my grandma that night while I was pacing around my apartment. Her tone did not convey any surprise. "Just now," she told me, "I warned you, Sophie. They don't love people. They love what people can give them." That stuck with me. After hearing that, I proceeded to make all of the necessary adjustments. New account numbers and new numbers. I wiped my digital footprint clean and built it again from the ground up with firewalls that would require a government badge to pass through. I decided to stop responding to mysterious numbers. I became completely eerie. As well, I went away from the city for a bit. Not indefinitely, but just long enough to get my thoughts organized. During that time period, I was taken aback by the letter, which was a genuine letter written by hand and did not include a return address. The note was found within. It stated, "We didn't mean to hurt you. We were just scared." However, it was not signed before it was sent. And a photograph was affixed at the bottom of the page. "You are no longer like us." During that time, I was 12 years old and standing at the kitchen counter of my grandmother's house. I was holding a screwdriver and disassembling an old radio. Everyone else in the background was giggling, preoccupied, or celebrating something else but themselves. My eyes were the only ones that were focused on the camera. That picture was taken by my mother. If you were wondering. While the message was unmistakable, it was already too late. There was no response from me to the letter. First, I took my time reading it twice, and then I folded it back up and slipped it into the drawer at the bottom of my desk. Although I did not rip it up, I also did not cling to it as if it were something that was significant to me. I felt as though I was holding a memento from a location that I no longer resided in. An attempt to repackage guilt as sentiment. Which is the final, desperate attempt. For what they had done, they did not feel any regret. They expressed their regret that I left before they had completed their work. I did not wait a week to cool off after that, but I did wait. To be sure, to make sure that I wasn't reacting emotionally, and to make sure that this wasn't some dramatic detour in our relationship, but rather the final turn. I was no longer upset. I then proceeded to compose the message. There was a brief period of frigid weather. I didn't try to make it seem better or alter the truth in any way. I pretended that I was aware of everything. The fraudulent consulting firm, the investors, and the digital profile that used my credentials without my permission, are all examples of this. I told them that I was aware of the jokes, the manipulation, and the conversation that took place in the backyard. Despite the fact that I had been generous with them for many years, I realized that my generosity was not appreciated by them. It had become militarized. I let them know that I would be cut off from touch indefinitely. Not only the money, but also the visits, and everything else as well. I told them that they should not make any further contact. Even in the case that someone passed away, not for assistance, not for closure, nor for family gatherings. I warned them that I would take legal action against them if they went beyond that boundary. As for me, I wouldn't think twice. It was not signed by me. Greetings, Sophie. Not even my name. I pressed the send button, and suddenly there was silence. Not even an attempt to gaslight me into thinking that I was being too severe was made. There was no response, no phone calls, no panicked voicemails, and not even, only a vacuum left. It should have been painful. In all honesty, I anticipated that it would, but it did not. On the other hand, I experienced a different sensation, as if I had just emerged from a room that had been filled with smoke that was not visible for many years. And then something that was not anticipated took place. They started informing strangers that they were going to cut me off. Through mutuals, I was able to reach out to others. The pals of my second cousin from high school, as well as one of my mother's former co-workers. They claimed that I had changed, that I had become conceited and distant, and that I had become overly preoccupied with wealth and achievement. In one version of the narrative, I was the one who demanded respect, as if I were superior to absolutely everyone else. Another one of them caused me to storm out of Christmas because no one clapped loud enough when I walked in front of them. In order to make themselves appear as though they were the victims of a self-centered daughter who had forgotten where she came from, they rewrote everything and twisted reality. Nevertheless, I did not protect myself. Just let them chat. Those individuals who are willing to believe the worst about you do not require much of a prod to do so. To add insult to injury, I was no longer required to demonstrate anything to anyone. In its place, I became preoccupied with leading a different type of life. It was not because I was unable to afford the penthouse that I decided to sell it. Rather, it was because I did not want to be identified by it. Upon purchasing an ancient brownstone in Brooklyn, I proceeded to completely renovate it from the inside out. A complete house makeover. Each and every screw, tile, and paint stroke is mine. It is something concrete that I constructed, not for the sake of showing off, but for my own personal use. I began mentoring younger women in the technology industry via one-on-one sessions, rather than through press releases or panels. I would have them over for coffee, I would go over their resumes with them, I would educate them how to negotiate raises, and I would tell them to decline any offers that did not appreciate them. And I didn't just tell them the lovely portions, I told them the reality. Both of the small startups that I invested in were run by women. Now, both are doing quite well. I started taking off work on the weekends. Midnight was the time when I stopped checking my email. I went to see a clinician. Pasta from takeaway was not the only thing I learned to cook. I took up a rescue dog who had just one ear and a mischievous disposition. I gave him the name Ghost since that was how my family referred to me in the future. My grandma finally made her appearance on a beautiful Saturday morning, several months after she had been absent. She had taken the train to get there, refused to let me pay for a car, and stated that she wanted to explore the neighborhood on her own so that she could walk around. When she entered the brownstone, she took her time to look around, taking in the hardwood flooring, the exposed brick, and the shelves that were stacked with books that I had actually read. She then said, "This feels like you." Without smiling. While Ghost would bark at the pigeons, we would sit on the porch with our coffee. I inquired in a low voice whether she was dissatisfied with me for interrupting them and for not making an effort to resolve the issue. She didn't even flicker an eye. She told me, "Sophie, you gave them more chances than they deserved. That's not failure. That's grace." And for the very first time in my life, I believed what she had said. It has been more than a year since I severed ties with them. There was not a single phone call, text message, or surprise communication, and not even one of those random friend requests on Facebook from a second cousin who was serving as a spy. Absolute silence, unadulterated and unbroken. It was the kind of silence that used to give me the creeps. In the past, I had considered it to be desertion. When there was no sound, I assumed that something was amiss. On the other hand, I am now more knowledgeable. The sound of healing and the sound of space clearing away can sometimes be heard in stillness, the elimination of something that is harmful to one's health. This brownstone is still where I call home. We are currently at home. I failed to repair every single floorboard, every single wall, and every single chipped tile. All of this serves as a reminder that I am the one who created this life. It was not provided to me. It was not something that was inherited, passed down, or wrapped in ribbons by individuals who clapped when it was convenient for them to do so. I worked hard and in private to earn it. The work is consistent. I am still in charge of my team and I am still developing systems that the majority of people will never see but on which they rely every day. The number of things that I decline to do has increased. I used to give in to my fear and say yes. There is a fear of missing out, a fear of being forgotten, and a worry of becoming insufficient. No longer exists. At this moment, I make a decision about what is rightfully mine. Growth has occurred in the mentorships. It all began with 2 young ladies. Today, I am assisting 10. When they are stuck at occupations that exhaust them, we meet in person, over coffee, or simply via Zoom, instead of meeting in person. What I wish someone had told me when I was 22 years old is what I share with them. To be valuable, it is not necessary to be loved by others. You merely need to be appreciated, and the first step in achieving this is to treat yourself with respect. Ghost is still the same huffy, one-eared version of himself. The fact that he despises anyone who comes too close to the house is something that I have come to genuinely appreciate. Being aware that someone, even a dog, is continually watching over the entrance to the house brings a certain sense of calm. My grandmother comes from time to time. Small things, a box of tea, and a story from her past that she has never shared before are among the things that she brings. Once in a while, she inquires as to whether or not I ever consider returning. Not in a critical manner, but simply out of curiosity. I am wondering if I don't miss them. I do not falsify. I tell her that I don't like the thought of them. This is the version that I used to keep in my thoughts when I was a child with me. A mother who gave me protection. A father who was pleased with my accomplishments. A sibling who did not consider me to be a rival or a financial institution. It is not true that that version ever existed. To be honest, I had been warning her for quite some time. It is clear to him. It is always the case. I was walking through my old photo box one afternoon a few months back when I came across it. The picture that was included in the letter was the same one that I saw when I opened it. When I was 12 years old, I was fixating on that radio that was broken as the rest of my family chuckled in the background. I was fixated on it for a considerable amount of time. She didn't pay any attention to being seen when she was that version of myself. She merely desired to construct something, modify something, and gain an understanding of how things functioned. She was absolutely unbroken. You could say that she was buried under individuals who were too preoccupied with themselves to notice her. There have been times when I have considered destroying the photograph, getting rid of the letter, and getting rid of everything that still connects me to them. I have not, however. When I say that I want to remember something, I don't mean that I want to cling on to it. Getting rid of everything that is painful is not necessary. Certain things are designed to remain as a reminder of how far you've come, of how difficult it was, and of the reasons why you will never go back to the past. This is the latest update. They did not meet any of my expectations in any way. When I stated that I was finished, I meant it. I had moved on, constructed a different sort of life, and accepted the truth that there are certain people who never change from who they were. However, during the previous week, an odd occurrence took place. My phone rang, and I received a voicemail from a number that I was not familiar with. A voice that is delicate and somewhat anxious. In fact, it was Olivia, my cousin. Our last conversation had been over 10 years ago. I was on the verge of listening to the message, but something compelled me to do so. She stated that she had no desire for anything. There is no money, and there are no favors. All that she wanted was for me to be aware that things were different in my native country. She informed me that my father had left the phony business several months ago because it was never able to get off the ground. That the act of severing relationships caused something to happen in each of them, a kind of reckoning, after I had done so. As far as she was concerned, my mother had begun volunteering at a nearby shelter. My father had returned to his previous position, and he was not pursuing some fictitious windfall. It would appear that Chloe had ceased posting about her picture-perfect life, and had instead gone back to school in a stealthy manner. Psychology offered at community colleges. Although Olivia stated that no one actually talks about me out loud, it is evident that I have left an impression. According to her, they miss me. That my mother sheds tears on sometimes if my name is mentioned. This is not in the sense of a guilt trip, rather, it is genuine private remorse. That particular part took me by surprise. According to her, my grandmother was involved in the situation in some way. The fact that she did not permit them to change the story. The fact that she continued to give them the truth. Not the version that they attempted to sell to everyone else, but the version that I actually lived through. The contact has not been made. I am not sure if I will do it. A few of the alterations are not invitations. They are just evidence that progress is possible, even in individuals whom you swore without a doubt would never change. In my opinion, that is plenty. While I was unconscious, my family made it look like I had simply fallen due to too much wine. But my phone recorded their lies, their cold laughter, and their sickening manipulation proof that shattered their life forever. After Thanksgiving, my aunt said, "We're not calling 911. She can lie there." I woke up memoryless in the hospital. Mum smiles too much. "You fell downstairs, honey." Wine overdose. Non-drinker. Not ever. IV nurse's look conveyed wisdom. "Your family is interesting," she whispered before departing. My phone sat on my bedside table. I opened an odd file. 52-minute dinner discussion. In the corner, cousin Rachel, 22, twisted her hands. "Sorry," she said. "For what?" "Nothing. Just nothing." I listened alone. I'm not one for photos or videos, so if I intentionally recorded something, I knew it was extremely serious. I say. Normal again. Ganny Martha's abstinence. Child laughter. Football on TV. Thanksgiving as usual. I heard myself after 4 minutes. "Uncle Tom, may we talk? Wanna wait? Game's on." All about Rachel. TV paused when I shouted. "About Rachel?" Uncle Tom asked softly. "She mentioned lake house." Responded. A long pause. "House on the lake?" "We visited a lake house when?" 8 years previously. In summer 2017. Uncle Tom laughed at my quote. "Age 8? Laughed. 10 years ago. Why dispute ancient history? She was 9. Uncle Tom's. Room quieted. No more fork clinking. Tom's wife, Aunt Linda, helped. "You mean?" she asks Rachel. Little Rachel's voice. "Nothing. Nothing happened." I kept recording. You two were alone when Rachel proposed swimming lessons. His ingenuity never stops. Uncle Tom raged. "She showed your images." Minutes of silence. No one spoke. Then I heard something odd. Clank. Glass on glass. My voice changed. "Why does the room feel odd?" "Feeling good?" Uncle Tom worriedly inquired. Chair scraping flavored my drink. "You influenced my thud." I fell. Gasps. Seat movement. And commotion. Shaking Rachel's voice. "Should we call 911? Frosty Aunt Linda answered. "Nobody calls. She drank too much." "But she doesn't drink." Rachel objected. "They overdrank. Tom, help me lift her." Grunting. Tugging. Body movement unconsciously. "Put them on the couch. Appear natural." Uncle Tom said. "It's ridiculous." Aunt Linda whispered. "Get the camera. Her intoxicated images matter." Linda ordered. My body was posed, photographed, and laughed at for 9 minutes. "Put on the turkey hat. Make them hold this beer." Rachel cried. "Not right. I had her aid." "Aid you." Uncle Tom was mean. "After aiding this family. Buying silence?" Slap. "Mind your mouth." Uncle Tom warns. "Tom's right," Linda said. Rachel daydreams excessively. "I have proof." Rachel wept. "Okay, enough," Linda said. Everyone remembered. They fell. Been drinking all day. A family practiced lying for 4 minutes. Each person repeats. Went down. Drinking problem. We tried to help. Background, Rachel, beseeching. Call for help. Everyone ignored her. Sirens followed. Panic. Called by who? Hide everything. Remember the tale? Recording finished. That night, Rachel and I called police. The detective called after hearing the full recording. Need warrant teams. The next morning, cops arrested everyone at 6. Our parents, Uncle Tom, Grandma Martha, Richard, and Aunt Linda had penthouses. Family fought in police station. Aunt Linda blamed her husband. Totally Tom. We had to. My aunt, Rachel's mother, fell. The home? God, home. Which home? The detective asked. 8 years after that lake summer, Uncle Tom bought our house. The detective investigated property records. It was true. Tom threatened to confiscate the house if Rachel told. We have 4 more kids. Where would we live? An uncle's brother says, Tom's been holding that house over their heads for a decade. Uncle Tom was released for $1.2 meters. Everyone got restraining orders. Rachel wept week before trial. Despite having new neck injuries and seeing out my window at the family lawyer in his car, she said the recordings were misconstrued and the family meant no harm. Shaking, Rachel fled. She left after using my bathroom. A note remained after she left. They have my daughter. Watch Tuesday's ring cam. After reading Rachel's toilet note 3 times, my hands shook so badly I almost dropped it. She wrote they have my daughter and checked the ring camera from Tuesday in her messy handwriting with a thicker pen, afraid. Rachel warned of more than legal difficulties. A child silences her. Not simply court testimony silences kids. Phone from bathroom counter. Shaking my fingers, I discovered Detective Walker's number in contacts. She answered my second call. She spoke loudly at night. I called Rachel's kid and laughed after reading her email word for word. Tuesday's ring cam explanation. Detective Walker focused despite anxiety. To preserve evidence, she advised me not to touch my phone. She promised phone instructions. My hands shook when I accessed the Ring app on my phone after hanging up. A Tuesday schedule caught my eye. Because I knew phones and technology, I realized watching the tape incorrectly may lose or change important data. I quit the app Tuesday afternoon after screenshotting. Looking forward to Detective Walker's directions. I worried about Rachel's daughter's anxiety. The girl may wonder why and where her mother left. Detective Walker answered my call perfectly 2 minutes later. She said, a digital forensics expert will save the ring footage at my house tonight. Her calmness eased my anxieties about the family's treatment of that girl. Detective Walker advises me to store Rachel's note in a plastic bag and not touch it since it may have fingerprints. Without touching it, I put the message in a kitchen Ziploc bag. I had Tuesday's ring video on my phone. I fear Rachel's meaning. My aunt brings Rachel's daughter to my door. The little girl is confused and scared as my aunt leads her to a dark car at the curb. Car window shows family lawyer driving. They drive off in 30 seconds. Watching annoys me. I texted Rachel immediately using the safe word we agreed on during her visit, asking her favorite turkey dinner via email. We told her I received her message and can help with the code. Minutes pass without response. Rachel's silence suggests phone tracking. Rachel ignored my recorded pleadings. Detective Walker notices Rachel's quiet after my call. Before answering 8 p.m., I check the doorbell peephole. Man carries huge professional gear bag. Detective Walker sent digital forensics expert Ryan Reed to greet me at the door. Tech logo polo. Computer codes will reproduce my ring footage to prevent tampering. He's organized and meticulous at work. Typing while linking his laptop to my phone. His technical talents make me feel like we're developing a case, not panicking. Detective Walker telephones me while Ryan copies ring data. Tonight is an emergency CPS meeting. Child use caseworker Evan Carter was contacted. Consider this child endangering. I cry when true experts help Rachel's daughter promptly. I regret speaking up since it endangered her. Lucy Winters calls minutes later. A victim advocate was assigned to me, she says. Kind and practical safety preparedness advice from her. She suggests trustworthy neighbors and creates friend codes. Put a backpack in case I need to go fast, she says. Lucy's worst case scenario strategy prepares me and reduces my isolation. She's straightforward. I adore Detective Walker's updates calls. Adds Chris Allen has been told everything. And he's already writing an emergency legal paper to change Uncle Tom's bail rules. Chris considers this witness tampering and seeks to prove Uncle Tom and his lawyer threatened Rachel and took her child against Unkensock. Restraining orders. The speedy court system gives me optimism. We can protect Rachel and her kids before things escalate. Midnight sleeps fail. My mind replays noise mechanically. Slurred speech. Falling, I heard glass clinking. The aftermath is terrible. With care, the family discusses staging everything. They laugh and tilt my unconscious body. Tell lies until remembered. Rachel gets new neck bruises every time I close my eyes. Her daughter may wonder why mommy is worried and why strange adults are telling her what to do. Her actions may have been wrong. Kids always blame themselves for unusual adult conduct. I stop sleeping and stare at my phone on the couch around 3 a.m. The Ring footage of my aunt walking that child to the lawyer's car remains. I check missing data 5 times. The time is 2:30 Tuesday afternoon. A girl with a pink rabbit. The hand brings my aunt forward for permission to speak. Family lawyer opens back door from driver's seat. 30 seconds from my doorstep to my automobile. Every lawyer-faced frame gets screenshotted. Detective Walker said, "We need evidence, and this is evidence." I slept on the couch with my phone at 5 a.m. Emails arrived 7:15. Detective Walker sent Haas records. The subject, start with heartbeat. Night of Thanksgiving toxicology. My blood test showed sedative. Complex medical phrase, simplified. To confuse and knock me out, they used medications. A high dose was dangerous. If given too much, I could have stopped breathing. Translation into medical terminology is odd. Knowing my parents drugged me hurts. Scientific validation helps after being termed mad, confused, or contrived. I didn't drink, but my family thought I had too much wine. Hospital records reveal sedative in my blood. Lucy and Chris tell everyone immediately. Chris suggests this for the 5-minute bail modification hearing. Lucy calls around 8:15 to check on me. She says my insomnia is common. Detective Walker is right, restraining orders improve neighborhood patrols. Lucy urges me to record everything and call her immediately if family calls. 9 Evan Carter calls again. Rachel's daughter's CPS caseworker introduces herself. Warm, professional voice. She wants a sworn statement on Tuesday's Ring footage. My offer is instant. Evan wants me to read minutes. My laptop plays the movie to provide details while we discuss. Around 2:30, my aunt approaches my porch holding the girl's hand. Pink carries a toy bunny. She's confused and looks at my aunt like she's asking. Aunt seems worried. Dragging her instead of walking. They reach the curb at 2 hours 30 minutes and 15 seconds. Lawyer automobiles are dark. License plates were issued by Hendricks. Lawyer bends to unlock back door. Aunt puts daughter in backseat and locks door. A car leaves at 2 hours 30 minutes and 45 seconds. Engagement lasts 30 seconds. Evan questions the child's expressions and posture. She appeared scared or confused? Her automobile ride refusal or voluntary? Did my aunt say anything on the audio? I answer everything from footage. Evan believes CPS uses this testimony to prove emergency intervention. Courts need specifics and dates. As I describe what I observed, their case for safeguarding Rachel's daughter strengthens. Lucy calls to assist me start an evidence journal after we hang up. She recorded every threat, communication, and suspicious behavior with dates and times. Courts prefer harassment tendencies over individual complaints. Organizing everything helps prosecutors prove the disturbing sequence. Lucy helps me construct a PC spreadsheet. Time and date are in column 1. Column 2 happened. Screenshots and recordings in column 3. Inform column 4. Since Thanksgiving, everything is recorded. My drugged lunch. Wake up hospitalized. Tuesday ring, audio, Rachel's neck bruise, toilet note. Row details must be complete. Methodically writing everything down restores control. Chaos makes me react to family events. I can now organize and document everything to avoid losing it. Lucy suggests quickly updating the journal after an occurrence. Sometimes, little facts matter later. Chris calls 10:30. Tomorrow, 9:30 emergency bail modification. He warns me the defense will speak seriously to depict me as mad or spiteful. Having a grudge or being mentally ill will make my family accuse me of scheming against them. Though unnerving, I like his sincerity and won't be surprised. Chris tells me to stay calm and honest despite their claims. Avoid emotion and defense. Follow my hearings and ideas. Proof should speak. Prepare for a public fight a court may doubt. When kids are threatened, I won't hide. Defending Rachel's daughter is worth lawyers calling me insane. After talking to Chris, I called HR. A kind voice answers. Legal emergency leave. I must prove, she says. Explaining my leave request shames me. I feel degraded despite victimization. I tell her I'm a criminal witness despite discomfort. Tell her I need at least 3 weeks to start, possibly more depending on how things go. I'll submit court records as I get copies. Despite not being about the family, I logged this call as evidence. Lucy instructed me to document case details. My HR call shows its pay and career effects. This impacts victim compensation. Later, Hendrik X calls noon with bad news. The vehicle plate number was extracted from my Ring footage using video enhancement software. Detective Walker identified it as the family lawyer's car. Company car, not his. This direct link between the lawyer and the child's disappearance changes everything. Family claims versus Rachel's word. The family lawyer kidnapped Rachel's daughter. Chris calls 20 minutes later to add coordinated witness intimidation to his emergency motion. Unrepresented participation breached attorney-client privilege. He represented crooks but not clients. Evan calls again about 6. She claims she ordered Rachel's daughter's police-assisted emergency pickup. Order comes from ring footage, family pressure, and Rachel's injuries. Hope and anxiety alternate in my gut. Maybe they can save her. Concerned about family strife. Arrested. Desperate risk. Evan must have heard me because she immediately says cops will help with the pickup. Social workers won't be lonely door knockers. Police protect. She claims extra patrols watch my address. Police will act quickly if family arrives. I thank her, hang up, and update my evidence log immediately. Urgent pickup 6:05 p.m. I sleep poorly that night despite going to bed early. Thinking about hearing tomorrow. Suppose the judge trusts the defense. Could they call me a vengeful relative who lied? Suppose Uncle Tom's bail never changes. My phone rings at 6 a.m. Post-midnight. A 6:15 a.m. email arrived. I heard from my family law firm. Concerned outreach. Open and read. Pretentious and patronizing. IT says I'm mentally sick and plotting against my family who want to help me. My charges hurt innocence, it says. I can see a psychologist. Implies drive me crazy, I see spots. They call me crazy. My relatives drugged and photographed my comatose body, but I'm blamed. But Lucy's written advice comes to mind. I email Chris, without responding after 3 deep breaths. Nothing from me. Chris says, I received this at 6:15 this morning. 10 minutes after my direct submission to the prosecutor. He considers their email dumb since it intimidates in court. Mental illness before testimony. His movements changed quickly. Journal email. Sad delight intimidation failed. A neighbor said the toddler looked at my aunt and refused to get in the car. This toddler seemed confused and terrified, unlike others carried by trusted individuals. Non-family witnesses agree. Beyond ring film. This neighbor noticed an issue and remembers details. Detective Walker says the neighbor will testify if needed. I thank her and add to my evidence journal. Obtain impartial testimony. 8:07 a.m. Chris calls 20 minutes later to say he's filing a larger update this morning to close the family loophole. He feels the family lawyer can talk since restraining orders limit engagement. Modified motion involves agent, intermediate, and third-party communication. Chris describes the motion's proof, including the neighbor's written statement about Tuesday's handoff and the lawyer's Rachel's daughter ring footage. Rachel's battered retreat in 6:15 a.m. Scary email. He said judges take systemic intimidation seriously, especially when minors work. Within an hour, he will file the motion and await a 48-hour ruling. I thank him and update my evidence log at 9:15 a.m. Local John's office starts my therapy at 10:30. Simple landscape paintings in a quiet waiting room. My receptionist offers me a clipboard with mental health, medication, and visit reason records. As I write about the Thanksgiving feast recording and my family drugging me, my hand shakes when asked why I'm seeking counseling. John summons me to his 10:30 office. I like this middle-aged man with stunning eyes and a calm personality. The chair at his desk, my account. I explain the audio recording well till stammering. Hearing my corpse fall during family photos makes me cry. John never spoke fast. Kleenex is handed to me casually. 5 things I can see, 4 touch, 3 hear, 2 smell, and 1 taste. After performing it together, my heartbeat slowed and I felt more present than in that horrible memory. I learned trauma recovery and legal coping twice a week from John. I leave his office vulnerable but hopeful for therapy. SMS arrives as I reach my car. I expect Chris, or Detective Walker. From an unknown phone, I'm okay, followed by Rachel's name. Rachel and I used a safe phrase during her restroom break, so I felt relief for 3 seconds before suspicion. Pumpkin had to prove she wasn't forced. Only her name and 2 words are safe in this book. I hate taking Rachel's phone or texting her. I emailed Detective Walker and Lucy the message to ensure Rachel knows our code word is crucial and will never forget it. Detective Walker says she'll report coercion in minutes. Detective Walker informs CPS that the emergency pickup missed Rachel's mother's residence that night. Police were notified by neighbors that no one had been there for 3 days. Watching the family drive Rachel and her daughter to avoid police made me dizzy with fear. Something else is growing despite my worry. Cold, focused, determined. Detective Walker quickly notifies me they're expanding the search and notifying Rachel's mother's automobile, so she must hear me. She suggested child endangerment. My hands shake, but I thank her and update my evidence log. Ryan calls the next morning, with exciting news. A burner phone number sending suspicious SMS was located near aunt's friend's condo cell tower. Detective Walker prepares another pickup while tracking the friend's address. More police and CPS guard the family. Tracking Rachel and her daughter with technology disturbs me. Lucy spends all morning helping me write an emergency hearing affidavit over phone. Defense counsel may mistake her for organizing my ideas and using data without feeling. Lucy edits every document for editorializing or assuming instead of providing facts. Strong, clear fourth draft message. Just my observations, Rachel's claims, and proof. After we finish, I feel different. Instead of aiding the family, he shielded Rachel. Bedtime calls feature Rachel's potty visit and more. The neighbor's story, threatening email, Rachel's pushed retraction with neck injuries, ring footage of her daughter's kidnapping, empty house, and traced phone are discussed. Lucy said these real-time facts demonstrate my integrity by proving my judgments aren't swayed by hindsight or attorneys. Organization and documentation help me remember. Next morning's bond modification court bothers me. My Uncle Tom ignores me at the defense table with his counsel. His lawyer says the evidence is circumstantial and I'm scheming a vendetta against my wonderful family who assisted me. The statements bother me, but I stay mute. Defense lawyer's claims disputed. The court scrutinizes Chris's ring footage and neighbor testimony. Chris emails threats and intimidation. Judges deliberate for 5 minutes before ruling. Uncle Tom gets GPS ankle monitors. Agent or intermediary no contact orders are common. It's something. Improving but not enough. Court renders me impotent. Many relatives issued confusing but targeted messages on social media that afternoon. My mom claims mental illness runs in families and false accusers need help. Grandmother Martha wrote well. Aunt Linda prayed for furious family. I'm embarrassed when people call me crazy to discredit me. Lucy's documentation counsel comes to mind. Screenshotting and forwarding Chris time-stamped posts. Within an hour, he added online harassment and defamation to his witness tampering motion. Honesty doesn't disgrace me. Drugged coma. In the gallery watching Judge Ramirez read paperwork at the emergency CPS hearing that afternoon, the courtroom feels surreal and cold. The court checks Evan's plea for dates and documents. Hayden presents ring footage, neighbor statement, Rachel's injuries, and family child leveraging. Smartphone and card tracking are approved by Judge Ramirez. When the judge grants interim emergency custody, CPS can promptly get Rachel's daughter. Pain for the child endangers her. Suppressors were worse than short-term foster care. Spotify requested Reds. See comments or description. When my phone rang, Detective Walker spoke softly but seriously. Heard she had to say something tough. My stomach dropped before she spoke. Uncle Tom paid family, according to financial investigation. Payments began after he mistreated Rachel at the lake house in summer 2017. Detective Walker's slow recitation of the numbers made me sick. After the summer, Rachel's mother received thousands for the house down payment weeks later. My parents deposited small amounts monthly for years. My grandparents were frequently paid. Aunt Linda received monthly payments for a decade. Cold family info. Besides dishonesty and manipulation, Uncle Tom purchased silence, they alleged. Each put money before Rachel's safety. After hearing about the decade-long cover-up, I hung up nervous. Next morning, John's office treated me. I shook hands after the financial report. Jonathan reported and asked fast. As I detailed the payment cycle, he nodded carefully, showing he understood its risks. The session happened. Reduce family interaction was his goal. Because of Johnny, I spoke phrases. Not doing. Consult my attorney. Conversation ends. Scratchy early words. My falls were regular. John made me repeat phrases till they fit. These procedures reduce my cognitive strain under pressure, he remarked. Words will flow, I think. We tested numerous options. As mom, John made me feel bad. My granny came, then a cousin texted. Limiting is my habit. Repeating worried me. Automatic phrases replaced forced ones. I deliberately chose reactions over fury and dread. In the parking lot after class, I checked my phone. An unknown caller left voicemail. After playing, Rachel's mother's voice filled my car. She cried and implored me to stop, saying the family would handle everything quietly. The crack in her voice sounded desperate. I almost felt sorry for her. Uncle Tom bought her home. I considered Rachel's neck injury. Remembering her daughter's weaponization. Complex depression recovered. I saved and forwarded Chris the voicemail. Submitted to Detective Walker via email. Pressure from family. Late that day, Ryan called about photo metadata, Recovering family cloud files. Years ago, family had it. Timestamps show photographs were uploaded after Thanksgiving. I was audio timed unconscious. Info denied photos innocence or background. Family members contributed these images. After seeing our evidence, I felt terrible and vindicated. Chris called seriously that night. The defense sought Thanksgiving lunch audio suppression. Rumors about Uncle Tom. Soon, my worry rose. Recording was our strongest evidence. Proving the case without it is harder. Chris quickly understood my point and counter-argued. He discussed passionate speech and sensory impression hearsay exclusions. Chris clarified a complex legal argument. It seemed like my interaction was taped. Family excitement accompanied immediate worry. Both exceptions enable documented hearsay. Chris's confidence reassured me. Lucy and I practiced testimony at Chris's office that night. Defense and prosecution swapped questions. Now I hesitate before responding instead of filling silence. That delay gave me time to think and improved my reputation. Calendar details eluded me. Chris and Lucy emphasized my memories over others during preparation. My skills improved via asking and answering questions. This innocent question became widespread. After session, I was ready. Detective Walker received an anonymous tip. The next morning, a cousin's girlfriend's flat across town housed Rachel's daughter. Detective Walker checked time and source. Fearing the family was confining her, she explored. With another pickup, she helped CPS and police. I hoped cautiously. I hoped this advice was legitimate despite the family's deceit. Small child needed security. My knees crumbled when Detective Walker called hours later with sad news. CPS and police located Rachel's daughter. Although safe, she appeared shaken. Police say she was carrying a stuffed animal and seeking her mother. Emergency placement worked. Trauma-aware police let her bring her blanket and toy. She had great foster parents. I was thrilled when Detective Walker saved the child. I cried for 20 minutes in my kitchen following the call. Stress was eased by shaking. I received another anonymous call that afternoon. Something prompted me. Freaky Rachel whispered. Discussed bathroom breaks. The family lawyer cornered her yesterday. He insisted she surrender. His threat was to never see her daughter again if she didn't cooperate. Rachel quickly said, scared. Devoted listening. I let her speak despite my wrath. Needed call recording. Rachel concurred. I recorded her repeating everything. Her family reportedly forced her. Chris acted quickly following Rachel's recording. Within an hour, Rachel's mother, Aunt Linda, and lawyer were accused of witness tampering. Charges followed Rachel's bathroom call and organized intimidation. Chris stated significant crimes warrant incarceration. Attacking Uncle Tom's fans may force testimony. My satisfaction was sobriety, not success. The family became desperate and dangerous. My therapy with John the next morning was crucial after Rachel's toilet call and extra expenditures. I lamented Rachel's daughter's office stress and misunderstanding. John gently asked when her experience began. Not when I filmed Thanksgiving or called police. Uncle Tom molested Rachel 8 years ago, but the family suppressed it. John taught me 4-second in 4-second out breathing. My shoulders, feet, and muscles tightened and released. Use solid procedures. I learned morning and night breathing and muscle relaxation from him. I left his office with tools, not just weight. 2 days later, Chris requested Thanksgiving tape concealment from the defense. I felt nauseous since that tape was our greatest proof. Chris calmly mentioned the recording in anti-Uncle Tom rumors. His brief exceptions were passionate speech and sensory hearsay. I recorded sensory events. My family was startled by my speedy stress responses after falling. Latin and judicial precedents confuse the law, but Chris's promise that the court would admit the recording reassured me. His email explanation was complete. My palms shook when Detective Walker called the next morning with news. Second-door neighbor reviewed Thanksgiving night doorbell footage. Walker gave the video, which I watched 3 times. My aunt and uncle transported my lifeless body from their car to my front porch at 11 p.m., on video. They carefully placed me at the bottom of my porch steps and rearranged my arms and legs to look like I fell. Aunt looked over her shoulder at uncle. I felt awkward and uncomfortable watching me pose while unconscious. Head and arms flipped. The video showed them lying about my drinking. Many thanks for backup proof and fury at being exposed and violated. I immediately texted Chris and Lucy the footage. The CPS courier delivered a big delivery that afternoon. Evan Carter once closely supervised Rachel's daughter visitation. I read it despite legal jargon slowing me down. Petition claimed 8 years of family intimidation. Abuse led Uncle Tom to buy Rachel's mother's lake house. Neck discomfort and extreme retraction plagued Rachel. To silence Rachel, The family used her daughter. Everyone warned that Rachel family involvement could be stressful. Reading therapeutic professional terms about my family's decade-long treatment of Rachel and her daughter reinforced my protectiveness. More than justice was at stake. Protecting Rachel and her daughter came first. Lucy brought me wonderful news that night. She suggested Rachel seek communal safety for familial threats, not violence. Multiple families abusing each other was awful. Lucy handed Rachel an untraceable family phone. Shelter lawyers helped Rachel with custody and criminal proceedings. Staff counselors saw Rachel's trauma. Rachel may leave home. Maybe she might build a solid life for herself and her child without constant supervision. Real but feeble hope. My Monday morning work email from an unidentified sender made vague mental health and family charges. This communication was aimed to make me look unstable and lose my job. I was startled when HR contacted an hour later to schedule a meeting. I did HR paperwork. Chris's DA letter, criminal case, and restraining orders named me a victim and witness. My HR rep evaluated my presentations professionally and generously. She said the anonymous email was workplace harassment and intimidation, not performance criticism. Relief weakened my knees after that meeting. Chris called Wednesday afternoon, and my heart raced before responding. Judge ruling on kitchen floor suppression request. Audio proof acceptable. The judge granted hearsay exceptions for my real-time observations and the family's quick responses. He advised jurors to use the recording for goals, not character. I exhale, unaware that my breath represented that night. I disagree with the family's tapeless narrative. After asking if I was okay, the jurors heard Uncle Tom's fake concern. My body hitting the floor would alert them. Aunt Linda allowed dramatization and filming. I was enraged when policeman Walker called 2 days later with information. When Uncle Tom drove past Rachel's shelter, his GPS ankle monitor reported a boundary breach. He drove gently despite being far from the building. Walker supplied the court GPS and infraction timestamps. Walker wants a minor offense considered inadvertent regardless of judicial approval. As usual, Uncle Tom pushed. They would. I'm glad we filmed his behavior to disprove his stupidity. In his next therapy session, John prepared for cross-examination. Defense attorneys will misinterpret my comments, he warned jurors. He tried scaring me with bad questions. He interrupted, misrephrased, and attacked me to demoralize me. We repeated the role play until I could look at John and answer directly despite his intimidation. Repeating and practicing gave me confidence, not hope. I departed the witness stand calmly. Chris informed the police financial analyst that week. Multiple legal links tied Uncle Tom's shell firm to Rachel's mother's house purchase. When Chris offered structure, the wicked logic became evident. Uncle Tom frequently paid Rachel's mother. Registered ownership to threaten house reclaim if Rachel spoke up. I saw his methodical control and manipulation, not one terrible misstep. A decade-long plot to silence his victim. Chris called 3 days later with tragic news. They considered pleading out on witness tampering and possession but wanted to fight the more serious charges. I sat firm on my couch while he said this practically. If Uncle Tom pleaded guilty, Rachel and I could avoid testifying but he would receive lighter punishment. Chris taught me trade math. He said complete justice is rare. Testing him yielded blame over acquittal. Despite my distaste of compromise, I recognized its purpose. A few things improved. I couldn't attend Kelly's CPS closed chambers hearing next week. I imagined Kelly's comments while leg hopping in the corridor for 3 hours. Evan left and joined me on the hard wooden seat. Kelly overcame phobia. Evan explained gently. She remembered everything about the lake cottage at 9. Her children's control and decade-long house threats were revealed. Evan said the court respected Kelly's circumstances. In restricted locations, monitored visits ended. Supervision and no family contact must accompany visits. Kelly could get her child safely. I cried in relief, not court. Maintain my job. I requested an extended leave meeting with HR. The agent was informed I was a crime victim and witness. I showed Chris Detective Walker and Victim Advocate Office letters for timing questions. Work benefits include victim protection leave. I notified my boss of the legal timetable and that fewer hours meant reduced pay. Even though it was costly, I agreed immediately. Legal and therapeutic time without performance reviews was needed. After time off, Lucy helped me apply for victim compensation to replace my income. She explained every challenging paper portion. Chris updated me every few days during the 2 weeks of plea talks. Treating Uncle Tom requires proof, not accusations. We couldn't change Chris's obligatory sex offender registration. Defense requested reduced charges and registration halt. Chris renewed and counteroffered every call. Formal appreciate watching 2 teams play with more. Chris loved my suggestions but said the DA pleaded. Nervous but smart. Responsibility beats a jury that believed family falsehoods. Uncle Tom may flee. I wrote the victim impact statement on my laptop in my flat over the weekend. Although Chris gave a form and regulations, I struggled to write for judges. After Thanksgiving dinner, I see you woke me up memoryless. I obtained the audio tape and heard my voice slur before falling. My family drugged me, staged my unconscious body, took photos, and lied to EMS and police. A paragraph was needed to describe defenseless assault grief. Writing every syllable hurt, but I felt purposeful and not victimized. So I could speak legally. The judge needed to understand Uncle Tom and the family's behavior, not just read charges. The week before the defense plea hearing, I was afraid again. Their lawyer told Chris they would use my private life and past relationships in trial if we didn't accept a good plea bargain. Goals, mental health, and credibility become suspect. Chris phoned me enraged. He told them to do their worst professionally, because my proof, witness testimony, medical records, and audio recordings were reliable. Character assassination wouldn't change reality. Expected public humiliation. It scared me to think court recordings would uncover my lies, but honesty was better. Try their tactics. The proof would speak. Chris was next to me at the prosecutor's table when Judge Ramirez accepted the plea. Uncle Tom seemed smaller in his suit and tie than at Thanksgiving. Criminal witness tampering and image possession were his confessions. Christopher dropped the remaining counts with nolli prosequi, which Uncle Tom might refile if he broke his plea. My heart was hollow since the resolution didn't totally compensate for his harm to Rachel and me. He admitted guilt in court and would be punished, so I was relieved. Chris later clarified that the nolli prosequi gave us leverage. Uncle Tom may have strayed. Helped. 2 weeks later, the same courtroom condemned on a cold morning. Lucy and Detective Walker surrounded me in the gallery. Ramirez carefully planned sentencing. State prison for possession is 5 years, witness tampering 3. Uncle Tom served the terms consecutively. 8 years in prison, lifelong sex offender registration, plus a permanent no-contact order with Rachel, her daughter, and me. I shuddered with relief as the judge outlined each sentence. Holding the wooden bench with both hands stabilized me. Registration meant Uncle Tom could never hide from neighbors, employers, or anyone who looked him up. That was comforting even though no phrase could heal him. Aunt Linda reported blockage next week. Rule infractions led to therapy and delayed jail time. After publicly criticizing each other, family members split. Rachel's mother claims Uncle Tom silenced her. Parents described family loyalty and confusion. Grandmother Martha changed her number and ceased communicating. Angry calls and accusations split our family. Because I knew the truth would hurt them, my anger transformed to sadness and tiredness. The lies kept them together. Without them, they vanished. Rachel contacted me after 3 days of trauma-informed therapy with Lucy's recommended therapist. The therapist specialized in long-term abuse and family coercion. Rachel was fatigued yet hopeful for the first time. It felt good to talk to someone who understood the situation without judging her choices, said. The therapist didn't imply Rachel should have done better or stronger. Rachel moved on with her children after she just listened and helped Rachel start processing everything that had happened since she was 9 years old. Hope helped Rachel overcome years of disappointment. CPS scheduled Rachel's first supervised shelter visit with her daughter a week after sentencing. Rachel was too shaken to drive, so I did. Visitation contained toys in one corner, a small table with chairs, and a CPS supervisor taking notes. Rachel's anxious daughter entered with a social worker. She checked her shoes and smoothed her shirt hem before seeing Rachel. Rachel pulled the girl's favorite book from her backpack while sitting on the floor. She read quietly without calling her daughter. The girl advanced after 5 minutes. After Rachel finished page 2, her baby lay on her. Looking out the window, tears fell. I supported my body with the window frame until relief. Their recovery was only beginning, so I was relieved but worried. Rachel's daughter hugged her ceaselessly after 30 minutes. John's employer hosted my weekly therapy the next week. Risky or scary diary needed. My trend study notes were on his desk. John liked holidays, family, and glass clinking. These trauma triggers will haunt me for years, he warned. Personal management began. List 5 things I can see, touch, hear, smell, and taste to teach ground glass clinking. Plans included non-family holiday dinners. John desired facial triggers. I planned to avoid embarrassment and triggers. Tool use was possible. I grew from my reactions. After his session, I taped a typed triggers and strategies list to my medicine cabinet for daily viewing. Chris sued Rachel's mother's Shell Corporation for civil asset forfeiture that week. Legal explanations were hard. Criminal proceeds and aid. Technical terms baffled me. But the practicality was evident. While the civil lawsuit continued, Rachel's family kept the house. It kept Rachel's younger siblings from eviction. Uncle Tom hiding adults were penalized. The relief stung so much. Some part of me wanted cover-up participants to fail. Rachel's innocent younger siblings sprang to mind. People shouldn't pay for parents' mistakes. Chris said civil forfeiture takes years. In actuality, it was ambiguous. Adults realize house loss is possible. Children are reliable. Not all fairness. My home security upgrade took all Saturday. A locksmith changed all door locks, including garage. Non-pickable high-security locks cost more. 2 driveway and back entry cameras were added. Although my property was safe, my Ring doorbell stayed. My kitchen table was where Lucy and I discussed safety that afternoon. I answered relatives at my door. This if followed. Danger response. Case-specific directions, phone numbers, and locations. Document everything to avoid stress and confusion. My fear subsided. I was ready. I planned. I prepared. From reflexive panic to conscious readiness, I felt safer. Safety plans were in my car, handbag, and bed. HR allowed me to slowly return to work on Monday. I added hours as needed, starting with 3 half-days per week. In an email, several coworkers requested my return. I received 2 company system messages from coworkers. One was delighted I returned because she missed working with me. Someone trusted me after the news. Both texts made me cry at my computer. My job was threatened by family defamation. I imagined my coworkers thinking I was crazy, vindictive, or lying. Simple support and normalcy influenced me more than intended. Working again seemed like rebuilding my life after tragedy. My first day back brought new feelings after months. Returning to normal was my goal. I had a normal employment and friendly coworkers despite being a victim or witness. Rachel gave her police station video statement 2 weeks after meeting her daughter. Detective Walker set up the camera and had Rachel sit in a nice chair instead of an interrogation room. In the corridor, I expected Rachel's comments. The recording took 40 minutes. Weeping, Rachel stood straighter than months. Detective Walker stated Rachel rejected her induced retraction. Uncle Tom's lake house torment was her subject. Her relatives and lawyers mistreated her. Watching them remove her child made her lie. DA's office preserved insurance footage. This would demonstrate Uncle Tom's charm or family manipulation. The tape recorded Rachel's voice better than her toilet call. Her courage and recovery impressed me. She was afraid, so they used her child. She resisted and lived. I asked Detective Walker to show me the old lake house. Our Saturday morning adventure was 3 hours outside the city. Ignored, photographed. Since buying it, the developer gutted, and never rebuilt it. A neglected lot has stones and grass. Walking the circuit, I snapped photos from different angles. I was driven by Detective Walker. No flowers, notes, or ceremonies. Messy me wrecked this site. Rachel's phobia faded after 8 years. Out of control. Uncle Tom's crimes and lake house memories tormented us. Seemed vacant. Maybe acceptance that this chapter was over, not forgiveness as I never forgave Rachel. No longer did the family lie about this place. The truth surfaced. Rachel was okay. Daughter lived. After one more vacant lot photo, I returned in Detective Walker's automobile. A calm city return was soothing. 3 months after Uncle Tom's imprisonment, Rachel and her daughter moved into temporary lodgings. In a 2-bedroom flat, multiple families reconstructed under supervision. Rachel worked part-time in a grocery store following training. A permanent, private home was her goal. They moved their few belongings and watched Rachel's daughter run around the flat picking a bedroom. Shy. She laughed more. She called Rachel Mama again without hesitation. After the event, I closed my evidence journal at night. My door locks worked well. Liked security cameras. I rarely experienced nightmares and slept well. My gradual healing permitted me to work 4 days a week. Life wasn't good while my family healed. John's therapy was working, but I knew I'd need it for years. Still, some sounds scare me. Family holidays may be hard. At home, Rachel and her child were safe. Uncle Tom served 8 years and was a lifetime sex offender. Family support costs. Every morning, I felt great speaking out despite my fear. Even though my family hated me and I lost pals forever. Worth losing everything for Rachel and her daughter. Completed another lengthy internet history essay. Watch for laughter-induced emotional damage. Take the subscription challenge. My sister forced me to wear red to her all-white wedding, but I exposed her groom's affair at the wedding, and her perfect day unraveled in front of 60 guests, leaving her in pure rage. All but my maid of honor wear white. She'll be red for contrast. She appeared helpful with a smile. Wouldn't that photograph well? Colorful pop. The photojournalist looked confused. Brides want wedding photos with unity. I want Sophia to shine. Alexis called her special. Special. Her delivery unnerved everyone. Mom shifted. Dad gulped. Alexis is never challenged, therefore nobody spoke out. When I was 6, she chopped my hair as I slept due to tangles. I lost my hair. In honors classes, she announced my special education. Let that rumor spread for months until a teacher corrected it. At my accounting practice debut, she told everyone I was an H&R Block tax season bookkeeper. When I bought my house, she said it was risky. It's not. It disturbed her that I own things. Her best performance was marriage planning. Had me organize everything as maid of honor but wouldn't let me decide. Picked other flowers after booking. Set up transportation, then changed it last minute. Organized the bachelorette party and complained the whole time. The clothes sucked. She told me about the red dress 3 days before the wedding. Her acceptance came when I bought a white one and made tweaks. In rehearsal, I said red. You said white. You defined white well. I changed my mind. The color red photographs better. Bridal maids grinned. No one liked me either. Alexis promised. I informed them about my envy, struggles, and attempts to ruin her relationships. Despite lying, she was believed. Alexis is always trusted. I visited all town stores that night. Finally found a donated red cocktail dress. Red, too short and informal. Expecting Alexis to despise it, I ordered it. The point was anticipating her outburst. The wedding morning, Alexis sparkled. Is your red dress found? While the makeup artist worked on her, she respectfully asked. I did. Interested in seeing it. Your appearance will impress. I felt circus-like. I put up every button and assisted her into her dress while she talked about how perfect everything would be. How media would feature the photographs. And how everyone would remember this wedding. She was right. The ceremony began. I walked down the aisle in red. Heard whispering. I was red, why? Why was I different? Some confused people took photos. I held her bouquet at the altar when she married Ryan, the surgeon she met at my company's healthcare mixer. Alexis had another reception surprise. A special toast was requested. Not before mentioned. The maid of honor speaks. She summoned me to the mic. Tell everyone about our sisterhood and memories. She wanted me to stand in my red dress and say how glad I was to be her sister, and how great today was. I took the microphone and glanced at the crowd, parents, and sweating Ryan. Alexis asked me to wear red today. I said contrast would stand out. Still confused. People nodded. She always makes me stand out. We were kids, and she pointed out my differences. Everything awful. What made me inferior to her? Ice clouded Alexis's smile. Today, standing out clarifies things. Ryan appears anxious. Like his continuous phone checking. Not Alexis lipstick on his collar. The room quieted. Ryan grabbed his collar. I said, being sister is funny because nobody notices. Everyone looked like Ryan at the bachelor party last night. Not his bachelor party. He was at the hotel bar with Alexis's best friend Taylor, who called sick today. A stomach bug? Captured it from Ryan. Alexis faced Ryan. His face was white. My microphone dropped to the floor, booming around the silent ballroom. Alexis went from frozen smile to rage in 2 seconds. She accused Ryan. Training on chair, white dress swishing across legs. Ryan backed away from the head table so fast his chair fell over. His face turned from white to gray, and his hand was still at his collar to hide the lipstick mark. Guests used phones across the ballroom. The screens lit up as people recorded. Some held their phones up for better viewing. Others messaged quickly, possibly informing missing people. The photographer stared, mouth open, camera hanging from her neck. Alexis held Ryan's arm so firmly that her knuckles became white from where I stood. Some near the head table flinched at her scream. She needed proof he was with Taylor. Speaking Taylor's name cracks. She appeared irritated and about to cry. Ryan grumbled about my misunderstanding and how things weren't as they seemed. He always held his collar. His attempt to hide the lipstick spill was clear. Shade contrasted with his white shirt. Almost burgundy. No one dressed light pink like Alexis. His words muddled in fear. Disjointed sentences. Excuses beyond reason. I froze at the microphone as my sister's dream wedding disintegrated. I kept looking while wishing to stop. Alexis's well-kept hair started falling out. Tears smudged her makeup. The perfect bride photo broke in front of 60 witnesses. Alexis's bridesmaid Clara grabbed my arm. She touched my skin and hurt it. She shouted that I'd ruined everything. Called me a vengeful monster who despised Alexis' happiness. Said I was petty, spiteful, and cruel. Hot champagne-scented breath hit my ear. Withdrawing my arm, I retreated. Clara was furious, sweating through her carefully applied makeup. The other bridesmaids gazed or cried near the head table. No one helped Alexis. They looked shocked, confused, and scared. My mother dashed past me for Alexis. She passed the group of guests standing with phones out and conversing. In 40 seconds, the room went from silent to roaring. My father approached me with a new look. He had red cheeks and a tight mouth. His look was somewhere between indignation and disappointment. Possibly fury. He ordered me out immediately. He said I shamed the family. Said I ruined my sister's wedding. He spoke quietly yet vehemently. Never heard him sound like that. He pointed to the exit as if I didn't know it. Alexis was being pulled away from Ryan by my mother behind him. Alexis shouted louder and more agitatedly. Ryan backed up against the wall, surrendering with hands up. Some groomsmen approached, possibly deciding whether to intervene. Taking my little wallet from under my head table chair. My shaky hands nearly dropped it twice. Despite weak legs, I walked toward the ballroom exit with my head up. Even though I could feel everyone staring at me and the scarlet dress seemed to be burning my body behind me, I heard Alexis crying. Huge gasps that tightened my chest. Ryan raised his voice to communicate over the din. His terrified words spilled over. He kept saying it wasn't what it seemed, he could explain, and everyone should calm down. Nobody calmed down. After pushing through the ballroom doors, they closed behind me, muffling the noise. My heels clicked loudly on the marble floor in the deserted hotel hallway. I reached the parking lot before my hands shook so much I had to rest against my car. I lost my keys twice trying to open the door. I finally entered and seated. The parking lot was well lit, and I could see the hotel entrance. I waited 25 minutes as visitors left. In confused clumps of 3 or 4 people, they chatted simultaneously. Some were on their phones, possibly calling to report the incident. Others argued frantically, pointing. I imagine a few were laughing like they'd seen the best show of their lives. One older couple passed my car, and the woman said she always knew Ryan was trouble. Her husband smiled while shushing her. 2 men smoked near the entryway, unfastened ties and jackets off. They kept shaking their heads and looked at the hotel, unable to believe what happened. My phone vibrated in my purse. Repeated texts and calls. Constant vibrations. Kept going. I pulled it out and saw my parents' names, numbers I didn't know, and relatives and friends' names. I turned off the phone and put it in my purse. Driving home, my hands still shaking on the steering wheel, I got the satisfaction I expected. This warm surge in my chest as I thought of Ryan's face turning white, and Alexis's ideal wedding falling apart was accompanied by a boulder-like feeling in my stomach that I didn't want to analyze. All night, I replayed the event on my couch in the red dress, face of Alexis when I said Ryan's name. Her eyes smile. Ryan touches his collar, microphone drops. I regretted insulting her in front of 60 people instead than privately. Part of me remembers every humiliation she caused. Every tiny mistreatment over 25 years, hair cutting, special education rumor, business decline, making me wear red while everyone else wore white. That portion regretted nothing. My wardrobe back was where the dress went at midnight. No interest in seeing it again. I went to bed but couldn't sleep. Staring at the ceiling, replaying everything. Next morning, I activated my phone. Over 120 SMS, 70 missed calls. As the phone updated overnight, notifications persisted. Family messages predominated. My aunt called me spiteful. My uncle said I was envious all the time. My cousin thought I overstepped. Theme variations. Not all messages were alike. Some asked me to confirm Ryan and Taylor's narrative and how I knew. I ignored them and shook hands while making coffee. Finally heard my mom's voicemail. Never heard her voice so cold. She said Alexis wouldn't leave the bridal suite. She refused food and conversation, crying and shouting at doorbells. Mom said I hurt my sister out of jealousy, said I was barred from family gatherings until I apologized. She felt embarrassed calling me daughter. One click ended voicemail. My father left another voicemail after I deleted the first. Pressed play. Not as loud as my mother. Calmer. Then things got worse. I disappointed him. Disappointed, not enraged. He worried how I could hurt my sister on her wedding day, how I could discuss family issues with 60 people. Could I be wrong about what I saw? I may have misread Ryan and Taylor. My expectations ruined Alexis's happiness. I looked at my phone after the message. My hands shook. My phone was face down on the couch after I deleted the voicemail. Up to the kitchen. Even though my stomach hurt, I made coffee. Put grinds in water, saw it fall into saucepan. After everything, normal behavior seemed weird. Cup in hand, I sat at my kitchen table. Finally, I considered my choices. Think about it. The joy of Alexis's wonderful day failing and its consequences. My modest accounting firm was successful. I probably had 30 regulars. These pals golfed with my dad and had lunch with my mom. Reporting this. Probably new. Would they consider me unstable, unprofessional, and dramatic? Coffee burned my tongue. Cell phone buzzed on living room couch repeatedly. Text and call more. Disregarded them all. Mrs. Anderson, my firm's first employee, sprang to mind. Daughter befriended Alexis. Mr. Bennett introduced me to 3 clients last month. He and my dad attended the same church. Hendersons who trusted my retirement planning. From the 3rd row, they witnessed me drop the microphone and depart the wedding. My coffee chilled while I waited. The phone buzzed. Unmoving to check, just stared at the wall, considering everything I could lose. I could no longer keep quiet, threatening my business, reputation, and family independence. A odd number texted me lunchtime. I almost dismissed it like the others, but something made me look. The note identified hotel bargoer Kieran. He served Ryan and Taylor many drinks the night before the wedding, that they were warm, leaning into each other, touching, and that he would confirm my observations. That Ryan aired and Alexis should know. I read the message 3 times and saved his number in my contacts, warming my chest. Validation. Consolation. Assurance I wasn't crazy, envious, or imagining things. Ryan cheated. Taylor got involved. It was as predicted. I wasn't evil. Ryan was. Kieran was acknowledged by text. I told him I could need him to confirm if others said I lied. Soon, he vowed to tell anyone who asked. That he saw everything. Ryan held Taylor's leg. They kissed when nobody was looking. Around midnight. They left. Back in my chair. I held my phone. Ryan obviously cheated. Taylor was occupied. Alexis needed information before committing. He lied before kids. Bought a house. And built a future. I acted properly. Right thing? Maybe wrong method. Evening brought another text. My cousin Hannah sent this. She added, Ryan finally admitted everything to Alexis. After hours of denial, yelling that I was lying, envious of Alexis, and destroying her wedding, he broke down and confessed. Told Alexis that he and Taylor had been dating for 4 months, met at my company's healthcare mixer, planned to break up after the wedding, didn't matter, adored Alexis, and didn't care about Taylor. Hannah said Alexis broke. Completely destroyed. She now knew the truth. She didn't covertly marry him. Returned text to check on Alexis. Hannah claimed to have locked herself in the wedding suite. Yelling and crying, ignored everyone. That Ryan kept asking her to open the door, but she threw things at it. Guests' noise complaints were addressed by hotel management. Hannah texted again. Said Alexis threw her wedding ring at Ryan. Expelled him from the bridal suite. She never wanted him back. They broke up. Hotel staff moved Ryan to a higher floor. Taylor reportedly left town after the ceremony. Packing and driving 3 hours to her parents' house. She knew I'd exposed them. I expected discussion. I couldn't face Alexis or others. I put my phone aside and sat in my quiet house. Get tired rapidly. Unslept, exhausted. Everything I stated at the wedding was true. It was acknowledged by Ryan. Kieran agrees. Alexis died. My family still hated me. After that, I had to deal. 4 days. I focused on client files and tried to forget everything instead of leaving the house or receiving calls. My mother called next, no voicemail. Before answering, I checked her name on screen for 3 rings. She spoke without greeting. Alexis asked me how I located Ryan and Taylor, whether I'd been spying on them, following Ryan, how long I'd known without saying anything, and if I planned to ruin the wedding. I breathed slowly and gently told her I saw them at the hotel bar by chance the night before. Alexis's forgotten rehearsal dinner cosmetics kit was dropped off. They were at the bar as I passed. Ryan strokes Taylor's thigh. They whispered, laughed, and his collar contained lipstick other than Alexis's. 2 minutes passed before they noticed me and split. I left immediately and debated all night. My mother was quiet. Ryan validated everything, she said. I detailed everything. Everything: bar, drinks, Taylor, touching, lipstick. Though still cold, her tone softened as if she realized I was telling the truth. She was asked if she would have let Alexis marry Ryan without knowing he was unfaithful. She grumbled about privacy, family honor, not making a spectacle at weddings, and informing Alexis at better times. Alexis was surrounded by bridesmaids and photographers when I asked when was best before the wedding. They married after the honeymoon in a priest-led ceremony. That puzzled her. I heard Alexis's name on my phone 4 days later, not my mother's call. Not text. First sister call in years. I answered after 2 rings of staring. Her scratchy voice indicated days of crying. Why I embarrassed her in front of 60 people instead of speaking to her before the wedding was asked. Why? I publicly ruined her wedding. Inhaling, I confessed. He claimed I tried to find her before the wedding, but she was with bridesmaids taking photos and changing clothes. That someone always took her away for a photo or touch-up when I was close. She had no morning alone time. She was quiet while I talked. Said I snapped when she put the microphone in my face at the reception due of the red dress arrangement. Watching her smile and making me stand out like a carnival performance destroyed me. I said part of the public exposure was hurting her back. Making her feel like she'd made me feel for 25 years. And finally standing up. Alexis remained silent when I finished. I laughed whenever she spoke. She suggested the red outfit would make me look beautiful in photos. I laughed at the obvious lie. An obvious attempt to make what happened heroic instead than awful. She immediately insisted that the contrast would photograph good and wasn't trying to humiliate me. I stopped her and started listing everything. Reminding her to cut my hair when we were 6. Saying I was in special education when I made honors classes. Calling my accounting firm a seasonal tax job. And saying my house was in a bad neighborhood when it wasn't. I felt inferior almost always with her. I continued despite her interruption. Years of bitterness in terrible but necessary terms. I saved all memories. Every damage she caused. She lied about me. It came out quickly despite my efforts. Alexis cried midway through my list. Without saying anything, she hung up. Having my phone silent made me feel lighter than in days. Said all I needed. She stopped caring if she believed or understood. I defended myself instead of giving in. Dad called us that night. He kindly asked me to consider Alexis's feelings. Remember, she was grieving a breakup and didn't need further pain. Alexis never considered my feelings in 25 years. She identified with humiliating me. Silent and unresponsive. He claimed he'd call later and hung up. The coffee shop near my office, a week after the wedding. Nathan awaited his instruction. Clara's husband, wedding guest. He observed me and whispered that half the people thought what I did was inappropriate and that I should have addressed it discreetly. Other half were glad Ryan's behavior was finally called out. He leaned closer and said Ryan rumors lasted months. Stories about him mistreating younger women at the hospital and medical conferences, which nobody wanted to admit because he was a respected surgeon. Nathan said they were delighted someone revealed him so he couldn't lie. Then Nathan mentioned Taylor. Said she had been posting cryptic messages on social media about being blamed for things that weren't her fault, and that conditions were more complicated than they seemed. I checked her page on my phone and saw messages saying, Ryan chased her aggressively, she tried to end things several times, and people didn't comprehend the circumstances before blaming her. For the first time since the wedding, a new doubt tugged in my gut. Ryan was a charming, rich surgeon. Young Taylor was advancing in his career. Maybe their power dynamic was worse than I thought when I saw them. I might make her the villain when things become complicated. I thanked Nathan and left the coffee shop apprehensive. I asked my contact Kieran about what he observed at the hotel bar that night. He remembered well. Said Ryan started all. Ryan talked, laughed, bought drinks, stroked Taylor's arm and leg, and kept her even when she nervously checked her phone and seemed uncomfortable. Taylor felt like she wanted to depart but couldn't without being rude. So Kieran almost intervened. I hung up and glanced at my phone after thanking Kieran for the information. Mental image changed. Taylor didn't kidnap my sister's fiancé like some jerk. Ryan sought her. Required to stay after leaving. I still thought she should have told Alexis the truth, but I now think she was terrified of Ryan's reaction. Because Ryan had hospital contacts, she may have feared losing her job as a medical assistant. Doctors and helpers had significant power inequalities. Some phone calls to the right individuals may have damaged Ryan's career. My phone rang 2 days after the wedding while reviewing quarterly records for a small business client. Our 3-year employee Alice Henderson appeared on screen. My mother and she were book club friends. Expecting her account questions, I answered professionally. Alice asked if having kids would affect my finances. I assured her it wouldn't because my personal and professional lives were separate. Though apprehensive, she stated she'd think about it. We hung up with me freezing at my desk. My emotional wedding toast to Alexis hurt my business. People asked if I could handle their money. 2 days later, another client called with similar concerns. Next day, third client. They discussed weddings. Both thoroughly questioned my judgment and discretion. Like Alice, I soothed them, but I heard their doubts. They wondered if the woman who blew up her sister's wedding in front of 60 people had an explosive past. Imagine leaking a client's finances out of anger. Suppose I couldn't keep secrets? Unspoken, I heard the inquiries. My announcement generated a reputation issue I hadn't anticipated before speaking. I met with Victoria, my business mentor who helped me start my accounting firm 5 years previously. In her office, she showed us wedding photos from her photography business. She served us coffee directly. Photographing Alexis's wedding, she saw everything. Toast, disclosure, Alexis's meltdown, chaos. Vicky understood my Alexis situation. She knew why I was furious, but she said small business owners can't look unprofessional. Your stability and prudence must be trusted. They must trust that you will safeguard their data and not let personal concerns influence accounts. Some town inhabitants were critical of my actions. Victoria suggested I publicly resolve things with Alexis. She didn't suggest I had to reconcile privately or pretend everything was wonderful. But saying we were working through family issues may stop the talk and soothe my clients. She said family drama worries clients. You may be too busy to handle their accounts. They fear your verdict. Victoria showed me her business, social media, and professionalism. Nothing to upset clients. She spent 20 years in a small town where everyone knew each other and reputation. I was furious leaving Victoria's office because her advice felt like an apology for honesty. Ryan cheated on Alexis. Taylor got involved. These were facts, not opinions. Why should I mediate because I revealed Ryan before Alexis married him? My firm lost 2 more clients the following week. Avoiding danger was their goal. I've had one since I started the business. I noticed my client list shrink and realized my actions were having unintended repercussions. Joy of exposing Ryan cost me professionally in ways I hadn't considered when I took the reception microphone. Taylor emailed me 4 weeks post-wedding. Subject, can we talk? Well written. She asked for a meeting to explain. She expressed guilt and confusion. She realized I didn't want to see her. But she wanted to tell her story. Conflicted, I read the email 3 times. Taylor's Ryan relationship still infuriated me. When Kieran told me Ryan initiated everything, I was curious about her perspective. I agreed to meet at a neutral coffee shop across town where we wouldn't see anyone. The coffee shop was practically empty when I arrived. 5 minutes later, Taylor looked nothing like Alexis's groomed companion. She had unkempt hair and black rings under her eyes. She wrinkled her clothes like she grabbed them from the floor. She ordered coffee with shaking hands and sat at a corner table across from me. We gazed. Then she chatted. The voice sounded tired and quiet. She thanked me for meeting and predicted my hatred. She asked about Ryan. Taylor said Ryan pursued her after meeting her at my healthcare mixer. He found her on social media and texted her constantly, complimenting, joking, and inviting her to coffee. Ryan persisted after she rejected him since she knew he was seeing Alexis. He told her his relationship with Alexis was a sham and they decided to meet others. He said Alexis was more interested in the wedding than him and that they were roommates who could plan a life. Taylor admitted she trusted him naively. It sounded like infidelity, but Ryan was charming and she was lonely after a bad relationship. Let herself be attracted. She tried to end things multiple times when she felt horrible, but Ryan would become angry, distraught, or promise to leave Alexis after the wedding. Taylor's phone had hundreds of Ryan texts. I observed her claim that Ryan pressured her to meet. Ryan becoming upset as she asked for room. Ryan promised to stay together after reconciling with Alexis. Ryan twisted her emotions by claiming to need her. She alone understood him. I felt sick from the messages. This affair involved more than two culpable people. Ryan systematically manipulated a younger, weaker opponent. I saw Taylor differently. She wasn't evil. She was another Ryan pawn. Ryan was the real villain, manipulating Taylor and Alexis while acting nice. Taylor put her phone away and glanced at her coffee. She stated she texted, emailed, and visited my parents for weeks to find Alexis. Nothing worked. Alexis cut her call and refused entrance. Most people sided with Alexis, therefore she lost most of her friends. Taylor calmed down when she said she understood why people chose Alexis and deserved to lose those friendships after what she did. I was astonished by her next question. She requested Alexis' forgiveness. I contemplated my response. I told Taylor, I had no idea because I didn't really know my sister at all, not in any real way. I didn't know Alexis well enough to foresee her actions. Taylor nodded expectantly. She appreciated meeting me and hoped Alexis and I could handle Ryan's conduct. She left the coffee shop first, leaving me to complete my drink. Everything seemed confusing as I drove home. The villain Ryan misled Taylor and Alexis. However, I blew everything up in front of 60 people without understanding the complexity. Taylor wasn't after her friend's man. Ryan lied and manipulated her when she was younger and weaker. Alexis harmed me over the years, but she didn't deserve to discover about her husband's infidelity at her wedding. When I said Ryan's name over the microphone, I kept thinking about her look. She froze and stared at him with her white dress swishing about her legs. I wanted to punish her for the red dress and 25 years of mistreatment. She was hurt by me. Now I wasn't sure success felt as good as I expected. Family contact was absent for a month. My parents didn't call or text. Alexis didn't call. I worked at my accounting office all day and avoided thinking about the wedding at home. My mother called to request a solo lunch. She sounded warmer on the phone than in messages. We met in a downtown restaurant. She was at a window table when I arrived. She looked so old I almost didn't recognize her. New lines developed around her mouth and eyes. She had grayer hair. She looked fatigued from not sleeping well and dealing with terrible things for a long time. After ordering food, we sat awkwardly silent. My mother spoke next. She said Alexis stayed with them after the wedding. She ate a little and left most of her dish. Her management worried about her long absences. She spent most days secluded in her old bedroom, not talking about what happened. Mom's voice got harder next question. She inquired about my satisfaction. If smashing Alexis's wedding proven my point. Her statements made me feel like a child again, always the troublemaker. I placed my fork down and looked at Mom. I told her I didn't wreck Alexis's wedding. Ryan's adultery ruined it. I lost it after 25 years of Alexis abuse. I said it, and my mother flinched but didn't argue. I noticed something as she stared at her plate. Although she couldn't speak, she knew I was correct. She knew Alexis mistreated me. She knew she and Dad did it. We dined quietly. My mother then said something unexpected. She said my parents may have favored Alexis as children. She didn't apologize but acknowledged they botched our relationship. Many guests disliked the wedding due to the faults. I stared at her since she hadn't acknowledged that in 25 years. Alexandra was everywhere. Always urged to tolerate Alexis and not complicate things. I wondered why Alexis was favored. What made her special or deserving of their love? My mother struggled to respond. She rearranged her plate and ignored me. She said Alexis was their first child and they were inexperienced parents. Two youngsters with different personalities made it difficult to manage their attention. That answered everything, she said. Perhaps the first child deserved all the support and the second none. My mother revealed anything new. Alexis had significant childhood anxiety, she said. Like severe anxiety that needed medicine and therapy. This was new to me, so I was surprised. My mother thought Alexis's need to control and be flawless sprang from fear of failing. My treatment was partly about her worries and fears. She made me feel small because she felt small. As I listened, my chest altered. My treatment by Alexis was unfair. Okay? It wasn't responsible for haircuts, gossip, or criticism. It made her seem more complex than just the golden child who enjoyed making my life miserable. Our parents hindered her self-esteem. I was collateral. My mother missed my hand over the table. She requested that I consult a family therapist with Alexis to resolve our concerns. I didn't respond right away since I wanted to decline and stay away. Another part of me saw something essential. My wrath didn't calm me. Blowing up. Alexis's wedding didn't change me. I promised my mother I'd think about it. We chatted about inconsequential things when she nodded throughout lunch, both ignoring our recent broader talk. My pattern after 6 weeks was work and avoiding family. Nathan contacted me Tuesday afternoon while I checked client tax information. He wanted to discuss the wedding. He stated something unexpected after I agreed. Respecters of my work contacted him individually. They advised Ryan to stop pressuring Alexis into a lie-filled marriage. Though dramatic, my timing rescued my sister from a big mistake. Because I'd spent weeks thinking everyone thought I was bad, I sat there with my phone, wondering what to say. Nathan kept talking about Ryan's hospital's poor reputation. Colleagues questioned character and judgment. Some of his patients switched doctors due of his personality, not his medical skills. Nathan claimed hospital workers actively monitored the issue. My chest clenched when he uttered something. Alexis started treatment for concerns beyond the failed wedding. She noticed trends in our childhood and her treatment of me. I thanked Nathan and sat at my desk after hanging up. Alexis texted a week later. The brief, official note requested a meeting with her and a therapist. She understood my hesitation but hoped I would consider it. The text was simple and different from her normal requests, without anger or defensiveness. I accepted after staring at the message for 2 days. A downtown medical facility with beige walls and uncomfortable waiting room seats housed the therapy office. Alexis emerged 5 minutes later in pants and a hoodie with hair back. No makeup. She looked little. The therapist introduced herself and described session flow while we sat on opposite ends of a couch. Sitting stiffly, we avoided eye contact like strangers forced to share space. The therapist had us recount our childhood. Alexis spoke first and talked about feeling pressure to be perfect, make our parents proud, and earn their affection. She transferred her worry onto me since I appeared confident and capable without trying. That made her feel inadequate. I wanted to shout that was ridiculous because she was always the favorite, but I kept silent. Alexis was always the center, so I felt insignificant when my moment arrived. I remarked, her constant criticism made me doubt myself for years. Building my business and owning property proved my value despite her insults. I shook as I recounted the hair-cutting incident and how scared I was to wake up with lost hair. Alexis cried first. I cried too. We had diverse family experiences, the therapist said, giving us tissues. We blamed our parents' mistakes on each other, instead of solving them. It hurt when she said, we were both victims of poor parenting in different ways. Alexis teared up and apologized for the red dress and years of making me feel small. She felt powerless and wanted to control me. I apologized for humiliating her at her wedding and revealing crucial information in the cruelest way. Crying, we were exhausted like marathon runners. Therapist scheduled another session next week. Alexis and I had coffee without the therapist 4 months after the wedding. Since we moved, it felt neutral. We sat at a corner table with latte and black coffee, unsure how to talk. Without our usual conflict patterns, everything we said felt awkward and forced. We discussed her job and my business. This conversation seemed awkward, but we were both trying to create something new, even if we had no idea what it should be. Alexis spoke after setting down her latte and glancing at me for the first time since we sat down. She wanted to share a weeks-long concern. My wedding toast was terrible and humiliating, but she was grateful I disclosed Ryan before she married him. She lowered her voice when she said she examined Ryan's life and found more affairs when things went wrong. Taylor wasn't his first. A pharmaceutical rep and nurse worked at the hospital 6 months before. She never suspected Ryan of cheating because she was preoccupied with wedding plans. I contemplated this over coffee. I hesitated to say, I told you so. Never before has Alexis looked so small. Like confidence and supremacy had vanished, leaving someone weary and hurt. She saw Taylor's texts on my phone. The screenshots showed Ryan's meddling. How he pursued Taylor hard. His Alexis relationship was distorted. His interference in Taylor's breakup. Alexis read each message with tight jaw and shaking hands. After finishing, she was angry again, but differently. She said knowing Taylor was duped made it less personal. Not that Alexis was horrible, or Taylor was great. Ryan used vulnerable ladies and lied to everyone. We discussed for another hour about Ryan's trend and how we were surprised. We discussed our future. I suggested monthly dinners to rebuild our relationship. Alexis agreed immediately but cautioned us to be practical. Rebuilding might take years and never lead to sisterhood, she cautioned. The years have done too much damage. No matter your efforts, certain things are unfixable. Her honesty was appreciated. We wouldn't pretend everything was well after one therapy and coffee date. I was working on client tax returns at my desk when Alexis texted me 6 months after the wedding. She showed our parents a photo of herself in therapy. All three were uneasy yet determined. The caption read, "Thanks for making us deal with our worst maid of honor ever." She might be my sister. I smiled at my phone and felt my chest shift. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for your family is refuse to accept their dysfunction, even if it breaks the facade of perfection everyone worked so hard to establish. My parents kicked me out when I refused to share my inheritance with my entitled brother. Now, years later, they're begging me for help after he cheated on his fiancée and their business collapsed. The reason my parents kicked me out of the house when I was 19 years old was because they discovered that my grandfather had left me a trust fund. They wanted me to split that trust fund with my brother, who was a golden kid, but I refused to do so. This happened 5 years ago. A few years before that, my grandfather had passed away, and prior to his passing, he had left the trust fund to me as a surprise. I found out about the trust fund on my birthday. I was overjoyed as a result. But it didn't continue for very long since my parents reached out to me just a couple of weeks after my birthday and told me that I needed to share the money from the trust fund with my brother. They said that this would allow them to handle the expense of sending him to college without any difficulty. However, that didn't last for very long. When I was 19 years old, I made the decision to forego attending college and instead take a gap year in order to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. Consequently, it is not as if I did not require the funds from the trust fund for my own personal use. I was in need of it, and I would once again be in need of it in the future, when I entered college the next year. I had no choice but to decline the offer because I was in desperate need of the money for both my present and my future. I believe that my brother has reached his limit. In no way did my parents come from an impoverished background. In the event that they desired to do so, they would have the financial means to send my brother to college. It was their own company that they ran. Over the course of some time, they had been operating it, and it had performed adequately for them to not require any additional assistance from anyone else. Consequently, I am perplexed as to why they felt the need to ask me, and why they were so insulted when I denied their request. Nevertheless, they were quite furious when I refused, and because of that, we got into a really ugly argument, and ever since then, we haven't spoken to each other. Although my brother is 1 year younger than I am, he has not communicated with me at all. This is not surprising given that, of course, my parents utilize him as a puppet for their own purposes. In any case, he used to be around back when we were on good terms with one another. Because I don't even like the person. And because my parents have always liked him, I did not want to share my trust fund with him. This was one of the reasons why I did not want to share my trust fund with him. My parents have always preferred him. He was always treated better, and he received the majority of the attention all the time. On top of that, I have always had the impression that he is more pampered and deserves more care than I do. During our most recent discussion, which was also the argument that we had, I made the accusation that my parents had a preference for him over me. They attempted to convince me that this was not the case by using a technique known as gaslighting. I am not, however, a fool. For a very long time, it had been the case. After all, I was aware of the truth, and I was not going to let myself be fooled by the lies. They accused me of a number of different things as well. They made the accusation that I was self-centered and without concern for my family. To put it simply, they are attempting to make me feel guilty for looking out for myself. On the other hand, I was aware that if I did not, no one else would. On account of the fact that my parents were entirely different from those of my brother, I do not have the same kind of parents that my brother did. As a result, I was aware that the actions I was taking would ultimately be beneficial to me, and they have been. Since that time, I have never once felt regret for delaying the release of the money. I have completed my schooling at a college level, earned a degree in business, and have been employed by a company that has achieved a moderate level of success for some time now. There is no communication between myself and my parents at all. Although we do see one another at family gatherings and other events, we do not communicate with one another. In addition, the fact that we do not have a mutually beneficial relationship is common knowledge. In addition, nobody brings them up in conversation with me. My cousins have been spreading stories that my family has not been doing well financially as of late, and I have been hearing these rumors. Evidently, since the epidemic, the company has not been able to fully take off the way it was expected to, and it has been rather challenging for them to do so. To add insult to injury, my brother doesn't actually contribute anything to the cause either. This past year, he received his degree from college, and ever since then, he has not exerted any effort whatsoever to secure employment. Despite the fact that, according to what I've heard, he has been engaged to his high school girlfriend for 3 months. He has been sitting at home and doing nothing, but hanging out with his friends, going out to parties, and drinking. To put it another way, it is what I have been hearing from other participants. In addition, my mother provided me with confirmation of it a few days ago. In other words, it would appear that my brother has made a single decision that has caused a great deal of trouble for them. And a couple of days ago, my mother picked up the phone and phoned me to let me know about it. It was a new number that she contacted me from because I had banned all of the other ones. When I picked up the phone, she immediately began crying and apologizing, telling me that she was truly sorry for everything that had occurred in the past, and that she simply wanted to put everything aside and ask me for some assistance. She added that she was very sorry for everything that had happened in the past. Her explanation of the matter was quite clear. To put it simply, she and my father have been attempting to persuade the father of my brother's girlfriend to give them assistance in the business. So, let me tell you something. Ever since he was in his final year of high school, my brother has been in a relationship with this particular female. They have remained together throughout their time in college, despite the fact that she attended a college located in a different state. They have managed to do the long-distance thing and make it work. And approximately 3 months ago, he made the proposal, and they went on to become engaged. Nevertheless, her father was not pleased with the fact that he was unable to find work. Moreover, he discussed it with my mother and father. In addition, my parents made the decision to exert influence over him and convince him to agree to make an investment in their company so that they could restore it to a healthy condition. And then they made a promise to him that they would talk to their son, and that the fact that the company was making a comeback would serve as an incentive for their son to join them and begin working for them. And in this way, everyone would be content, regardless of whether or not her father approved of it. I don't know why, but the girlfriend of my brother is completely head over heels in love with him. She would never allow him to leave her side. That is, even if her father had a negative opinion of him. This was the arrangement that was made. The future father-in-law of my brother was going to make an investment in the company and restore it back to a respectable position. After that, my brother was going to begin working alongside my parents, and eventually, he was going to inherit the firm. By doing things in this manner, he would be able to secure a secure career in the future, and my parents would also be able to make their business successful. Additionally, he and his fiancée would be content because there would be no issues with her father. This would make them happy. There was a case in which everyone came out ahead. No matter how much a woman loves another guy, I don't think anyone in their right mind is going to stay with a guy who has been cheating on her for God knows how long. However, my brother had to go out of his way to make things difficult for everyone because just a couple of days ago, his fiancée ended up breaking off the engagement. This is because I don't believe that is the case. And it is a significant setback for him, because this young lady was willing to battle for her father. Despite the fact that he was pretty much up to no good and was just another unemployed loser, she fought for him. I have to mention that because she fought for him. On the other hand, that was not sufficient for him to maintain his loyalty to her. It would appear that she made the decision to look through his phone a few days ago since she had been having misgivings for a couple of days prior to that, effectively ever since they became engaged. This is how she discovered that he had a number of dating applications installed on his mobile device. During that time, he was having conversations with a number of other ladies at the same time, and he was also in contact with a number of the girls that he had dated from his college days. In other words, this was not a more recent occurrence. Since he had departed for college, he had been unfaithful to her until he returned. Without a doubt, that marked the conclusion of the relationship. Due to the fact that my parents had rushed the gun, she decided to break off the engagement, and even the investment has been cancelled as well. This presents a significant challenge for them. Because they were banking on the investment coming through, they went out of their way to spend a lot of money and put it into the business as soon as they had a verbal arrangement with the girl's father. They did this because they were expecting the investment to come through. Since it is not going to take place, they have wasted a significant amount of money for no apparent purpose. In addition, they are attempting to get my brother to go back to his fiancée and apologize to her in order to get her to return, but he has refused to do so for the time being. And now they are in need of my assistance because they just have to keep going in some way. In order to accomplish it, they require financial resources. In other words, they are relying on me. It was because she was at a loss for what else to do that my mother decided to call me in the first place. At the same time, I informed her that there is nothing I can do to help her because they have made a significant mistake. Furthermore, I have nothing to do with them. This is the most crucial point. For a very long time, I have not been involved with them in any sort of way. In light of this, there is no use in calling me. When she attempted to speak with me, I hung up the phone, and then I blocked her again. And ever since that time, a great number of members of the family have reached out to me in an effort to convey to me that they are sincere in their desire to work things out with me and that they are in desperate need of my assistance. In spite of this, I do not feel compelled to communicate with them or to assist them in any way because during my whole life, they have never made me a priority. In addition, I do not have to fulfill the same obligation for them at this moment. I so chose not to assist my family with their financial matters. Bring it up to date. It has been a few days since I last posted on this site, and I would want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to everyone who took the time to leave a comment. Many, many thanks to you. My decision was truly justified by the fact that I have remained steadfast in it, and I am not communicating with them. The fact that they kicked me out was a very painful experience. In spite of the fact that I pretended that it was not a significant issue, the reality was quite different. I was unable to get over it for a number of years since it was so terrible. It did become quite fierce and ugly during the time when we were fighting for the very last time all those years ago. On the other hand, I never in my wildest dreams expected that they would very literally order me to leave their home if I did not intend to contribute to the trust fund sharing. That has remained ingrained in my mind. Never in my life will I forget about that. Accordingly, regardless of how much difficulties they are currently experiencing, that is something that they are going to be responsible for dealing with on their own, because they never showed any concern for me when I was going through a difficult time emotionally. Not once, not even once, did they make an effort to get in touch with me throughout the course of the past 7 years to inquire about how I was doing and to inquire about what I was doing. They have never given me any consideration at all. That my brother was the only thing that mattered to them is something that I am able to see very clearly. And with regard to the remainder of my family, I am completely perplexed as to why they anticipate that I will assist my elder parents. We do not have a healthy relationship, as is common knowledge among everyone. Nobody is in the dark about what went wrong. In light of this, I do not believe that I owe anyone an explanation. If there are other individuals who are willing to assist them, then they should probably become involved in it themselves rather than expecting me to do anything at this time. Since I blocked them, no one has attempted to get in touch with me up to this point. Nevertheless, this has not prevented other members of the family from reaching out to me on multiple occasions, telling me that my family is in need of me, and that I ought to put everything behind me in order to begin a new chapter with them. What I don't know is whether or not my parents or my brother have probably put them up to this, which is something that I really don't understand because it's not like I'm going to give in to the pressure and back them. Due to the fact that they are incorporating other individuals in this matter, it is going to only serve to further strengthen my opposition to them. And I find that to be really dissatisfying. I am aware of the fact that they are attempting to exert pressure on me to assist them in their situation. In addition, it appears to be really unjust because people ought to be aware of my perspective on the matter as well. Everyone ought to be aware of my point of view. They ought to be aware of the specific reasons why I have decided not to assist them. Also, I have decided what I will do. In the event that things spiral out of control, be certain that I will not hold back any of my declarations. I will certainly go public with this, and make sure that people are aware that I am not going to accept it if things reach to the point where I am unable to handle them, and if an excessive number of people begin to try to guilt trip me. At this point in time, it has not yet arrived at that stage. Despite the fact that I am still putting up with things, I am hoping that members of the family would come to the realization that I have my own perspective on the matter, and I do not wish to get involved in this mess. The reason I have been ignoring everyone is because I do not want to be impolite. And I also do not want to get into a confrontation with anyone. I just want to make sure that they get the message and stop being a nuisance as soon as possible. To my good fortune, nobody from the family that I genuinely enjoy has tried to get involved in this situation up to this point. I believe that they are aware of the fact that I do not wish to be a participating party in this disaster. People that are really close to my parents make up the majority of this group. As a matter of course, it was anticipated that they would inflict harm on themselves rather than being directed at me. And it's not like folks simply have a hazy sense about what happened to me and my family. They have clear knowledge of what happened. As I had stated at the outset of the conversation, people are aware of the specifics of what had occurred since my parents had gone around talking about it, attempting to portray themselves as the victims. That being said, it is not as if this circumstance is occurring for the very first time. When we had our first fight, It was exactly the same circumstance that had occurred 5 years earlier. They had informed everyone about whatever had occurred, and they had designated me as the person responsible for it. Furthermore, even back then, I had been informed by others that I needed to make things right with my family. At this very moment, the identical thing is taking place. So, I'm experiencing a literal case of déjà vu. However, the point is that I am not going to back down from this position. When I was under pressure the last time, I did not give in to it, and I am not going to give in to it this time either. This is the second update. Having said that, it has been 4 days since the last time I updated you, and my mother arrived to meet me last evening. The only person who has been attempting to get in touch with me up to this point has been my mother, and I believe there is a reason for his actions. Despite the fact that I did not have a healthy relationship with my family, I did have a soft spot for my mother back when we were on talking terms. I am not quite certain of this, but I do know that I had a sweet spot for her. In addition, I am able to declare that in comparison to my father and my brother, the only relationship I had that was satisfactory was with my mother, despite the fact that she was just as biased as my father was toward my brother. While it was a problem, it was not nearly as problematic as the connection I had with my father. On the other hand, I believe that she is the only person who has been getting in touch with me because of this particular reason. In any case, I opened the door for her when she arrived. But I told her that if she came here to seek for my assistance, and to demand that I get back in touch with everyone from the family, then there was no sense, and she may as well go back now since I was not going to do it either. I told her that there was no point in her coming here. I was not going to give in to the desires of any other person, especially considering that none of them had ever shown any concern for me up until this point. Nothing makes me feel compelled to take any action. To put that out of the way, I did it right at the outset of the process. She listened to what I had to say, and she assured me that she could comprehend my emotions. She also concurred with me, stating that she would have likely behaved in the same manner if she had been in my position. She said to me that the sole reason she was here was to offer her most sincere apologies for everything that they had caused me to go through. Furthermore, she stated that they were aware of the fact that they had been really cruel to me as a family, and they were eager for me to be aware that they were experiencing the repercussions of their actions. It appears that my parents believe that this is their rightful punishment. In the present moment, my mother has informed me that things have been really difficult over the past few weeks, and that they have been feeling regret for everything that they have put me through. To put it another way, she came to apologize and at least convince me to talk to them, even if I am unable to provide financial assistance to them. The fact that she was here to ask me over for dinner in the next few days, and that she wanted to see me in person because she believed that some topics needed to be discussed in person was something that she shared with me. She also mentioned that my father is very interested in having a conversation with me. I then requested her to proceed, and she responded with a number of things, all of which I will later discuss. In the beginning, she expressed her deepest regret to me for the fact that she and my father had always put my brother ahead of me. She said that she was truly sorry for this. After hearing her recognize it for the very first time, it was a pleasant experience. Because I had been informed from the beginning that I was just making things up, that there was nothing of the sort, and that they loved both of us equally and treated us similarly. These were the things that I had been told. On the other hand, the truth was at last revealed. Since the beginning, they had shown favoritism toward my brother. It was very reassuring to hear her say it out loud because they had always treated him better than I had been treated compared to everyone else. Additionally, she informed me that my father wanted me to know that he had not come because he was too embarrassed to show himself, which is the reason why he had not done so. In addition, he was the one who held the belief that this was their karma for the fact that they had treated me so poorly over the course of all these years and had never even bothered to check on me in the intervening 7 years. He wanted me to know that he was also very sorry and that he would like nothing more than to get back in touch with me and mend our connection. He recognized that he had really messed things up, but he wanted to make things right again. He wanted me to know that he was truly sorry. The only time they were able to show me that they were sorry and genuinely be there for me was during this particular instance. And even at this moment, they were making things difficult for themselves. My response to her was that I did not believe that he was overly embarrassed. I was under the impression that he was too proud to apologize openly. In addition, I was not going to accept an apology that was only half-hearted like this one. I expressed to her how truly appreciative I was that she had made an effort to communicate with me and had at least shown up. After that, however, I was unsure as to whether or not I wanted to get back to them at this very moment. As a result of the many things that had occurred over the course of the previous 7 years, I explained to her that I had acquired the ability to function without them. I don't even know if this is all genuine or not, and I don't want to get back in touch with them, start trying to restore our connection, and then find out that they were only attempting to use me as a placeholder for the son that they actually favored. I don't want to come to that conclusion. For the simple reason that, let's face it, they only got in touch with me because they were having a disagreement with my brother. In addition, I was not going to be dealt with in such a manner. Even until this very moment, when they were attempting to make amends with me and express their regret, they continued to treat me as if I were a citizen of a lower social class. My perception was that it was not fair. In addition, if I'm being completely honest, I've gotten very acclimated to living my life without them by this point. Over the course of these 7 years, I have experienced a significant amount of personal development. I already have my own life. I am surrounded by them. There are things going on in my own life. It does not seem necessary for me to accept their apologies, and I have no problem with the fact that I will not be able to repair my relationship with them. At this time, I informed my mother that I did not want anything to do with them, and that I was not interested in coming over for dinner or anything else. I also declined to come over for anything else. My mother started crying, and she began accusing me of not caring about them at all, despite the fact that I was extremely polite about it and I tried my best to be pleasant about it. Even though she had a difficult time coming to me and apologizing in person, she had done it nonetheless, and the least I could do was at least entertain the possibility of attempting to make things right with them. She explained that she had found it very difficult to come to me and apologize in person, but even if I were to commit to that, I couldn't. Not to my liking was that. In light of the fact that I had already made up my mind, I informed her that I did not wish to squander any more of our time together. It was not in my best interest to get into a confrontation with her, and I did not want to witness her crying. She told me that she was very unhappy in my behavior, and that she was even more disappointed that this was how little I thought of them. I comforted her for a while, but then I told her that she had to leave, and finally, she did leave. However, before she left, she told me that she was surprised by how little I thought of them. If I'm being completely honest, it was their own fault, but I didn't say anything about it. They had shown me the kind of people that they were capable of being. It is therefore impossible for them to blame me for believing them and having a low opinion of them. They have to come to terms with the fact that what is occurring right now is all their own fault. Exactly, that is it. Because I am not the bad guy in this situation, I will not allow myself to be made to feel like one any longer. This is the third update. A couple of weeks have passed since I last had a conversation with my mother. And following that, the members of my family who had been reaching out to me and attempting to convince me to talk to my parents physically stepped up their attempts to encourage me to do so. And it was at that moment that I became even more convinced of the fact that my parents had been the ones who had put them in this position. Their whole intention was to take advantage of the family in order to coerce me into having another conversation with them. At some point in the future, I am very certain that their intention was to make a minor improvement in their relationship with me, and then they would initiate the request for the money. I am not going to give in to any pressure, so unfortunately, that is not going to work for them. I am not going to give in to any pressure. It doesn't matter to me, as I've stated in the past. My main concern is for myself because I am aware that they are not doing anything to protect themselves. In addition, I have reached my limit over the course of the past few weeks. I've reached the point where I've had enough of my family trying to influence me, as well as the rest of my relatives, trying to coerce me into doing something that I'm not really eager to do. In the past few days, whenever any of my relatives have texted me trying to tell me that what I'm doing is not right, and that I should take this opportunity and make the most of it and all that kinds of things, I have responded to them and told them that I have made up my mind and that I don't want to drag this out any longer than necessary. As a result, I would be extremely grateful if they refrained from getting involved in this matter because I do not wish to get into a heated argument with the rest of the family regarding this matter. In regard to it, the majority of people have shown understanding. They had no additional attempts made. On the other hand, there are a few of them who are quite stubborn and who are close to my parents. They have argued with me and picked fights with me, but I have not given it any consideration. I have eliminated them from my contact list since I do not require this kind of nonsense in my life. If I'm being completely honest, the individuals that I'm removing from my life at the moment aren't even people that I care about that much. Due to the fact that they are members of the family's older generation, and since they are close to my family, I do not wish to have any interaction with them. They are all on my side, including the younger ones, who are my cousins. Furthermore, they have even provided me with some fascinating information about the situation. To give you an example, my mother has been lying about the fact that they are no longer communicating with my brother because he is still living with them and he hasn't even moved out or anything like that. I don't see why they would lie to me, because it's quite possible that I would have discovered the truth at some point in the future. Taking into consideration the circumstances, it is evident that I would have learned the truth if I had consented to come over for supper. Furthermore, it would appear that I do not have an issue with my brother more than I do with them. This is the most apparent of the two. They really needed to come to terms with the truth that it was they who were the more significant issue, and not my brother. It goes without saying that I did not have a strong affection for my brother. Nonetheless, this was a consequence of the manner in which my parents dealt with me. It did not fall squarely on his shoulders. I don't comprehend why it is such a challenging piece of information to acquire. The fact that they lied to me was the most critical thing, because it completely destroyed any credibility that they had until that point. It simply opened my eyes to the reality that I had made the correct decision by not forgiving them and by not getting back in touch with them. This was because, in the long run, they were going to use me for their own benefit. I am also very certain that they did not mean their apology, or whatever else they were trying to say. As a result, I am quite relieved that I did not forgive them. Although I am unsure whether or not my mother actually meant anything that she said. I am quite certain that my father did not intend for him to show up, which is probably the reason why he did not even bother to show up. To tell you the truth, I believe that this is beneficial for all of us. They are not someone I want in my life, and I am certain that they do not want me either. It was merely my assistance that they required, but that is not what they are receiving. The fact that we are all familiar with each other's genuine appearances is, therefore, beneficial. Moreover, I am fairly certain that after this, they will not make any attempt to get in touch with me again, regardless of the circumstances. Stepdaughter spent her entire graduation party ridiculing my corporate job, calling me a robotic failure, living a pointless life. So, I shattered her illusion and told everyone she's only going to college. Because I'm paying her tuition. Not her dad. Hello, everyone. I am a woman who is 42 years old and I work for a pharmaceutical firm. To begin, I would like to introduce myself. I have a regular corporate job that runs from 9 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, and I make a respectable salary from it. I was around 21 years old when I tied the knot with the person who had been my childhood sweetheart, and we went on to have a daughter together. However, I passed away both of them 4 years later as a result of a terrible car accident. In spite of the fact that it took me a considerable amount of time to move on with my life after that, I began dating David, who is now my husband, 3 years ago. We had been dating for 3 years before we moved in together, and then we got married the year before last. David is also the father of a daughter from a prior marriage. However, his ex-wife has not been involved in the child's life since the divorce that they went through. My stepson, Lily, recently turned 19 years old and will be attending college in a few months. She is really excited about this opportunity. We used to have a healthy relationship. But for the past few months, she has been pulling away from me, and she has undergone a significant amount of change. I am not sure why she has been doing this, but she has been doing it. In spite of the fact that I am unable to be absolutely certain about it, I believe that it is most likely due to the kind of folks that she has been hanging out with. Regardless of the circumstances, I am certain that she and I do not get along as well as we did in the past. This is something that I am certain of. It's not like we are always arguing with each other. Simply put, there are moments when I get the impression that she is hunting for occasions to poke fun at me whenever she can. There are times when she acts in a manner that is somewhat passive-aggressive, and the atmosphere is just a little bit strange. On the other hand, I have made an effort to keep it from become too much of a deal with me because, after all, she is just a child, and I do not want to get into a fight with her. On the other hand, we did get into a disagreement a few days ago, and we continue to refrain from communicating with one another unless it is absolutely necessary to do so. In light of this, I would like to know whether or not I was correct. To put this into perspective, Lily has become one of those individuals who has a negative attitude against the corporate lifestyle. It is her opinion that individuals like us are living a life that is completely devoid of meaning, and that we are all competing in the same rat race. She is unable to comprehend the fact that this is essential for our continued existence. To tell you the truth, I enjoy what I do for a living. It offers a good salary. In addition to having favorable working conditions, I am fortunate enough to be employed by a company that respects me and treats me with respect. Therefore, I would not argue that I am always in a state of misery. If I were passionate about something else, I would probably feel that way, but I am not passionate about anything else. Even while I am not irreplaceable by any stretch of the imagination, I would not say that the work that I do is not valuable because I am competent at what I do. Lily, on the other hand, subscribes to the school of thinking that the only individuals who are capable of making a difference in people's lives, who are living life to the fullest, and who are truly experiencing life are talented artists. This is something that she has been saying for quite some time, but I have never paid any attention to it. But just a few days ago, at her high school graduation party, she just kept talking about it over and over again. And she kept saying that she was really pleased that she was getting the opportunity to go to college and acquire a degree that she genuinely wanted rather than racing in the rat race. She mentioned that she was extremely thankful for the opportunity. Because, as far as I can tell, she would have been mortified to wind up in the same situation as I did, which is to say, to have a profession that requires her to work from 9 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, to live like a robot, and to never really get the chance to live a life to the fullest. She went down to talk about me at length, judging me directly in front of her friends and their parents, and just being generally nasty about the whole affair for no reason. I didn't say anything, but then she walked down to talk about me. Rather than rushing headfirst into whatever other people believed to be beneficial for her, she just went on to take potshots at me and my career, saying how fortunate she was that she wouldn't have to choose anything over what she's really passionate about, and that she's going to be able to prioritize what she truly desires, rather than just rushing headfirst into whatever other people think is good for her. After some time had passed, I simply could not take it any longer. As a result, I made the decision to inform her that the expenses associated with her attending college were actually paid for by me. It was my intention to make it sound like a joke, but I think I came across as a little abrupt in my delivery. On the other hand, that was fact. For the past few years, the business that my husband owns and operates has not been doing very well. It has been brought to my attention that he has requested that I assist him in covering the expenses associated with her education. He has assured me that he will return me over the next several years, and I have faith in him. Therefore, I concurred. Because this was something that was between the two of us, we did not bring it up with her because we did not believe that it was important to inform her about it. To put it another way, I made the decision to bring it up since she was constantly making fun of me at her party, and I did not give it any conscious thought. I explained to her that the reason she was now going to be able to pursue the degree that she desired was because of the decisions I had made regarding my work and the money that I had saved. In light of this, perhaps she ought to reconsider her attitude and stop being so pessimistic about it. She did not make any further statements after that. However, once the party was finished and everyone had departed, she became quite agitated, and we got into a fight as a result. The fact that I had brought it up did not bother my husband in any way, but she claimed that I had embarrassed him. In addition to that, she stated that it seemed as though I had set her up and allowed her to speak her mind in order to make myself appear to be the hero in the end. As a result of the manner in which she was screaming, it appears that everyone at the party believed that she deserved to apologize to me because they believed that she caused me to feel wounded, which is the reason why I felt the need to speak up for myself. In addition, her boyfriend is of the opinion that what she did was not appropriate and that it was totally needless, and he wants her to apologize to me for her actions. I don't comprehend how that could possibly be my fault. Furthermore, I am really perplexed as to why it is such a huge deal that I wish to justify the job choices that I have made. In any case, we got into a disagreement about it, and ever since then, we haven't been able to communicate together in an appropriate manner. My husband has just explained to me that he does not believe that I have done anything illegal, and he has advised me not to worry too much about it. However, I am experiencing a great deal of regret and a sense that I am to blame for all that has happened, and that I ought to have just let it go. Due to the fact that she is only a child, there was absolutely no reason for me to become engaged in the drama. At her graduation party, Helen brought up the fact that my stepdaughter was going to college on my money. I am grateful to her for doing so when she did. I just realized that I completely forgot to mention it in my initial post. But anyway, here it is. Okay, so I just realized that I completely forgot to mention it. There is a liberal arts college that Lily will be attending. There is a good deal of recognition and respect for this establishment, considering that performing has always been her passion and that she has always wanted to be on Broadway. She is pursuing a career in acting. Because I am fairly sure that it really irritates people when she appears as if they are the only people altering lives, I believe that she has to tone down her attitude and take the entire artistic thing down a level. Personally, I believe that she is really gifted. However, I truly do believe that she needs to pull back on her arrogance. It's possible that my work isn't making a difference in people's lives. I am able to be aware of that. It's not like anyone else besides artists can make a difference in people's lives. In addition, I am fairly certain that those who are working toward the cure for cancer, or any other disease, are also quite significant. In any case, what I'm trying to convey is that every single job path has a place in the world, and all she needs to do is show respect to the people who are in her immediate vicinity. And that's it. In any case, The only thing I am interested in knowing is whether or not I made the right decision by speaking up at the party, or whether or not I should have waited till later. Mostly due to the fact that it's not like I couldn't have spoken her about it in private settings. It was possible for me to do so. And I probably ought to have corrected her in person rather than speaking up in public like that, because I am quite sure that it was extremely embarrassing for her to go through all of that. The second edit. I can say that my hubby has been by my side throughout the entire ordeal. Since a considerable amount of time ago, he has been advising Lily to stop doing it. At each and every instance in which she begins to criticize my employment, and even at the party, he had attempted to put an end to it, but she was the one who continued to go on and on about it. Even later on, when we were fighting, he had informed her that it was technically her own fault and that I had just stood up for myself, so she shouldn't hold that against me, and that her friends are correct, that she does owe me an apology for her actions, but that did not go over too well with her. In other words, despite the fact that she is being kind to me, she is acting completely discourteous with her father. Both she and he have entirely stopped communicating with one another, and he does not appear to be troubled by this development. Bring it up to date. I would want to express my gratitude to everyone who took the time to leave a comment on my post. The fact that you people are so supportive is a very sweet gesture. Due to the fact that it has been more than a week since Lily's party, my husband and I have discussed this matter, and we have come to the conclusion that we need to have a conversation with her. We believe that she is obligated to apologize to me. Since I was being completely honest, it was very important for me to be liked by Lily. As a result, I had been having second thoughts about myself. Obviously, I want her to like me, but I don't want her to walk all over me and think that she can treat me any way she wants and expect me to tolerate it. I guess in a way, I thought that this was the daughter that I had lost, and I still think of her as my daughter. Taking that approach is not the way I would go about doing things. In light of this, we have come to the conclusion that she will need to be communicated with. She is fully aware that the manner in which she conducted herself was inappropriate, and this is the primary reason why she became so defensive in the first place. Not even her close friends have been able to convince her that she was wrong. Despite this, she does not appear to comprehend it. What I don't even understand is why she seems to have it in for me all of a sudden, because, as I mentioned in my initial post before this one, we used to get along quite well. I don't even know why she would do something like that. I am of the opinion that a few of her new pals have been a negative effect on her, and I believe that this is the case. In addition, they were present at the party, and the majority of the people she was talking to were those individuals. Lily has been quite close with a group of cruel girls from high school, who are known to be a bunch of spoiled brats. This has been going on for the 2 months that have passed. Naturally, her old friends were also present at the celebration, and I believe that they are the ones who are supporting her and ensuring that she stays on the correct path. On the other hand, these buddies are the ones who were laughing along with her, as she was making fun of me, and the decisions I made regarding my career options for no apparent reason. Additionally, they had a number of interests in common, and I believe that they made friends while they were doing rehearsals for a school play or something like. Their group is rather small, consisting of only 3 people in total. They appear to believe that the only people who are making an effort to make a difference in their lives are those who are dabbling in the arts, and there is a peculiar elitism that permeates the entire situation that I am unable to comprehend. Whether it's a generational problem or not, I have no idea what to say. It's completely incomprehensible to me. That is the only thing I am aware of regarding this. However, the point is that she has been impolite and disrespectful, and it is simply not acceptable for her to behave in such a manner. The notion that she will eventually come to her senses and apologize to us has been something that we have been clinging to up to this point, but it has not yet materialized. So, I really believe that we ought to have a seat, talk about this as a family, and just talk it out. I think it would be the best course of action. In the event that this does not occur, I am unsure of how we will proceed. I am so fortunate to have a guy like this who is so encouraging and supportive of me. To this point, contrary to what the commenters seem to assume, I have not encountered any problems in bringing up the fact that I was the one who was going to be responsible for paying for daughter to attend college. To tell you the truth, I was even taken aback by the fact that he did not appear to mind that I had brought it up. Not only did he tell me that it was the truth, but he also admitted that he did not feel any shame in that admission. In this marriage, we were on equal footing with one another. In addition, if I had committed to something only because he was unable to fulfill it at the moment, then it would indicate that I was being a good wife to him. And in order to be a good spouse, he need to be there for me and not try to bring me down in order to give himself a lift. You guys shouldn't be concerned about that at all. Nothing is wrong with us at all, and in all honesty, He is not the type of person who is concerned with what other people think of him. In addition, there were a few inquiries regarding the reasons why I'm not just paying for Lily's tuition, but also the reasons why her father is required to repay me. Even though I do my best to be a good mother, or at the very least a nice stepmother, I do treat her as if she were my own kid. However, the financial situation is a different story. I have only known Lily for the past couple of years, and by the time we first met, she was already a teenager. The fact of the matter is that I have only known her for a recent couple of years. To put it into perspective, it's not like I've known her since I was a child. If that were the case, things would have been very different. Because of this, my spouse is going to reimburse me for the money that I spent on my college education. I simply believe that it is fair, and that is all. In addition, it is our arrangement, and it is conducive to our needs. As a result, I believe that it is just fine. Regardless, with regard to the matter with Lily, we are going to have a conversation with her either this evening or tomorrow, whichever is more convenient for us. Over the past few days, she has been spending the most of the day with her friends, which means that we do not get to see her very much any longer. Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that she has been making a concerted effort to stay away from us, but this cannot occur by chance. In any case, we are going to do all in our power to maintain a civil demeanor, and we will do everything in our power to avoid getting into another argument. We simply want to make things right with her, and we are keeping our fingers crossed that we will be able to do so in the near future. Best wishes to us, then. This is the second update. To begin, it has been 2 days since the last time I updated this. A couple of hours ago, my husband and I made the decision to initiate a dialogue with Lily by sitting her down and having a talk with her. It did not come easily. She was quite evasive about the whole issue, despite the fact that we had been trying to get her to talk to us and settle things out for the past 2 days. It's possible that she simply did not want to have any kind of exchange of ideas, but we had no choice but to do it. Nevertheless, we were ultimately successful in getting her to sit down with us today, and I shared with her everything that I had been experiencing. However, for the most part, my husband and I had discussed it, and he had stated that he wanted to keep out of it since, in the end, this was between me and her. And he wanted us to figure things out. My husband was only there to provide emotional support. As a result, I had a conversation with her about how I was feeling. I told her that I had been feeling incredibly insulted and disappointed with her behavior for the past couple of months, and that I couldn't comprehend why she was treating me in such a manner all of a sudden. I also conveyed to her that I was of the opinion that she truly owed me an apology. It made me feel extremely sad because up until that point, we had been having a wonderful thing going, and I did not want our connection to deteriorate into the traditional sour relationship that occurs between a stepmother and a stepdaughter. And the fact that she was being so cold towards me made me feel as though I was being a stepmother. I promised her that I would be willing to work things out with her, and I am looking forward to things returning to their usual state as soon as possible. As a result, I desired for her to express her regret to me. My desire was for her to admit that she had caused me pain, and then we would be able to move on with our lives. Despite the fact that I was quite courteous, I was also very strong about the fact that she had violated a boundary, and that she had caused me pain. Despite the fact that there was no doubt about that, I made an effort to avoid coming out as overly accusing. I was under the impression that she would at least be courteous, but as soon as I finished my sentence, she began rolling her eyes and telling me that I was exaggerating the situation and that she had no intention of creating any offense to me. It she was doing was expressing her feelings about the decisions I made, and that was it. She advised me not to take it so personally and not to get so worked up over nothing, and she also told me that she was not going to apologize since she did not believe that she had said anything that was inappropriate. After that, she made an attempt to leave, but it was not the kind of response that I had anticipated from her. I have just informed her that her response was really disheartening because, to tell you the truth, I had honestly believed that we would be able to find a solution to our problems. To be honest, I had been hoping for it. On the other hand, if this was the manner in which she was going to behave, then I suppose that we had nothing further to say to one another. In addition, I was really dissatisfied. I had hoped that at this point in time, we would be able to improve our relationship and get it back to the way it was the past. Nevertheless, it was absolutely not taking place. After saying what I had said, I was prepared to stop the conversation and leave. However, she became irritated and began telling me that I was making a big deal out of nothing and that I needed to calm down. I was ready to leave. She informed me that she was a person who held her own beliefs, and that she was not going to alter them in order to satisfy my desires. She was not going to deceive herself into thinking that she was someone else. I responded by telling her it was not what I desired. I just told her that I wanted her to be a little more respectful and sensitive of my sentiments. And that she should not treat me like a doormat, talk down to me, or do anything else that would be considered disrespectful. Yes, that was it. I believe that whatever it was that I was requesting was the absolute minimum. And there was no need for her to make it appear as though it was such a huge matter, as if it were completely impossible. She blamed me for overreacting, and I tried to explain that I was just telling her how I felt and that I was not trying to pick a fight with her. From that point onward, the conversation simply took a different turn, and it became all about her blaming me for overreacting. However, it appeared as though she was determined to make me the villain, and to use gaslighting to convince me that I was somehow responsible for everything that was happening. Therefore, after some time had passed, it simply escalated into a full-blown quarrel. In addition, although we had been debating in a normal volume at the beginning of the argument, it finally escalated into a yelling match. Furthermore, my husband began to make efforts to defuse the situation. But she refused to back down from her position. On top of that, I have no idea what possessed me. In general, I am not the type of person who yells for no apparent reason. Nevertheless, to tell you the truth, I had reached the point where I could no longer excuse all of her conduct as being infantile. There was a situation in which she was taking advantage of the fact that I was not speaking up, and I could not allow that to continue. I believe that both of us got a little carried away when we were fighting with each other, and then in the end, she informed me that I had no right to speak to her in the manner that I did because I was not actually her biological mother, and perhaps I forgot about that fact. However, she was not a suitable replacement for my daughter, and she was not going to tolerate the kind of conduct that I exhibited because of her. It was extremely hurtful, particularly the comment about my daughter, because I believe that everyone who knows me, including those who are only vaguely familiar with my story, will understand that that was completely unnecessary and an extremely below-the-belt remark to make. After that, I was incredibly unhappy, and my husband attempted to persuade her to stop and apologize, but she simply stormed out of the room, and that was the end of it. Immediately following her departure, we waited for her to return to the house for a couple of hours, but she did not show up. And then my husband began making attempts to call her, but she did not answer for a few minutes after he started calling her. After that, she responded to the text message by stating that she was going to spend the night with a friend and that she would not be returning home for the following couple of days since she simply required some time to calm down. Only the next morning, which is tomorrow, was she going to return home, and then she was going to go get some clothing and that would be it. However, until that time comes, she simply desires to be away from home for a shorter period of time, because things have been going quite poorly, and she requires her own time and space. Neither I nor anything else that she had stated was mentioned at any point. The fact that she did not apologize more destroyed my heart than it already was. I was already feeling quite distressed, and I felt guilty about everything. But the comment that she had made about my kid and me not being her genuine mother was the particular thing that made me feel the most responsible. Furthermore, I am aware that I would never want to take the place of her biological mother since, in the event that her biological mother ever decides to get in touch with her in the future, I believe that it would be beneficial for both of them to have that relationship. That is why I do not wish to discuss the reasons. Although there have been a lot of inquiries on it, I do not believe that it is pertinent to this discussion. Due to the fact that it is highly relevant to my husband's private life, I do not wish to disclose it here in order to show respect for the boundaries he has set for himself. In any case, I would not want to take her mother's place in the event that they were willing to make amends in the future. What I had in mind was not to do that. Since we were now members of the same family, all I wanted was to have a healthy relationship with her. He was a great source of solace for me. He assured me that everything was going to be okay and that he was going to sit down with her and convince her to apologize for what she had done. Nevertheless, to tell you the truth, that was no longer even the point. What I wanted was not the apology that was given. Simply put, I wanted her to give serious consideration to the things that she had said and done. I wished for her to engage in some self-reflection and consider whether or not what she had done was appropriate. In spite of the fact that she was being urged to apologize, I did not want her to act like a puppet and simply apologize. I wanted her to genuinely feel awful about what she had done, and to apologize with genuine sincerity. On the other hand, I am not certain that this will take place. To put it another way, it is currently quite late in the evening, and she is scheduled to return to her house the next morning. That being said, let's wait and see if we are given the chance to speak tomorrow or not. Despite the fact that I am not going to make an effort to communicate with her, I will listen to her if she has anything to say to me. Having said that, if it is not an apology that comes from the heart, then I am not interested in it. This is the third update. Lily arrived a few hours ago in the morning, and I was in the living room at the time. However, I made sure not to glance at her, or give any sign that I was expecting anything from her. I was careful not to give any indication that I was expecting anything from her. It was nothing more than me minding my own business, and I had also discussed it with my husband over the matter. I had informed him that I did not want him to talk to her and try to get her to apologize, since I am of the opinion that doing so would not really accomplish anything. It was not because she was being pressured by anyone else that I wanted her to apologize. Rather, I wanted her to apologize because she wanted to. On the other hand, she did come to me, despite the fact that he had not said anything. In the beginning, however, she went to her room and packed a few items before leaving. In light of this, I was under the impression that she might not be going to apologize at that time. On the other hand, once she had finished packing, she brought her luggage into the living room, sat down next to me, and began a conversation with me. During our conversation, she expressed her deepest apologies for whatever it was that she had said the night before. Furthermore, she informed me that she had just become quite defensive, but that she was aware that I was correct. The comment that she had made about my kid was extremely inappropriate, and she felt a deep sense of self-loathing towards herself. She informed me that such a thing was not something she wanted to say, and that she did not want to be the kind of person who made comments like that. Therefore, she desired to express her real and completely heartfelt apologies to me. In addition to that, she expressed her gratitude to me for the fact that I had handled the situation with such dignity and grace over the course of the preceding few months. She merely informed me that she had forgotten what was truly important, which was her family. She said that she had lost a sense of perspective. It seemed as though she was staring down on me and being quite cruel. Despite the fact that she was aware of it, she could have easily begun picking on her father. However, she was aware that with me, she would find it easier to get away with it, and this is the reason why she had unconsciously opted to undermine our relationship for no apparent reason. And then she revealed yet another shocking revelation. A couple of months ago, she informed us that her mother had attempted to get in touch with her, and that they had been in communication with each other for the past few months. At that point, everything became clear. Changing her behavior was not something that she had begun doing because of her friend. It was probably because of her mother, and she was only picking on me about the profession choices because she knew that it would be simple to explain given the new acquaintances she had made. It seemed as though everything was falling into place all of a sudden, and she informed me that she was not going to truly be staying with a friend. The fact that she was going to stay with her mother was something that she had been having a hard time coming clean about up until this point. However, at this point in time, she believes that it is vital to discuss it with us, and to be honest and truthful with us because we are entitled to the truth. That being said, I do not wish to divulge all of the information because it is still pretty private. However, the reason that my husband had to end his relationship with his ex-wife, as well as the reason that they have not communicated with each other and that she has not been a part of her daughter's life for almost 7 years, is because his ex-wife cheated on him with his best friend on the day of their anniversary, and he discovered the affair. It was a horrible experience. Following a custody battle that lasted for a very long time, he was ultimately awarded full custody of his daughter. The divorce was a very difficult and contentious process. She was not able to exercise her visitation rights after the divorce since she made the decision to relocate to a different country. Following that, she severed all of her relationships with everyone in this location, with the exception of her own people. Nothing was known about her whereabouts, or what she was doing. The only thing that was known was that she was in Asia, and that was all. After a period of 7 years, she has finally returned, and she has been in communication with her daughter. And it would appear that Lily had been experiencing a great deal of confusion on this matter. She had the impression that she was betraying both of us whenever she was with her mother, and she also had the impression that she was betraying her mother whenever she engaged in activities with us. In other words, she had the impression that she was being tugged in 1,000 different directions. And to tell you the truth, I could appreciate her suffering. It's not quite that way, but she's a teenager, and people make mistakes. I simply gave her a hug and assured her that everything was okay and that I forgave her for what she had done. What I would like for her is for her to refrain from engaging in conduct of this nature and to simply be truthful about her emotions and whatever she is doing. After all, we are a family, and we are going to accept her regardless of what she does. Therefore, it is up to her to decide whether or not she wants to make amends with her mother. She should be able to make that decision and have the ability to do so without feeling any remorse or the sense that she is betraying anyone. At the same time, when my husband found out what was actually taking place, he was quite taken aback. Nevertheless, he shared my sentiments, because, regardless of what had transpired between him and his ex-wife, he did regret the fact that he had used his daughter against her in such a manner. He was the one who had made a concerted effort in the years following the divorce to try to make things easier for himself and his ex-wife. Therefore, He had attempted to get in touch with her and convince her to come visit him, but she was unreceptive to him, which is the reason why he was unable to resolve the situation. In any case, the point is that we had a straightforward chat this morning regarding the matter. And despite the fact that it seems to come as a bit of a surprise to us, we have made the decision to forgive her, let it go, and urge her to make up for the time she has lost with her mother. I think it's wonderful that they are working on mending their differences, and I have no doubt that things will become better in our family over the course of time. I have high hopes for it. In addition, today, once we had finished talking about everything, Lily even gave me a hug, and I had the distinct impression that everything was beginning to come back together again. Consequently, I suppose that this is exactly what we required, which was a straightforward and open discussion. After giving birth, my family stormed into my recovery room, threatening my baby's life over $80,000. My sister twisted my arm, while my mother threatened to drop my infant, and everything changed when security burst in. My mother and sister stormed my recovery room after delivering delivery. My sister wanted my credit card for a $75,000 party. I refused and said, "I already gave you large amounts of money 3 times before." She became upset, grabbed my hair, dragged my head back, and banged it into the hospital bed frame. In anguish, I yelled. The nurses ran in, but my mom did something unbelievable. She snatched my newborn from the cradle and placed her over the window, shouting, "Give us the card or I'll drop her." Father said, "Just give them what they want." Brother held the nurses back. "This is family business." My sister said, "Hand over now." My mother dangled my hours-old baby, threatening to let go, while I screamed for security. Then hospital security broke in, changing everything. The recovery room's fluorescent lights were too bright for my tired eyes. 6 hours after giving birth to Emily, every muscle in my body ached with a bone-deep exhaustion I'd never felt before. Michael left to get coffee from the cafeteria, leaving me alone with our sleeping newborn in her bassinet near my bed. My recovery room door burst open and hit the wall, breaking the serenity. My mother Deborah entered first, her beautiful handbag dangling from her elbow. Behind her, my sister Rachel was talking before entering. My brother Ethan closed the door with a firm click, causing my tummy to tighten. The rearguard, my father David, stood near the entryway, expressionless. "We need to talk about money," Rachel said, not acknowledging the infant sleeping calmly feet away. Her pocketbook held a folded paper that she waved at me. "I'm planning an anniversary party for myself and Adam. We've been married 10 years, and I deserve something spectacular." I giggled as my abdomen hurt. "Rachel, I just had a baby. Can this wait?" "No, it can't wait," she said, walking toward the bed on the linoleum. "The venue requires a deposit by tomorrow, and I need your credit card. The total will be around $75,000. I gasped. $75,000. Are you completely serious right now? Deborah spoke out in her sugary voice, wanting something. "Sweetheart, family helps family. You have the means, and Rachel deserves this celebration. 10 years of marriage is a milestone." I added, "I gave you $35,000 last year for your kitchen renovation that you never finished," gazing at my mother. "And Rachel, I paid off your car loan the year before that, which was $30,000. Before that, I covered your wedding costs, which topped $55,000. I've given you enormous amounts of money 3 times before." Rachel blushed. "Those were different situations. This is my anniversary, and I want it perfect. Adam expects something amazing. And I've already told everyone we're having it at the Grandview estate." "Then you should have saved for it," I said, attempting to stay calm despite my anger. "I'm not funding another one of your parties." My sister's face deteriorated. She charged forward before I could respond, her fingers tangled in my hair. I felt startling agony as she wrenched my head back. I hardly had time to yell before she hit my head on the metal bed frame. A terrible snap resonated around the room as stars exploded in my vision. "You selfish witch," Rachel screamed, holding my hair. I screamed, "After everything we've done for you." While my head hurt, 2 nurses burst in, their faces changing from professional concern to shock at the situation. "Let her go right now," the first nurse said, approaching the bed. Ethan blocked her way with his bulk. "This is family business. You need to step back and let us handle it." The second nurse went for the call button near my bed, but Deborah reacted quickly for her age. Emily's bassinet was her destination, and she moved carefully. My heart stopped when she lifted my newborn from the blankets. "Mom, what are you doing?" Fearful, I choked out. Deborah carried my daughter to the window. Before I could think, she jerked it open, forcing the safety mechanism that limited the opening to a few inches. The window opened. We were 4th floor. As she moved Emily closer to the hole, my body froze. "Give us the credit card." My mother stated disturbingly calmly. Time slowed. Give it to us right now, or I'll drop her. My 6-hour-old baby dangled in my mother's arms near an open window. No training prepared the nurses for a grandma threatening her own grandchild. You're insane. I yelled, fighting Rachel's hair grip. She's your granddaughter. She's leverage, Deborah said coldly. You've become too selfish, thinking your money belongs only to you. We're your family. Everything you have should be shared with us. David, standing near the door, spoke. Just give them what they want. Make this easy on everyone. It's not worth a fight. Not worth a fight. I couldn't believe my father's words. She's threatening to drop my baby. Rachel moved my arm behind my back, causing more agony to my body. Hand over the card now. Stop being so difficult. Screaming for security, I was desperate. Emily cried, her newborn wails breaking the commotion. Ethan blocked the nurses' desperate calls for backup on their communication devices. You have 3 seconds, Deborah remarked, bringing Emily closer to the window. A morning breeze fluttered the baby's hospital blanket. 3, 2. The door blasted inward as 3 security guards entered, followed by Michael, who went white at the scene. He jumped at Ethan, surprising him, and knocking him back. The nurses hurried forward, one going straight for Deborah. Put the baby down, the top security guard said, using his radio. Put her down now. Deborah moved Emily away from the window, trying to shelter her with the infant. Michael threw Ethan to the ground, fists flying. Rachel released me and faced the security team, enraged. She yelled, "You can't touch us. We're her family." A tiny, steel-eyed nurse blocked Deborah from the window. "Ma'am, give me the infant immediately. There is no scenario where you walk out of here with that baby." The security chief talked on his radio. "We need police presence at Memorial Hospital. 4th floor maternity ward. We have an assault in progress and an infant in danger." My mother accepted the baby's safe transfer. The nurse checked Emily carefully before placing her in my arms, and I sobbed with relief. My daughter was weeping but unhurt, her small face flushed with distress like mine. David tried to leave, but another guard stopped him. "Nobody leaves this room until the police arrive." "This is ridiculous," my dad mumbled. "We're her parents. You stood there and told your daughter to comply while your wife threatened to drop a baby out of a window," the guard retorted. "You're not going anywhere." Michael freed Ethan, who had a bleeding nose. At my bedside, my husband examined the location where my head hit the bedpost with shaky hands. "Are you okay? Let me see." His voice broke. A doctor and half the hospital staff rushed in. They examined my eyes and asked about discomfort and disorientation. Someone gave me a head ice pack. Despite my unwillingness to let Emily go, another nurse thoroughly examined her. Within minutes, police arrived. 2 officers commanded attention when they entered the commotion. Accusations and justifications erupted as everyone spoke at once. "One at a time," said the senior officer. They took statements separately. I described watching my mother hold my kid near the window, shaking my voice. Michael confirmed all he saw when he entered. Nurses detailed the attack and threat to Emily. Rachel said I overreacted and Deborah would never have dropped the baby. It was just to make a point. Our family has always been dramatic. She knew Mom wouldn't really do it. Your sister has a head injury from where you slammed her into the bed frame. A cop said. That's not dramatic. That's assault and battery. Ethan said he was keeping things quiet by preventing the nurses from escalating. David said he was just trying to calm me down by promoting cooperation. No explanation impressed the cops. Security chief and patient advocate arrived with hospital administration. It was shocking what happened on their property. I met with the patient advocate, who explained my rights and the hospital's commitment to charging me for the assault regardless of my decision. We have zero tolerance for violence against patients, she stated. What happened to you and your baby is unconscionable. The police arrested all 4. Rachel shouted about unfair treatment as she was handcuffed. Deborah was unnaturally silent and blank while her rights were read. When police tied his hands behind his back, Ethan shouted about police abuse. David sought to convince the cops of a misunderstanding. Rachel turned to me as they left, saying, "You'll regret this. Family is supposed to forgive. Family isn't supposed to assault each other or threaten babies." I surprised myself with my strong voice when I called back. Even though professionals were present, the hospital room felt eerily silent after they left. A trauma counselor offered help. A social worker discussed safety planning. After my head injury, doctor ordered a CT scan to rule out a concussion. I was sent to radiology while Michael stayed with Emily. A slight concussion was found on the scan, but no fracture. Considering I had a newborn, the tight advice about monitoring symptoms and resting seemed ridiculous. They wanted to keep me in the hospital for concussion and emotional monitoring. Michael's parents drove 3 hours after calling to arrive that evening. After seeing me, his mother Laura cried before calming down and being sensible. Tom, his father, asked hospital security for extra precaution during my stay. "No one gets in this room without explicit permission from you or Michael," he stated. "I don't care if they claim to be family." The story unfolded over 24 hours through police reports and legal consultations. Rachel faced assault and battery charges. Deborah was charged with assault, reckless endangerment, and child endangerment. Ethan was accused with hindering hospital staff. David was charged with accessory and neglect to aid. I received legal instructions from a victim's advocate. She helped me get a restraining order against all four, which the judge granted quickly due to the gravity of the incident and the newborn. The order forbade them from approaching me, Michael, Emily, or our home within 500 feet. Olivia, my mother's sister, called 2 days later after hearing about the arrests from family. She was the only member of my extended family I had a good relationship with because she moved to Oregon years ago and only spoke to the rest of the family occasionally. Olivia added, "I always knew Deborah had issues with boundaries and money," her voice mournful. "But this is beyond anything I imagined. Are you and the baby truly all right?" "We're physically fine," I said, holding Emily. "Emotionally is another story. I don't blame you one bit. What she did was monstrous." Olivia paused. "I want you to know that I'm here if you need anything, and I mean anything. If you need someone to testify about the family dynamics, I'll do it." My gratitude for her support is immense. It countered the statements from other family members, most of whom supported my mother. They said I was pulling the family apart over money and exaggerating. My Aunt Maggie sent a furious text accusing me of wrecking everyone's life by calling the police. "You could have just given Rachel the money. Now look what you've done. Your mother might go to jail because you're selfish." I blocked her and others' numbers. Michael patiently answered most calls and changed our phone numbers after receiving complaints and accusations. William Patterson, the district attorney, was thorough and professional. He reviewed evidence and discussed the prosecution's approach with us at home after I was discharged. "This is one of the most clear-cut cases I've handled," he added, analyzing hospital images of my injuries. "We have multiple witnesses, physical evidence, and the defendant's own statements working against them. Your mother admitted to holding the baby near the window. Your sister admitted to striking you. Their defenses are essentially that they didn't think it was a big deal." "What kind of sentences are we looking at?" Michael inquired. Touching me. "Given the severity, particularly the child endangerment charges, your mother could face significant prison time if convicted. Others face lesser yet serious penalties. However, defense counsel will likely seek plea deals." The preliminary hearing was 3 weeks later. Emily stayed with Laura's sister when I went with Michael and his folks. It was weird to see my family at the defense table in court. They all seemed smaller than I remembered. Deborah's lawyers claimed she was misread and never intended harm. The prosecutor gave the nurse's professional testimony, describing how close my mother held Emily to the window, how the infant was positioned, and the plummet to the ground below. Patricia Thornton, a strict judge, heard both arguments before speaking. "This court takes the safety of children with utmost seriousness. The evidence presented suggests a deliberate act of intimidation using an infant as leverage. Bail will remain as set and all defendants will continue to maintain the restraining order distance from the victims." After leaving the courthouse, I saw my cousin Samantha waiting at the door. She approached slowly, unsure. She said, "I just want you to know that I believe you," quietly. I grew up watching Aunt Deborah manipulate people for money. My mom never had the spine to stand up to her. "What you're doing takes courage." Her unexpected and heartfelt words prompted tears. "Thank you. That means a lot." The lawsuit lasted months. Defense counsel negotiated plea deals to limit client harm. The prosecutor updated me on every development, offer, and counteroffer. Extended family harassment increased throughout this time. My Uncle John called twice a week and left angrier voicemails. He accused me of destroying the family for pride and money, claiming that overzealous medical staff inflated the hospital incident. "Deborah would never have dropped that baby," he shouted. "You know your mother better than that. This whole thing is revenge because you've always been jealous of Rachel's social life." The ludicrous charges shocked. Rachel's party planning and social climbing never impressed me. I'd pity her for measuring her worth by pricey events and others' approbation. Many of the family trusted John's comments, a story they created to avoid facing the unpleasant truth. My cousin Grace knocked loudly at our house one evening without using the doorbell. Michael replied while I listened to the conversation over the baby monitor upstairs with Emily. Grace shouted, "She needs to drop the charges." "Do you have any idea what this is doing to the family?" Grandma Ruth had a stroke from the stress. Aunt Deborah's marriage to David was already rocky, and now this has destroyed it completely. Rachel's kids are being bullied at school because their mother is in the news for assaulting someone. This is tearing everyone apart. Michael answered, "Your family tore itself apart when they assaulted my wife and threatened my infant daughter," with a scary calm. "Everything that's happened since has been consequences for their own choices. You're turning her against us." Grace shrieked. "Before she married you, she understood family loyalty. Now she's acting like we're strangers. Before she married me, she was being financially abused and emotionally manipulated." Michael responded, "I didn't turn her against anyone. Your family did that themselves when they decided money was more important than her safety or our daughter's life." Grace fled after threatening to sue us for emotional anguish, which was unenforceable. But the visit disturbed me. They truly believed they were victims. I was the villain because I refused to be assaulted and extorted. Retrospection revealed their constant financial pressure. My therapist advised me to record every major financial request my family made over time. This pattern was astounding. Since my first serious work at 22, they'd been taking money more and more often. First, my mother requested $250 to fix her automobile. Rachel needed $450 for a must-have expensive purse. David wanted $1,800 for a one-time gaming mistake. The quantities climbed as my profession and earnings advanced. Before meeting Michael, I gave my family around $190,000 by 30. I'd never counted or examined their requests. The number frightened me. That money could have been a house down payment, a strong investment portfolio, or financial security. It had become one of my family's constant demands, disguised as requirements. Dr. Reynolds said, "They trained you to equate love with financial access." During one session, every time you gave them money, you received temporary approval. Every time you hesitated or refused, they withdrew affection and made you feel guilty. It's a classic abuse cycle. Understanding manipulation reduced grief but didn't eliminate it. I mourned my imagined family. I assumed my mother loved me unconditionally. I thought my sister was my friend. People like that never existed. When it fit, my family played those roles. Meanwhile, Michael's parents shone true family support. Laura helped Emily 3 times a week without asking for anything. Tom and Michael spent a weekend installing a security system at our house to keep us safe. They praised our triumphs without envy and helped us through challenges without pressure. "This is how it's supposed to work," Laura said while folding Emily's laundry one afternoon. "Parents help their children, not the other way around. We brought you into this world not so you could fund our lifestyle, but so we could guide you into building your own." I cried over her words, missing everything my parents never gave me. As the trial approached, the media learned about it. A local news outlet covered the hospital assault. Due to victim privacy regulations, they didn't use my name, but enough details were published to raise awareness in our community. I received amazement and support from friends and strangers who felt entitled to comment on family forgiveness. An alleged family therapist sent a nasty email. "Children owe their parents respect and support, especially in times of crisis. Your mother clearly acted out of desperation, and your vindictive prosecution shows a fundamental lack of compassion and maturity. You should be seeking reconciliation through family therapy, not destroying your relationships through the legal system." I deleted it without answering, but the words tormented me. Part of me still felt guilty for telling good daughters not to put their mothers to prison. Therapy helped me overcome such thoughts, but they persisted like smoke, harmful even in small doses. Rachel's counsel first offered to plead guilty to simple assault for anger management sessions and probation. I told the prosecutor I wanted her to be punished, not spared. She tore out my hair and concussed me hours after giving birth. Yes, anger management classes don't address that level of violence. A prosecutor accepted and rejected the deal. Rachel's trial was 6 months after the incident. I had to describe the attack to a jury. The defense said I was vindictive and constantly despised my sister's happiness. That story was shattered by Michael's evidence. He broke down when he described seeing our newborn held near the window. The clinicians described my head injuries and said Emily was in danger. Not long after Rachel's sentencing, Ethan pleaded guilty to obstruction for 6 months in jail and community service. David received a similar punishment. Deborah had the most serious case, and her attorney fought hard. They had expert witnesses testify that she was stressed and unable to think clearly. The prosecution specialists evaluated the material and found Deborah's acts were premeditated and deliberate. She was tried for 2 weeks. Michael, I, and the hospital personnel testified again. The prosecutor showed window photos showing height and danger. They called a child safety expert to testify about infant injuries from falling that height. The defense portrayed me as a wealthy daughter who abandoned her suffering family and flaunted money while letting them suffer. They suggested Deborah's frantic conduct was a mother's distress at witnessing one child succeed, while another struggled. The defense invited several family members to testify about my coldness and selfishness. As she testified, my Aunt Maggie wiped her eyes as she detailed how meeting Michael made me materialistic and alienated from my parents. She used to be such a sweet girl, Maggie said, her tone trembling. Always willing to help family. But once she started making good money, she acted like she was better than the rest of us. She stopped coming to family gatherings unless it was a major holiday. She never offered help anymore unless someone specifically asked. Cross-examination by the prosecutor discredited her testimony. Mrs. Morrison, isn't it true that the defendant gave her family over $190,000 in the 8 years before this incident? Maggie asked. I don't know the exact amounts, but you're aware she provided substantial financial support to multiple family members repeatedly. Well, yes, but... And you yourself received $12,000 from her 3 years ago for what you describe as emergency home repairs, correct? Maggie said. That was different. I paid her back. According to bank records, you've repaid exactly $0 of that loan. Would you like to revise your statement about paying her back? Maggie fumbled on. The prosecutor continued to disprove the defense's claim that I was a selfish daughter who left her suffering family. Next, my Uncle John testified that I'd always envied Rachel's happiness, and that the assault allegations were punishment for childhood complaints. The prosecutor showed me dozens of John's text messages demanding money for various schemes and emergencies. He blatantly threatened to turn other family members against me if I didn't comply in multiple messages. The prosecution remarked, "Does this sound like someone motivated by childhood jealousy, or someone trying to protect herself from financial exploitation?" The defense used income and asset information to claim that my wealth required me to support family. Judge Thornton instantly stopped it. The defendant's financial status is irrelevant to whether she committed child endangerment, the court said. This court will not entertain arguments that wealth creates an obligation to submit to extortion. The prosecution hired a forensic accountant to examine my finances. He spoke about the pattern of family transfers, the rising sums, and the lack of payback despite many transfers being loans. In my professional opinion, he said, this represents a clear pattern of financial exploitation. The demands increased in frequency and amount over time, consistent with escalating abuse rather than genuine temporary assistance. The defense said I gave the money out of love and familial responsibility during cross-examination. The accountant responded with statistics proving that the requests were often manipulated emotionally and threatened with family banishment if I didn't agree. A forensic psychologist testified about family coercion and financial abuse. She demonstrated how abusers use shame and obligation as weapons, groom victims from childhood, and intensify when victims set limits. The hospital assault represents a typical escalation pattern, the psychologist said. When the victim finally refused a demand, the abusers responded with violence and threats, attempting to regain control through intimidation. The involvement of the infant reflects how far they were willing to go to maintain their access to the victim's resources. The jury was moved by this testimony. Several members took extensive notes, their expressions worsening as the psychologist described my family's manipulation. Defense character witness Judith, who headed the church auxiliary with my mother, knew Deborah for 30 years. Deborah was portrayed as a community leader who sacrificed everything for her children and volunteered countless hours for charity. She would never harm a baby, Judith said. Never. She loves her grandchildren more than anything. What happened that day must have been a terrible misunderstanding. Cross-examination by the prosecutor was brief but effective. Miss Henderson, were you present in the hospital room on the day in question? No, but I know Deborah's character. So, you didn't witness her holding the infant near a fourth-story window? No, and you're not aware that she explicitly threatened to drop the baby unless her demands were met? I'm sure it wasn't meant literally. How can you be sure about events you didn't witness? Judith couldn't respond. The prosecutor then presented evidence that Deborah had been fired from a church volunteer position 2 years earlier for financial irregularities, including taking charity fund money for personal use. All credibility left Judith's testimony. During cross-examination, the prosecutor destroyed that story. Mrs. Montgomery, isn't it true that the defendant's daughter had given her family over $180,000 in the previous 3 years? Yes, I replied clearly. And isn't it true that on the day in question, your family members weren't asking for help with necessities like food or housing, but rather for $75,000 for an anniversary party? That's correct. Rachel was convicted of aggravated assault after 4 hours of deliberation. The judge sentenced her to 15 months in prison and 5 years probation. As the sentence was read, she cried, looking at the gallery where her husband Adam and their 2 children sat. The jury convicted Deborah of all charges. Judge Thornton's message was harsh: 4 years in prison for child endangerment, plus time to serve assault and reckless endangerment consecutively. My mother served 6 years in prison. Chaos broke out in court. Family members cheering Deborah shouted. Bailiffs removed one of my uncles after he lunged at the prosecution table. Security cleared the room, and Michael pulled me close. After that, my family split permanently. Most of my extended family supported Deborah and the others, seeing me as the monster who imprisoned my mother. They raised legal and commissary funds and posted on social media about the injustice of the convictions. Others discreetly shared their familial financial abuse and manipulation stories. Samantha recounted Deborah forging her grandmother's signature to access a trust fund. Olivia explained that she went to Oregon to escape money pressure. Olivia said, "Your mother has been doing this for decades. During one of our calls, she raised you and Rachel to believe that family wealth should be communal, but only when it benefited her. The moment you set a boundary, you became the enemy. The assault and facing my family's truth prompted me to seek treatment. Our therapist helped me realize financial abuse and the manipulation I've endured for years. Your mother trained you from childhood to believe that refusing her demands made you a bad daughter," Dr. Reynolds shared during one session. What happened in that hospital room was the culmination of a lifetime of conditioning. She genuinely believed she had the right to your money, compliance, and submission. Understanding the patterns helped me go ahead. Michael and I concentrated on starting a family without financial pressure. Emily, blissfully oblivious of her birth drama, grew up happy and healthy. Laura and Tom showed Emily unconditional love and care as her grandparents. They never claimed our money or used their granddaughter as leverage. "This is what family is supposed to look like," Michael said as his mother rocked Emily to sleep. "People who love you without conditions." Conviction financial demands continued. Prison letters began arriving. Deborah first, then Rachel once she was moved to fulfill her term. They requested commissary items, legal appeals, and monies to improve their prison conditions. Each letter conveyed the same idea. A good daughter aids. Whatever occurred, a loving sister would support them. Unopened, I returned all letters. Arrival ceased. Rachel finished her 15-month term and was released 2 years later. Probation obliged her to keep the restraining order distance. Rachel's attack and impact on their children led Adam to divorce her while she was in prison. He sent me a brief note apologizing for tolerating her actions and wishing Emily well. David was released after 4 months of his 6-month term for good behavior. He tried to reach me on social media by posting forgiveness and family reconciliation messages. On every platform, I blocked him. Ethan completed his term and relocated out of state. Olivia said he told people he wanted a fresh start away from the family issues, but he kept in touch with Deborah and Rachel. Nearly 3 years have passed since that horrible hospital day. Emily became a lively, curious youngster who enjoyed dinosaurs and books. Michael was promoted at work. We bought a bigger house near good schools. That dreadful hospital day shaped life, but not defined it. Rachel got released from jail. After serving her 15-month sentence, her probation required her to keep the restraining order distance. She sent communications to me through mutual associates who didn't know the full story. Apologies, justifications, and appeals for money to restore her life were the usual routine. I disregarded them all. Deborah had more years to serve. Olivia, who rarely spoke to her, said my mother believed she'd done nothing wrong. She blamed me for overreacting, the medical personnel for contacting the police, and the judicial system for mistreating mothers. She's actually proud of herself, Olivia said, disgusted. She tells other inmates that she did what she had to do to make her ungrateful daughter understand family obligations. That alarming revelation cemented my resolve to stay separate. My mother never acknowledged her actions' severity. She never apologized or changed. She saw herself as a victim of my selfishness, not a criminal. We hosted Emily's 4th birthday in our garden. Michael's family and neighborhood and preschool pals came. I was grateful for my life as I saw our kid blow out her candles surrounded by people who loved her without agenda or manipulation. I had to face hard family truths in the hospital room due to trauma. It dashed my years-long dreams of unconditional love and family loyalty. I developed something healthier and more honest in the void of those destroyed illusions. Sometimes I considered alternatives. Maybe I should have given them the credit card that day. What if I enabled their behavior, risking my financial and emotional well-being for family peace? The solution seemed obvious. There would have been constant demands. The manipulation likely escalated until something terrible happened. The toughest thing I'd ever done was press charges, testify, and see them convicted and sentenced. It was also necessary. It created long-needed boundaries. It safeguarded Emily and myself from further manipulation. Michael saw me cleaning dishes in the kitchen after the party while Emily rested upstairs. From behind, he hugged me and put his chin on my shoulder. His soft question was, "What are you thinking about? How different life could have been." I said. How close we came to losing Emily that day. But we didn't lose her. She's upstairs sleeping off a sugar high from her birthday cake. He turned me around. You protected our daughter. You set boundaries. You did what needed to be done. I know. It's just hard sometimes knowing that most people who hear the story think I should have forgiven them by now. Those people didn't watch their mother dangle their newborn baby out a fourth story window, he added. They don't get an opinion. He was right. The folks who attacked my decisions hadn't experienced terror, violation, or betrayal. They hadn't witnessed a parent endangering their child for money. Though loud, their judgments meant nothing. Emily woke from nap, called from upstairs. I grabbed her and held her as she wiped sleep from her eyes. Did you have fun at your party, sweetheart? I inquire. So much fun. Can we have another party tomorrow? I laughed, kissing her forehead. Birthday parties are once a year, remember? But we can play with all your new toys tomorrow. Seeing my daughter smile, I knew I'd made the right choice. Every hard choice, painful confrontation, and doubt lead to this. A happy, safe child who learned love shouldn't be threatened. That day in the hospital left physical and emotional scars. But they reminded me of my strength, my capacity to preserve what mattered, and my desire to remain steady, even if it cost me my lifelong family. Deborah sat in prison, possibly still believing she'd been wronged. Rachel was certainly planning her next money or favor request. Ethan and David vanished into their own lives, likely creating lies that portrayed them as misunderstood victims. Let them. I had everything I needed here. Daughter who never doubted my love. A husband who supported me through the worst. Knowing I put her safety before their manipulation. That was more valuable than money, family, or my fake peace built on silence and acquiescence. When they stormed into the room, took Emily from Deborah's arms, and summoned the police over my family's pleadings, the medical staff saved us. The true saving came in the days and months that followed. I chose justice over forgiveness and accountability over reconciliation. Some bridges should burn, some families should be left behind, and some mothers find strength in ending unhealthy connections. My boyfriend secretly dated my best friend, for 9 months. I secretly dated her dad for 10 weeks. The Thanksgiving reveal was a bombshell, when I introduced him as my date, and the truth shattered their lives. I imagined my best friend Sienna was single for 3 years while dating Tyler. Tyler played while Sienna complained about dating apps during wine nights. I told her she'd meet a great ghoster when she asked. She attended every birthday, holiday, and relationship celebration. Tyler disregarded her like my obnoxious friend. Tyler constantly interrupted people, which should have been a sign. I noticed it by chance when I went home early from work. To offer Tyler his favorite takeaway, hide my 5-hour journey change. I heard bedroom voices when I entered our flat. Her uneasy laugh. Not just voices. Tyler said she looked better in my sundress than me. In the corridor, my 1-year-old best friend and 3-year partner stated I was too dull in bed and they needed to find each other. Sienna stated I doubted her dating life, so be careful. Tyler felt I was dumb. This went on without my consent for 9 months. Sienna wailed on my shoulder as we came home to my beloved after 9 months of singlehood. Tyler pretended to work late at her house for 9 months. They ate and played footsie under my table for 9 months. Instead of confronting them, I considered my sister. She wanted to slit tires, but I warned against it. Sienna's father, Graham, 52, divorced her mother for 4 years when she left her trainer. He owned a construction company, courted a dad, and was lonely. He pretended I was his daughter during Sienna's family events. Perfect. A coffee cafe near Graham's office hosted us. Total coincidence. Definitely unplanned. After Sienna mentioned his routine, we talked about constructing and I asked for aid with my incomplete dwelling renovations. Graham offered to find his daughter's best friends forever. He came over while Tyler worked and I pointed out foolish yoga pants. Graham requested more fixes. My needs persisted. Doors. Sinks. Light work. Lunch was my thanks to Graham. Fresh bread, soup, and cookies. Graham skipped cooking after divorce. Tyler didn't notice, so I remarked it was fantastic cooking for someone who liked it. Graham mentioned Sienna's absence, business, and divorce. After he fixed my garbage disposal in week 4, I suggested dinner. Graham wanted steakhouse payment weeks after my dinners. We spoke over wine until the restaurant closed. Graham led me to my door and claimed any man would love me. Loved me and kissed my cheek. Romance began next week. Graham took me nice places while Tyler worked late with Sienna. Museums, concerts, and Tyler said boring places were visited. Graham liked me and sent me flowers and presents often. Compassion contrasted Tyler's ease. Tyler and Sienna slumping. Forgot their deception. Tyler imitated Sienna's scent. Sienna occasionally mentioned solo films. Despite being evil, they considered themselves smart thieves. After 10 weeks with Graham, I invited everyone to Thanksgiving. Parents. Tyler's parents. Sienna. And Graham. The surprise guest. Graham arrived and Sienna spilled wine. She stammered, asking why her dad was there. Received everyone and took Graham's hand. Graham was invited out. She looked exhausted. No sound came from her mouth opening and closing. Tyler looked puzzled, eyebrows arched. Some wondered why I dated Sienna's dad. Joyfully gripped Graham's hand. Graham retreated. His delicate hand held mine. He had no idea what was coming. Graham and I have been dating for 10 weeks, I told everyone. Clear speech. After her legs gave out, Sienna fell on the couch. Her shaky hands made holding anything difficult. The wine from her broken glass stained my carpet dark red. My mother gasped. Dad leaned forward in his chair. Graham was confused by the crowd's incredulity, gripping my hand. Tyler's look changed. In slow motion. Confused, he opened his eyes. He knew. He knew I knew. His words. Mine was disputed. He clarified. He advised quiet discourse. Sienna fears her dad. She had huge, sad eyes. Parents froze in love seats. Tyler's parents and youngster seemed confused. The turkey cooled on the table. Nothing moved to eat. Let go of Graham's hand. I stood. Tyler and Sienna cheated for 9 months, I informed everyone. I spoke steadily. So I answered, I have proof. I heard everything they said about me when I got home early from work. Sienna wept. Great sobs rocked her. Requested not. She suggested debating later. She begged, please don't do this in front of everyone, but I was done protecting her feelings. I was done being the stupid one they laughed about. Graham clenched my palm. He confronted me. He appeared puzzled and hurt like a puppy. Was asked why I contacted him, a man whispered. His clear understanding. His daughter betrayed me, so maybe I used him to get back at her. Tyler's mother rose. Her chair scraped floors. Asked for verification. Her voice was harsh. Tyler declined instantaneously. Declaring madness and confusion. Sienna sobbed too much to trust him. Her shoulders shook and hands covered her face. The front door opened and my sister entered. She always arrived late. Checked her room. Tyler looks guilty as Sienna cries on the couch. Graham. Red. My parents' shock. She approached. Crossing her arms, she watched Tyler. Graham released my hand. Losing heat hurts. He confronted Sienna. He directly asked if she slept with my boyfriend. His voice shook. Never heard Graham sound like that. Misled, furious, let down. Sienna couldn't look. She covered her face with hands. Answered enough. Graham lowered his face. A large construction firm owner was unhappy. He paused near Sienna. Hands sighed. I chatted again. I told everyone what I heard that day. Tyler stated I looked worse than Sienna in my sundress. Someone labeled me dull in bed. Sienna stated I was suspicious and required greater caution. How Tyler called me stupid for not understanding. Dad reddened. Mom tears softly. Parents glared at Tyler. Dad stood and pointed at Tyler. He considered it insufferable. Tyler's mother appeared determined to slap him. Tyler defended himself. He thought me dull. He said I was distant. He alleges I ignored him. He requested aid. Sister interrupted him mid-sentence. He may have lied to me for 9 months out of boredom. An angry woman yelled. She suggested he mock me with my best friend while bored. Graham arose suddenly. His speed was tracked. He entered kitchen. For air. He gasped. Sienna followed Dad off the couch. Still crying. Dad. Dad. Please. Graham faced the sink with his back to everyone. He had slender shoulders. He fled after Sienna grabbed him. Her explanation. Not her goal. In love, she said. She never intended harm. Graham faced his daughter. His embarrassment rose. Shame corrupted his voice. He was appalled, she lied to family. He claimed I offered her only wonderful times for 11 years. His hurtful words twisted me. I knew my disrespect affected him. Retribution shouldn't have been predicated on his goodness. Tyler's mother stood suddenly, knocking over her chair. She verbally abused Tyler when pointed at. He packed everything and left the apartment. Refused stern teaching. Tyler's dad nodded and criticized. Tyler saw his mother more fully. She stopped him. Shame and disappointment filled her. Tyler watched Sienna on the couch. She covered her face with hands. Still crying. Tyler approached, but she stayed. She didn't answer his call. I heard Graham panting in the kitchen. His father grabbed Tyler's arm. "Pack bags now," he said. Tyler said, "We should all calm down." My dad stood and told Tyler to obey his parents. The space felt small with people standing. Mom hugged. Hugs, and thanks. For defending myself, she called me brave. Bad words from her. Empty, like I lost something. Sibling and I crossed arms. She watched Tyler. Graham left kitchen. He looked aged and exhausted. His eyes lingered on me. His pained face made me tense. "Is our time together real?" he inquired gently. "Certainly." His voice broke. Room fell silent. Sienna stopped crying. I searched for words. I told him, retribution started. So it became sincere. Feel my love for him. I cared about him. Graham shook his head slowly. Viewing floor. He requested time to think. He valued our dependability. Turning, he approached the door. Sienna leapt off the sofa. She called. She implored, "Dad, please wait." Graham continued. Ignoring her. "Open the door and go." It ended definitively. Sienna checked the locked door. Her challenge. It instantly offended her sad face. "I broke her father-daughter bond," she yelled. Loud and raw, she spoke. "Abuse was wrong," she said. Heat rose in my chest. She ended our 11-year friendship. I shouted. I laughed at my idiocy for implying she slept with my guy. For lunch, she lounged at my table. Sienna opened her mouth but said nothing. My sis approached. Tyler arrived. He advised quiet discourse. "We can fix this," he said. Sister rushing. She separated Tyler and me. She told him to go. She told him to leave my flat. Tyler's mother added another arm. She ordered him to pack. "Come stay tonight." Daddy entered the bedroom. Drawers open, bags full. Mom regarded Tyler. "Sorry," she said. Mom doubted her son could. "She may cry." Mom held me. Sienna centered. Her face looks confused. Tyler brought a duffel. Dad had another bag. Tyler didn't grab my attention. Parents expelled him. I disregarded his whispered name. The doors closed. Again, Sienna gazed at me. Her face flushed and hot. She spoke. Shaking her head. She left. The apartment was quiet with just me. My parents. And my sister. Weak legs. I joined Sienna on the couch. Dark wine carpet stain. Mom sat beside me. Dad was near the kitchen. Door locked by sister. I was smacked by everything. Revenge hurt. A hollow feeling. Crying began. Not pretty tears. I shook from ugly crying. Another seat held my sister. Her arm held me. Concerned about Graham. I cared about him. I regretted hurting him. Mom stroked my back. Sis hugged me. I cried until my eyes and throat hurt. Thanksgiving dinner was on the counter. Nothing was consumed. I woke up in bed the next morning. My phone was on the nightstand. Got it. Sienna missed 19 calls. Scrolled through. She called 135 a.m. Graham texted once. When ready, speak. My stomach plummeted reading it. Up to the kitchen. The flat reeked of turkey and stuffing. Food ran out. No one preserved it. Just seeing it made me nervous. Dinner incomplete. My containers are cold. My hands shook. 4 days. And a Sienna call. Stayed silent. Sister helped me clean. About Graham, she inquired. I showed her text. I should meet him, she said. She claimed I owed him. We got a call while talking. Different Nora at work. I replied. Nora inquired about my health. Hearing, she said. I inquired how she knew. She claimed our friends were protected. Information spread. Sienna or Tyler may be encouraging them to humiliate me. Nora wanted my rank. I hung up after thanking her. Returned Graham's text. I offered to talk if he was. He replied quickly. He offered coffee. Choosing compromise. Early on, I noticed the corner table entrance. Graham arrived on time. He looked dreadful, dark circles under his eyes. His hair was brushed wrong. He looked sleepless since Thanksgiving. He sat opposite me. Ordered coffee. No one drank it. Graham said Sienna often called. He claimed she apologized and explained. He ignored her. He spoke hollowly. Missing words. Graham leaned in to observe. I was asked why I chose him vengefully. The query persisted. Truthful but doable. Being honest. I planned our first meeting. I called apartment repairs farce. Wearing yoga pants was intended. I made him lunch to keep him coming back. Graham listened. Jaw tightened. His hands held coffee. He processed everything under my watch. Every dinner, concert, kiss I gave him. He saw things differently. Tracking manipulation, calculation, and retaliation. I meant no harm. Fake initial meeting and fixes. Retribution didn't cross my mind till our 10th dinner after his 3rd visit. I stopped counting his business and humor tales. Graham examined his coffee. When I noticed it changed, I told him he sung every song terribly and didn't care at the show. He seemed free and cheerful. I coveted his look. Graham's mouth opened. He stated Sienna visited 2 nights after Thanksgiving. She had trouble speaking while crying. She liked Tyler and avoided offense. Graham was queasy when his daughter apologized. He stated love doesn't justify violence. He stated betraying your best friend for 9 months while crying on her shoulder isn't love. Sienna stated she and Tyler understood each other. Graham instructed her to take responsibility for my daily torture for 9 months. Sienna hasn't called since leaving home. Graham, chance. Any way to start afresh without revenge and lies? Graham regarded me. He doubted. We were real or phony, he wondered. Trust decision-making took time. My chest tightened after hearing that. I feared losing him because of how things started. I felt terrible after leaving the coffee shop. 4 days later, my phone rang. Unknown number. Something prompted me. Ben Tyler bestie. I recognized him from parties. Ben requested conversation. He denied knowing about the affair. Tyler lied about working late or helping Ben move stuff. Ben says Tyler finished everything after Thanksgiving. Tyler ruined his apartment there. Drinking too much, not showering, and focused. Ben regretted aiding Tyler's adultery. I didn't blame Ben. Ben said Tyler called him dumb for wasting 3 years on a careless person. I didn't pity Tyler. I checked email after hanging up. Sienna writes again. Long paragraphs. Started reading. The affair began, she said. What she and Tyler did for my birthday last year. How they spoke in the kitchen while I opened gifts. Tyler lamented being unappreciated. Miss Sienna felt invisible. Communication after bedtime. Before finishing, I deleted the email. Nothing changed with her excuses. 9 months of deception. I was mocked for 9 months. She shared my couch for 9 months. That weekend, my sister helped me pack Tyler's stuff. His clothing stayed in the closet. Sink toothbrush. His books took over half the shelf. Deleted everything. My sister found a shoebox in his drawer. It has dozens of receipts from hotels and dates throughout the past 9 months. Sister dug. She found a strange phone. Cheap burner phone. She started. Texts between Tyler and Sienna. Many hundreds. Set up meetings. Sharing detection prevention advice. Making fun of my words. Sister gazed at me. She stated proof of their complex lies should reduce my Graham guilt. She was right. I wasn't abandoned. Secret life grew. Late at night, my phone buzzed. Text from Graham. He stated he often thought of us. Honest communication without Thanksgiving is his goal. He advised walking and conversing in a neutral park. Sure, I agreed. Next day's time was chosen. I walked around the park pond early to watch ducks swim. Graham arrived on time. Started walking. We started silence. Graham admitted to thinking about me. He missed our daily chat. Felt valued with him. Tyler never inquired about my job, hobby, or favorite meal. Graham did everything without my permission. Graham stopped walking. He remarked, those feelings sound real. I said, they are real. Graham moved again. He claimed Sienna called yesterday. I was manipulative, she added. He said she seduced her father for retribution. Said I was awful. Graham requested my testimony. My true self was wanted. I inhaled. I described myself before Tyler and Sienna entered my bedroom. Saying I remembered birthdays, brought sick people soup, and believed romantic claims. I pursued her. Someone who wants to hurt her attackers. His loneliness stung. He deliberately leaned over in yoga pants. It was me twice. Graham listened. Divorce made him feel useless. For someone younger and more interesting, my ex-wife left me. He claimed my interest helped. He focused on me. As hurt people, we met. We can hurt. We walked and chatted. 4 hours. Sunset. Graham said it was difficult but possible. Willed to fight. 2 people learning from mistakes, not fighting. Graham needed but craved stability. Trust must be repaired. I told him slow was okay. Slow was better than none. We discreetly returned to his pickup. Graham let me in and drove me home without the radio. Door to my apartment. He wanted time to consider if our dates were payback. I nodded. Stuffy throat. Graham left after petting my cheek. I used Tyler's gaming couch indoors. Now the flat felt empty. Tyler may take Graham. Ringing phone. My sister texted to check in. Graham wanted room. I said. Despite failing, she thought that was smart. Sure, I agreed. A slow 4 days ensued. Work felt odd. Normal tasks seemed useless. I kept checking my phone. Graham quiet. Lots of Tyler-like block numbers. I removed them blindly. Friday night door knock. Firmly repeated. Viewing through the hole. Tyler moved. Dirty hair. Crumpled shirt. He knocked again. The chain remained on when I opened the door. His odor was alcohol. He had crimson eyes. His apologies was instantaneous. Big mistake. That man loved me. Loved me always. Simply flirting. Sienna. Home repairs were his purpose. Watched him. The 3-year boyfriend lied to my best friend and labeled me stupid and uninteresting for 9 months. Open door effort. The chain held. No, I said. Said please. He was homeless after losing everything, job, housing, everything. Not my problem. Called me rude. One laugh. Actually laughed. I was mocked in bed, she said. Cruel was 9 months of lies. While I cooked, Cruel footsied Sienna under my table. Tyler wept. He cried. Sorry, he said. I'm sorry. His error was horrible. I said his error lasted 9 months. Not a typo. A choice. He pleaded louder. Calling Ben from my phone. His response came on the second ring. I told him to get Tyler. He arrived inebriated at my door. Ben promised arrival. 12 minutes max. Tyler heard me. He shouted he didn't need Ben. He needed only my forgiveness. Doors locked. Knocked his change. He changed. Recognized loss. Talking on the couch. Ben knocked 18 minutes later. A gentler knock. The door opens. Ben felt shame. Tyler slumped against the wall. Tyler's arm was held by Ben. Tyler tried to dismiss him. Ben persisted. He apologized again. Looking at me. He uncovered the affair during Thanksgiving. I didn't know Tyler lied about work. I told him it wasn't his fault. Ben nods. More was added. Said Tyler lost his job 4 weeks ago. Too many sick calls. He frequented Sienna. His frequent absences got him sacked. Cold chest. Good. Effects occurred. Ben took Tyler upstairs. Tyler looked at me. His face was filth. Snort. Sob. He claimed love. Closed door. Next morning, Mom called to invite me to dinner. Yes. I said. Got there 6:30. Father embraced at entry. My favorite pot roast is Mom's. At the table, we discussed employment, my sister's new job, and their neighbor's bothersome dog. Mom was curious about Graham. Softly, she said. She stated they worried. Worried of getting harmed again. I praised Graham and dropped my fork. Excellent man. In vengeance, I caught him. He deserved less. To accommodate him. Let him decide. Dad asked Graham to pick me. Taken more than expected. Mum muttered. Great confusion. Sometimes we must seek truth through uncertainty. I nodded. Graham seemed Thanksgiving polite to Dad. He said Graham put me first before the burst. I stopped crying. Mom supported my choice. Graham, what happened? Their sole objective was my enjoyment. Hugely excited. Rejected convenient person. Just completed dinner. Did dishes. Got home lighter and less alone. A Monday morning social media post appeared. From Sienna's Uncle Ray. From family parties, I remembered him. Tall dude. Never joked well. He heard. Tell me Sienna's behavior didn't represent their family. She was better raised. He said Graham was miserable and struggling. Sienna realized her error. Realizing its weight. I stared at the message. Unsure how to answer. Ray always liked me. Thought I helped Sienna. Supported her. He regretted her dump. Basic thanks were typed. Sent. Put my phone away. Letter folded in envelope. It was in my nightstand drawer with old receipts and a strange phone charger. Her accountability was vital. My sister brought Chinese takeout that night. Eating on the couch while watching reality. Let Sienna come. Notified her of the letter. Dropping chopsticks. She asked me to act. No, I said. She nods. Said I owed Sienna nothing. Not forgiven, acknowledged, or answered. She stated some individuals assume forgiveness is important to continue, which is false. Allowing people to process their actions is sometimes best. I inquired if I was bad. People stared at me oddly. Definitely not. I was called silly by Sienna after 11 years of friendship. It merits punishment, not a self-esteem boosting letter. Finished eating. She talked about nothing essential till midnight. Normal stuff, her new job, our parents, the loud neighbor. I felt normal again without dishonesty or revenge. After 4 days, Graham texted for coffee. I thought over the message for 12 minutes before answering. We agreed Thursday afternoon at our coffee shop. I noticed the irony. I got my usual lunch and window seat for arriving early. Graham arrived on time. He seemed fresher than in the park. Less shoulder strain. With coffee, he sat across from me. We chatted briefly. Nothing real traffic, weather. Graham put down his drink. Talking to Sienna about everything. I disregarded my stomachache. He praised her deep apology. Troubled by her conduct. Not shouting. I nodded. She should resist and be blamed. Graham stated they had difficult conversations regarding me, the affair, and her decisions. Beyond sleep loss, he looked ancient discussing it. Graham said Sienna confessed while conversing. She said the affair made her powerful, desired, and like she won a secret competition. True harm never struck her. I was emotionless. She saw me as a barrier. This scratched Graham's voice. He looked out the window and said she disappointed him. He unintentionally made a monster. Chest broke. For Graham. Not Sienna. Despite loving his daughter, hates her actions. He said their relationship will change forever. He forgave his daughter but doubted. Maybe forever. End of informal friendship. Across the table. He regarded me. He had watery eyes. Hand goes. This was too personal. Was his request clear? Graham inhaled deeply. He deliberated for weeks. Important to him was, I genuinely cared. He doubted our foundation could support something real. Strategy, deception, vengeance. Our trust was questioned. I feared our start would wreck everything. So I advised continuing. But he was right. His seduction was planned. All moves calculated. Used loneliness against him. I recognized feelings later. Graham feared losing me. We worked despite unsteady ground. He needed time. Our health needs checking. I nodded. Stuffy throat. Graham advised friendliness. No romance, no pressure, just trust building and getting to know each other without secrets or revenge. Sure, I agreed. He urged honesty, not seduction, if we were meant to be together. Graham grins. He'd like. We had coffee and agreed to meet next week. Same time, place. Was hugged away. Strange feeling. We were timid and terrified to break anything precious. Next slow month. Every Thursday. Graham and I had coffee. Each issue was addressed. His company. Wound healing. Therapy. Real conversations began. They were just two people wondering if they liked each other when I wasn't performing, and he wasn't seduced. To win him over, I told him about my parents and sister, which I hadn't done on dates. Graham divorced. It was discussed. Not the surface he mentioned. He felt worthless and unlovable after his ex-wife left. My attention was valued. Why he fell swiftly. We met at the wrong time and were weak. Maybe right time, wrong way. Not sure. I like Thursday Graham hangouts. It seemed lighter and easier, like we could build from debris. A friend called Tuesday. Someone who knew Tyler and me for years. Tyler requested communication, she said. He sought a meeting, apology, and explanation. My jaw tightened. Rejected her. Convince me. Sorry, Tyler struggled. Stop her. I ignored Tyler's apology. It wasn't my job to console him. His progress shouldn't be mine. She concurred after quieting. Restricting made me lighter. Ty's answers didn't hinder my rehabilitation. My desire was to hear from him. Not now. A few days later, Ben texted. Tyler admitted to his affair, cruelty and treatment. Insulted, betrayed, abused. Tyler was finally leading, Ben stated. I read the message again and typed that I appreciated him telling me, but I never wanted to reconcile or be friends with Tyler. Lucas understood and told me Tyler was changing. I placed my phone down. Tyler getting help was nice. Another group didn't care. His recovery differs from mine. I didn't need to forgive or acknowledge his improvement to continue. Taking his power. This Sienna letter was 1 page shorter. Moving to another city, she said. Must restart. Easy healing for all. She hoped for my forgiveness but understood. She implied leaving for nothing. Odd first letter. Allowing punishment instead of comfort. My nightstand drawers are together. Sometimes I discard both. Maybe I'd keep them forever. Breakups change people. Thursday returned. Graham joined me for coffee. He seemed preoccupied. Shook his drink without drinking. Was everything okay? Graham claimed Sienna was traveling to Portland. She worked there. Needed event separation. Suggestion was partial. Her sanctuary will heal everyone, stated, reconnect despite her actions. Graham wanted space and talked with grief but relief. Beware she betrayed his love. Requested his opinion. Dad, Graham shrugged. He'd always love her. He wanted out like her. Many reminders, too much pain. Perhaps time and distance will connect them. End of lifelong buddy. They needed something unique and genuine. It could be smaller and safer than what they lost. Mom called Wednesday afternoon. She invited Graham and me to dinner with the four of us that weekend. She wanted a peaceful relationship with him. Graham agreed instantly when asked. He appeared eager for my parents to perceive him as more than my revenge plan's victim. We stayed with my parents Saturday night. Graham gave my parents wine and flowers. I fretted over his appearance. My folks hugged him like family at the door. Dad took him to the living room to discuss building after shaking his hand. I helped my mom cook as Graham and my dad talked construction and maintenance codes. Mom smiled at the living room. Graham appeared polite, honest, and would treat me well, she said. I told her he made me love like Tyler never did. She relished the agony and squeezed my hand. Dinner was good. Graham remembered construction site jokes. My dad laughed when needed. Mom questioned Graham's hobbies. We liked concerts and museums. So he talked about them. My parents looked at me over the table like they recognized this was connection, not manipulation. Graham inspected Dad's deck after dessert. Mom requested dishes. We were washing up when my sister arrived. Earlier text advised visiting. I knew she wanted dinner updates. She hugged me gently before joining Graham and Dad outside. I saw her talking to Graham through the glass. She likely asked him to show kindness. Sister led me down the corridor to my old bedroom. The door closed, and she glanced at me solemnly. Graham smiled kindly at me over dinner, she continued. I might hurt Graham and myself in my revenge plot. She fretted. She changed her mind after seeing us. The chaos would yield fantastic things, she believed. Graham and I could create something enduring. I cried in my old bed. Hopeful and anxious, I wanted things to work, worried about getting injured again after Tyler. To avoid hurting Graham, I used him early. Sister hugged my shoulders. He adds, relationships that start messy can still become beautiful if both people are willing to work at it. OKS. It mattered now. Graham handed me concert tickets 4 weeks later. We discussed this band over coffee. I liked his memory. We drove Friday night to the venue. The place was packed. Graham escorted me through the crowd to our seats. Music began as lights dimmed. The place was fresh. 2 people having fun voluntarily. Graham sang familiar songs. Leaning on his shoulder was fun. Not Tyler's final fake joy. I like excellent company. We slowly returned to Graham's truck after the show. We wanted night to last. Graham stopped under a streetlight and took my hands. Interested in dating again. Being honest. No more origin. Purpose queries. Together progressing. My throat knotted. Sharing my want. Worried about failure. Loved him more than expected. Imagining losing him because I did something wrong wounded my chest. Graham hugged me and promised resolution. A caregiver does that. They last. Next week, we explored our relationship over coffee at Graham's kitchen table. Success required rules. Honest everywhere. Being honest about sentiments. Checks were done periodically. Addressing issues. Graham advised deeds, not words, to rebuild trust. He desired my consistency. Proof of my dedication. Totally agreed. I promised honesty. Therapy, Tyler, Sienna, fears, and uncertainty. Graham pledged. I learned his problems. Business people shook hands across the table. We chuckled at ridiculous relationships. We agreed on expectations and restrictions. I properly introduced Graham to coworkers. He loved me. Nora, 2 coworkers, and I went to a downtown bar for happy hour. Graham arrived post-work. He looked weird in costly clothes. I detailed our meeting. Real version, no surprises. She stared at him and shook his hand. She inquired about his business and hobbies. Graham was honest and made construction mistakes humorous. Nora met me in the bathroom late at night. Graham treated me well, she remarked. She noticed his focus on me. Her approval was complete. You deserve joy after your ordeal. I felt lighter after others applauded me, like I was finally living a respectable life instead of hiding it. Graham invited me to his construction company's family staff BBQ. I'm his girlfriend. His pride in his voice made me feel special and welcome. He was never happier following his divorce, say coworkers. An elderly man said Graham spent years in business and kept his personal life private. He was happy, took more time off, and enjoyed life again. Comments indicated our tangible work. A stranger called 5 months after Thanksgiving. Something prompted me. The line enabled Tyler's mother speak. She instantly apologizes for calling. Requests months of contact. Mother apologized for son's actions. His treatment of me was terrible. Her and Tyler's father financially isolated him until he changed. They compelled him to leave, work, and start therapy. She still wanted me happy. I liked her call. I appreciated her communication but moved on. My care was good. Hearing that relaxed her. She likes my accomplishments. Tyler was insignificant after hanging up. No fury or hurt, just apathy. My past includes him. Graham was my present and possibly future. Sienna's morning email. I checked, sorry. Before opening. The message was brief. She said therapy was addressing her behavior. Happy I found someone who treated me well. She wrote. Ray shared Graham and my family reunion photo. Our joy showed she'd embraced all. She wanted neither forgiveness nor friendship. She wanted to show me her progress. I closed the email without replying. I may forgive her later. Progress with Graham was my goal today. My first fight with Graham was a random Tuesday night. Our dinner was at his house. Something bothered me, so I asked. Sometimes he avoided conflict. Switched topics when uncomfortable. Graham replied immediately. He thought I was overly demanding and confrontational. Communication was advised. Hard things were inevitable and uncomfortable. In our fight, tempers soared. Sighing, Graham says we broke our vow by ignoring it. We chatted at the kitchen table. Graham confesses avoiding marriage issues. His ex-wife was flammable during arguments, so he kept quiet. I asked him what was wrong despite the difficulty. Communication fixed it. No yelling or leaving, just honest communication till we understood. I felt nearly proud after handling everything. Our conflict ended well. It meant we produced something strong. My therapist's leather seat squeaked when I moved. I plucked my cuticles to display my nighttime shame. I was asked why I felt sorry for Graham. I told her it was his look when he realized I'd used him. My Thanksgiving touch hurt his eyes. I coordinated our first meeting and communications. Do you regret dating him? She journaled. I declined because I liked him after the false repairs and real dinners. Graham was with me despite knowing the truth, she stated. Working through it was his choice. Maybe I should forgive myself like him. I drove to Graham's after another appointment. He was organizing his garage tools when I arrived. I checked him from the doorway before speaking. I'd finished therapy, sorry. Graham set down the wrench and faced me. I asked if thinking about how we started hurt. He hesitated before confessing it hurt sometimes, because I approached him with a strategy rather than curiosity. Quiet words broke my heart. He claimed he concentrates on the now. Many relationships start, but ours was messy. For him, our simple choice was most essential. Grabbed his oily hands. I confirmed my choice and would prove it as long as needed. Graham invited me to supper next week. He barbecued steaks while I made salad in his kitchen. Everything went like we'd done it 100 times. On a quiet evening, I realized how much had changed since Thanksgiving. Dinner was candlelit in his dining room. Graham poured wine while discussing employment, my parents, and his new construction job. Normal couple things mattered. Graham turned on his couch TV after supper, but we didn't watch. I fit well as he hugged me. Graham looked at me after pausing. He looked stern, and my heart raced. He solicited my input. I nodded and waited. Graham confessed to loving me after weeks of denial to avoid loving his abuser. My smiling at his bad jokes delighted him. Business talks made him feel important. His love for me survived our tough start. Notifying me was necessary. Telling him I loved him made me cry. I was afraid to speak since my deeds were unworthy. But I adored him. Graham kissed me differently. Like a promise. We discussed everything late. I wish I could repeat our rocky start and meet him differently, Graham confirmed, but history was final. We could only produce honestly from now on. He believed our situation was worth fighting for, regardless of cause. I felt safer sleeping on his couch with his arm around me than in months. My apartment changed 7 months after Thanksgiving. Renovated Tyler furniture. Removed. New couch, sheets, and kitchen table for weekend breakfasts with Graham. I never anticipated my life to change as I stood in that hallway listening to my boyfriend mock me. My connection was honest and nice. Graham valued my thoughts and made me feel special daily. I felt comfortable discussing and setting limits. I learned to speak up when anything disturbed me instead of staying quiet and resentful. My therapist saw my growth. I'd limit everyone better, not just Graham. I stopped accepting minor mistreatment. My sister observed my slimming. Graham and I planned a beach birthday. His B&B and restaurant bookings were great. Our evening activities featured local pictures. My optimism about our future was simple. I'd learned revenge didn't fix treachery. Standing up to Tyler and Sienna at Thanksgiving was rewarding but didn't heal them. Living proudly with a caring partner helped. Graham always made me coffee and kissed my forehead before work. All day texting. He acknowledged my issues. I was grateful every day I discovered the affair because he and Tyler were different. Graham joins my family for meals. Dad liked talking about business and construction. Mom said she wanted my happiness after seeing it. I stopped checking Tyler's social media months ago because I didn't care. Indifference won. The Tuesday morning coffee shop near my office was my goal. In the long line, someone called my name, while I scrolled my phone. Ray appeared behind me with a briefcase and smiled. I felt odd without him before Thanksgiving. My health was important to him. Ray suggested we sit after ordering coffee if time allowed. We sat at a little table after texting work I'd be late. Ray claimed complete knowledge. Sienna was improving, he claimed. She recovered after months of treatment. He said she moved to another place to accommodate everyone. Ray called her email healthy and happy. He mentioned Graham. A few weeks before, Ray noticed Graham was joyful than in years at a family gathering. Once happy after divorce. Ray mentioned Graham and I helped. Thanks for seeing our connection. After coffee, Ray left. The results satisfied him and demonstrated life may help. I thought about everything after he departed. An unethical way to approach Graham. Using him for revenge hurt. We made something real from that mess. Someone admired me. Graham felt cherished. Sienna improved. Tyler wanted treatment change. Working after completing my coffee, I thought that living well, appreciating someone who values you, and being proud instead of resentful is sometimes the best punishment. Graham gave more than revenge. My niece slapped me in front of the family and called me a whore. She tried to destroy me with her lies, but I hit back hard with strong proof, and the whole room went dead silent while she was stunned and speechless. At my parents' backyard barbecue, my niece Emily slapped me across the face, ringing my ear. Mommy says you deserve it because you're a whore. I fell and recovered the picnic table. Emily said, Mommy says, you deserve it because you're a whore. My cousin said, what the hell? And my mother shattered her patio lemonade. All eyes were on Emily and me after an 8-year-old called me a whore in front of my family. Why? I knew nothing. Emily, I shakily said. Emily asked, why would you say that to me? With a child look. My sister, Rachel, and her husband Adam, ran across the yard. Rachel slammed doors and yelled during arguments while I waited. She had never shown such hatred. I rotten garbage to her. Get away from my daughter. Rachel pushed Emily away. Rachel, what is happening right now? Says. What did I do? He adds, girls, let's take this inside and talk about it calmly. Rachel ignored everyone. She wanted my destruction. You know exactly what you did, Rachel yelled. My birthday party last month. You waited until I was blowing out my candles, and then you followed my husband into the kitchen. I said, that's not true, immediately. Shut up, Rachel shouted. You pressed yourself against him. You whispered in his ear that you wanted him. You tried to shove your tongue down his throat. And when he pushed you off, you grabbed his belt and told him I would never have to know. Mom said, oh my God, Olivia, behind me. Family members whispered as my life fell apart. None of that happened, I said. Rachel, I swear to you, none of that happened. My husband lies? Rachel asked. Is that what you're saying right now? That Adam just made all of this up for fun? Adam grabbed Rachel's shoulder. Babe, don't hurt yourself. He prays. She's not going to admit it. No, Rachel said. I want to hear her say it. I want to hear her stand there and call my husband a liar to his face. Adam was behind my sister, jaw clenched, eyes down. He shook his head slowly. He looked traumatized. His appearance suggested a non-event recounter. Adam is lying. I snotted. Rachel, I would never do that to you. You're my sister. I've never even thought about Adam that way. Don't say his name. Rachel yelled. The texts. Olivia. The pictures you've been sending him for months, begging him to meet up with you behind my back. When he kept saying no, you cornered him at my party and tried to force yourself on him. He showed me everything. What texts? I sobbed. What pictures? Rachel. There are no texts. There are no pictures. None of this ever happened. I saw them with my own eyes, Rachel said. I saw what you wrote to him. I saw what you sent him, so don't stand there and lie to my face. Thought I was insane. There were no texts. There were no photos. Adam never received anything from me. Please, Rachel. I said. Adam is the one who came on to me that night. He followed me into the kitchen and put his hands on my waist. He said you didn't appreciate him. I shoved him off and told him I would tell you everything. And he grabbed my wrist and said, no one would ever believe me. Adam exhaled, And cried at me. His voice broke. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Babe, he told Rachel. I told you she would flip everything around. I told you she would try to make me the bad guy. I didn't want to say anything because I knew it would tear your family apart. But I couldn't keep lying to you anymore. My mom and Rachel wept. I watched my life collapse internally. After calling Mom, I found her by the broken glass. Mom, please. You know me. You know I would never do something like this. Mom's disappointed eyes made me feel it in my chest. I think you need to leave. Olivia. She whispered. I called Dad, but he was already hunching toward the house. No one looked at me among people who should love me. Adam smiled quickly and privately to tell me he won after Rachel buried her face in his chest. He hadn't. This man attacked me first, so I wouldn't beg my family to believe me. He only thinks he won by lying to me. He has no idea I'll reveal him. Current confidence will doom him. His words will ruin his story by week's end. I'll update. My niece Emily slapped me across the face so hard my ear rang at my parents' backyard barbecue. I stumbled backward and grabbed the picnic table edge to stand. Emily glared. Mommy says you deserve it because you're a whore. My mother shattered her lemonade on the patio after my cousin said, "What the hell?" All eyes were on Emily and me after an 8-year-old called me a whore in front of my family. Why? I knew nothing. Emily. I shakily said. Why would you say that to me? Emily didn't reply. With arms crossed, she looked at me like a child. My sister Rachel and her husband Adam ran across the yard. Rachel slammed doors and yelled during arguments while I waited. She had never shown such hatred. I rotten garbage to her. Get away from my daughter. Rachel pushed Emily away. Rachel, what is happening right now? Says. What did I do? He adds, girls, let's take this inside and talk about it calmly. Rachel ignored everyone. She wanted my destruction. You know exactly what you did, Rachel yelled. My birthday party last month. You waited until I was blowing out my candles, and then you followed my husband into the kitchen. I said, that's not true. Immediately. Shut up. Rachel shouted. You pressed yourself against him. You whispered in his ear that you wanted him. You tried to shove your tongue down his throat. And when he pushed you off, you grabbed his belt and told him I would never have to know. Mom said, oh my God, Olivia. Behind me. Family members whispered as my life fell apart. None of that happened, I said. Rachel, I swear to you, none of that happened. My husband lies? Rachel asked. Is that what you're saying right now? That Adam just made all of this up for fun? Adam grabbed Rachel's shoulder. Babe, don't hurt yourself, he prays. She's not going to admit it. No, Rachel said. I want to hear her say it. I want to hear her stand there and call my husband a liar to his face. Adam was behind my sister, jaw clenched, eyes down. He shook his head slowly. He looked traumatized. His appearance suggested a non-event recounter. Adam is lying, I snorted. Rachel, I would never do that to you. You're my sister. I've never even thought about Adam that way. Don't say his name, Rachel yelled. The texts, Olivia. The pictures you've been sending him for months, begging him to meet up with you behind my back. When he kept saying no, you cornered him at my party and tried to force yourself on him. He showed me everything. What texts? I sobbed. What pictures, Rachel? There are no texts. There are no pictures. None of this ever happened. I saw them with my own eyes, Rachel said. I saw what you wrote to him. I saw what you sent him, so don't stand there and lie to my face. Thought I was insane. There were no texts. There were no photos. Adam never received anything from me. Please, Rachel, I said. Adam is the one who came on to me that night. He followed me into the kitchen and put his hands on my waist. He said you didn't appreciate him. I shoved him off and told him I would tell you everything. And he grabbed my wrist and said, no one would ever believe me. Adam exhaled and cried at me. His voice broke. This is exactly what I was afraid of, babe, he told Rachel. I told you she would flip everything around. I told you she would try to make me the bad guy. I didn't want to say anything because I knew it would tear your family apart. But I couldn't keep lying to you anymore. My mom and Rachel wept. I watched my life collapse internally. After calling Mom, I found her by the broken glass. Mom, please. You know me. You know I would never do something like this. Mom's disappointed eyes made me feel it in my chest. I think you need to leave, Olivia, she whispered. I called Dad, but he was already hunching toward the house. No one looked at me among people who should love me. Adam smiled quickly and privately to tell me he won after Rachel buried her face in his chest. He hadn't. This man attacked me first, so I wouldn't beg my family to believe me. He only thinks he won by lying to me. He has no idea I'll reveal him. Current confidence will doom him. His words will ruin his story by week's end. I'll update. My shaking hands forced me to stop twice on the way home from the barbecue. A grocery store parking lot was where I cried in my car. Rachel accused me. My night was so vivid I got sick. It was her birthday party. She rented the back room of her favorite Italian restaurant and invited everyone she knew. Rachel said green was my color, so I dressed well for her big night. Adam greeted me first inside. He kissed my cheek and called me lovely. Brothers-in-law do that, so I said thanks without thinking. They applaud wives' sisters. It need not mean anything. I noticed him staring at me, not my face, during dinner. Lower. Despite doing nothing wrong, his eyes made me feel exposed, so I tugged at my dress neckline. Adam whispered. That dress is doing things to me. Olivia. While Rachel used the restroom, I laughed strangely and looked at my cousin across the way. I swore I misheard him. I thought he was weird and friendly like drunk men. That night, I told myself many things because the alternative was bad. Everyone had cake in the main room after dinner. Rachel wished at the head of the table while closing her eyes. She looked happy and lucky to find love. Maybe, I'll find it. I sneaked into the kitchen for water because wine was pounding my head. I filled a glass and pressed its cool edge against my forehead at the sink in the quiet room. Behind me, I heard footsteps. Adam was in the doorway when I turned. His usual smile was absent. He looked at me differently. Hungry. One word describes it. He looked hungry. There you are, he said. I've been trying to get you alone all night. I laughed because I had no choice. What are you talking about? Come on, Olivia. After pushing off the door frame, he approached. Try not to fool me. You look at me when no one is watching. I notice how you dress around that green dress tonight. He suggested my body. That was for me? Right? As I backed up, the sink edge hit my lower back. The counter was cold through my thin dress. It had to be a joke, I thought. Adam, I don't know what you think is going on here, but you need to stop. He continued. He kept walking until he reached me. From so close, I could smell wine on his breath and see his pupils dilate in the dim kitchen light. He grabbed my waist. I froze when his fingers touched my hips through my dress because my brain couldn't react fast enough. Rachel doesn't appreciate me. He almost kissed my ear. She looks at me differently than you. Olivia, we could be great together. Just once. She need never know. I pushed. My hard push knocked him backward and nearly fell him. I yelled. Get off me. Loud enough to scare someone but not fill the main room. Your problem? My sister Rachel. I would never hurt her. Adam lost his handsomeness. His jaw tightening and eyes freezing startled me. Whispered. Wrong. I was trying to be nice about this. I was giving you an opportunity. But if you want to play it that way, then fine. He straightened his shirt and stared, making me crawl. So you know, he said. I'll tell Rachel you texted me for months if you tell her about this conversation. Olivia. I rejected you tonight because I love my wife. She'll believe me because I'm her husband, and you're her jealous single sister who's never married. Air left my lungs. You're insane, I said. I'm going to tell her everything. I was grabbed by the wrist as I entered. I gasped as he squeezed my arm. No, he said threateningly. Your parents, cousins, and everyone will hate you and think you're the whore who tried to break up your sister's marriage by the end. Olivia, want to die on that hill? Pulling my arm away, I left the kitchen. His fingers left red, throbbing wrist marks. I almost told Rachel everything when I saw her in the main room with family singing happy birthday. I almost grabbed her arm and pulled her aside to show her my wrist marks and beg her to believe me. Adam watched me from the kitchen with a, I dare you. It scared me. I was frightened by his bad logic. Over her single sister, Rachel trusted her husband. My parents preferred the loyal son-in-law to the incompatible daughter. I was Olivia, but Adam was charming and successful. So everyone supported him. I hugged and wished my sister a happy birthday, then went home and didn't talk. I thought avoiding him was fine. I thought avoiding family events would help him forget and move on so we could pretend it never happened. Adam remembered. Adam stayed. He lied to Rachel about texts and pictures that never existed while I kept quiet for peace. He whispered his case against me. He became the victim and I the villain. Too late. I learned his secrets. He won or thought he did. In the grocery store parking lot, crying, I realized my biggest mistake. Time was given. I allowed him to poison my family against me for a month, hoping it would go away. Avoiding conflict, I gave him the knife he used to stab me in the back. Adamites always undervalue victims. He thought I was broken. He expected me to vanish. He had no idea I was fearless. Damage depth had to be determined. Called. Mom. On the fourth ring, she answered. Olivia, she said coldly first. Not mad. Exactly. Even worse, disappointed. I don't think we should be talking right now. Said please, Mom. Just let me explain. Everything Rachel said at the barbecue was false. Adam created everything. He chased me at the party. After I rejected him, he threatened to turn everyone against me. The other end is silent. I heard her breathing. Background TV played softly. I imagined her sitting on the living room couch where I learned to walk and open Christmas presents. Every year. Where I cried on her shoulder after my first boyfriend broke my heart. Now, Mom said, Adam showed Rachel the text messages. Heavy voice. He showed her the pictures you sent him. I saw them, Olivia. I saw them with my own eyes. My heart stopped. What? Texts and images. I saw your letter to him. Rachel showed me your phone message. Hard steering wheel grip caused white knuckles. Mom. Adam has never received any texts or images from me. He made up what he showed Rachel because he knew no one would believe me. My mother sighed deeply. Olivia, honey, I want to believe you. But I saw your desperate messages. I had no idea you spoke that way. I said. Because I'm not, crying again for not writing them. Mom, please listen to me. Adam lies. He produced fake text to impersonate the victim. He did it. But how? All of you are buying it. Mom asked. Why did he? Why would Adam bother? What's in it for him to frame you? Because I rejected him, I said. I pushed him away and told him I'd tell Rachel when he kissed me in her party kitchen. Mom, he squeezed my wrist so hard it was marked. Threatening to kill me if I spoke. Another long pause. Tired. My mother spoke again. Olivia. I'm confused. I know Adam has always been good to your sister and this family. And those messages were real timestamps, phone number, everything. Then let me show you my phone, I begged. Come see my texts now. Everything is browsable. Clearly, I never sent him anything. Mom, let me prove it. I heard my mom shift on the couch. I can't do that, she whispered. Rachel made me promise not to contact you until you apologized. Olivia's right after seeing everything. Consider your actions. She hung up before I could continue. I felt like the ground swallowed me while eyeing my phone. Adam demonstrated honesty. He lied to my mother with texts and photos. Dad was silent when called. After hours. He texted, give your sister some space. Emily slapped me, and my cousin said, I called him. I got voicemail. Nobody responded for 3 days. At work, I stared at my computer screen without seeing anything. Instead of eating, I cooked and watched TV. I checked my phone every 5 minutes for credibility but only got spam and app updates. After running out of everything and not wanting to starve, I left my apartment on the 4th day to get groceries. Walking to my car, Adam's SUV was across the street. He observed my building from his car. I saw him by chance and he smiled and waved like old friends. He left his door and came. My gut told me to flee, lock my car, and leave. I watched him approach from the sidewalk because I was tired, angry, and afraid. Hey, Olivia, he stopped. His charming smile with hands in pockets fooled my family. Are you okay? What do you want, Adam? He pretended to worry by cocking his head. To check on you. It was hard, so I regret everything. Watched him. Feel bad? I do. I never wanted things to get this ugly. I was hoping you would let it go and we could move on. But you threatened me and made me feel guilty for liking you. What happened after that is up to you to consider. He shamelessly blamed me for his actions. Those texts are fake. I said. Because your ego couldn't handle rejection, you made the photos and evidence to destroy my life. Adam smiled steadily. All done, Olivia. My knowledge is irrelevant. Only others' beliefs matter. Your desperate attempt to steal her sister's husband is viewed. Rachel, Dad, and Mom agree. Nothing you say will alter my thoroughness. I didn't flee his approach. You should have kept quiet, he whispered. Avoid this by staying quiet in the kitchen that night. But you threatened me and called me a predator for wanting you. The consequences are yours. One finger touched my cheek. I hit his hand hard enough to echo off buildings. Don't touch me. Adam's laughter was low. Olivia, I always like your fire. Rachel obeys me, but you fight. Unfortunately, this happened. We could have been great together. You're delusional, I said. I would rather die than let you touch me. He said. That can be arranged, casually, so I didn't realize the threat. Mostly kidding, but I told Rachel. I controlled my anger at Adam, being the victim at home. More, please, I squeaked. I need closure, despite not deserving it. Give me one chance and I'll leave you two alone forever. One face-to-face apology will heal me. I heard Rachel sigh. Let me talk to Adam, she said. I'll call you back. I stared at my phone on my couch after she hung up. 20 minutes later, she called. Okay, she said. 6 Sunday dinner at parents'. But Olivia, I swear to God, I will never speak to you again if you cause drama. Take a chance. I won't, I said. Rachel, many thanks. I love you. I love you. Too, she whispered. That's why this has been so hard. Sunday morning prep took 2 hours. I applied makeup carefully to look polished without trying. Adam complimented me 2 years ago when I curled and let my hair fall around my shoulders at a family dinner. I knew a top would draw him. Just low enough to make him wonder if I wore it for him, fitted but not too tight. I arrived at my parents' at 6. Mom's face when she opened the door was unreadable. Olivia said, I'm glad you decided to do the right thing. Me too, Mom, I whispered. She moved to admit me. I entered the dining room to find everyone seated. My father looks uncomfortable at the head of the table. Emily between Rachel and Adam. The empty chair across from them fit me. The shame chair, where the accused begged forgiveness. Sitting. I watched the table. It felt like everyone was watching. I feel Adam watching me most. He was staring at my top when I looked up. Not my face, chest. He looked at his plate when I looked at him. Good. He was curious. Dinner was awkward. My mother talked weather. I briefly answered work questions for my father. Rachel regarded me. Emily kept wondering why nobody spoke. I apologized 3 times while eating. Acknowledged guilt. Professional help was my claim. I understood if they never trusted me again. I often watched Adam. He always looked at me when I looked at him. He confessed when my mother brought dessert. Dad stared at me as Rachel described Emily's school. He kept looking at my top and finally my face. I stared too long every time I caught him. Just long enough to wonder, not notice. After dinner, I stood and said, Can I speak privately to Rachel and Adam? I apologize privately to you both. Rachel regarded Adam. Staring at me, he nodded slowly. Fine, let's go to the living room. 3 of us left the table, and I faced them. Adam, I faced. Sorry for my behavior. I mistook your kindness for more because I was lonely and confused. I sparked my illness. You've always been a good husband to my sister and father to Emily. So I shouldn't have put you there. Pardon me. Adam regarded me intently. He appeared to be wondering if I had given up, if this was real, and if his plan worked. His conclusion. I appreciate that, Olivia. Sorry for saying this, it was hard. Family progress is my aim. He hugged Rachel. I told you she would come around, babe. Just time to process everything. Rachel wiped tears nodding. Saying, Thank you, Olivia. This is important to me. I miss you terribly. Missed and hugged my sister. Over her shoulder. Adam. He smiles. That confident smile he threatened me with at my apartment, his arrogant winning confidence. I smiled when we met. Something flickered on his face. After waking up, I was confused, intrigued, and hopeful. He liked my smile. He admired my dress. He thought I realized what I was missing the night I pushed him away in the kitchen. I would let him think that until death. Set trap. Adam regarded me at dinner. His eyes always fell to my chest. Rachel wasn't watching, but I saw his smile. He wanted me. He still wanted me. Would I want him back? Good. It deserves trust. Allow him to overestimate and stop thinking. Let him fantasize and neglect self-defense. The next family dinner was 2 weeks away. I had 14 days to entice Adam to say anything. I would make him tell his wife. Next day, texted him. Nothing offensive to hurt me. Simple, warm family messages. Adam, please share Rachel's last week pasta recipe. I want success. When is Emily's dance recital? Send flowers. Dinner time understanding meant more than you think. Every message was answered in minutes. His first responses were cautious. This is the recipe. Saturday's recital begins at 3. Family. Matters most. Midway through week 1. The tone changed. A wink and smile were sent. I was texted first by week's end. Best wishes today. Green looked great on you Sunday. Rachel is taking Emily to her mom's, so we'll be lonely this weekend. I disregarded messages. I kept them on red and watched the little notification that said he was typing, not typing, and typing again. The lost man wanted to know where we were. Desperation was needed. I dressed better for the second family dinner. Same approach, low but not too low, fitted but not tight. At the table, I held Adam's eye when Rachel looked away. Sometimes I grinned. I sometimes felt ashamed looking down at the table. I sometimes bit my lip and watched his pupils dilate across the table. I alone could save him. He missed the rope anchor. After dinner, my mother requested dishwashing. Adam responded as expected when I volunteered immediately. I'll help too, babe. You stay and relax. Surprised, Rachel looked. That's sweet of you. Adam got too close when we were alone in the kitchen. I felt his heat behind me rinsing a plate. You've changed lately, he whispered. I watched dishes. What do you mean? You texted me. You eye me at dinner. He approached and breathed on my neck. The way you've been dressing. I turned off the water and slowly dried my hands. I turned around and leaned on the mend counter. Adam stood inches away, his desire-filled eye dark. I've been thinking about that night, I whispered. In Rachel's party kitchen, he exclaimed. Yeah. I was scared, I said. It was scary how much I wanted to agree. I pushed you away and pretended not to feel, but I keep thinking about it. If I missed, what happened? My arm was stroked. I tried not to flinch. I knew it, he whispered. I knew you felt it, too. I saw him through my lashes. Solo conversation was my goal. Adam grabbed my waist that night, leaving my arm. When? Next Sunday, I said. Same thing. Please do the dishes, but I'll give us privacy. Painful wide smile. You're serious? I'm serious, I said. Since that night, Adam has been on my mind. Admitting it scared me. I heard footsteps and left him as my mother entered the doorway. How are those dishes coming along? I smiled. Almost done, Mom? Adam stared at me like I gave him the moon. 1 week. 1 week remained in my plan. I just had to get her close enough to hear it without him noticing. A 4-day mental walk through Rachel's house brought back every room, closet, and hiding spot. The master bedroom walk-in closet with slatted doors opened into the room came to mind. Rachel heard and saw everything in the bedroom from that closet. Externally, the closet appears dark and empty. I called Rachel Wednesday. I said, hey, sisterly. Let me help you set up and spend time with you on Sunday before the family dinner. That would be great, she said. I've missed our sister time. Me, too. Oh, and hey, Adam has been so sweet lately. He keeps texting to check in on me. Make sure I'm doing okay. You're really lucky to have him, Rachel. Silence fell when I planted the seed. Nothing unusual, he texts support. He checks on me like a good brother-in-law. Rachel said. Right. But her voice changed. A tiny foundation crack. Good. She must monitor her husband. She should watch him more closely than ever. I reached Rachel's house 3 hours early Sunday. No. Adam's driveway car. Rachel told me he took Emily to ice cream. Wanted to give us some girl time. I planted tiny doubts in the first hour of cooking. Adam seems stressed. Are you okay? Don't find his frequent texting odd. Good thing he's trying to reconcile. Rachel should have wondered why her husband was so concerned about my health with each comment. To sow the slightest suspicion that would grow when she heard his true thoughts of. After cooking, Rachel planned a quick shower. Make yourself at home, she said. Adam should be back soon. This was my chance. Actually, I add, can I use your bedroom bathroom? That one down here is soapless. Sure, go ahead. Entry to upstairs master bedroom. My closet was there. I peered through the door. Good room-wide visibility. Dark enough to be invisible outside. The Adam driveway car was heard. Em laughed. Mommy, we got sprinkles. They heard Rachel greet them downstairs. Adam asked, where's Olivia? Upstairs, Rachel. Out of bedroom and downstairs. Below me. Adam stared hungry. He said hey. Quietly. When I approached. Hey. He was in my space after we entered the kitchen alone. So tonight. He whispered. Are we on? Actually, I was thinking, I said slowly. Consider not doing it here. Too risky. Suppose someone comes? His expression was dejected. Then when? After dinner. Tell Rachel you're tired and want to lie down after everyone leaves, then text me. Tell my parents I forgot something and return. Adam's eyes grew. Want to return? To my house? To your bedroom? Saying, I want to do this right, Adam. Want perfection. It appeared he might faint. You serious? It's been on my mind for 3 weeks. To experience what I missed without pushing you away. It squeezed my hand. I'll text you the second she falls asleep. Don't wait that long. I said. Let her know you need to rest. I'm impatient. Dinner was hell after family arrived. Every minute felt like an hour. My job was great. The guilty sister appreciates the welcome. Beautiful daughter helping mom. The loving aunt playing with Emily in the living room. Adam watched me with hungry, desperate eyes as I counted the minutes until I could kill him. I took Rachel aside after dessert and everyone left. I may have left an earring in your bathroom. Can I run up and check? Yes, Rachel. Want help looking? No problem. I remember where I stood. Her closet was checked again upstairs in her bedroom. Texting Rachel on my phone. I can't find it. Will you help me look? It may have rolled into your closet. She arrived a minute later. You think it fell where? Somewhere. In the closet. I opened it for extra towels and guess it fell off when I bent down. Rachel checked the closet floor. I don't see anything. Keep looking, I said. A tiny silver hoop, perhaps in the corner. Then, I texted Adam. Enter upstairs bedroom. With Rachel in the shower. I'm done waiting. He moved fast. Seeing me in the doorway, he gasped and lit up. Where's she? He whispered. Nodding at the bathroom door. Shower. Few minutes. He closes the door after entering. I cannot believe this is finally happening. He said to me. I've been thinking about you all week. Since that kitchen night, I've been thinking about you. Tell me, I said. Tell me what you've been thinking about. Again. He held my waist. Same ownership. What would have happened if you hadn't pushed me away? Maybe you should have let me kiss you. Show what you missed. I wondered. What if? I would have taken you right there in my wife's kitchen. He said. Rachel is boring and predictable in bed, so she has no idea what I can do. Olivia, you were different and needed someone who could handle you right away. The closet made a small sound. Weight shifts. Rachel listens. Asking. What else? Tell me everything. Adam captivated me. I pushed you against the counter to demonstrate men's emotions. Please scream my name while my wife blows out her birthday candles next room. I always wanted made bread. You, not Rachel. You. As I declined and pushed you away, his face darkened. I was mad. You treated me like garbage after weeks of compliments and making you feel special. Without you, I'd destroy you. I asked, how? Tell me how you did it. Adam's laughter was low. Easy to fake messages on a messaging app. Created pictures. Rachel, you were a desperate whore for a month while your family hated you. He grins. Your crawling return was best. You begged forgiveness. For my original wish, you're in my bedroom. Say it again. I said. Say what you did. I want to listen. I made it all up. Adam boasted. All text and images. Nobody sent me anything. I lied and your family hated you. Olivia. No one believed you. I'm the loyal husband and you're the jealous sister who can't take rejection, so nobody believes you. Closet opened. Rachel fixed her gaze on her husband in the doorway. Her face was uncolored. Her hands shook. She wept. Adam turned and saw his wife, turning paper white. She knew every confession, insult about how boring she was, and detail of how he destroyed me to hide his betrayal. His refuge was gone. Adam stammered. Rachel. Away from me. Babe. This isn't what it looks like. I heard everything. Rachel mumbled. I heard everything you said. Your invention. Texts. Images. You made my family hate Olivia for not sleeping with you. Adam raised his hands. Please wait and listen. Olivia arranged. She duped me into coming. She made me say that. Everything was fake. Saying her wish. Rachel shrieked and laughed. Heard you say. The texts were fake. You said. The photos were fake. You said. You said no one would trust her over you. How is Olivia tricking you? I saw Adam's expressions. Fear, rage, desperation, calculation. This was unturnable. His words condemn him. Rachel, baby, I love you. Begged. I did everything to protect our family. Olivia was risky. She wanted to split us. Just protecting our stuff. By framing my sister? Rachel raged. By making my daughter call her aunt a whore in front of our family. By making me think my blood hurt my husband. She cried. Are you understanding my message to her? What I did to her. Our mother won't look at her because of you. Adam. You ruined her. You broke our sisterhood. Because your ego couldn't handle her, no. I did it for us. Adam begged. Everything I did was for us. You did it because you're her. Coward. Rachel raged. You played victim because the thought of a woman rejecting you was unbearable. You destroyed an innocent life instead of maturing. She passed him and joined me. It squeezed my five. Get out, she whispered. Rachel, come on. Let's just talk about this. Let's go downstairs and work through this together. Leave my house. Rachel yelled. Do not make me look. I dislike your voice. Adam's desperation failed. This is my house, too. You can't just kick me out. Rachel dialed 911. She gave them our address and said, I feel unsafe because my husband won't leave. His stalking and harassment of my sister is documented. Adam's eyes went wide. Rachel, hang up the phone right now. You're being hysterical, sir, Rachel said through tears. If you're here, I'll tell everyone. My sister was bullied. How hard you grabbed her to mark her. You fabricated evidence to discredit her. How you confessed everything thinking no one was listening. My phone filmed it, showing her phone-activated voice memo. From the closet, she recorded. Adam's confidence faded. Saw it live. His shoulders slumped. His face grayed. He glared at us after taking his dresser keys. This is not over, he said. Both of you will regret this. I guarantee it. He left the bedroom furious. A moment later, the front door slammed, shaking the house. The tires squealed as his car started and left the driveway quickly. Rachel obsessed over her husband. Her entire body shook. I'm so sorry that I believed him. She sobbed in my arms. You didn't know he manipulated you. I held her as she apologized, healing years of sisterhood.